$31,300 in 3 days with one client is what this business model called growth operating can make you. And I know this because a few months ago, that's exactly what I hoped to make when I first hopped on a call with, let's call her Gina, UGC, a creator who's making just $500 a month. Because before the call, me and my team, we'd studied this other creator who we'll just call Darnell, who to other guys was teaching how to make money by being a UGC or user-generated content creator. And they would go to brands like Gymshark or Young LA and get paid $1,000 for making videos just showing off some clothes. Then Gymshark would go post those videos on their own profile or on ads. But my team and I then see in the female market many girls who want to get paid that same $1,000 to make one video for Neutrogena or Lululemon. But nobody is teaching them how. Until we sign Gina UGC and build her a $1,000 high ticket and a downsell $300 to her 52,000 follower audience. And with the simple bangin', I'll help you make your first $1,000 with UGC in the next 30 days, or else I'll keep working with you for free offer, and with what's called an Instagram power offer into a qualification funnel into a book a call Calendly. We close 7 people at $1,000 high ticket one-on-one mentorship and 81 people at the $300 low tickets school group, leading to $31,300 in revenue collected in just 3 days. So, if you're somebody just starting out in growth operating, or trying to sign your first client right now, or you already have, but you're just looking for a free full course on gracefully onboarding your creator to smash yourself to $25,000 cash in your pocket launch, chefing up a $100,000 offer in a blink of an eye, surgically precise grasps of your creator's customers' brains to present exactly what they want to get you the fat numbers in your bank accounts that you want, Instagram, YouTube, email marketing launch systems that took us 7 months to build that I'll just expose to you in the next 20 minutes. Close your eyes and copy-paste frameworks on sales letters, sales scripts, VSLs, and appointment setting scripts. Now build you what's like cranking a salon machine, and you're just going like crink, and just money just keeps flowing out. The speediest pre-launch minimum viable product to get your creators' customers phenomenal results, whilst you and your creator having an easy, fast, better, and cheap way to get your students these results. And a full step-by-step gamified plan to bring this all into launch today. And oh baby, the stars then have aligned for you to have clicked this video today. But that's only the core curriculum that I show you, plus creators' profile optimization, sales mental models, sales letter example and framework, book a call funnel, pre-call flow, sales tracking, and everything I showed you earlier guide to easily scale you to, at the minimum, $10,000 in your pocket in the next 30 days is actually taken action upon, which all of you guys do get the core curriculum, but all these full courses only the best growth operators get access to, my dear founders in our operator incubator. So if 21-year-old founder Rojal's $24,000 cash collected in 7 days, or 14-year-old founder Andre's $18,000 cash collected in 14 days sounds of any interest to you, then after you watch this entire masterclass, dive into the description, click on my Instagram link at TimHYoon and DM me and I'll see if you're a fit to join the founder class with us in Operator Incubator. And overall, I know I've been hearing it, everybody been on their knees begging. So, if you're asking, yes, here it finally is. Now everyone together, let's unveil the Operator Incubators, the Growth Operator Full Service Delivery Course, where let's begin with Genesis. In the beginning, the first step of learning is in believing the source of knowledge is credible. If not, rather than learning the entire time, you have a little green goblin jumping around in the back of your mind saying, yo, this guy ain't legit, homie. Go leave. So to truly give you that conviction, let me first tell you about myself. Because here's the thing. This is how I went from a fat kid, then to a broke university student, then to making $42,000 a month as a growth operator. And it all started when I was a wee little baby at 0 to 13, with Asian Korean parents that wanted me to go down the doctor, 9 to 5 path. But then the stress at age 14, it led me... As you can see, when you put me next to this guy right here, there's a stark contrast of how ginormous in size this guy is versus me right now. Because it was the thing, the stress, it led me to eat, and at my fattest, I was 252 pounds or 114 kilograms. Oh man. But also, here's how I would also cope. Through sneaker reselling, also at age 14, where here's my TikTok, literally no more tangible proof than this. My OC hyped right here. The social media where I would, post my shoes to get them sold. Nostalgia, man. Or yard sale reselling. What better proof is there with my little fatty hand right here back then, and all the pictures of everything that I sold before. Oh my God, crazy. And here's me with me taking out some shipping packages. And there's a certain reason why I'm showing you guys all of this. With drop shipping at age 16, with literally, I had no clue what I was doing. I sat there for like 2 hours and I drew out my logo. And I was like, oh wait, I didn't know you could just design it on Photoshop. I had no clue what I was doing.
Only 4 people with neck. Now that we
with these ads.
Let's get
oh my God, dude.
Nexus.
There's my brother.
Nexus relaxes the neck.
I thought this kind of ad would convert, man. It's good content, but like, obviously not for conversions. And then over at age 17, during the NFT boom in 2022, right? I was now unlisted.
They are at 68.
But I'll make these videos and then I would flip NFTs at. I had like literally no business model, no idea what I was doing. And I show you this because I want you guys to know that I was in the position that you were in too. That I also had no clue what I was doing, right? But then I think I was so dumb with all of these things because at my core, I was competing at what's called Oxford Academy, okay? Oxford Academy, it is a magnet school, which is a school that you have to test to get into. And it was top 4th high school, I mean it still is, in all of California, and California is renowned for their education, and also top 22 in all of the nation, in all of America. And here's literally proof of me graduating from this school. On our graduation, live stream, there's me right there, earlier, as you saw. So crazy stuff, man. And simultaneously, I was placing on the top 98th percentile on the SAT, which is basically the main test all people in the US here have to take to get into college, the SAT, right? And so I got 1490 on this. In the top 98th percentile, meaning I was top 2% out of millions and millions of kids that took this. So I was putting a lot of my energy here. And this led me to, get into UCLA, one of the top universities in the US. But the thing was, I didn't like it. It wasn't something that I wanted to do. I was honestly at my lowest point here. So then I thought, you know what? I'm gonna give it one more try. Because what was from the start helping me at my toughest times, it was this online business stuff. And so then I basically started a YouTube channel where I said I'm going to try as many different business models as possible until one of them hit. So let me show it to you guys right here. It was my old channel, Tim Yoon too. Oh, excuse me. And so I started with drop shipping, and then high ticket sales, and then AI side hustles right here. And then it really hit when the title is I Tried SMA, but back then there was no something called growth operating, and I realized that I was actually doing growth operating. Basically what I was doing was a more content-focused growth operating for specifically business coaches, mainly on the copywriting side for YouTube videos, right? But then boom, this led me from my network in that video, or in mostly this video, to get my first client in 3 days for $1,500 payment. Beautiful. But even though I wasn't fully certain here, I still had a lot of emotions around this. I was still very afraid. I said, screw it. I decided to take the risk and F this. I said F this to UCLA and I was out. Now, I had to go all in. There was no choice to back out. So then I kept going at it until I had this immense stroke of luck. I was able to sign this dude named Abdul Faroqi, who was making $48 million a year. Here's him in Dubai with a Rolls Royce. Here's him with Grant Cardone, one of the top people in this space. He was making $48 million a year with a business model no one had heard about. And here's even further proof.
So, Abdul, how much
You can't really do an hour podcast with somebody this massive, you know, if you're not, you know, if you don't know this guy. So here's a whole hour podcast that I do with Abdul, my brother. And simultaneously, through my old YouTube channel as well, Yoon 2, I met my now business partners. It was Will and Alex. And on a podcast interview I did with him right here, they had this exact same weird business.
19-year-old kid scaled his.
Here's that podcast right here that I did with William.
Would you expect for weeks? Or we'll keep working. There's $10.
Super weird. And so, come to find out about it, I looked deeper into their models. And Abdul and Will and Alex were both doing growth operating, but not just the content side like I was doing, but full stack. See, Will and Alex, the thing was they had deep trouble, however, working on the relationship and content re-optimization side with the creators. And I looked back at my story and I was like, there's no way. There's no way. Because looking at the sneaker reselling side, looking at the content that I made with drop shipping, I was really good at it for some reason. Even with the NFTs, the main ways that I was able to get whitelists was through creating YouTube videos and sending it to the NFT project people, the project owners. And so I was like, no way. Because the thing was, for me posting on TikTok to get customers with TikTok drop shipping, making content to get sales, and also the past year now, I was also building up this channel, Yoon 2, to nearly 2.5K subs and hitting 44,000 videos on that SMA/growth operating video. I realized that this was it. Through the channel, I was able to make a lot of creator connections, as well as I understood the creator economy as a whole, and I had a lot of content expertise from this. And so it all led up, and here's me with a bunch of my creator friends. I was like, wow, this is it. This was where I ended up bringing my content skill sets to the deficiencies that Will and Alex had, because Alex is more of a tech person, Will is more of a business person. They didn't understand the creator economy like I did. And so I worked on the creator connection relationship side, and honestly, kind of the more content optimization for the creators that we operated with. And speaking of those creators, that was how we scaled Favion from $0 to $22,000 cash collected in 2 weeks. Right, as you can see here, Favion with 19,000 followers on Insta, 1.92K followers on TikTok with a high ticket. Destine Scott, a dieting coach, from 0 to 10K a month. Over here, him with 15,000 on Instagram, a more dedicated audience. Domby Dunks, a very interesting one, 0 to 20 high ticket clients in 5 days, and he's a jumping coach, specifically in dunking, a very passionate space. And he ended up starting this, to be transparent, after we moved on working from him. But then here, as you can see, 10.4 thousand members on a school group. Then this was where we really started to take off. See, then a few months later, in the intro I was calling her Gina, but it's Izzy. From $0 to $31,300. Sorry, it's not even a month. It's basically in 3 days. That was the launch. And it was low and a high ticket together with an IG Power Offer launch funnel. And as you can see, if you want all the proof, this is literally our conversation with her updating us on how she is doing. And over here towards the end, so far we have 5 people willing to pay the 1,000, and then 40 people willing to pay the 300. I think it ended up being 80 people. 65 people willing to pay 300. Yep, 80 people willing to pay 300. It's actually backwards. It's supposed to go up to down. And then that all led up to $31,300. You can feel free to do the math. And as you can see, 64,000 followers on Insta here. She has 26,000 on TikTok, and both of her groups. For her free one, 2.2K followers, 2.2K members, and 170 members in her paid school group. Literally all top in the 2,000. Then with Tran, this is where we then took the case study of Izzy and we're like, all right, let's smash it with Tran. Where for her, we took her from, she was doing 500 a month. So let's get that straight. She was doing 500 a month all the way to $42,000 a month, with also a low ticket to high ticket email launch funnel. See, with her, she has 54,000 followers on Instagram, 91,000 on TikTok, and as you can see, top 400 in all of school. I think on school right now, there's I think I was hearing Sam Evans talk about how it's 250,000 to 300,000 different groups. And coincidentally, we are in the top 2,000 here, top 400 here. I mean, as you can see, here's the math there. We honestly have higher on the high ticket, so actually I think 42,000 is pretty outdated at this point. Yeah, and here's literally our proof of it. Here is our agency influencer income and all the proof of, I guess I had to hide the data, but all the proof of us having our go high level. And if you don't know what go high level is, don't worry. We're going to tell you about it real soon. But moving forward, there with Socially Aziz Salha, we scaled it from 0 to 15K a month with a webinar funnel. Having 53,000 followers, 23,000 followers, and also more proof us having her go high level in the background. And so now we're currently scaling UGC Tran further, specifically moving now into the barbering space with the School of Barbering and Julia Creative on UGC. And feel free to look up School of Barbering. So just look up UGC on here. And yeah, so top 400, top 1,000. Salha is also top 600. And so, and even looking at my own school group, let's see here. Let's see, top, 700. So it seems like all the school groups that we just touch, you got the Midas touch, turning them all into gold. And so even with our own growth operating now for Operator Incubator, our personal offer, we took that from 0 to $54,000 in revenue within just 4 months with high ticket sales infrastructures. And so the point here is, with everything we touch, man, it's just all gold. But it was because I was just where you were, not knowing what I was doing, being this clueless idiot, being this fat kid. Maybe you're not fat, but you get my point. And it was just a matter of the work that I put in, the knowledge that I had. And so I show this to you to show you that you can do it too. Believe that. Believe that. All right. But here's the thing. My favorite part, even further from there, was then with our expertise here. All right. The 54,000 just doesn't come from anywhere. It comes from providing value. Fundamentally, getting money is, providing value to others in return. And so with Carlos, we're after one call with him and his team, we landed him a creator in the literally same day, right? Or Andre here, a few while back, where I was doing direct one-on-one mentorship. I took it from 0 to an $18,000 launch, also with a barber creator. That's where we're like, oh shit, we just did it with him. Why don't we do it myself? All right, and Blood is 14. This kid is 14. All right, Salavi, who just hit $10,000 a month. at also 14. Manish, who we worked with to help him scale to $1,000 to $7,000 per month, and he's also just 19. Literally my age. And on top of this, once again, you don't get numbers if you're not providing value. Like, why are you even here, right? Because I'm here to provide you value. And so this value then transfers into the numbers, which took me from 0 to 2,000 subs in just 5 months, guys. 5 months. Okay, look at this freaking grow graph. All right, our Instagram from 542 to now 1.97K in 5 months at the point of the shooting, and our school group from 0 to 2.3 thousand members in also 5 months, as you can see here. And also, you know, if you haven't seen some crazy numbers on school, it gets crazy, brother. And even more wins, like Camilla, who we helped close a whale creator for 300,000 followers within just 15 outreaches. All right, Christian, who closed 2 creators within just 1 month of joining the school group. Or Vincent, who just started growth operating, and Blood already is kind of new to the game and he already got a client. Like, this works, guys. Caleb, 9.3K cash deal, 4.5K. This occurred in 2 days, 48 hours, G. Najad, who closed his first deal for $3,000. Yuri, who closed a client in 1 day. Namdi, who just keeps booking meetings like this with the systems that I provide in the outreaching side. Etienne, who closed a creator for 50% revenue share. Or Goresh, who ran up a $28,850 launch in 11 days high-ticket growth operating. Or Jake, who signed 3 clients in 1 week, and he got an upfront fee of $6,000. 2K. Right? I don't need to go through all these. As you can see, for Santiago, for some reason, bro just loves the community and all these different people. That I want to show you these to show that, hey, growth operating is real. If I can do it, if all these kids can do it, you can do it too. As long as you follow the systems in this video. And so here's the thing. After all these results that we were able to get for our people, from being that fat kid above, to now all the way at 19 to 157 pounds, 71 kilograms, actually more jacked than this now. It was a picture from a few months ago. And to me and my partners at our best month now, at $42,000 a month. And our clients, we've generated for them over $600,000 plus in revenue this month. Or now at this month, within just 8 months. And once again, I'm just 19. So here's a Stripe, and a lot of people, they just like show the Stripe screenshots. Blood. You have to have the active campaign as well. This is email revenue. A lot of where our revenue comes from. The ad ROAS we're able to run. And numbers kind of go to Wise because we funnel our money over to Alex, who is Georgian, and so we don't get taxed much there. That's why the numbers are in there. And so all of this, you realize, man, this is the type of stuff that lets you go to the Philippines on beautiful beaches in Pangalo like this. To America, this is like a little mastermind that we held with some of our students and my business partner over here. To US further with Vid Summit, to Bali, surfing, incredible. I'm going there literally in the next month. Where also I get to go to Mexico like this. I get to go to Japan. I get to go to Thailand, South Korea, Singapore, Vietnam. And so realize that this is possible for you and that this is what this gets you. And so if this story resonated at all with you and you want to get results, once again, like Andre, from 0 to an $18,000 launch at 14, Manish, from $1,000 to $7,000 per month at age 19, then DM me OI. Once again, DM me OI on my Instagram at Tim H. Yoon, or it's the first link in description to see if you're qualified to join Operator Incubator. All right? And so here's the thing though, but why am I then even dropping all of this for free? I often hear many of the growth operators say, well, to be completely honest, more on the passion side, it actually physically enrages me that when I see people just think growth operating, oh my God, when it's just, they're like, oh, we should go make a school community for a creator, that's it. No, it sets such a ridiculously horrible expectation for oversimplifying this growth operating model. Ridiculous. No. But then I also hear people say, oh my God, it's so hard. But no, it's not. It's not that hard. It's just that people cannot teach things in a easy, simplified way, in a clear way. And so today, I'm gonna destroy both sides, okay? I'm gonna destroy the talkers who think growth operating is easy. I'm gonna destroy the people that think growth operating is too hard, and we're gonna bring it together. We're gonna take the entire growth operating market and bring it to one, and break down what are kind of tough concepts simply so that beginners and the more advanced people, we can all come together and realize that this is possible, and that if you put in the hard work and have the discipline, you will make $10,000 a month with growth operating in the next 3 months. It will happen. But on the more logical side, okay? My business is actually growth operating, plus the private mentorship clients that I have that I also do growth operating for. So basically I'm just still growth operating, right? And for them, we do the implementation. I don't sell knowledge really. The knowledge is free, okay? But listen, it makes logical sense, right? If I'm going there and putting my time in to tactically implement things, then of course I'm going to charge for it. And so that's part of the program, and that's why I, require an investment. So that's pretty much on the both sides. Those who want to invest and those who want to take a longer time succeeding, I can have you both win. Where if you join Operator Incubator, that's cool. If you don't, that's cool too, because Operator Incubator is just making you go faster. This, you can still follow it, like get results. It's just like, do you want to take 5 years or 5 months? Simple. And so that is in the beginning. Now let's move on to the fundamentals. Beginning with, now that we've taken care of this housekeeping stuff, let's get into the meat and potatoes. Let's get to the main dish, which is, I want to first establish this, being what actually is growth operating. Because to start, it's not offering your client, your creator, to build them a school community. It's not that. It's not providing a service to just creators. It's not being an agency or just a partner or just a freelancer. See, the world of growth operating has massively grown since its first inception. So now the new definition of growth operator is this. It's an individual or an organization of people. So it's an individual or a group of people that approaches creators, coaches, consultants, or also industry professionals, and helps them start an info product business, or helps them scale into an info product business, or scale further the info product business. Initially, they utilize marketing and sales infrastructures. But then as far as you can go with the assistance of other things, such as marketing, sales, then products, then operations, and overall, every element of the info product business, they can help out in exchange for one of or a combination of these compensation structures, such as a setup fee, a retainer, or most commonly what we see is an incentive-based compensation structure, such as a revenue share or a profit share. And that got a little bit complicated right there, but basically, once again, what I'm saying here is the initial fee, so just how much you get charged or how much you charge the client initially. Then, most commonly, what you see is the incentive-based. So this splits up into a profit share or a revenue share. If you don't know the difference between these, then feel free to look it up. And so here's the thing though. However, today I'll be speaking to the most popular version of this. The version that genuinely, like if you're clueless, a beginner can get into. Like deadass, okay? Which is this. It's specifically an individual or an organization. So if you're a total beginner, then it's somebody like you who can approach social media creators specifically. This is actually how you do it as a beginner. You have to approach someone with clout, with followers, or a coach or consultant, but this is when you're a little bit more advanced because these people, they actually know what they're doing, but the creators, they don't know what they're doing. And then you help them monetize the existing audience that they have. You help them start, once again, or scale the IP infoproduct business. Infoproduct business. And then, initially, once again, you're doing marketing and sales infrastructures, but mostly the beginners, you'd be focusing on the sales infrastructures. But then it can go, once again, even further into assisting into the marketing, sales, product, and operations. And once again, in this case, it's mostly in exchange for the setup fee and then a revenue share, but usually the beginners, you just start with the revenue share because this is tough to charge when you have no case studies. So this is a new definition that we're talking about today. And so for total beginners, how the best way to go about doing this is to go to creators, specifically only creators who have no clue what they're doing. So it's two beginners going at it at once. Right? So this is why this dynamic works. Then mostly with sales infrastructures, because this is how you immediately monetize. And by the way, the creator has to have clout. They have to have a following. And then you don't charge the setup fee first, but then you charge on the revenue share to get a case study. This is the model that if you're a total beginner, this is very physically possible. People say, oh, growth operating is not possible for a beginner. No, I've seen this time and time and time again. I did this when I was a beginner too. This is very, very possible. Okay? And so then, now that we have the very model clear set for the beginners, and even if you're, not really a beginner, I do recommend starting with this because it's the easiest way to, begin. We then have to reiterate, well, what is our objective? We can never achieve a goal without the clear objective, right? And that's literally what I talk about here, right? Because why we must understand the objective of our growth operating service delivery is because just like a video game, if there is no final boss to reach, there is no game. There is no damn game. Same exact thing here. Because here's the thing, once we create the final boss, once we create where we're going, then we can pick out of all the paths to get there the best one. Which one's gonna have a mountain here? Which one's gonna have a nice clean open path? Which one's going to have a massive tree here? Which one's going to have spikes over here? We want to pick the cleanest and most optimal path to get to the final boss. And so then let's clarify our boss, because a lot of you guys don't have this clarified. And I did it for you. To be honest, right? Just be honest with yourself. The objective is for you to make the most amount of money. So this guy right here, your objective is to make the most amount of money in the shortest amount of time as possible, whilst having this sustained for a long period of time, right? So it's 1, 2, 3 elements that are going into here that we must balance, these 3 bars. And here's the thing, since most growth operators, you're making the money. As I said, the model earlier, it's from the revenue share. This is where the real cash comes in. To attain your desired result, right? The revenue that you make, that's how you get the most actual desired result. That's how you get to the boss. Then you must realize the objective is then to make your client, the creator, the most amount of money. Once again, the same objective, but it's just flipped on the creator now, or be flipped downwards. To make them the most amount of money in the shortest amount of time, whilst having the most amount of money, that money sustained for the longest period of time. And so if we get this goal clarified, then fundamentally, it's making it for the creator. That's the epiphany there. And so then, well, what is your business really? Because a lot of people don't even know this. So, to get that clarified, we've got clear now that our destination, just like the professional race car driver who won't begin a race without deeply understanding their car, so must we also deeply understand our car. Most precisely, growth operating in a new light that you haven't seen before. So a lot of people, you don't even know what you're doing in your car, like what even your car is. You have to conceptualize your vehicle to actually get to that goal, the final boss. Okay, I guess the boss is more the money that you receive. And then here's you. Here's you jumping on this car. So let's then understand growth operating, all right? Because really, how we look at growth operating, how we can understand this growth operating is just looking at, well, what the hell is it? At the first principle, it's just a business, okay? And at the first principle of a business, it's broken down as just 4 simple components, which is M, marketing, sales, S, P, product, and O, operations. And as a growth operator, you have to understand that your product then falls into the service delivery for the creator. That's your product, your service. And so you have to realize then the true unique insight here, unique useful insight, is that within your service delivery, since you are helping out the creator, you have to then realize that in your product, there's another MSPO. MSPO. You see that? So there's an MSPO within an MSPO. Then, now that you can see within the business, then in like your business, within your business, then in the other business, you realize that you laser focus in on the sales process first. Then you also touch upon marketing, and you widen out to these different things. But then I just want you to have this concept here that it's your business and then the creator's business, and those are separate. But when you're working deeply on the creator's business, then it's a separate game. All right? So then here's the thing. If we break it down into these 4 components, we can be like, okay, now what do we actually need to learn? It becomes a lot more simpler. And what we realize is that if we're just looking at the creator's business, and then mostly it was doing sales and marketing, then we're like, okay, great, then we just learn sales and marketing. And then, like I said, if it's mostly sales, then great, we just learn mostly sales. You build that skill set up, all the skill sets broken down within here, then great, now we know exactly what to do. So it just like becomes so much more clear when you break it down to these first principles. And so then, to make it even simpler for you, I love to explain it with this water balloon analogy of what you're exactly doing with the creator. All right, and so once again, we take this abstract concept into a more understandable terms. This is how we do it. All right, so once again, there's you and there's the creator's business. So then if we look at in the creator's business, well, what exactly what does it look like? And so if you look at it fundamentally, the marketing of the creator's business, right now all they have is organic content. That's how they market. And fundamentally, marketing is how you get people to first know about you. Then sales is how you then get the knowing of you, knowing, liking, and trusting, then to converting into money, cha-ching, sales. But then here's the thing. The creator beautifully has all the marketing done and the branding also, but they have no way to convert then that attention. That's non-existent. That's the golden epiphany here. And the product is obviously the creator plus the systems that the creator would give out, but that is also non-existent. But kind of the product already exists, right? Because the creator is there, and if the creator provides one-on-one, people are ready to pay for that. And so think about it like this. I like to think about it as if the creator has filled up this massive water balloon, just ready to pop. So many millions of people in here, begging for the creator to sell something, to sell a product. But the creator has no sales systems, also no product, or no way to systematize themselves to print out a product. And depending on how skilled you are, this is what you will dedicate yourself to. In the MSPO part, right? If you're good at the SPO, and depending on how good even you're at marketing, because a lot of growth operators, they help the creator out with marketing. This will then dictate how sharp your needle is and how strong your needle is to go through, so it's supposed to be a needle, and pop that balloon. That is what you're doing as a growth operator. Fundamentally, you're a balloon popper. Okay? And so with that understanding in mind, let's now figure out our game plan, which is, so then how do we then build that strong and sharp needle? Because like I said, it's depending on how good you are at marketing, sales, product operations. So let's go learn these things. Well then, how we would learn these things is through the Operator Incubator Launch Blueprint. So excited about this, all right? Literally, what we did for 10 plus different creators, the case studies I showed above, there's like even more than that, right? And scale them all plus to $10,000 plus. It brought us to $42,000 per month with growth operating. This is what we use, the Operator Incubator Launch Blueprint. So before I give you the more in-depth components of the Operator Launch or Operator Incubator Launch Blueprint, or what we like to call the OIL Blueprint, I'll first give you an overarching bird's eye view of it, of the OIL Blueprint. A little tongue twister there. So first, it's in the preparation. Okay, you go to the creator and we must prepare first. How we obliterate the onboarding for the creator. How we overload their offer. Number 6, then how we murder market research for the creator. Then it's in launching the funnel. Being, we first mobilize with marketing on Instagram, on TikTok, on YouTube, and even emails. And then we structure our sales for the creator with the psychological aspects first, being the fundamental sales letter we write for them, our sales script, the VSL, then the appointment setting script. I'm gonna give you templates for all of these today, guys. And the more technical side, then we bring it onto that. Well, the sales page funnel with the pre-call flow and with tracking. I'm out here, give me a second. By the way, grab a sparkling water with me as we enjoy through this sauce. Then moving forward, we go into prime the product, where for low ticket, it's in the school group element. With a low plus high ticket, a school group plus one-on-one coaching, or mostly just an entire program. And with high ticket, the coaching, as I said, the program. These are the different products that we're going to discuss and how to build them and how to genuinely get results for your creators' students. And finally, lighting up the launch and how to do that step by step. Or mostly there's the full action agenda. Great, so now that we've gone through that, screw it, let's just go right into how to obliterate our onboarding. So then let's move on to the Operator Incubator onboarding guide and get it, it's like boarding, so then it's a boat. All right, okay. So the pre-onboarding process, basically, or pretty much the onboarding process, it actually begins in the sales phase when you're closing the creator for your S. Not their S, but your S. Okay? Because before you even officially sign the client, you need to be aware you're already onboarding them in the sales phase by most precisely, correctly exemplifying what is called status delta on the sales call. Because here's the biggest thing. You have to make sure that your frame with the creator is that of an expert. So you're here, and the creator is here. You have to frame yourself as the expert, the person who understands their problems and that can solve their problems. Because if not, then the systems that you present to them, they're gonna be like, what? Nah, I wanna do it my way because I think I know better. And the efficiency that I have over here, all the most efficient processes that we have going on here, people cannot implement them because the creator doesn't listen. And so how you make them listen is through presenting status delta, which I'll talk about a little bit later, how to do. So therefore, for the step, if your status delta is not as great with the creator, all I can say is try to persuade them into using the following steps in the oil blueprint here, then at least as close as possible. Because I know some people watching here, your status delta might be clapped with your creator right now. And by the way, status delta basically means status delta. Delta is a science term. I think it's from physics. And delta basically means the change, the difference. And so status delta means the difference in status, right? And so between you and the creator, the difference in status must be big. The creator must perceive you as very high. Because let me explain this concept right now real quick. Think about it like this. Let's say when you go to a doctor's office, right? A doctor's office, and the doctor has this nice lab coat on, and he has the nurse at the front desk, and you walk in, and the nurse is like the gatekeeper. She talks to you, and then the doctor comes in. So you walk into the door, and the doctor's at the office, and he has this big desk in front of him, and he's like this expert. He looks very strong. And then he has up there over his, on his wall, his qualifications like Harvard, okay, and it says med school at UCLA. And he sees all of these, and you see all these things, and you're like, okay, this guy's legit as frick. So when he says something to you, you listen to him. Do you ever go to a doctor and you just like disobey him? Versus, let's say, if the doctor was just like, he had flip-flops on, he had shorts on, and he even had a freaking lady at the front. And then you go to him, and he just starts like yapping at you, and he has like this hillbilly accent. I was like, hey, little boy. All right, just take this pill. I don't freaking know. I don't even know, bruh. Just take it. All right, cool. You good? You good? All right, peace. Bye-bye. Like, you wouldn't listen to this doctor. You'd be like, fuck, he's trying to kill me. The pills are trying to kill me. Why then did you listen here versus here? Because here he did things like the Harvard and UCLA posts. So he did the Harvard and UCLA degrees on the wall. He had the lab coat on. He had the gatekeeper at the front, all to build status delta so that when you come to him, you obey him. Versus here, he did the opposite of that and you didn't listen to him. And even think about it like this. Let's say there's a policeman here. Okay? What do they do when they first talk to you? They flash, that's yellow, they flash their badge. They flash their badge. And they go, you're under arrest, sir. And you're like, shit. All right, my bad. Oops. And you start crying. Versus, if the police officer came to you, he's like, and over here he has a costume, right? That's why I drew it in blue. Or not the costume, he has a uniform. He has his badge right here. Over here, he just came in a tank top, like a wife beater. And then just some shorts. And he's like, all right, I'm gonna arrest you, G. You're like, no, bro, what? You're not gonna arrest me. Hell no, not today. So then why do you obey here versus not here? He has done things to raise his status delta. The doctor here has done things to raise his status delta. And so you'll then realize that how you get people to obey, how you get them to submit, is to raise your status delta. This is what you must do with the creator. And once again, if you don't, I know some of you guys, once again, have clap status delta, then just try to follow this oil blueprint as much as possible. And I'll show you ways that you can slowly increase status delta with the creator as you move forward, working with them later on. All right? But ideally, if you and the creator, if you had maximum status delta, then this is exactly what you'd do and what you'd have the creator do step by step by step, which is in the technical part. First, these are the softwares that we use, or the main softwares. Go High Level, Meta Business Manager, School, and Google Workspace. So Go High Level is basically think about it like this. We like to think about it like this. If we have that water balloon over here as we showed earlier, Go High Level, without Go High Level, it's like us throwing sticks and stones. So let's throw a stick here. Where's brown? All right, we'll just do orange. So let's throw a stick here and a stone at the water balloon. Not very effective, huh? Versus if we got Go High Level, it's like taking a titanium needle and just right through the balloon, and it pops it in the most optimal, efficient way. And so then let's understand Go High Level from a macro perspective, and then we'll understand the key features why Go High Level is so very important. Number one, overall, Go High, let's bring it down here. Go High Level is a software that allows you to pretty much manage everything in terms of like automations, lead tracking. So we integrate the Go High Level software into at the creator's business level right here. This is where we integrate it. All right. And when we integrate it, basically what it allows us to do is, a lot of the times you guys are working with creators that have an Instagram profile. You can actually connect Instagram into Go High Level. Then every single person that DMs the creator on Instagram, you can track it instead of Go High Level. You could see the conversation. You could see if they gave you your email or not, if they gave you your phone number or not. Sorry, if they gave you their phone number or not. And just so much data that you can track from them. And here's the thing, why is lead tracking important? As we established earlier, right? The creator, they got the balloon, you gotta pop it. How you pop it is by doing sales. Sales is the issue, so we've already established that. Because the creator, the thing is they already have leads, they have people, and fundamentally leads are just people that are interested, or not even interested, but they have, I guess, a pulse, and number two, you can contact them. And so they have a phone number, or you have their email, you have their Instagram, some way to contact them. And they're like mildly interested in what you have to offer. Oh, we literally have it right here. That's funny. And so this equals that all of the followers of the creator on their Instagram is pretty much a lead. Because why? They're interested in the creator because they follow them. And number two, you can DM them. Boom. But the thing is, the leads are not organized. Therefore, on Go High Level, one of the features is that with the lead data, you can tag them to see where they came from. So if they came from Instagram, if your creator has more channels like YouTube and TikTok, then you can tag them that they opted in, it's called opting in, from TikTok, from YouTube, from Instagram. Beautiful. Whoa. And also, opportunity tags that you can see where they popped it. And so I'm gonna show you this live right now. All right, beautiful. So we are on Go High Level now. And basically, as people comment on Instagram, you could even tag them over here. As they start a conversation, basically it'll pop up like a Kanban board right here. It'll pop up. It's a sample, so I can't really show it to you, but actually, you know what, I can show it to you. So let's say someone's name is Bob, and then their email address, they put in like bob@gmail.com. All right, great. So we made Bob now. So let's say they comment on Instagram. You could create automations. That's another feature instead of Go High Level over here, which is what we're going to talk about next. But you can create automations where when Bob, then you start when the creator or appointment setter, we're going to talk about appointment setters later too. When appointment setter starts a conversation with Bob, then you can move him over here. And it's going to automatically move him over here. And this is how you could track the lead moving from pipeline to all the way when they join the free school group. And this is how you actually track this data. This is very, very important. Because if you don't, this is the operation side, ops. If you don't, then how are you gonna show the creator the money that you're making them? So it's very important. All right, that's like one feature of lead tracking. But also, let's go back to Bob. I think Bob should pop up right here. Come on, Bob. Where's Bob? All right, there's Bob. Yes, Bob! Oh, all right. So this kind of goes into the conversations part, but who minds? So basically over here with Bob, we can have his first name, we can have his last name, we can have his email, we can have his phone number, we can have his date of birth, we can have all this different type of information. If the lead is a customer, or if there's just a lead still. If we're doing B2B, right? B2B means business to business. We could see, all right, what is Bob's name? What is Bob's or address, their business address? Okay, so additional info, this one it gets really juicy. These are kind of our questions that we ask people in Operator Incubator, right? But then we can even collect their Instagram, the technology that they're using right now. So it's actually what we ask our growth operators because we want to get a full gauge of them. It could all be in one place. You don't have to, like, how unstructured would it be if you're sitting there manually typing all of this into Google Sheets? Like, oh my God, it'll be such a headache. But now here, you could check all of your creators, or sorry, all of your creators, customers, students, basically, their data. It's beautiful, beautiful. By the way, like, I'm not even selling Go High Level. We don't really have an affiliate link or anything like that. It's just a good product. And so, then even further, I'm going to talk to you about the next main feature, which is the automations. But that's the first overarching, like, I like to bucket things. And the first bucket is how much you can track the lead and how much data you can grab from them. If you look at the biggest companies, right, like Google, Facebook, why do they track everything from you? They have a massive list of you internally. Well, because data is power now. That's how you smash it with people. All right, so let's now move on to automations. Basically, automations is, if you guys maybe use ManyChat, if you don't even know what ManyChat is, then it's basically a software that allows you to automate, let's say when, you probably see this, right? You scroll through Instagram, someone goes, guys, blah, 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 I'm gonna give you this, comments down below now, comment NOW, and I'm gonna give you this document, yeah. And look at that, you go, how does he send all those documents one by one to people? Well, he uses a software. It's called ManyChat, but then you can actually now do that instead of Go High Level. You don't need to pay extra. You just bring everything inside of Go High Level. And that's like one feature of every other thing that you can automate inside of Go High Level. So really quick crash course on automations. All right, so basically something has to trigger the automation first over here, and then afterwards a sequence of actions occur. And so basically the trigger in this case for the document would be person comments this on Instagram, and then basically the automation, then you look up over here, that would be a create pipeline Instagram DM, and then from your account or from the creator's account, the DM would be sent over to the person that commented something. And I'm not doing a whole thing because there's a lot of better Go High Level courses on YouTube, so check those out. All right, so that falls under automations for Go High Level. And that's the second biggest key feature. Then it goes into website hosting. And by the way, like I'm listing out the features here that you would use as a growth operator the most of the time for the creator, right? And one of the biggest areas where you use it, right, still in the sales aspect, is where you're going to be creating funnels, landing pages, sales pages for the sales process. And so if you go over here into sites, and we'll see basically all these different types of funnels that you can create. So this is a template for, let's say, a free call funnel, right? Which is basically just book a call and you put people into a sales call. All right, there we go. So this is kind of the landing page for our own book a call funnel. So then it goes from the quiz over to the book a call and then over to the VSL. We'll go more in depth into this once I talk about landing pages and what you send over in the appointment setting process. So then that goes into website hosting, the third key feature. Then it goes into fourth, which is mainly the integrations that you can have instead of Go High Level. So as I said, with the conversations, you can check all of the Instagram DMs that are happening, all of the areas of having, obviously you got to plug in your domain into here so that you can have the site, you can have your domain for the site like the .com. Emails, even through the automations, you can create email sequences and flows and things like that. And finally, of course, in the G Suite bubble, having the calendar there as well over for Google Calendars. So that's an overall view on high level, but we're not going to go too in depth into it. But yeah, that is one of the main things that make this needle the titanium needle, as we talked about. So then after you understand Go High Level, then we want to utilize that to onboard our creator, right? So I'll give you exactly step by step what we personally do when we go and onboard our creator. So The first step on how I would do this for you is for you to go ahead and make a Go High level account. We're not going to put our affiliates in the description. And then we move forward from there over through basically, at least I'll just show you what we do when we onboard our creators. But I'll talk about how exactly you should go about taking action on this later on, even if you should make something like this. So basically, towards the beginning, we send them over this form so they can explain every little in-depth detail about their business, as well as we further discuss these on the onboarding call, right? But we want to get a good rough gauge on kind of what is going on with them. Then afterwards, this funnels over into a book a call for their onboarding call. All right, so they go ahead and book a call over here. And then afterwards, then this just sends them simply over to the thank you page. So we kind of took the concept of funnels and then we brought them over into onboarding people, right? Hence why it's called an onboarding funnel. And then afterwards, we go ahead, and these are like the big pillars, right? So pillar one for you go and make your Go High level account. Pillar two would be to go through and build out this onboarding funnel and then send this over to your creator once you're onboarding them. Pillar three would then be to help set up a Go High level sub account for the creator. And now a sub account is basically this. So if we look at the main thing, Go High level, right? There is your core account, which is what you call the agency account. As a growth operator, if you have multiple creators, let's say you're working with a fitness coach, and then you're working with a dating coach for some reason, then you would host their what are called sub accounts underneath your agency account. And so this allows you to have multiple clients in this way. And so once you get on, once again, pillar three, all right, so we got pillar one, we got pillar two, we got pillar three. So we're on pillar three now, which is then on that onboarding call, you help set up let's say you're just onboarding the dating coach, right? You help set up the dating coach's sub account. So what we were looking at over here, this is the sub account, but the agency view, if we switch over to this, and you see all these different nice things, ain't no way in hell I'm going over all of these things, because that is going to make this course a lot longer and almost unpostable on YouTube. But anyway, then once we look at the sub account, then you will onboard for the creator these different elements, right? Put their name, put their full address, put their time zone, things like this. Integrate, and here's how I go about it step by step. First, the most important part, which is their Instagram, and then basically I'll just give you the understanding of this. Basically, the Meta business account hosts their other accounts. And so you have their Instagram account. If your creator is for some reason like 75 and has a Facebook account, then that would be what that looks like too, right? And so basically what you do is you integrate with Go High level, or most importantly, the sub account with the creator's Meta business account. There you go. And therefore you're able to also link the Instagram accounts together. We're kind of going to the really technical nitty gritty here today. That's what y'all want, huh? All right, so then you integrate that, and then you also go ahead and integrate the creator Stripe into the sub account. So Stripe is where you collect finances. And then of course, you would connect Google Workspace, which is Google Workspace would hold, boom, boom, their email. And then Google recently took out Google domains, and so I would recommend using Squarespace domains. Squarespace domains, and this is where you host the domain. Then basically the Squarespace would link to the Google Workspace. Google Workspace would link to email. Also, this is where calendars, Google Calendars, because we're gonna talk about how to use calendars for sales situations. And so this is kind of the account structure that's going on here. So you have this, okay, let's use a better color. So we have this, what is still, oh, green. There we go. So we got that, green is horrible. Damn, my face is fat. All right, so we got this guy. There we go. This guy and this guy. All that we link to the workspace, and the workspace links over to the sub account. You see that? It took a long time to freaking understand. So you're lucky that I'm showing you all this. All right, so you link all of those, and there are more in-depth guides over here. Click, and click inside of Go High Level. So you search up this headline, and search up this through SEO or search engine optimization. It should pop up. Okay, so that's pillar 3, check. So then we're going to pillar 4, which is migrating everything, like the other smaller things, into Go High Level. So this is the big macro, and then these are the smaller micro. So for instance, ManyChat, like we said, we can already do with high level sub account. And so then, if we got ManyChat, dead. Okay? And we got like ConvertKit. I respect the CEO ConvertKit, but the product, we can just do that inside of Go High Level. So just cut it out. Flowdesk. Other email platforms like StanStore. Once again, StanStore, I respect you. I forgot his name, the dude from Stanford. I'm sorry. Done. CEO done. SnipFeed, all these other products, right? Instead, integrate them into high level. Or, sorry, get rid of them and just utilize Go High Level, okay? So literally on your sales pitch with a creator too, you could be like, bro, I'm saving you money by literally cutting out everything, all of your stupid software that you don't need, and then we're just gonna all shove it into Go High Level because, oh my God, so amazing. All right, and so that is pillar 4, okay, check. And pillar 5 is then in setting up the Meta Business Suite in a lot more proper way. So as I talked about earlier, right, Meta Business Suite is basically what it's called. And yeah, like I said, it connects to your Instagram, Facebook. It also, I'm gonna put a branch right here. It also connects to the ad account if you want to run. Why did I switch my accent? The ad account if you want to run Facebook ads. And then of course, I think the pixel would tie to here. So it's part of it's an asset instead of the Meta Business account, but then basically it also links to the ad account in this way. So I think that's kind of how it goes. I don't know. Alex Becker, please tell me. I'm not part of High Roast. I don't know. All right, but you get my point, right? So you have all these different things. So why I'm mentioning these over here is because these are the smaller things. This is the mandatory, having the Instagram is very important, but then these are the side things, right? When you want to start running ads. So that goes into number 5, having full control for this. And by the way, not to mention, this is why we have crazy retention and number 2, get crazy results. Because fundamentally, if the creator stays with you for a longer time, you can provide them better results since you're working on their business for a longer period of time. And so if you put all their entire business, basically their entire backend on Go High Level, like they ain't leaving you, G. It's crazy retention. But fundamentally, you don't want to trap them without providing them value. The creators that we work with, they literally stay with us because we provide them so much value, because we literally make them cash money, like I said. And so, but one little side tip to that is basically that since they're on Go High Level, that means, or sorry, since you have their entire business on your own Go High Level, your own agency account, like they're clapped. They can't leave, right? And if you're a creator, then this is a quick note for you, right? Because if you're a creator, then what we do, and I have like my friends do this as well, is he actually growth operates for a other coach, but then the coach just owns a Go High Level account, right? And so this is actually a good way to own your business eventually. There's good ways to work around this if you're a coach or consultant, but don't be afraid. As if you have a good growth operator, then the retention tactic of trapping people, that's not a very ethical way to do it, but just a little small tip for the growth operators out there that are concerned about that. All right, so now that we have the accounts structured nicely in place, then we can do this on the onboarding call. Right, so I talked about the onboard call a little bit here, but here is a lot more of a better framework as I'm talking about not the technical stuff, but all right, here's what we need to talk about long term for the business, like the strategic stuff, the psychological stuff. That's what I mean by the onboarding call here. Okay, so on the first onboarding call, after the technical stuff is all done and whatnot, then what you would do, and this is what we do personally with our own growth operation, we go ahead and we give the creator a plan of what we will do over the course of the next few months. Nice and simple. So we just explain, hey, here's the overarching system that we're going to implement. And that overarching system, I'm going to talk about right here. So lucky for you. And then we also go ahead and say, all right. And then also, we then sell, right? It's the what, then the why, right? We then sell to the creator, here, even further, this is why it's gonna work. Here, let me explain to you all the little psychological elements. This is a lot what I did when or out of my 3 partners, right? Alex, Will and me, like I'm the best talker, and so I would just yap to the creator, right? And then also we have to explain setting the expectations right? Bringing in HR management principles into here. When you're managing people, then you want to set expectations straight so that no one is weirded out. And so how you would do that is by going and telling them, well, here is what we as the growth operators, we're going to do. And then here's what you as the creator, you're going to do. And it's a nice, good balance so no one is pissed off about the amount of work that you're doing. So that sets everything nice and straight. Then number 4 is then going into talking about, well, what deliverables, so it's now like what you're going to do macro and what they're going to do macro, and then going in more in depth. So I want to draw this out for you guys. Okay, so 1 is the overarching system. 2 is, well, why will this system work? All right, that's 2. Boom. And then 3 is, well, what are the big compartments that you will do versus what they will do? Then number 4 is, well, what are the chunked out pieces that you're going to do? The micro, and what are the chunked out pieces that they're going to do? So since they're the face of the business, they obviously have to shoot the VSL. But then you're going to write the sales letter. You're going to write the sales script, and then we're going to show you all these little areas later so it's more clear, but you get my point, right? And number 5 is then to re-explain to them, kind of basically, so once again, number 4 is the little dots, and number 5, just like a bunch of pimples going on. The number 5 is basically you going ahead and re-explaining pretty much what I'm going to explain over here in this video, and you can kind of just send them this video over to them, and they'll be like, oh wow, you're gonna do all this for me? All right, I'm definitely gonna stay behind because you watch this and you know exactly what you're doing. So then basically just like send them my video, okay? Send them my video, Tim Yoon's video, over to the creator. And honestly, like, this is a great system, and you'll be freaking moving at speed, lightning speed, to getting your results for your creator, because your creator's like, wow, I can see a very clear vision on what is going to occur. All right. And so then here is the action agenda for how to put all of this mumbly jumbly stuff, because I kind of talked about in the chronological order that you would do once you have all the systems implemented. But I'm going to now tell you what you are going to do now to build the system, then implement the system. Okay. So the first one is going to be roughly getting a good gauge of go high level. Learning from channels like not even my friends, but I'm just giving a free plug, like this is crazy. This dude gotta pay me. I like this guy right here, High Level Quest. What's his name again? Jasper. I like Jasper. Jasper's a pretty cool guy over here on YouTube. Right, talking about go high level stuff. His tutorials are nice and in depth. Also, go high level full course. I like this guy right here. Let me see. I like this guy right here. It's Keaton. Also, he likes to go pretty in depth into different things. And so yeah, cool guys. Basically, honestly, the best place to get started would just be watching this entire hour-long course. It goes a lot more in depth into all the little micro areas of go high level, right? So then, now you've gotten a good gauge of go high level. Pillar 2 comes down to breaking down whether if you do or don't have a creator. So let's start with the don't. If you don't have a creator, business is about going about things in a chronological way so you can get to the money the fastest. And so if you don't have a creator, do not worry about this. Rather, go ahead and watch this video. I give you an entire step-by-step breakdown on outreaching, how to get your first creator fast. All right. But if you do have a creator, or if you don't really have a creator, but I guess you want to learn about this, then keep watching over towards here. Right. So if you do have a creator, move on to step 3, which is, and now within step 3, it's broken down into if you are an operator incubator or you are not. So if you don't, and if you do not have a creator or you do, so if you do not, then go watch that video. If you do not, but then you want to know, then move on to here. There's the logic path. All right. So then if you are an operator incubator, not operator incubator. First of all, not operator incubator. What are you doing? You're tripping. All right. Anyway, if you're an operator incubator, then don't worry about the onboarding funnel. Gee, we're going to build this out already for you once we have the snapshot available. And so don't worry about this. We're going to build this out for you real soon. But if you are not an operator incubator, then honestly, don't worry about making the don't worry about making this entire onboarding funnel right now. You do this once you're funneling in a lot of creator clients, which we had to build because at one point we were. And so don't worry about this. Don't worry about this either for now. But number 4, if you do have a creator now, and you are kind of skip the onboarding funnel part, but the thing is, you haven't done the onboarding call yet, like you better redo an onboarding call and then go over this framework that I talked about right here, which is a freaking amazing framework, to make sure that you set the expectations straight with the creator. Then step 5, then will be to set up the creator's sub account. And this is all freaking very mandatory for whether you have a creator or not. Once you do get a creator, then very much set up that sub account. And then finally, migrate everything over to Go High Level, starting with the main stuff that we discussed over here. So the Google Workspace, the Stripe, and the Meta Business Suite. But on top of that, then the little miniature things like the migrating ManyChat, migrating ConvertKit, Flowdesk, and then obviously the Meta Business Suite. And at this point, since you set expectations straight, since you did the technical stuff with the creator, and you also, if you're an operator incubator, then you have this onboarding form. If you're pumping a lot of volume with creators and you have this onboarding form, you know, everything is nice and set up, then you should now be Gucci to move on to overloading the hecky out of the creator's offer. So let's get right into that. All right, so now that we have obliterated the onboarding with the creator, we now want to implement those sales systems. But the thing is, if we don't got nothing to sell, how the frick are we going to do that? And so that's why we're going to build something to sell by what is called overloading the creator's offer. So that begins with, well, what the hell is even an offer? People don't freaking know these days, right? And so let's explain it with this nice and simple story. Think about it like this. Think about an offer like this. Let's say you're a crazy rich kid in a crazy rich family with tons of aunts, uncles, and cousins. So here you are, and you got a lot of aunts, you got a lot of cousins, you got a lot of uncles, and every year, your family is a tradition where each sub-family, so there's aunt and uncle over here, there's aunt, uncle, cousin, aunt, uncle, cousin, aunt, uncle, cousin, okay? And each subfamily gets to give the head of your family, your grandpa, the most elaborate birthday present. And by the way, all of y'all are loaded as frick with cash money. And so are you. And for you, you have your dad and your mom. And we have you. So all the other families, they give Mr. Papa a Lamborghini. Okay, the basic shit, you know. They give your grandpapa, a motorcycle. Like, you know, not that special. Grandpa's like, whatever. You know, because y'all are rich, remember. There's a whole rich family. But the thing is, you and your family, you have to give your grandpa not just the best gift, but also packaged in the best way, so that you guys can position yourself compared to all the other family subfamilies as the most favorable to grandpa. And then that's how you get grandpa's favoritism, and then grandpa's mega mansions and all the inheritances of land and, just a fat ass bank account that he has. And this is how you get it, right? And so the framework for this is this. And this is how I like to look at the offers. So there's 7 elements to an offer, right? And because fundamentally, what you're giving to grandpa is an offer. And so if we look at it, then we could look at the main gift, the core gift. So we're going to figure out what you're going to give. But for now, we'll just draw this cool rock. Okay, this rock, it's the unique, it's the mechanism. And also number 2, the mechanism must be unique. So it must be it must be something, and it must be a unique thing, okay? And then there's also the wrapping paper that the thing, the rock or whatever it is packed with. And that way, your product is further positioned away from your competitors in the customer's mind, or in this case, your competitors are your uncle, your uncle's family, your other uncle's family, and your other aunt's family. So you gotta beat them. So you gotta wrap it with something nice, okay? And this wrapping is the safety net of the offer. So safety net meaning I guarantee you 5 clients in the next 3 days, or else you don't get, or else I'm gonna give you all your money back. So safety net is all the money back. It's kind of like a trampoline. Got that one from Charlie Morgan. All right. And so also there is the time frame in which the safety net is happening. This is all packaged. The core thing is now packaged with all these nice things. Time frame as in you're gonna make $10,000 in the next 30 days. And so then it's the next 30 days. That's within the time frame. And then pricing is how much the actual product is. And so that also goes into the buying decision or the positioning decision. So pricing of your offer. Okay, and then what all of this kind of leads to is the feeling that your grandpa gets from this gift. Is he happy? Is he sad? Whatever. And the emotions that grandpa gets is how polarizing it is, or the outcome of it. So in the customer's eyes, it will be elements of, all right, well, is this offer drawing me in? Am I feeling good about this? So polarizing as in, if you're, let's say, a growth operator who is specifically growth operating for a fitness coach, a vegan teacher who only helps people lose weight specifically with veganism. So people that are obsessed with veganism will be like, yes, this is for me. So in your ads or your content, you'll say, people that want to lose weight with veganism, vegans, whatever. And you have that nice and polarizing there. This will spike grandpa's emotions. Happy. Is it super for him or super not for him? And the outcome. Because fundamentally, the offer is just a transformation that you provide. Because all of this, fundamentally, it comes down to how you package it. The thing is, how grandpa feels. Fundamentally, it's the transformation. And so then the outcome of this is, well, if you're doing a biz op offer, it's $10,000 per month, and that's the final outcome, right? And so this is kind of how I like to perceive it. All these different elements of grandpa. And so then let's tie the story of grandpa and you competing with all your rich family members versus the Lambo versus the bike or motorcycle with your offer, right? So then you go to grandpa and the basic families, they got him some basic, they just got a Lambo, they got a motorcycle for grandpa. But you're thoughtful. You're a thoughtful little guy. So you say, number one, I'm gonna give grandpa a unique thingy. Okay, so then you get him you get him a thingy and you get him also a unique thingy. So you say, you know what, I'm gonna get Grandpa a very special one-of-one violet ring from the country of Gargola. Wherever that is, I made it up. And then number 3, 4, 5 is, well, you wrapped it in the most special wrapping paper and a beautiful bow. Kind of just tying these 3 things in here, right? The beautiful bow is the 30 days. It's what it is priced at, what your offer is priced at. And what is SN again? What the safety net of your offer is. And then number 6 to 7 is that Grandpa got on his knees and he started weeping because he has been searching for how to buy this ring for so damn long. So it was polarizing because Grandpa was happy about it, and the outcome was, you know, him very happy about it. And so therefore, ultimately the offer is your product, Grandpa's gift, plus packaged in a nice way, plus the feeling that the customer gets from the outcome. Grandpa's crying. And so fundamentally, all this comes down to really the offer. You're offering a transformation to people, not really the product, not really the pricing of it, not really the safety net or anything like that. Fundamentally, all these things just tie into that. You're transforming people when you're in the growth operating space. That's what you're offering. From being fat to fit, you're offering the transformation of a fat to fit. You're offering from broke to rich, the transformation there. You're offering from lonely to super fulfilled with a relationship, or hella bitches. That is what you're fundamentally offering. All right, so then now let's give you a framework on how to build this, which is basically, well, step 1, focused on polarization. One person whilst not the other, making sure that the violet ring is just the one Grandpa wanted, versus, if you gave it to another other grandpa's like, I don't like that, I don't really care about a violet ring, but you knew that Grandpa was very much looking for it. Or does he look like Joker? The number 2 is the tangible result, the specific outcome that you promise with your offer. Step 3 is that timeline, the time frame that you will get for your customers. Step 4 is in the unique mechanism. So we kind of merged the unique part and mechanism together. It's the unique mechanism that you're giving them. And step 5 is a safety net, guarantee. And so you want to make sure you have all of these different things inside of what you then offer for your customers. All right. And finally, the framework to put these into what's called an offer statement is then we help X specific person, so polarize it, get Y tangible result in Z time frame with A unique mechanism, or else B guarantee plus risk reversal. So something like this. We help, and this is like what we did for UGC. We help UGC girls, specifically girls, get $1,000 in their first month in 30 days with UGC, or else we'll keep working with you for entirely free until you do. For my growth operator offer, we help growth operators get $10,000 in the next 90 days with growth operating, or else we'll give you all of your damn money back. That's my personal offer for Operator Incubator. Right? And so it nicely fits into this mechanism. But here's a few other concepts that honestly just are not here that I would love to explain right now. So I often hear a lot of people talk about these elements right here, and they ask, well, first, what or how do I make a unique mechanism? Okay, number 1. All right, this is the first one that I want to answer. And number 2, FAQ, would be, well, how do I know what people want? So then this would come down to the result. How do I know what they want? And number 3, why do I need to polarize? Okay, so I'm going to break all of these down real quick. So basically, how do I make a unique mechanism? All right, here's a step-by-step process. Step 1, get on a call with the creator. Step 2, on the call, drill them about everything in their life. So I'm going to give you what's called a market research template over here on what to talk about in a call. Okay, over here in Murder Market Research. You're basically going to run this entire thing on that creator. I'm going to talk about this market research thing later on. But fundamentally, let me just break that down real quick, right? which basically get on the call. What was their childhood like? Okay, what was the down moment when they found unique mechanism, X unique mechanism? So oftentimes in BizOp, it's like, I was down, but then I found drop shipping. I was down, but then I found weightlifting. I was down, but then I found getting bitches on through Instagram or through personal branding Instagram. I don't even know, you know. And sorry, this is X unique mechanism. And so this is how it goes. Then you ask, here's a step-by-step. You ask what were the phases inside of how the creator used the unique mechanism. So I'll give you a very tangible example here. So currently, my brother is growth operating for a fitness creator. Now that fitness creator, he went through 3 different phases in his unique mechanism transformation. And this lies with all different niches. So health, wealth, relationship, and a bunch of other weird ones that you want to get into. But, so let me talk about it, right? So the first phase was his fitness creator, my brother's fitness creator, because my brother is growth operating right now. He went through from being skinny to then fat. So he was fat first. So he went from fat to then skinny. Then he went from skinny to being fat, but then bulking, like getting jacked, right? And then he went from fat bulk to lean. So we start revealing the 3 different phases of, you asked, right? How unique mechanism, Hume. Well, you categorize the different phases, the pillars, as you call it, in the process of the guru, of the creator. This is how you do it. Even with growth operating, it comes down to these. First phase, outreach. Second phase, close your creator. Third phase, service deliver. Growth, what is that? Close the creator, CL, service delivery. Drop shipping. First, basics. So it'll be like product research, websites, website setup, niche finding. You know, as everything is. So marketing, fundamentally, M. And then S, which is run ads. I guess that's kind of marketing. But then actually have the site starting to convert. S. And then P, fulfill, which is get the right suppliers, get the right shopping list, or not shopping list, make relationships with the suppliers, and have that nice and straight. And so you'll realize that all of these mechanisms, they come down to nice and simply 3 pillars. And number 2 is, well, look at in the phases of what the creator did to get their desired result. Because fundamentally, your creator probably has views and subscribers. And number 2, they must be in an educational niche. I mean, I hope by now you know this. Since they must be an educational niche, they probably have a unique way that they were able to get to their desired result, and they're roughly kind of teaching that unique way to their viewers right now, to their subscribers, to their followers. And that unique way you gotta pull out. Because fundamentally, what is growth operating? It's just a unique way of doing an agency or SMMA, right? Let's see. What was another very, very big offer that I talked about in my other videos? It was high ticket drop shipping. All right, let me tell you this really quick story. So we look at high ticket drop shipping. All right, Brookadink right here. So let me tell you a little story, okay? This guy has a growth operator who is David Mendez. Sales. There we go, David Mendez. Okay, so David Mendez is Brookadink's growth operator. Okay, they did 1.7 million in 7 months. What is that? So that's 7 divided by 7. Okay, so MR is like 240K, which is still not bad. It's like a solid business. Not the biggest, but solid. And so if you look at what's going on here, see, let me tell you a quick story. David, when he first met Brookadink, he sat down with Brookadink and he was looking at what Brookadink was doing. In the saturated space of the drop shipping area, what he did was he looked at Brookadink and he was like, hey, Brook, so how are you drop shipping? And Brook was like, well, I'm just like drop shipping. I'm just kind of chilly drop shipping. Like I just casually drop ship, these fucking ovens and these massage chairs and these saunas. And Dave is like, that's not like these guys, because these guys are low ticket drop shipping. These guys are like selling fidget spinners and back lumbar spine things and toys, because that's usually what the beginner dropshippers do. And Dave is like, Brooke Dink's like, oh, for real? I didn't know that. And Dave is like, yeah, why don't we just call that high ticket drop shipping? And then a new mechanism, a unique mechanism is born. Same thing with SMMA. Fundamentally, SMMA is also a unique mechanism. Because if you look at all the agencies and how they're run, there's like different ways to run agencies. There are like hiring agencies, there are like creative design agencies, there are website agencies, web design agencies. There's just a ton of agencies. Like there's talent agencies, right? But then who made SMMA was Tai Lopez. If you don't know who Tai Lopez is, this guy right here. Here in my garage, that ad, right? And he saw that, well, one of the best ways to make a lot of money, or it was back then, like a few years ago, was SMMA. SMMA. Specifically, social media marketing agency. And that was a unique, useful insight. That was a unique mechanism that people were like, oh, so we specifically do it in this way. Then you desaturate yourself from the market. And even growth operating. Growth operating is like kind of here now, but that's going to massively grow. Right? It's going to start slowly growing because it's basically one of the best business models right now. It's just destroying everything right now. And growth operating, it's taking over this agency space because people are starting to realize, oh, so there's another way to do this. There's another way to do like a social media marketing agency, specifically focusing on growth operating, on the sales systems, on the marketing systems, and kind of doing a holistic approach to this. That's why this is blowing up right now. But it was a unique mechanism to do an agency fundamentally. All right. And so all of these things are kind of examples that I could give you of unique mechanisms. And number two, then now that you understand those, the step-by-step process, if we go back to it, is drilling the guru and getting their full life story, and specifically how they went from this down moment to this up moment. And then after you realize their up moments, then you realize, oh wait, there was a unique way that they got to their point. So very much even not just market researching, which I'm going to talk about real quick, but creator researching. That's how you come up with these new mechanisms. All right, you got it? And so now, well, how do we then figure out what results do the customers want? Well, I'm going to talk about that in the market research portion, so don't worry about that. And then, well, why polarize? Why shun out people in the market? Why tell them to stop? Why only say UGC? Why only say a specific avatar? Well, let me explain to you the niche theory. Okay, so it looks like this. Okay, these circles are collabed. Let's go like this. There we go. Ooh, that's a nice circle. Okay? So when you start a business, you start here. Okay? See, you're competing in this massive market. These guys, there's the big guy right here. Okay, there's a big boss. Okay, this big guy right here, he already has the market. Okay, he's running ads. He is a big creator, and let's say you're a tiny fitness creator trying to start out right now. And you got a big creator right here, big fitness creator. So there's already big fitness creator offers. And the thing is, basically when you're starting out as a fitness creator offer, you're a creator and you're a growth operator operating for this fitness creator, right? You're sitting there and you're going, okay, well, how do I beat out all the other people that are offering other people out there to lose weight? Because there's this audience group and they're watching this and they're also watching the big fitness creator. Well, how you would desaturate yourself from the market is basically looking at this fitness creator. And as you get bigger, fundamentally, as you get bigger, right, you have the advantages, you have the pros of this, which is that you have more capital. So if these small guys come up, you can squish them with your money. You have more brand. You have more just overall recognition. I mean, I guess recognition is brand. And you have all these pros, right? But you also have the cons, which is that fundamentally, as you get bigger, as you get a bigger audience, and just to put this tangible for you, someone like really big would be like Jeremy Atteri. He has a really big fitness offer right now. And I know this offer because I personally know the growth operator who was operating for this guy. Like 6 million followers, a lot. And the thing is, since he has a big ass audience, he has to go really broad TAM with his info product. He has to tell people, well, I am going to, like, there's no specific avatar that he's targeting. It's just everybody. Transform your body with science, just really broad. A lot of people like science, you know, he's talking to women, he's talking to men, whatever. And so then it's tough to, at this point, you're big, you have a lot of money, you have a big brand, but you can't then target. Because as you get bigger, with more clout, you have to also make your product for a lot of people. So it's very difficult to, let's say if there's a very specific avatar, like someone who's a fat mom, she won't gravitate to something like this. Yeah, okay, I could transfer my body with science, but let's say a other fat mom who got really fit was telling her story as a creator. And she was saying that her 7-step big booty growing system got her fit booty. Then who do you think the fat mom would target or be excited more about? Jeremy Atteri here, or the other fat mama? Well, obviously, this one right here, the other fat mama who got skinny, the fat to skinny mama. And so in this sort of dogfight here that's going on, you desaturate yourself by starting a niche, by targeting that specific avatar that the creator was, who the creator went from to there. And so that is why you have to start a niche. Then as you get bigger, you can then TAM out. That's what's called total addressable market out. By saying, okay, well, I got results for fat moms. And then also now that there is a, you know, let's say there's a guy here, he's like, wow, the big booty system also worked for me. I got a big booty too. Maybe it's like a, oopsies guys, sorry. Maybe it's like a gay dude and he wants a big booty. And, all right, so maybe he's a gay dude and he wants a big booty. He's like, this system also worked for me. That's called a fringe case. It was a fringe on the market. So then fat mama or fat mama to skinny mama sees here, oh wow, so I'm also messing with gay dudes here. Then she opens another bubble and then she TAMs out to this market. And then you slowly go bigger and bigger and bigger. And people just don't do this in the beginning. They're just like, if they have a fitness creator and they're just like, all right, here's how to get fit. Oh, you gotta put the unique mechanism. You gotta specifically target who you're looking for. And then think about how much more your marketing will slice through this audience and just pull that portion out that wants to see your specific thing. So that is why you polarize, that's why or how you make a unique mechanism, and the result, we will talk about how to figure out what your creator's audience truly wants, the result, later. All right, so now that we've gone over how to overload the offer, here's what we need to do step by step. Okay, so if you do not have a creator and you're in Operator Incubator, don't really worry about the overloading offer right now, because cache, this is what you'll do. You're gonna cache this in the back of your mind, you're gonna go, and then focus on, in the program, the close your creator part more. This will get you your first creator within the next 30 days. Then you can worry about, all right, how do I then create an offer for the creator that I have? But if you're not in Operator Incubator, also cache this offer knowledge in the back of your mind, and then move on to the murder market research part, all right, which is what we're gonna do next. Number two, here's the thing. If you do have a creator, however, then also cache this in the back of your mind. Then move on to murder market research. Then once we have gone through the murder market research part, in the action agenda, then we're going to come back over here, okay? And that's what step 3 is going to be for. So now let's move on to the murder market research part. And holy, you are lucky today. I'm giving you tactics on how to market research. I'm giving you what exactly it is, the framework, and so just get ready for this, okay? Let's first transition from overloading the offer here, all right? Because here's the thing. As I talked about earlier, as I talked about in this portion, right? I didn't directly talk about it, but what I meant more here was that at the core of why we're deeply studying this audience so much is because fundamentally, when you're starting a business, right, because we're going from just the marketing of the creator being there, where is it? We're just having the creator market, then we're adding all these things. We're building a business here. We're literally building a business. And so when you're building a business, fundamentally you're here to help people. Because when you give people, when you give people value, then they'll give you money. That's how you make money, right? And so fundamentally then, if we're giving people money, where money is made or where value is created, it's when pain is alleviated. That's when value is created. And so then, how do you alleviate pain? You solve a problem for a particular audience. And so when we really drill it down at the core, it's what audience, what group of humans are we helping? What tribe are we helping? And that means, like I said, at the core of the business, it's actually serving the audience in the best way possible. Which then means, well, don't you want to understand who you're trying to serve, how you're trying to help them? And so that's why you must deeply understand how to murder market researching to create a bangin' customer avatar. So let's begin with how to step-by-step do that. This is how to design a cash cow customer avatar. And big shout out here, Charlie Morgan, for this inspiration on the framework, but I switched it up a little bit for my own liking. So the first one would be to describe the factual attributes. So we're gonna create a human right now, okay? We're gonna literally birth a human. And how we would birth a human is by getting as much information about them as plausible, right? And so we want to get the basic facts first. On average, from this human, where was he born? Where is he currently located? Where is he living? What's his age? What's his gender? What's his marital status? How many children does he have? And if so, does he have children? And if so, how many? How smart is he? What is his level of education? High school? College? Preschool? Who knows? Does he have a job? What is his job title? How much does he make? And this is very important because they gotta make a certain amount so we could, take money from them. And how much do they make per month on average? And so here is an example of this. Some dude who lives in America, who is also currently located in America, or is born and then also located. He's 22. He's male. He's single. He has no children. He has a college graduate level of education, and he's now in corporate banking. He's corporate banking. He is a sales manager at his corporate banking job. He has a middle range income, and he makes around $100,000 a year. But then, now that we got the factual, just data stuff, we want to now describe their current situation. And this is where the money making happens. Because fundamentally, like I said, point A, point B, you want to alleviate their pain, right? And so if we want to alleviate their pain, we got to understand where they are first and where they want to get to. And so how do we understand where they are? Well, we got to understand their current situation. So when you're on the market research call, which I'm going to give you 3 tactics on how to get these data points, but first I want to give you the framework for it, all right? But one of them, just so you're aware, you're going to be talking to the customer through the phone or through an in-person Zoom. So there's you, and there's the other Zoom. All right. And so you want to ask them questions like this. You want to say, well, let's just call customer avatar here David. Okay. David's too basic. We're going to do, Hunter. All right. So Hunter, what is your daily life like with the problem that you have? So let's go with, let's do a unique one. I'm so internet money. We're just gonna do BizOp. I don't care. Because I'm sure most of you guys are in BizOp anyway. All right, so you ask your customer, you ask them, well, Hunter, what does your daily life look like being in your corporate job and not making that much money? You're making 100K, but you're making like 7K, whatever. You want freedom. What does that life look like without freedom, without being able to travel, without just needing to work so much, without time freedom? And what sort of emotions come as a result of you not having that time freedom, not having that financial freedom? How does it feel like being in this situation? How does it affect your personal life? You want to get deep into particular areas where this problem manifests itself. Now, how does it affect you having this problem, in particular to how it affects your family life. How does being in the situation impact you overall? You can talk about, I love to use the framework, friends, family, enemies, right? How does it affect your personal life with your friends, with your family, and even like relationship, loved ones, as like your partner, your wife, husband, whatever. And how does it affect you, Hunter, with your enemies? Do you have enemies as in, like these days people don't really have enemies, but I'm saying more and so in like haters or doubters, you know, where you want to escape this 9-to-5 life, but people are doubting you that you can do that. And so how does that affect you too? Where you are in the state of pain, in the state of staying in your corporate job, but even your friends and your family, they are not supporting you to leave. So then you really get that current situation understood on that call. And what I like to do is you go here and you just type it out. You go and write, answering all these questions of your avatar, of David, digging deep. And number two, these will kind of be like your hypotheses of what you assume that David is going through. Okay? Then even further, well, the current situation affects your, these different areas of your life. Well then, let's get a better gauge of what that current situation, specifically the root cause of that is, and that will be the problem. So then you ask them, well, David, what do you believe the problem is? So often there's a discrepancy between what the avatar believes the problem is and what the actual problem is. So if you ask Hunter what you think the problem is, he'll be like, man, it's just I don't have the right business model. I don't have the right niche. If it's a fitness offer, then I just don't have the right system. But then you, as the course, as the growth operator, as the course creator, you need to then define even deeper and draw really what the problem is. Is it that they're missing the systems, the niche, the business model, or is it you? Is it the human? Is it Hunter, his character traits, his laziness, his unwillingness to get up and actually do something about himself? Are those the real problems? So you have to dig even deeper at the core. And you ask them, well, how long have these problems of you looking for a niche, of you looking for a business model, of you looking for systems existed? What have you done to try to solve this problem in the past? And so maybe Hunter bought a separate fitness program. Maybe he joined a gym. If you go into the BizOp basically means business opportunity, by the way. If you go into BizOp, then you ask them. And by the way, real quick, BizOp, business opportunity would be like drop shipping, SMA, opportunities that Hunter can get into, business opportunities that Hunter can get into. So you ask Hunter, you'd be like, well, how else have you tried to solve being broke? Well, Hunter's like, man, I tried drop shipping, man, I tried SMA, man, I tried all these different things. It's just not working. It's like, is it the business model or is it you? You know, that's why you have to understand the real core problem. But you go even further, and you say, well, then what made you fail with drop shipping? Well, what made you fail with SMA? What made you fail with affiliate marketing? And you ask all these different things to Hunter to get a good look at what his problem is. Then, like I said, it's point A, point B. So we got point A now. All these things about Hunter. And we want to get point B, which is, well, what is your desired situation, Hunter, once your problem is solved? You ask Hunter, you say, well, what would your life look like when your problem is solved? In terms of, like I said, friends, family, enemies, loved ones. Actually, loved ones would be more like friends, family, enemies, and love. That's better. And then you look at it and you'll be like, well, what does your life look like when all these things are solved, Hunter? And he's like, oh man, if I made hella money, if I made 10K a month, then my friends, they wouldn't shit on me anymore. Or my friends, they would support me even more. I'll be able to take him out for food. We'll be able to hang out a lot more. And then with family, you say, well, I could help my mom buy her house finally. Oh my gosh, man, I can go and buy my dad his car that I've always wanted to do. I can just make him so proud. I can make my family proud finally. I can have them love me for once. They can finally support me. They'll believe in me that I'm doing this. Okay? What about your enemies? Because enemies kind of slightly, I guess, emerges into friends and family. It's like the other side of the friends and family where they're doubting you. It's not that they are the enemy. It's that elements of them are playing the antagonistic role in your life. And so then you look at it and you go, oh man, well, my mom, she always doubts me. But if I do this, she won't anymore. My family, extended family, when I go to the gatherings and I'm trying this business thing, they just keep doubting me. They keep frowning upon me. But if I make this, no longer. My friends, they don't believe in me. They don't think I'm going to make it. But when I do, I'm going to be the one smiling at them. So you got all these different gauges to understand Hunter. Then even further with love. Well, if I make 10K a month, if I get super fit, then I'll get hella bitches. And if I have a girlfriend right now, then I could buy stuff for her. Maybe get married. Maybe buy her that ring. Maybe propose. Maybe have kids. Family. And so you have all these different things that money can do for people. Fundamentally, it all goes down to money. And so you really deeply dig into the avatar's desired situation. Get that nice and clear. And this is where your product lies. But even before that, we want to then describe, well, what is the goal? We understood what it looks like for them to get the desired situation. But now, well, what do they really want from this? How long have they wanted all these desired situations, and what does that look like? Then you get a gauge of, all right, well, 10K a month, and you dig deeper. I think I kind of did these together, kind of went ahead. But you look deeper as to like, all right, well, what does 10K really get you? Why do you really want it? And, I already broke down all these different things beautifully for you. So then, number 6 goes into, well, describing the steps. It's the A, B, and then you are the step maker. As the fitness growth operator who's growth operating for the fitness coach, as a relationship, all these are the same. You're defining the steps here. Well, Hunter, what are the actions that you need to take? As in, you Hunter, and also you, the growth operator, and the creator. Let's say you guys both are on the market research call. You ask Hunter, well, what do you need to do? What is the problems that must be solved to achieve the goal? And let's have a clear, structured way of doing this. So then it'll be steps about working on, let's say if we're talking about Hunter who's trying to start drop shipping, or TikTok affiliate shop, or TikTok CPB or whatever, then you gotta open your store, you gotta start making content or start running ads, and you gotta move upwards. With the beginning stuff, well, Hunter's gotta get his mind straight, he's gotta get his routine straight. He's got to be a less emotional person. All these different things to get higher and higher up the ladder of getting to where he wants to get to. The stairway to heaven, as we like to call it. Then we talk about, well, in between all these different steps, what are the doubts that Hunter has? So you ask Hunter, right? You say, well, what are you going to do step by step as you're drop shipping? And I'm just like, well, I don't know. I guess I'm gonna make the store, like, I'm gonna do something. And then you lay these out very clearly for Hunter. And a lot of times this kind of goes into creator market research too, because this is when you do it when you talk to the creator and you really get the mechanism down, the unique mechanism that the creator had to get to their point. And so then you ask the creator, well, how was it when you went through your transformation journey? From going from broke to a dropshipping millionaire, from going from broke to a clothing brand millionaire, from going from broke to a growth operator millionaire, all these different, oh my God, things. And why might, or how, where might Hunter here lose his steps, fall off the bridge, and not succeed? And you fill those up for him. And you tell Hunter this nice vision. Hunter goes, wow, that makes a lot of sense. But then have also Hunter talk about these steps and how he perceives these steps are going to look like. So now that we have gotten how to design our cash cow customer avatar, we've asked, we know what the questions are to ask Hunter. We're now going to tell you how to dig this info out of Hunter, or more precisely, why we do an avatar is because it's easier to think about. It's just one person. But now we have to dig this. What is this massive line? Get this out of here. Now we have to ask this to a lot of hunters. A lot of hunters. Like Hunter, James, John, Junior, Geronimo, Bob, Jimmy, Johnson, Blimmy, Blobby. We have to ask all of them that are inside the creator's follower base. Okay, so let's ask all these people. Well, how do we ask and get info from these people? Well, we'll talk about it like this over here. I'll give you the 3 tactics. But before that, we want to get this straight. Here's the thing. Since now you understand what info you need when creating your customer avatar in super in-depth, you now must figure out how to gain this info when creating that customer avatar. And so 3 methods below are how I'm going to show you how to accomplish this in order to truly grasp the understanding of your market. And here is why you need to know this. Because the reality of this portion is that this portion is long. It's grueling. And people get lazy because they don't believe that this part is necessary. But the reality is, think about it like this. We already established that your main role as a growth operator with the creator is the S in the MSPO. Now, what is the reality of the first principle of S sales? It's that sales occurs when the customer or the creator's viewers, at this point, they know, like, and trust you. But how is this trust built? It's in the customer believing that you truly understand them. Because let's pause real quick. Think about it like this. Let's say I went to you and I was like, bro, I know you're from the planet Gaglog and you live in a orbital house and you have 3 shablablas that you have as your pets, and you drink Gorglog for dinner. I described you perfectly right now, did I not? And they're like, what the frick? No, I don't do any of those things. And I'm like, I don't care. Because all those things are you, and that's why you should drink Rock Mountain soda water. Do you trust me? Do you trust me that this is for you? When I described you so poorly, so ridiculously inaccurately, you're gonna be like, what? That's not me. I'm not gonna drink Rock or whatever. But what if I went to you and I was like, you're a growth operator right now. You're either outreaching, you're either trying to get your first creator, you're either have a creator and you're trying to service deliver for them, or you're not even really in the growth operator space, you don't consider yourself a growth operator yet, but you're looking to get into it. And number 2, the problems that you're facing right now is that you're having a very big difficulty trying to nail service delivery. That's why you're here. That's why you're watching this. That's why you have to buy operator incubator. Like I'm not gonna show this, but you get my point, right? It's that when I describe you so perfectly as to who you're watching as, you're like, what? I didn't know all this stuff. And you trust me. Think about it when you go to doctor. The doctor, let's say, I have this example from my dad. Because my dad is a acupuncturist, he's a doctor. And he had a client one time that come over. And how he does it is he checks their pulse for what is called their body type. And basically, he assigns them a certain body type, and then it tells them that they need to eat some sort of certain food. And he's really good at this pulse kind of stuff. And so he caught a pulse for one of his patients, and he's like, did you have a history of heart disease? And his client was like, why? How do you know this, bro? Obviously, like a pretty easy skill for my dad, he knows. But then the thing was, once he did that, the client's like, this guy knows something. I trust this guy because he was able to quickly find something about me like that. And so then afterwards, my dad was able to sell a lot of product to him. My dad's services and my dad's products. So good win, Dad. But the thing is, you get my point, right? If it was another doctor or whatever business you are, when you describe the customer's case to them very clearly, the customer's like, damn, this guy knows me, this guy likes me, this guy, or I like this guy and I trust this guy. And that is how trust is built, understanding that customer. And so once again, you're doing the sales part. I already described this. And therefore, here's the thing. Since you're doing the sales part, and how you make sales is by having the customer know, like, and trust you, wouldn't it make a damn lot of sense for you to do the proper market research so that you could really understand that customer, and once another customer comes on board, you basically you're like sleeping and you just go, you're a male, you need money, you're this, you're that, you're struggling with this, and your goal is this. And they're like, how do you know me? It's like, well, because I fucking did my work and I interviewed like 10,000 people. It's pretty basic. I get this now. And this is how you just sell on autopilot, okay? Just becomes easy once you just get that customer and you understand them. The money just starts flowing and it's like, okay? And even further than this, right? Let's say you don't do this. How horrendously unoptimized would your sales process be? You won't be able to maximize the sales process. And here's the other thing. The system that I am going to teach you on how to market research today is that simultaneously, as you are market researching, you will be making money, cash in your pocket during the market research phase. So there is not a way you're losing here doing this market research. So my point is, do it, please. Okay? The system is just a simply win-win. All right, so let's get into the market research full system. There's 3 different ways to do it. Step 1, and these are, by the way, ordered in the chronological order in which you will most likely just end up doing them in that way. So it's good to be conscious about the way that you are doing them. All right, so step 1 is the content analysis method. Okay, so when you go into the creator, that sounded weird, even before you partner up with the creator, you probably have already done content research on them. You scroll through the reels, and even before the sales call, you probably have scrolled through a lot of their content, and you understand how the creator is and how the creator is thinking. And so during this time, you don't realize it, but you're actually doing market research. Because here's the thing, here's the step-by-step for this method. Right? Step 1, you watch the creator's content. Check. Step 2, when the creator is referring to the audience in their content. Right? Because then the creator will go, or good creators at least, they'll go, hey, you guys. So, for you guys. And then number 3, realize when they are saying you guys, the creator is talking about elements of the avatar that would end up be watching that content anyway. So you probably will recognize who this is, but an example would be a BizOp SMA creator, Iman Ghazi. And so for someone like this, Iman script, he would say something like, so for you guys who are young, ambitious, and want to scale to $10,000 a month with SMA. then you're like, ah. So the creator's audience, they're probably young, ambitious, and they want to scale their SMA to 10K a month. Like, duh. It shows you a lot. It shows you their age. It shows you their desired results, or sorry, what their character trait would be. It shows you what unique mechanism they're doing, and it shows you what their goal is. And so, very, very nice and beautiful that you're able to do the market research even before you talk to the creator, just through their content analysis. Then number 4 would then be you going through that form once again over here and filling these things out even before going up to the creator and having this trait. Like, you already got the young, age, character trait, ambitious, gender, desires. And step 5 would be, now you have more traits to add to your customer's avatar analysis. So kind of the workflow for this, how to technically do this, is literally just open Instagram over here. So let's say you're trying to growth operate for me. I mean, I'm already growth operating for myself, so you don't have to worry about that.
$1,300 in 3 days with one client. This is what I was able to do a few months back. And so if you're a closer running an agency right now.
So right there, I'm calling out, right? Closers, appointment setters, or if you're there running an agency. And you can then go ahead and put that into filling the portion out over here. All right, and so that is great. Method 1, content analysis method. Now then method 2. Well, you could also market research by collecting mass data, by using the mass data method. How would we do this then? Well, it would go something like this. By you already getting a really in-depth understanding now of the creator's audience from a wide perspective, right? From just the content. But now you want to go wider, right? And then you want to see kind of breaking your assumptions, okay, through massive amounts of data that you get from this method. So this is how you do it. Basically, here is kind of how it would look like. You go on the Instagram story, step 1. Then you post around 4 or 5 or so of something that looks like this. I'm currently in the process of creating the best haircut courses community out there. This is for a barber creator. That one of our students actually posted this when we told them to. To make the best community out there, please answer the questions in the next stories. And you ask questions like these. What would you like to see inside of our haircut community? And you ask questions like these. So this is kind of looking to see what sort of features the creator's audience would want. Asking questions like, what type of content would you like to see in the barbering course? Going more in depth into the course and be like, all right, what sort of content in particular would you like to see in there? Even further, what are your biggest struggles when it comes to haircutting? Finding out the pain points of that audience. And finally, would you be interested in a course that will help you earn 10K a month as a barber? This would then be getting leads over to the creator, because if they're interested, then boom, that's right there. That's a money leads for you. And so breaking down the first principles of these questions that are being asked here, it would be first, product request, feature request. What would you specifically like to see in my program? Having it more open-ended over here like that. Pain point, what is a struggle when it comes to looking for X desired result? And then also having it being an open-ended question, which would be over here. Or even adding the what would, this is the pain point, but then you'd switch it to what is the result that you would want. Okay. Then, what are some other information that you'd want, and also even creator buy-in? These are some other great questions to ask. Like, why is it that you would specifically, compared to the other barber creators or other dropshipping creators, look at me for your specific barbering or dropshipping or whatever knowledge to get the buy-in for the audience to confirm that they love the creator. Now, why this is very important is because actually all of these questions, they fundamentally come from the core sales letter. And I guess a level above that, which you guys would probably understand, would be the qualifications in a sales script. And so I'll talk about those in a little bit, but yeah, that's just to gauge on that. But fundamentally, Yeah, I don't think this one, oh, this one is open actually here. Okay, so I'm gonna go over these as well. Then I'm going to explain kind of the psychology behind what is going on here. So for me, in my school group, maybe you guys have responded to this because we have 73 votes over here and we have 105. So maybe the ones, you guys watching this, you guys might have responded to this, who knows? But the thing is, what I was doing to you guys when you were responding to these were actually me market researching and testing, in particular to what type of content I wanted, that I saw that you guys might want. Okay, so what I was asking here was, would love to know, guys. And by the way, you could copy the copy or the writing that's going on here, right? So I asked, need your help, boys, part 1. Would love to know what type of YouTube videos y'all want most from me. Can you comment down below why you picked the answer down below? And so then we got 13 comments here and we got 21 comments here for, in particular, the comment CTA. But I'll just show you kind of what I'm asking and the psychology behind why I'm asking these. Okay, so first I ask, well, would you guys love podcast interviews with growth operators? Or would you prefer 10 to 15 minute more fun edited videos? Or would you like, I mean, kind of what you're watching right now, 3 to 6 hour long, boring but informative videos, right? And let me explain to you the psychology behind the copywriting on why I ask the question in this way, and even ordering the questions in this way. So, there's this thing called the first question bias or the first bias, basically where humans prefer to pick the thing that they see first. And so what I do is, this was my hypothesis. Okay, I assumed already that people like this, but I wanted to confirm this in the most unbiased way possible. Now, how would I go about confirming my biases, doing the opposite of what I don't want to do here? I would go and say, would you guys like 3 to 6 hour videos that'll make you $10,000 a month in 2 seconds, and they're very informative and they're incredible and they're very easy to watch? If I ask that, I put that copy, then I even put in the first, then I'll be super overloading my biases. I guarantee you that if there's 73 votes and I did that sort of copy, number 1, and number 2, then I put it first here, I guarantee you it would have gotten more votes than 50 votes. But what I did was the inverse of that. I wanted to prove my hypothesis wrong. Because if you have a bias, and you want to make sure that it's kind of proven wrong if it's wrong. But then if it is right, if your feeling or core intuition is right, then you want to, I guess, balance against that, right? It's kind of like two different weights on a scale, and you want to balance that by, if this is your bias, then you want to weigh it down with using tactics to not get that answer picked, right? And so that's why I put it at the end, number 1. Number 2, I put this copy, long, boring, but informative. So there's a balance in the copy as well. I didn't put boring and useless videos, I put boring and informative. Then people still overwhelmingly picked this one. And probably from the first bias, we also got some votes for here. So I was like, wow, interesting. So those are some principles. Principle 1, the first biased. Okay? The principle number 2 is anti-copy. Basically, writing out copy that would do the opposite of what your hypothesis is, trying to prove your hypothesis wrong. And if it's still right, then you're like, damn, I know I was sure. And look why I'm making this video. Because I had a hypothesis, I proved it right, and then now clearly the market wants this, and so that's why I'm making this kind of video. See? All right, and the second one is the same principle. I thought that people wanted growth operator service delivery. Well, guess what? People definitely did. I put it at the end. And I didn't put any sort of bias. It was all growth operator sales. It was very blunt, just outreach, brain hacking, service delivery. And very clearly, a lot of people want service delivery. And so that's why you're watching this video, and hopefully it has a lot of views over there when you're looking at it right here. Hopefully there's a lot of views down here. All right, so that is kind of how you do that, those principles right there, the first and the anti-copy. And so then you would implement those with this in mind, then you would implement that over here into these types of questions and asking and formatting it in these reels. Goddamn, I'm tripping. Stories, and then you'll be able to get mass data and unbiased data. Such a good strategy. Oh my God, you're getting so much sauce here, guys. All right, so that's promise number 2, check, the mass data method. All right, so are you guys feeling, are you guys starting to get this? Are you guys starting to realize how much value you're getting from this video? All right, so let's move on to market research call funnel. Okay, so this is the market research call funnel. All right, which is this. So You start it like this. I'm literally giving you the copy and paste step by step. Oh my gosh, guys. Crazy what I'm doing here. All right, so the first step to this is to post an Instagram story on the creator's, let me draw here, on the creator's profile. Okay, so here's the creator's profile, here's their whatever, and here are their posts. Okay, so you're gonna post an Instagram story on the creator's story. And then you wanna put this copy and paste, okay? Wanna meet me, question mark. So it's copy 1. Body copy number 2. Everyone, I'm soon launching a program. So since I wanted to practice coaching, plus ask you guys what exactly you want in the program, I'm giving away 10 free coaching calls with me. Currently, 8 out of the 10 spots are already taken. So if this interests you at all, then quickly reply to the story with call and I'll tell you how you can join. So I'll explain the kind of psychology here, but basically, to break it down, fundamentally, right? Like, what's the goal of this? I'm looking for market research calls. We're trying to book calls here, all right? And so if we're trying to book calls, then we want to value stack this. And what better way to value stack it than saying free? Thinking it's free, right? And fundamentally, the value equation is faster, cheaper, easier, better. And so then this is cheaper because it's free, and it's fast because you want to take action fast because there's already 8 to 10 spots taken up. It's easy because all you have to do is DM call, and then it's better because you get to talk to a creator instead of just some newbie. Okay, so that's the copy psychology behind this. And then want to meet me? Here's how. It's just a nice hook. It's like desired result. Here's how. And so yeah, this copy works. I even did it for when I was doing market research myself. We did it with all our creators, and so yeah, just copy this right here. And you could even have the creator yap at this, but honestly, the copy is powerful enough too if you just copy and paste onto a story. Like here, you just put a nice picture in the back, like you're just gonna get stacked calls. You're gonna get tons of people DMing you a call, and then we're going to now appointment set for market research calls. So I just brought a lot of appointment setting principles from sales over to just market research, right? Because fundamentally it's the same thing, we're just booking calls. So once they reply with call, then you go, yo, appreciate you being interested. To be honest, we only got 2 spots left. So affirming the, the messaging here. And honestly, if you don't have 2 spots left, like it doesn't matter because you're gonna fill out 8 spots anyway. I like to think of it as being honest, being foretellingly honest, because once you post this, you will get 8 calls, right? So technically, you did already book 8 spots. So we only got 2 spots left at the moment. I have to ask you some questions, and then this is where you then further qualify. Okay, so you don't want to just get on call with random bozos, right? Number 2, if people answer the questions, then they are more committed to actually showing up on the call, because fundamentally we not only want to book calls, right, in a call process, but we also want to make sure the calls show up so we don't waste our time sitting there like an idiot when we open a Google Meets or a Zoom link and we're just like, oh shoot, this dude's not showing up. And so that's why you want them to be engaged, and how you want them to be engaged, or how to confirm that they are engaged, is by asking them questions and seeing if they respond, and in particular asking a lot of annoying questions. So then questions like this: well, how old are you? Where are you based? Fitness-based would be things like, and the second, so okay, let's start from the beginning. Number 1 is the basics, okay? Asking how old they are, where they're located. So particular elements of the murder market research components over here. It's like, this is the core base. Think of it like this. This is a core base, and then we're taking like little bits of it out inside of our market research. And then, because if this is all the information that we have, then we want to understand bits of it inside the, inside the mass research, inside the content method, inside the calls method of our market research. And then we get little portions of it here, 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 and then we all bring it back to the core. I mean, this is engineering, guys. This is the core basics. This is how you create things, create ideas. In engineering, you just do it with stuff. In business, you just do it with psychology and ideas. It's pretty interesting stuff. But yeah, so then moving forward from there, let's go back to the basics, right, of the questions that we're asking. So you ask them how old they are. You ask them, where are you located? Then you ask a question that demonstrates their level of competence in X field. right? So if we're in fitness, then you qualify. Well, how long have you been going to the gym if you're operating for a fitness coach? If you're growth operating for a make money online offer, right? How many side hustles have you tried before? Because usually what happens is people have a progression of side hustles that they try, and then they land on dropshipping or growth operating or SMA or affiliate marketing or TikTok CVP or TikTok affiliate shop, right? Then you go into how long have you been trying to make this business model work for you. So I know you would ask over here like growth operating, whatever. In relationship questions, you would ask like how long have you been trying to look for a girlfriend or a boyfriend? Okay. Number 3 then will be questions that show how much funds they have to invest. Because yes, we want to market research, but simultaneously also, I'm gonna show you how you can actually convert these into basically closed deals. And we can't really convert people into closed deals if we got nothing to close them on, i.e. they need money. And so then you ask, and always when you ask these questions, you have to ask them in relative or next to basically what their desired result is. So you ask them, well, how much funds do you have to invest to results-based thinking, to get your dream body, to scale to $10,000 a month, to meet your dream girlfriend or boyfriend? Okay? And so this was literally the exact script. I don't think I followed it in particular. You can read it over here. To when we were market researching for Operator Incubator as well. So you can see here, what is your age? Where are you located? List every single business model you tried before. Oh my God, I'm just rapping right there. List every single business model you've tried before. Have you started growth operating? If you haven't started, what's stopping you? So pain point. Okay, do you have at least 15 hours to allocate into this? How much funds do you currently have with growth operating, whatever? And then we talk about this. So if you're interested, this copy actually goes before. So go this first, response, then this. So there's just examples showing it. Literally feel free to copy and paste this. Like, oh my God, I'm just giving you guys everything. And then after a response, then you say, appreciate you. I'll let you know if you got a spot soon. This increases the booking rate of the market research calls. Because if you don't do this, you just send a link right away. They're like, oh, this guy is just open. I'm gonna book later. But then you say if you want a spot soon, they're like, oh shoot, this guy's actually doing 8 spots only or 10 spots only. I gotta book right away when he has a spot open. That's why you wait 2 hours. As I explained that there, and you say, congratulations, you got a spot. Is it cool if I send you the calendar link to book? And then they respond and you say, cool, here's the link to book, and then they book. And then if you have business partners, not business partners, but basically you right now, you're DMing as the creator, right? And by the way, with all this kind of stuff, just a quick FAQ, you as a growth operator do this. It's not that hard, man. You don't really have that many tasks to do. Take the work off the creator, and they honestly have a lot to do in the content side. And so, yeah, and plus like, you can do this as a growth operator. You have you're building a lot of skills when you're doing this, so it's very, very good. And by the way, these skill sets, appointment setting, what else does it transfer to? Literally appointment setting for the sales call, which I talk about down over here. So get ready for that. But anyway, then you say this right here, right? By the way, just to let you know, my business partner, because you're talking as the creator, my business partner, and then that would be you, the growth operator, right? See, this is how you inject yourself into the call. Will also be there. He knows, and this is how you increase status delta, as I explained status delta earlier, right? Status delta of, or increasing the status delta of the growth operator. So then you say this, the creator says this. He knows a lot about X topic that the creator plans to launch a program on. He knows a lot about dropshipping. He knows a lot about fitness. He knows a lot about getting bitches, relationship. So he can teach you a lot of cool things as well. Is that okay with you? Usually the freaking students like, fine. They just want to get on a call. They just want to talk to somebody about their problems. And so then they respond and you say, cool, catch you soon. And that's the literal, like, turn your brain off, just do this method on appointment setting. Like, I literally took away every single point of thinking that you need to do. Are you kidding me? I just saved you, like, this alone would have probably taken you 5 hours to think through and build. Boom, done. 5 hours saved for you. You're welcome. All right, so then you go into the actual market research call. And guess where this literally comes from? Because fundamentally, a good market research call, what is it? It's just the beginning of a sales call. So what did I do? Just take the beginning of our sales call and just plug it into market research. Like, how much easier is it? Okay, so let's go over this right now. Holy. All right, so you start the call with this. I mean, I went really in depth into the script because the sales script is really in depth. So fundamentally, I just copy pasted over to the market research. But then you say, hey, can you hear me okay? Can you see me okay? And then if the prospect doesn't have their microphone on, then you do this. I'm gonna go over this anyway in the sales script, and I think it's better for me to keep all of that there. I'm not gonna re-explain it here, so I'm just gonna go over the smaller little tactics here. Later on, when I talk about the sales script, I'm going to explain the psychology behind these, okay? So don't worry guys, I'll explain all the psychology behind everything here. But I just wanna mainly skip over to the qualification questions here. So this is pretty much just the beginning of the call. Read through it, feel free to read through it. Once again, I'm gonna explain all the psychology in the sales script. And in the actual sales script, explanation is probably like somewhere around here in your YouTube timeline. So get excited for that. Get excited for that. But the qualification questions is fundamentally what is very important in the market research questions. So when you ask questions like these, well, what better question to ask than just literally all the questions that we have over here? Duh. So then you ask about this. Break down the background. All right, so what motivated you even to book this call in the first place? It's just like a sales call. And then you ask them, okay, so have you tried any other ways to solve this problem before? In wealth, it'll be, hey, have you used any other business models? Or have you ever tried any other business models? Have you tried any other diets? Have you tried any other fitness programs or different systems? Have you tried keto? Have you tried, I don't know, lean lifting? Have you tried running? Have you tried all the different ways to get jacked and fit and whatnot? Have you tried other ways to fix your marriage? Have you tried other ways to get women? Have you tried the personal branding woman method? Have you tried running ads to get girls? Have you tried cold approach? Have you tried Tinder? All the different offers out there for the relationship space. And so, and you ask, well, what was it about growth operating, or what was it about my mechanism that appealed to you in particular? To get further, interest in that. And you're just trying to really understand the prospect here, understand and really just market research. You're basically just doing the beginning of a sales call, like so good. Then further you pinpoint their pain. Well, like I said, I'm gonna explain all the psychology later, so I'm just really not gonna go through this right now. Like this. Probe their past solutions. So you ask them, gotcha, have you tried any other ways to solve this problem in the past? Have you tried any other mentorships, other programs, things like that? Well, why are you specifically interested in having us with drop shipping help you? Why are you specifically interested in growth operating and for me to help you? And then there's the creator asking this from their shoes. And then you as a growth operator, if you want to run these market research calls, then you do. Why is it that specifically X creator is somebody that you feel like would help you out and be able to help you out with growth operating or with drop shipping, with X mechanism? Then you go further, gauging their goals. So you gain their pain. Fundamentally what you did was you gain their pain. You see what they did in the past to invigorate the pain. You break down even their background here. And then you see, well, why do you think this is where, so this is the gap. And why do you think the creator will help you fill the gap? And then what is your goal? Getting that clear. What is that goal there? And you ask all these different questions here. Like I said, don't worry, I'm gonna go over all of this stuff on the actual sales script. And just to show you guys, just so you guys feel good about this, like literally it's the same script. And by the way, I literally wrote all this myself, so yeah, there's an entire custom script. You have not seen this before at all. And so yeah, I'll go over all of it in a little bit later in the video, so don't worry about it. But yeah, then you confirm their qualifications. So you pinpoint their pain and you see current state, like where they're at. So you ask, well, how much time do you have right now? How much mental headspace do you have, and how much money do you have for this? And then at this point now, in the actual sales script, you'll go into the pitch, but over here, then you would instead just go into the free coaching. Obviously, because in the beginning over here, you told them on your IG story that you're going to give them free coaching in the copy. So basically, you kind of have to do that. So then you give them a little bit of free coaching. Basically, fundamentally, the free coaching would be a lead magnet, right? A lead magnet to slowly get them over to the next point. By the way, lead magnet is basically a very narrow solution, a very specific solution to a narrow problem. up till the further point. And so you give them a little bit of coaching to get them from like here to here, and they're like, wow, that was super valuable. Then at the end of the call, oh, this is the post-call steps, okay? I guess I didn't write it down. But at the end of the call, say something like this, cool, then it's all good. Thank you so much for the call. We'll make sure to let you know when the program is ready. Number two, what you can do is be like, hey, can we get your email? Can we get your phone number? And can we get your IG? So that when the program launches, then we will be able to contact you. And then now you gave them all the sauce, you understood their pain point and passed. Once you get on the freaking sales call for the actual program, like boom, that's a deal closed. So then literally what you're doing, G, is you're going and you're running basically the sales script over here for the market research. And then you are giving them coaching, so basically just providing a lot of sauce, and then you kind of sell them at the end. And once they actually get on the sales call, then now they're so much warmed up. So basically what you're doing now is you just created like your biggest fan. So this is why this market research funnel is so powerful. I haven't seen anybody freaking figure this out yet. It's so powerful, okay? So now after the call is up, please, at the minimum, dude, it's not that hard. Do like 5 to 10. Okay, I know you don't want to do this. It's gonna make everything so much easier. Imagine doing this and trying to launch and having like zero clue what your audience wants and just launching with some stupid retarded copy. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. Okay, I explained this very deeply earlier. I have a lot of growth operating freaking people that I know right now, and they're not doing this. People don't realize that you gotta do this, okay? So please do this, all right? Do at least 5 to 10, even up to 20. If you can do 20, like that's incredible. That's 20 hot leads you're gonna get, burning hot leads. And dude, it's so much money. Because people just wanna jump right to the sales call because they're so like fast and like impatient and just wanting to make money so fast, but then you're just gonna get clapped and destroyed on the sales calls. So might as well put the time into market research first, then you'll just kill it on the sales call. It just very chronologically makes sense, okay? And then bonus, since you have given them tons of sauce on the call, right, these are the best leads now for once you do launch your program. Already explained this. Basically just, I memorize all this, I'm reading my mind. So just quick timeline here. It's gonna take you around an hour to build this funnel. Book meetings is gonna take like 2 to 3 hours, and then you take the market research calls. Plus you're basically taking sales calls anyway, it's like 5 to 10 hours. Yeah, I know it's 5 to 10 hours is a lot, but then like that's how you close deals eventually. So might as well just put the hours in right now with the market research. Duh. Dude, incredible. Holy. You're going to, after this, like, tell me you're not going to be able to, like, see through the entire creator's avatar's mind. Like, boom, in 2 seconds you're gonna figure it out now. And writing everything else from here, with all the sales process, with the mobilized marketing, it's going to be like butter. You're just gonna, like, blast through it. This is why this market research system is so powerful. Oh my gosh. So, I just read my mind again. No damn way you don't deeply understand the customer's viewer and perfect one to sell to, okay? And so here is the action agenda now. Step 1, design your cash cow customer avatar. Please do this first, please. So if you are not an operator incubator, go ahead and, I know it's gonna be tough, but write out all these questions and write out all these things into a document, into Google Docs or Notion or whatever you use, and then answer those questions, okay? If you are part of Operator Incubator, then like in the program, you already have access to this if you're already an Operator Incubator. And then just make a copy, simply make a copy super easy, and then fill it out. And at this point, if you're interested in joining Operator Incubator because you don't want to write all this, like this literally took me another 5 hours to make. Boom, I just saved you 5 hours again. Oh my gosh. I'm just literally just dropping time on people here. And time is money, so I'm just giving you free money here. All right? And so if you're interested, DM me OI, once again, OI, same thing, on my Instagram at Tim H. Yoon, right here. First link in the description. All right, then step 2, after you have designed your cash cow customer avatar, initiate the content analysis method first, please. You probably have already done this if you have closed a creator that you were obsessed with and you researched a lot. Then great, perfect. Use that research that you've done and then fill out your sheet even more. Number 4, right? No, number 3. Then, once you do have the creator, initiate the mass data method first because it's really easy. Just post the Instagram stories, boom, 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 done. And then fill out the avatar sheet even more. Then number 4, if you have a creator already, then initiate the market research call method, the one over here. Boom, the calls. All right, and now step 5. Remember when we were talking about going back to step 3 in the action agenda for the overload the offer? Here we are. Which basically would be step 3. Now, because I did this because I wanted you to have the framework of how to build an offer. Then as you're doing the murder market research part, you can bring that knowledge over here. You have the scaffolding in your mind. Now we're going to merge those two scaffoldings together into one building. So we have like this half of the DNA, this other half of the DNA. They're going to do some crazy venom stuff, and then we're going to merge them together. So now we're going to connect some neurons, ready? As we've gone over the cash cow customer avatar strategies over here and you filled them out, guess what? This now serves as the foundational piece, all this knowledge of your avatar here, to then use with the offer building sheet. Oh my gosh, with this framework right here. Because now that you understand the specific person that the creator is targeting, now that you have why tangible results that the creator's viewers want, now that you have the time frame in which the creator's customers would ideally like to achieve this, now that you have market research, creator market researched, the creator, and now that you also understand the creator's customers, guarantee that they would like, then literally this becomes like a piece of pie. You just right past this. But people just sit there trying to rack their brain around how to build an offer without this murder market research part. But now that you do, this becomes like a piece of pie, and you could create a banging offer in 2 damn seconds. And so that's how we've put these two beautiful portions together. Overload the offer, murder the market research. And now let's finally then move on to how we can start our launch protocol. Oil launch with the murder market research. Mobilize marketing. Let's go. Alrighty, let us mobilize our marketing. Because since we have the macro funnel understanding, we have our creator onboarded, we have our offer built, and we have deeply researched our creator's customer avatar, and we now even have a few qualified leads, nurtured them, basically realistically 90% to the point where they are now cha-ching, almost buying. We must now begin to prepare our launch to get more of our creators' audiences bought at once. Because fundamentally what we have done here is we've started popping the balloon. Let's go back to the balloon right here. Where is it? Right, so we've started popping the balloon, like little holes, okay? And then there's like little holes coming out here, and there's like some people coming out here. They're like, yay, I'm on the other side, I'm on the sales side. There's another guy coming out here, yay, yay. But the thing is, we want to just fucking rip it. We just want like a massive flood, just blood flowing out of this balloon. We just want to kill this balloon. And so then, how we do that at scale is by taking the balloon that the creator has, right, the marketing, and then now applying direct response marketing. Getting the customers from this state of, all right, I'm just enjoying the value here, to now, holy, I am ready to buy whatever the absolute hell this creator has for me. Okay? And this preparation starts with that marketing side. That's why as a growth operator, you have to do sales and the marketing. Okay, and we're gonna first start with marketing, hence why it's called mobilize marketing. Specifically, earlier I said that the audience is ready and nurtured, but we have to now take that audience and have them be aware that we'll be launching soon a product, right? Because marketing is fundamentally just having people be aware of something. And so when we are marketing the product, guess what? They're aware of the creator now. Now they're aware of what the creator is going to sell. what they're going to sell soon. And so this is done through a product launch hype campaign. There's a few oil blueprint hype campaign tactics that I'll show you how to do today. Well, I hear a lot of people say, well, why do we have to do some kind of launch? Like, I don't want to market. I just want to go right away to sales. Like, why do we got to do this whole complicated thing? No. Look at movies. They announce their movies 1 year before it's released. They put a trailer, they put a teaser trailer. Why? Look at Apple. They have their Apple events first to get people hyped up, and then they launch. Why? Look at car companies. They show prototypes of their cars years before actually launching it. Even Elon Musk, Blood was yapping about the Cybertruck years ago. Then, just a few months back, he finally started shipping it. Why? Well, that's because of this. Monkey man sit. Monkey man see apple on a tree. All right? Monkey man gets dopamine in brain. Monkey man goes and gets apple to eat. Monkey man eats the apple. Monkey man, no more dopamine. Because as studies show, humans get their dopamine from the hype stage, as you call it, in the anticipation of something occurring. That is where the dopamine occurs. Moments before the eating of the apple, moments before Apple launches their product, moments, years before the movie's out, looking at the trailer. And then once they eat it, and then once they go get the iPhone, and then once they go and watch the movie, that's when the dopamine is gone. Hence why launches, or most precisely prepping for launches and hyping up launches, that's why they psychologically work. But first, before launches, we must hit the lowest hanging fruit optimizations for your creator. And this all falls under marketing, more precisely optimizing the marketing, being profile optimizations. So let's get into it. Creators, Operator Incubator, Creators Profile Optimization Guide. So on Instagram with the profile picture, pretty simple. Nice and clean face, like this, and preferably demonstrating more status delta. To be honest, with this face, I'm not really doing that. I'm going to switch up my image soon to be more assertive, like, you know, something like that. All right? And then you put out, in the bio, you put out X accomplishment or case study. Right here, generated $585,000. You're gonna switch that to 600 plus. $600,000 plus revenue generated for our clients. Then DM CTA for how to get the results. This kind of copy account myself. All right. Then CTA to the link in the bio, free sauce for growth operators, and then I CTA to my YouTube. Having a nice and optimized bio like there is very, very important for the money to be rolling in your bank accounts. For the link in bio, not a link tree, please. Why? Okay, people don't understand this. Why not a link tree? Let's say I gave you a car to pick, a house to pick, and then I gave you $1 million in cash to pick. I gave you $50,000 to pick, and then I gave you like 75, a bunch of other things that are basically things that Mr. Beast would give out and are super valuable. Versus I gave you a house to pick. And I told you in both situations, you have 1 second to pick. If you don't pick, then you're going to die, or you're not going to get the thing. In which case are you going to pick something faster and more clearly and make an easy decision? Obviously, with one option given to you. That's why a link tree doesn't work. You give people like 17 different options. Gee, they're not going to do anything. The first principle of funnel is that in each step of the way, it's very simple to move forward to the next step. Less resistance, until the person realizes that the next step is to buy. And here, you made them like 17 different choices in the front. And they're like, what the absolute hell do I do? That's why a link tree doesn't work. So please don't use link trees, guys. I really like YouTube because fundamentally how it works in the macro organic funnel is that people go to Instagram, they get initial exposure. They don't really transition over to the YouTube directly because a lot of short form viewers, they keep watching short form and they're not really mentally prepared to watch a longer form video. But albeit, some of them do transfer, some of them do convert. And so that's why, for me, my YouTube is the next part of the funnel. That's why from Instagram to YouTube, that link is there. So it's really good. Even an opt-in page is really good. So for instance, with Tran, what we did was over here, we had a free lead magnet opt-in for people to get her free UGC guide. Let me show it to you guys, right? Fundamentally right here, sending them over to 25-minute UGC mini course. And theoretically, what is that? It's the same thing. Because for me, I send people over from my Instagram over to YouTube, which is fundamentally at the core, it's also just a guide. But instead of 25 minutes, it's like 5 hours, 3 hours, 10 hours, a bunch of other courses of that nature. And so, I mean, at the first principles, I'm still pretty much doing the same thing. And then you could also do a sales page. That's really good. Sales pages, I guess not really I'll tell you the difference, okay? So the opt-in, what I mean by this is a lead magnet opt-in, as in put your name, put your email, phone number, and then we're going to send you over something free. That's fundamentally a lead magnet opt-in. But a sales page is more like long form copy, long form copy, long form copy, and then you send them over to a book a call, kind of sending them right away. I don't really like this, to be honest, but some people do it. But check it out. Here's an example of what I mean. So you come over here, this would be a sales page. So this massive thing Iman Gadzis with the VSL, and then just a shit ton of long form copy like that. Okay, so that's another one people do. Honestly, I would stay away from this and just put the opt-in in the YouTube because fundamentally, once again, we want to move people down easier and easier levels of the level of engagement. Right? Because what you're doing there is, in a lot of these funnels, the sales page is over here. So you're kind of sending the people right here, which that doesn't really work from first principles. It'd make more sense to have them slowly buy in, which then you need this intermediary step to get them nurtured even more. And I also do like this, the free school community. This is what I'm currently having my brother do with his fitness creator. They're putting their Discord in the bio, rather, right? And a lot of our mentors, a lot of our students that have a creator with a free community, but without a YouTube, we actually send them over to the free school community as well. We recommend that in the link in bio. Why? Because once again, it's top level, then getting deeper nurtured, fundamentally a lead magnet, more value. Then they're willing to book that call. All right, and we'll talk about what I mean by book the call and what I mean by how to, that entire sales process for booking the call real soon. Okay, and so honestly, I would just go with these ones. Ideally, here is the rank. YouTube first, then if you're going to create an opt-in, then do that. And then most likely, a lot of you guys are running this funnel, so go this, probably this, and then if you can create this, with this, we created this on high level. This kind of goes for more advanced people, then I would put that there. But yeah, that is the thought process and psychology behind the link in bio. A lot to it, a lot more in depth. And a lot of people think that it is. Then within the story highlights, there's even deeper psychology here as well. Okay? So if you look at our story highlights, we look like this, we have our profile, whatever, and there's story highlights, okay? The compartments of story highlights that we want are this. Number one, testimonials. Why? I mean, literally, I'll talk about testimonials later and the thought process behind them, but testimonials, I mean, think about it like this. Why they're so damn important is because it's the ultimate easiest proof that your claims in your marketing work. Because if you can have everything right, your mechanism could be right, everything will be perfect, but let's say you have no results. Would anyone buy from you? No. Right? And so if all these were right, then your testimonials will be fire. And so it's only logical that customers naturally move towards testimonials. And we will deeper, I'll give you some good analogies to hammer this point in a little bit later in the sales letter breakdown. But yeah, so we want to have an area with testimonials, and I'll just show you an example of kind of what I have here. So if we look at my testimonials, here's the difference what I mean by testimonials and results. Okay, so testimonials are more of the video, like front facing, our students yapping at the camera. I'm not gonna turn on audio because it messes it up with Loom. I think audio is still good. Yep. But yeah, just the students talking and providing and saying that they got a lot of value from our program. And so that's that. But then also the other side of that, the next slide that we would want is the, where'd it go? Right, is the results. So the difference between testimonials and results is more, I would say, a lot more like sporadic. At the first principles of the same thing, right? The customer saying good things about you. But over here with results, it's more, I guess, like quick little text that customers would send over or things like this. You want this shit to be stacked. Like a lot of gurus, they just have, like a lot of the top creators, they have results 1, results 2, results 3, and they just fill the entire thing up so that customers know that there's just absolutely no way that their things don't work because they just have so many results and testimonials and case studies. But ideally, you would collect a lot more video testimonials because it's just a lot more direct proof and you could see them talking. All right, and so then we can also funnel over into other social medias. So for me, I have a personal YouTube over here. I talk about. So on top of people seeing it over here, if they don't know, then they can look at it more into over here. And then finally, lifestyle. So this is more so, I would say, if you're in the BizOp niche, make money online niche, things like that, where people want to see proof that what you are making is now manifesting into real life. Because fundamentally, right, they have current state that they want to be in. They want to see that you are here visually. Or at the first principle, they want to see proof that you are here. And what is better proof than visual proof? Literally images, stacks and stacks of images of me traveling to Japan, to Bali, to Philippines. Internet money life, right? I wouldn't be going to these places and I wouldn't have these pictures, right, if I wasn't actually making the money that I am. And since I am, I can put up all these different things. And if you're in like the fitness niche, right, then I would say some sort of visual proof of that would be you going and, I guess, flexing in a lot of different pictures. So I know a lot of fitness gurus, they have, why am I drawing abs? What am I doing? Like body pics, right? Other proof, I guess, of that would be, I guess, like a dude who's like rizzing up a bunch of girls and just some pictures. Maybe his friend would go over here and then take pictures of that. Right, this is a friend with the phone taking pictures of this guy cold approaching girls for like a relationship offer, or this will be a fitness offer. And so fundamentally, the Instagram stories here, they're more mini sales assets, slowly funneling people down further and further. So it's all very tactical, man. There's a very correct way to do this. So if you don't do this, you're screwed. But if you do this, holy, you're going to destroy your competitors. It's game over, lights out, done. Okay, and then furthering with the posts, it's increasing that status delta. So whatever the status delta increasing method in your niche is, that is what you would post. And by the way, posts are different to reels. Okay, I would set these separately. And what I mean by posts would be in the internet money niche, once again, traveling, maybe some Lambos, maybe some rich places that you're staying at. This is all super cringe, I know, but like this is what people want, right? So I personally think it's like kind of cringe, but it's whatever. I'm more like, I'm just here to be an actual entrepreneur. I'm here to improve, but if it works, it works, And then the fitness niche, right? It's more so about, I guess, showing the credibility, increasing further that status delta. What would increase status delta? Well, you showing, once again, being more jacked. You showing your best body pics when you have a crazy pump. For guys, same thing. I mean, like, kind of pretty much over here, the stuff that I have here, I just transferred over here. So first principle is the same thing. And so, once again, same thing with the guys picking up girls, talking to girls over here. Things of that nature. And then, lifestyle flexing, things like that. And then afterwards, in the reels, I would go a lot more value. very valuable content over here. Okay. And that's literally what I'm doing as well. Just dropping a lot of sauce because fundamentally, right? Value posts, they get less views. That's fine. That's fine. What are we here? What's the objective? Remember the objective that we had. Make the most amount of money and the fastest amount as possible for your creator, by the way. So for your creator, make the most amount of money as fast as possible in the shortest amount of time possible whilst having the money sustain a long time as possible. In that sentence, does it say followers? Does it say subscribers? No. We're here to make cash moolah. And what are people, where do we make cash moolah? Once again, we make cash moolah when this gap is changed. Or sorry, this gap is, what the fuck, I'm tripping out. When this gap is closed from current state to desired state. Thank you for the students. What the frick closes this gap? Does entertainment content close this gap? Does more followers close this gap? I don't think so. I think what closes this gap is providing value and knowledge to make more money, to get more jacked. What's the 5 best back workout routines? To what's the best ways to cold approach women? To what's the best way to optimize your profile on Tinder so you can get more women? To what happens when you get, things like this, right? And there's ways to get views with this too. Like, I'm not getting bad views. And even this one over here, it got like 22,000 views, right? What's a better example of somebody doing this? Alex Hormozy. Bro got mad followers, mad views. Okay, and he's not doing the entertainment stuff. Look at this, it's all educational. Why? Because he's trying to attract business owners. And so am I. I'm trying to track higher level growth operators. And so this is why I'm going with this content. Okay? And so some styles around this that I would ideate are talking head videos. Okay, which is what I have over here. All right, some tweets and quotes dropping sauce like Hormozy has over here. YouTube clips. Literally, by the way, these are talking head, and guess why the bottom video looks just like this? Well, guess what? These are all clipped up from my YouTube videos. All right, I have a clipper doing this. Thank you, Nicholas, my man. And also podcast clips, right? What is this over here? This is a podcast clip. What is this over? I think he's he's talking to people. Same thing, podcast, fundamentally. And so, yes, please do more valuable talking head videos. Don't do entertainment. Don't do like hyper motivational bullshit. I also like this one, which is, I guess, caption CTA. So then what I've been seeing trending a lot is this sort of style, where you're saying something over, or where there's like, it's like a really fast, or it's like a 1 second video, just go boom, 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 so the replay is crazy high. And then it says, it'll go check bio. Is it check bio? What is this? Whatever this is, check description. I think it's check description. Check description for how to make 10K a month or something like that. And then it's just a whole long form copy on some sauce 10K a month, and then maybe a DM CTA at the end. Right? Even I started experimenting with this over here. Let me show you here. Yep. So I say read caption. That's what it's called, caption. Right? So you go over here, boom, boom, and a DM CTA over to mentor. And then I think in one of these ones, we got a good amount of comments. Nope. There we go, mentor. Look at that. And then some of these ones as well. And here I do like a DM CTA to YouTube. Probably a lot of you guys, maybe you guys came from the service delivery course. This is me talking about how I'm launching the service delivery course in the next few days. And so y'all get that now, right? Pretty cool. There's a lot of little styles that you can do, and it's not that hard to crack. These are so easy. Like, you just sit there and you just talk, you yap and you get views now. It's so easy. Like, the freaking bar has never been lower, G. All right? And so, beautiful how to optimize your creator. Show your creator this. Okay, number one, have your creator know this with you and have them agree with you on these things. Okay? And especially this part where I'm talking about this educational stuff. I know a lot of creators, they don't get this yet. And I very clearly explain it here. So you literally just clip it from here to here, right? Go onto YouTube to share, and then you could start at certain time code, and you send this over, and boom, creator and you alliance and growth operator alliance together. Because a lot of growth operators, they fail just because the creator wasn't listening. And fundamentally, how you make them listen to you is by persuading them. And I'm basically just doing that for you, literally, so you're welcome. But then let's move over now to how to optimize the profile on the creator's YouTube channel now. All right, which then we can talk about YouTube, starting with actually the banner. All elements of this we gotta optimize. All right, and so one way that you can, or one strategy that you can do with the banner is to have some sort of anticipation builder. Once again, right, we're building that hype, and we explained the hype concept earlier. The anticipation on some sort of upcoming project. So for instance, the one that you're watching right now, maybe some of you guys saw this, I was building anticipation for it on my YouTube banner, the Service Delivery Salvation. Here, this video you're watching now. Right, with Alex Hormozy. He is hyping up his upcoming book. With James Janney, he posts pretty infrequently. He posts every few months. And so he has his video progress up to 85%. Right, intriguing stuff. Some people, they have a CTA to subscribe. As you can see, Biaheza, a big personal brand here. Eric, Mr. Beast, the biggest personal brand. Right, or some sort of brand declaration, like stating your channel mission, like Iman Ghazi has over here, and Colin and Samir, and Jordan Welch, and Michelle Kare, and Logan Paul with merch right there, or Ryan Trahan branding himself to his candy, Joyride, right? Or another strategy is to put your posting schedule, like Eric puts his new videos every week, and then Logan Paul does that. And so ideally, in total, what you would do, and honestly, this is what I'm going to switch to as well, the mix of these three things. So having your brand set there. So Alex Hormozy talks about schoolandacquisition.com, having that. Anticipation builders on upcoming projects. So the book that he's going to launch soon. And finally, a subscribe CTA is also what I would add. But Alex Hormozy does not have that. Honestly, for me personally, I'll be adding that. So those three elements there. And a profile picture, same thing. Keep it nice clean face, and also I would say keep it consistent with your other social profiles, which honestly I'm not doing this right now. I'm gonna go switch up real soon after this. And then the about section, just a really quick short description on who you are and what you do. And so Alex Hormozy, it's just I invest in scaling companies. For mine, it would be Ray of Clarity in the growth operating space. Right, just a very clear mission statement right there. And so once again, link in the YouTube. For this one, I would do a good wide portion of different things. But once again, please don't do a link tree, please, please, please. But you could do a few more in here. So for me personally, I have my school group and my free school community and my Instagram. All right. Usually on here, you could do a little bit more because basically on YouTube, people are a lot more willing to, I guess, select multiple things. So don't worry too much about overcomplicating the link in description, but don't overdo it. Don't, do a little too much, So yeah, get a rough gauge on that. And then finally for TikTok, just same Instagram bio and same, same link in Instagram bio as well. So now that you have the profile optimized for your creator, let's then get into having it so that we can take everything here. Now your belief on launches fully set. Now your profile optimized is the lowest hanging fruits eliminated. Now we can go into tactically how to launch. Here we go. So this is the real sauce, boys. Now, here is some context on this. So just to be clear, these tactics are in chronological order, okay, of how you should use them. So as in, we first do the market research, as I explained above here, then tactic 1, then tactic 2, etc. Plus later down the road, I'll give you a full action plan, which will include in what exact order to do all of these tactics. So don't be stressed. Now, so then what is the first tactic on how to do our Instagram launch? I would start with this first, okay? It would be the beta test launch on the creator's Instagram profile. So literally, if you have a creator right now, you can do this today. As soon as you sign a creator, you can do this immediately. And I very much do recommend you do this immediately because you can make literally money for your creator today. And therefore, if you make your creator money, what does that mean? Then you make money today. So here's what I would do step by step. The lowest resistance, easiest, simplest, fastest thing that you can do this, to make that money, okay? Which would be this: post a story on your creator's Instagram saying this: guys, or drop shippers, growth operators, people trying to get jacked, vegans, I don't know, woman pullers. Within the next week, I'll be launching X program, where I'll be giving you this as in direct access to me, a community of growth operators, of drop shippers, hours and hours worth of course material, which will skyrocket all of you guys to 10K a month, to you being entirely fixing your relationship with your wife, to you getting the body of your dreams, you getting the Hollywood body. I'll be launching all of this X date. I'll be launching all of this July 3rd. But just to run a quick beta test, I'm pulling back the curtains for just 5 of you guys. I'm going to be giving you access to this early, plus a more intimate access to me. So reply to this story with now, with DM me, with action, and I'll let you know how you can join the ride. Literally have your creator just do a little phone vlog like this, lights out. This is called a quick power offer, okay? And fundamentally, a power offer is just I would say advertisement that leads with immediately the offer. And since there's already reciprocity built up with the audience like, oh wow, this creator is going to launch something soon, so then will respond. You're getting hot leads immediately, right away into the DMs. Then you reply to these people with the appointment setting script, the master appointment setting script, MASS, that I'm going to show you real soon. In the structure sales portion. So wait around for that. And so overview of this funnel is going to be from the Instagram story to a DM CTA over to the DMs, just like that. And so literally do this today. Like, you don't need to prepare a launch, you don't need to do anything. Don't overcomplicate it. Just do this. Boom, money. But this requires that you have a sales process, which I'll talk about down here in structure sales. Great, so we got tactic 1 down now. Now what you can do then is, after you've launched this, literally today, this is what I would do. This is called outbound setting, okay? It's doable literally today, where you can go to, I guess the launch overall tactic is lukewarm or warm outbound launch, which is 1, you, at this point, since you onboarded the creator, you have their Go High Level, you have their Meta Business account, and ideally, you would also get their Instagram account on your computer. Don't get on your phone, because we want to keep Instagram off your phone, stay focused, but we would have Instagram on our computer. And so if so, then what we would want to do is check through the creator's old DMs and look for engaged slash slightly engaged leads. DM them with a conversation opener that, once again, I'm going to show in the master appointment setting script. Then once again, continue on with that setting script until the call is booked. So this would be reinvigorating, or what is called a reactivation campaign on old leads that the creator has already been DMing, who are interested in the creator's info. Then you message them with the first message, then you mass appointment set for them. And so if you look at my own Instagram DMs right now, let me just give you a way to see this, right? So right now we have all these people that we are going through an appointment setting over here. And then we have a request section, right? So check through the request section. There will probably be people like asking the creator, hey, do you provide any mentorship? Do you do this? Do you do that? And those people, they are leads that are looking to literally get mentored by the creator right there. So go ahead and check them. And then also make sure to check hidden requests, because there's a lot of good leads here often as well. Alrighty. And so then that is how you would go about tactic number 2. Now, what is tactic number 3? It is the 5-day lead magnet reels launch. Here's what you would do. So 5 days now. So at this point, because why I recommend starting with these 2 is because this is basically kind of like the pre-launch. We are almost product market fit testing. okay? After we have done the market research. So we've done the market research, right? Over here, this was our initial hypothesis that we built out. Then, so we have our initial hypothesis. Then through the murder market research framework, we go through and we test our first hypothesis. Then we break our prior beliefs on what our hypothesis was. Then we go forward and we generate a new hypothesis in accordance to the new market research, the new data of customers that we have. So we have hypothesis 1, and we go to hypothesis 2. This is now at the murder market research phase, and this one is just initial thoughts, right? And this now goes into our new hypothesis, hypothesis 3, which we test over here. So we have a new idea of what the audience would want. So then we launch that using this sort of new messaging, this new hypothesis with IG post story, right? This beta launch on Instagram, and then the lukewarm outbound setting. And by the way, just real quick, hypothesis, if you guys don't know what that means it's a science term, and hypothesis basically means a idea or theory that you have in accordance to a selection of audience that you think they have some sort of character trait, or they're thinking something, or things like that. That gets a little too sciencey and complicated, so we won't go too much into my more academic background. But that's what you are doing, essentially. And so now that we have tested kind of hypothesis 3, this is hypothesis 3, testing that. This is now hypothesis 4 at this point. Because what we have done here is, after testing those 3 hypotheses, now we have a new idea of what the avatar would want, of what the creator's customer would want. And so then what you do is you front forward with that, because now after 3 iterations, you have a very clear idea. You're like, all right, you know what? I think I know what the creator's audience wants. And so then you could be confident by now shouting this out at the top of your lungs in the 5-day lead magnet reel launch. And so what is this? See, so 5 days before, what you're going to do is you're going to launch a reel explaining what you're doing is something massive. And here's some context on this. By the way, just for some context, this exact same strategy was used for my Growth Operator outreach course launch. So I just applied this for myself with content too. So you could, there's a video for you. So if you guys are launching some other sort of big content like this is what I launch right here. Right, with this big course, and even kind of with this one, with my 5-hour course, I did a similar framework, right? And so I guess the first principle of that is marketing your marketing, which is pretty funny. But, you know, it's a good strategy. But anyway, what I'm saying is that this works. Because also with our clients, we tested this, for myself, with my marketing my own YouTube videos, like these ones, like this one blew up like 23,000. This one blew up to like 2.6K. Right? And by the way, I switched over to plastic now. Oh no. But the thing is, we now also have implemented this with our creators for when we launch their programs as well. Okay, so just for clear context, this works on both sides. All right, so I'm going to show you exactly what it looks like, which is basically this right here. So the framework is this. You start with the intro, which is, this is just a pretty simple Reels framework, right? You do a hook, case study, go into, and then these are interchangeable elements, but a unique, useful insight, talking about a trend, talking about one element of the process, and I'll explain to you what I mean by the process, because it's a process not in the word that you understand. It's a different type of process that I'm talking about here. That who is this for, who is this not for, and then doing X mechanism alone versus, together, and then explaining the event and following it up with a common CTA, then a CTA for next day. So this is a lot of mumbo jumbo, but I'm going to bring it to tangibility into a literal script that I wrote for my own stuff right here so that you can see. All right. So this was literally what I'm showing you right here.
He said 2024 is your year to get rich, bro.
right? So I used it over here. It got 23 comments, and I think the CTA was something. Yep, Project A57 day one. Look at all these interested leads that I'm getting. Holy, incredible. All right. And so the script where this goes like this: hook, just a broad TAM hook. I like to think of content or reel that you're posting as this massively wide top, and then it narrows down into the actual messaging. So you talk to a lot of people by saying, because a lot of people resonate with this, right? Especially because this was towards the beginning of the year, April 3rd. And so people are committing to themselves like, all right, in 2024, I'm gonna get rich. So then you do this wide TAM. You do 2024 was your year to get rich, bro. But bro, even though and then read through here, and the hook then moves on to the case study, which is I talk about my own case study. And then I talk about a unique, useful insight. A unique, useful insight fundamentally is, it's literally in the word. It's an insight that is unique and useful. I don't really know what else, how else to explain it. And so then I talk about, because basically what I'm doing here is I'm talking about the messaging. Like my lead up is towards explaining the concept of growth operating down here. Right, but towards the top of this, I need to explain the concept of Iman Gadzhi and Andrew Tate monetizing their audience with info products. Then you can make the connection of that concept that a lot of people understand to growth operating. That's what I'm doing in the script writing here. And so then the unique useful insight, it moves into the one element of the process, which I discussed over here, is that you need to first sign your client by getting appointments with them. And so the process, and I'll go in depth into this later, so don't worry about this, but the process is basically step by step what a avatar would need to do to go through and get to X result, right? So if you're in fitness niche, one step of the process is that you would need to start first cleaning up your diet. Then you would need to start going to the gym. Like, it sounds stupid because, you're probably watching this, you probably hit the gym, like this is second nature to you. But, for people that are beginning, they don't know. They're clueless, right? And so talking about that one element of the process next in the script. And then afterwards, explaining the event. Then this transitions basically into, for you'll be talking about your creator's new program that's launching. So in the creator script, it'll look like, so guys, I'm launching, let's just use one of our clients right now. So we're launching Barber School, where for the next 5 days, I'm going to be dropping 4 different presents on how you can hit $10,000 a month as a barber in the next 30 days. And so on day 1, and then you explain the rest of the event over here. So over here, I'm kind of explaining how until on day 5, which is April 7th, I'm going to launch a full 2.5-hour masterclass. You explain what's going to happen at the end. And then for Barber School, it'll be something like, until day 5, where I'm going to be launching Barber School, which has this feature, this feature, this feature, and this, it will get you this benefit, this benefit, this benefit. And then you kind of script it out, saying basically all of these things, and then you kind of describe, I literally did it right there. So this was this feature, this feature, this feature. It will get you this benefit. And then afterwards, you then say, so then to get this doc, right? So over here, I'm kind of leading now into the first present of today, right? Actually, this portion right here should lead into there. All right, there we go. So this is the lead in now for the CTA to go into the present, or what we're going to call is the lead magnet that you're giving out in your Instagram or reel. So then you talk about how, guys, the first present is going to be this word for word script on how you can start doing X or doing Y to get to X result with X mechanism. So to get this doc, comment down below X keyword, and I'll send you a DM on how you can get it. And then you CTA to the next day. Come back tomorrow for surprise present number 2. And then you do 5 days worth of these. All right, so I did it here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then here's me celebrating as a making chichiga for some reason. But yeah, as you can see, this is very effective because, number 1, it hijacks a just pretty classical old as time IG Reel format, which is basically the discussion of, the simple hook, the sit down video style, and then transitioning over to a kind of selling what you're giving in your lead magnet, and then finally CTAing over to the fact that they can get this lead magnet with X keyword commented. And once they comment X keyword, then you send or you create a high level automation, and I'll actually show you that automation right now. Okay, so this is literally showing the back end of this already here, and just results for this 20 comments, and so that's 20 solid leads right there. If you have a bangin' sales process, you can close these people, like 50% of them. And if you have, like, let's say a 2,000, 3,000 product, that's 20 DMs. Let's say you close like half or even 25% of these people with mass follow-up. What is that? 5 people times 3,000. That's $15,000 made with this one video. See? So a lot of money that you can do here with just these simple little things. And so how you would go about doing this is with these settings right here. Basically, it's saying that on this post over here, that is comment YouTube, if any of these people respond with the word YouTube CTA, then what will happen is that these people will get a DM like this from me saying, yo, appreciate you being interested in the service delivery course. Get ready. It will be sent over July 27th. But for you, the message over here would be, yo, appreciate you sending over that keyword. Here's that X lead magnet to get you to X result. Check it out. People are like, yo, let's go, appreciate you. And then over here, you can then start the first message of your setting process, which is going to be a qualifying question. So for mine, it's going to be, what's your goal growth operating in the next 3 months? Maybe for you, it's going to be something about, have you started hitting the gym? What's your goal with fixing your relationship? What's your goal with how high you want your body count to be? I mean, some weird I don't know what desired result is in the relationship space, but y'all got some crazy stuff over there, right? And so then step two would then be you simultaneously launch this reel with an Instagram story with this copy on the screen saying, boys, in just 5 days I'm launching X program. I'm talking about it right here. Then you post this reel. So basically what you could do is you could take these reels and then you can not share, but on the Instagram application, I mean, you guys know, right? You could post a reel onto your story. And so then you would post a reel that looks like, a story that looks like this with your reel right here and some copy over here that's saying this stuff. Okay. Then for the next 5 days, same exact concept, but doing these. So what I mean by that, same exact concept, is that same exact concept of sending out these 5 lead magnets. As in with health, here's some examples that you could do. So for the next 5 days, you're going to send out 5 custom workout plans in 5 days. Chest, back, SHARMs. SHARMs is in, if you guys are not in the gym at all, SHARMs basically means shoulder and arms, right? Legs, ab workout. For a keto coach, 5 different keto dish recipes. For a wealth coach, like drop shipping. A product finding guide, an ads guide, store builder guide, supplier guide, scaling guide. For a relationship coach, 5 days to your marriage mission. Just like some copy ideas that I'm throwing out for you guys here, right? A communication guide, a SEX guide, a date night guide, a parenting guide, systems guide, right? All these different ideas where basically for these kind of guides, I'll actually show you mine. So basically, what I did was, since I was launching my appointment setting, or not appointment setting video, my outreach, growth operator outreach video in these reels back over here, right? What I did was I took this massively long 2-hour video, then I broke them up into these documents. So a niche full guide, a updated Instagram DM script guide, a lead magnet guide, personal branding guide. I mean, you guys could join literally my free school group, also in link in the description, and just take a look at what these guides look like, right? They're honestly pretty in-depth and pretty valuable. And so people would really enjoy this. Right? And so I sent that over to people over in the DMs. And so those are just some examples over here. and kind of the funnel that I ran to launch this YouTube video. But then once again, you could do the same exact thing, but then at the last day, you launch your school group. But fundamentally, what this will do is you will get people that are interested in a lead magnet, but number two, it's that they're now expressing interest for the main program, because lead magnets are just part of your main program. So looky here, you got money coming in the frickin' DMs. They're flowing in. You're welcome. But anyway, so I showed you the automation, great. But anyway, once again, now let's move on to the next 4 days. So here's just some examples of the script, and then the compartments that they kind of lie in. Here's the day 3 script. I'm not going to sit here, showing all these different things. Day 5 script, but basically, like, literally copy paste these framework, and then rewrite it for your own creators launch, and CTAing them in accordance to your lead magnet and symbol. And so what I'm saying step by step is that as a growth operator, you have to write the lead magnets, you have to write this Instagram reel copy, and you also have to those are the two main things. And I guess post them. I also post these stories every single day, shouting out the reels. It's not the hardest, but it's not the easiest either. And fundamentally here is just the skill set of copywriting, right, that you need. That's why a lot of growth copywriters, they can transition flawlessly into growth operating. All right, and so now that you have those reels posted, right, those stories posted, and then once again, you don't do it all in one day, you do it day by day, and you have the automation literally just printing out the lead magnets for you. Once you set it up, it's like you go lay on the beach and then you just have freaking people running it in the pipeline. I mean, come on now, it's just money flowing in. And so now that you have tons of leads, right, steaming up in the crock pot, it's because not only on top of the fact that you have leads in the DMs, number one, for the upcoming program, number two, you have leads that are steeping because they're consuming content. They're furthering through the 7-hour rule. And the 7-hour rule is basically that people, after they watch 7 hours of the creator's content, they're ready now to buy because they have built enough KLT, no liking and trusting. And so afterwards, once you launch, then re-DM all of the people that were interested in the lead magnets with the master appointment setting script, which I'm going to once again show in the sales process down below. And so overview of this, high-level view of the funnel, it goes IG story, because you post an IG story once you post the IG reel, then the IG reel, the comment CTA in the IG reel, IG is in Instagram, over to the lead magnet, automatically sent to the DMs through Go High Level. Honestly, if you're not willing to pay for Go High Level at this point, then fine, use ManyChat. But, ManyChat people out there, shame. But anyway, then to the first message in the appointment setting script, then over to the master appointment setting script. And so once again, think about it, you do this. Are you kidding me? Are you not going to get leads? Are you not going to get people interested if you're giving away 5 days worth of gifts and presents? I don't think so. I think it sounds like you're gonna get your Instagram DMs clogged up with a lot of different people interested in buying your creator's program. Sorry, I think your creator's gonna get their Instagram DMs clogged up. But hear me chillin'. Either way, it works. You win. Now, tactic 4 is Instagram power offers, but in a different way. There's a correct way to do this. There's a correct format. So let me teach it to you guys. Okay? So once again, you've done 1, 2, 3, 4. So we did tactic 3, we did tactic 2, we did tactic 1, and now this is the easy order of it. So now basically at tactic 1, we're doing this before the launch. I would say we'll do this 1 week before the launch. Tactic 2, we'll do this literally honestly the same day. It's not that hard, just mass DM people. Tactic 3, we are going to do it 5 days, obviously before the launch. Then tactic 4, the power offer is going to be on the day of the launch, plus moving forward, continuing to do it, which is going to be this. Oh wow, we have a actually nice definition of a power offer here. So let's talk about it once again. So a power offer, the new definition, re-clarified, is marketing material that directly leads with the offer. I guess I already said that. Which, of course, to work well, must be a powerful offer. Henceforth, that's why it's called a power offer. And then it directly requests a call to action to the avatar to engage with said offer. Great. So now that you got that, this is the first principle that then you bring. It's the concept, right? Because you could do this with ads, you could do this with emails, you could do this with direct mail, like literally physical mail. You could do this on a water bottle, you could do this on a billboard, you could do this anywhere, but we're just doing this specifically on an Instagram story, right? And on an Instagram story, this is what I would do. It's a 5 IG story slides. Okay, it's 5 different slides. First, you start with this. Avatar. I'm sorry, guys. For nothing, because I've been getting results like. So this is just, the first principle of this is just divergent or attention grabbing copy, right? It's a pattern break. Then you go into getting results like case study, and you show the case studies that your creator has gotten. And if it's if they don't have case studies yet, then what I would do is, number 1, get case studies from people that he's helped out or she has helped out before. Please, case studies, please. Also, you could use the creator himself as a case study. You could use the creator's friends as a case study, things like that. But please make sure to get people literally on video yapping about how great their creator was. Or make sure to collect screenshots of people yapping about how great the creator is. And so once again, case study 1, case study 2, case study 3, right? And so then this gets people primed up. They're like, oh wow, this guy's getting crazy results. And then, this would be slide 1. So that's slide 2, slide 3, slide 4, and then on slide 5, you then make the power offer by saying, so if you guys want results like these, I'm opening up 3 more slots to my X program, guaranteed, to get you X results in X time frame. So reply with a story with X keyword, and I'll let you know how you can join us. And so this copy, just to analyze it for you, it's pretty simple. It's the same exact concept that we bring from other places. And guess where else we use this? In the market research copy as well. By saying, you can have this thing, and then just comment CTA. And so it's just the same thing, guys, just copied to other things. Bro, the world is so simple, man. Everything's the same thing, It's all the same things out here. And so when you do this keyword CTA, basically the concept here is that case studies washing people to very much believe that the creator is getting great results, which, if these are honest case studies, which, guys, please use honest case studies. That's how you actually have an ethical business, right? Then you get banging excitement from people. Then you make the power offer, and it just injects that right amount of aha to then get people to go over and reply to the story. And then once they reply, then once again, funnel them just back to the master appointment setting script. And so as you guys can see, a lot of these things are now just funneling back down to the master appointment setting script, right? So it must be a very important appointment setting script, right? That's why you got to stick around to listen to how it's done. And so, awesome. Oh my gosh, we have just presented you all these different ways, literally step by step what you should do with your creator, starting today, then also today, then 5 days before the launch, then on the day of the launch, plus you guys can do this periodically as you get more case studies. I mean, how will you not make money with this? You follow this step by step. Will you? I don't see any world where you guys won't make money with this. Comment down below if you can think of a way you won't make money with this, because I really can't right now. Okay? So I think I just made you another, let's say you get one freaking person to buy from this, from the creator, okay? You have a high ticket deal that you're selling $1,000. $1,000 is not even that high ticket. You as a growth offer, you take 30% of that. And so I just made you $300 1, 2, 3, 4 times. I just made you $1,200 in the past 20 minutes of you just watching this document. Are you kidding me? You're welcome. I got you, boy. So then, now let's move on to the next strategy of how to launch different campaigns, which is different YouTube launch tacticas, okay? Most people do not talk about this, but it is very powerful if your creator has an incredible YouTube, right? And so these are pretty intermediate level and expert level strategies. So be aware, we're starting to get into high level territory. We're getting into some sauce here. We're getting to the thick pH level 12, pH level 14 sauce, okay? Which is the YouTube CTA. So this is intermediate because it's a pretty easy concept to understand, but you gotta understand the concept and then see through it and then be able to now use it, right? Because you're gonna start seeing a lot of it here, which is step one, you have your creator shoot their normal YouTube video. But then the creator often what they don't do is the YouTube CTA, right? Which is instead of the creator having them just end their video, or usually a lot of creators are just like, guys, go watch this video next. Like, bro, are you really gonna send all your attention to just another video or to a place where we can make money? Which is over then into something else, right? And what is this something else? Well, you'll see real soon. But the framework on how to do this for YouTube CTAs is to do this. You set up a point that links to your current video that the creator's on, okay? Then number two is you then widen the curiosity gap between, I have a whiteboard, why am I using my hands? So there's a certain point in the video. So let's say there's a video that the creator just talked about, yapped towards the, here's what I'm gonna do. So here's the video that your creator just dropped a bunch of sauce on. There's a point over here where the creator was talking about something interesting, okay? Towards the end of the video, the creator brings that point up again. He brings up point red, okay? And then what you do is you say, guys, point red is very important. And there's a very particular way that point red is going to make you X desired result. It's going to make you $10,000 a month. It's going to make you super jacked. It's going to make you get a lot of women. And here's the thing. Oh yeah, I literally did it right there. Promise specific transformation that they're going to experience, the desired result that the the viewer is going to get once they learn point red. And then you say, guys, once you learn point red, you're going to get this desired result. And so how you're going to learn point red is by X CTA. X action. That's how you get people to act, guys. And so then here's an example of an agency coach. All right. And so here is a script that Iman would say. And as I talked about earlier, guys, when I was mentioning outreach, I said there's one particular secret that once I learned, I just couldn't stop getting my calendar from being clogged up. I just had too many sales calls. I had too much money to make. Too much extra result. So that one secret plus the entire system behind my outreach, I reveal down in a 74-page document that if you DM me X keyword on my Instagram that's linked down in the description, I'll tell you how you can get it. So I'll talk to you in the DMs down soon. Peace. Right? And so what's going on here? Let's break it down. You say the word earlier, which means, well, like I said, you're recalling to point red in the other part of the video. Then you say secret, this secret, particular secret. Why did I start talking like that? And you open a curiosity gap for your audience. All right. And then you tell them and you say, you talk about once again, the desired result that the audience wants. And then over here, let's break down the copy. You say there's one particular secret plus the entire system. So you're just value stacking at this point, right? This exemplifies there's more to it than just one little secret. It widens the curiosity gap even more. And then you talk about a 74-page document, which shows the level of depth in the sauce of this outreach tactic. And then you talk about, so I'll talk to you guys in the DM soon, which is unassumed. You assume that the action is being taken by the viewer. You don't say, so guys, if you want that, then please DM me. If not, it's okay. Like, oh, no. We're saying, boys, I'm gonna be seeing y'all in the DMs soon. This is gonna happen. And this is good. This is ethical to do because if you got 74 pages of sauce, you want your viewers to know that. Don't you want to get your viewers X result results? So this is actually a very kind thing that you're doing. Okay? And so then, once again, this funnels over to the description, which then they'll DM you keyword CTA. Now you could, CTA over to a landing page, you could CTA over to other things, but at this point right now, like I said, what's the goal? Fastest amount of money, largest amount of money, and the fastest possible. And the fastest way to do that is just to use existing sales assets you already have, and the existing sales assets you already have is the Instagram. It's really complicated if we're gonna do some backflips to make an entire website, right? Instagram is just already there, simple. So that's why you CTA over to the Instagram. And then you ram the mass on them. Whoa, meaning the master appointment setting script. Nothing else, nothing weird like that. And here is an example of literally me doing this.
If you want to start an IP, the fucking sauce, mate. That's everything on how you're going to go about learning this shit. Good luck, let's continue the course. All right, and how you get the doc, how you get the free doc. Check it out, this is the thing.
So this is my CTA that I made in my 5-hour course, right? I told people to go to this document, to DM me X keyword on Instagram. I sent them the document, but then eventually I turned it into the school group, and then I CTA'd them over to here. So also another tactic that you can do is instead of the IGDM or the landing page or sales page, you can also send them over to a free school community or a free Discord community in the YouTube description. I mean, like pretty basic stuff. You guys should know this. And the also thing is, literally every other big personal brand, they all do this. It's pretty. I've gathered 50 of them. Right. CTA over to other things in the description. But then I think this is the main sauce, which is how to actually do it, how to actually make people take action with the CTA. This is how you do it over here. Almost a little bit of a copy master class. So just to get the funnel overall straight, it's from the YouTube video over to the YouTube video CTA, then into the link in the description, and then from there to the IGDMs or landing page or sales page or school or the description. And so then let's go into tactic number 2. This gets a little bit more advanced. This is where you actually have your creator shoot an entire VSL or video sales letter. And by the way, it's not just like, oh, shoot a VSL. There's a very particular step-by-step way to do it, which I'll reveal entirely very, very soon in the sales portion. So please be patient for that, because that's honestly the most valuable part of this course. But the thing is, after you have made that VSL, then what you could do is you could put that VSL on YouTube, okay? And then you could use a YouTube CTA to that VSL, then from the YouTube VSL, another YouTube CTA, then to the Instagram DMs, okay? So just to get the funnel straight for you guys, it's the YouTube VSL over, so a normal video, which is like normal video, and then over to the VSL, over to the DMs, or whatever CTA, or whatever your, mid-funnel is. All right, and so how you would do this is by packaging it well. Make sure, you can't just put a VSL up and title it like VSL. People are gonna be like, what? They already know that they're getting sold on it, so they don't want that. So you wanna package it in a good way. And if you guys want to know about packaging, then there's going to be a full growth operator content course coming real soon, because as a growth operator, one of the biggest things that you got to know is content as well. As this world moves more forward towards very much valuing content and realizing how leveraged it is, it's only a necessity to learn in this day and age. So then step 3 from there would then be just to post it as a normal YouTube video. And then step 4 is to use your upcoming YouTube videos and then CTA right to the VSL and then over to the Instagram DMs. And so here's an example of me doing this.
The best, newest, and
So my first video on this YouTube channel as well.
So from being
I'm sorry guys, I'm using these tactics on you, which means if I'm using them, then obviously they work. And so on this very first video that I made, I CTA'd over to,
so just 3 months ago,
this video. This video is the best growth operator lead generation strategy, which is right here. So this one CTAs over to this one, which then this one CTAs over to a DM CTA on to my Instagram. And so it's a very clear progression of basically this one over to this one over to my Instagram, like that. So the flow goes 1, 2, 3. And why this is so powerful, actually, no, before that, I'll show you some more examples. So here's my friend Lyndon over in Thailand. He's sending this traffic over to his YouTube VSL, which basically this one, it got 21,000 views. A freaking sales letter got 21,000 views. That's called a viral sales letter. When sales letter goes viral, you hit escape velocity. Nick Cosman. But anyway, boom, you have this entire sales letter, and in this video, he's basically talking and sending people over to his free school community where he just drops even more sauce. He drops an entire full YouTube course. And it's just super duper valuable. And you know it's valuable because he has 13,000 people in his school group, right? And so that's another example of somebody using that. Iman Gadzi, you guys probably know this. If you click over here, videos, most popular video is his best online beginner biz to start as a beginner. So we are 9 million views, and it's just another sales letter here as well. So very, very powerful, powerful stuff. As well as another low-key example of this is my friend Yod here, Yodster. He has all these videos, and then these videos I'm going to reveal funnel over. Okay, so right now his videos funnel over to here. Secret marketing strategy. Over to his websites. But this one was a literal sales letter. If you see it over here, and he talks about his program over here, but a lot of his videos were funneling over to this one. And this freaking VSL got 248,000 views, like crazy. And this funnels over to here. Boom. And then, you know, the classic landing page. And so, yeah, as you can see, a lot of different ways, and very clearly a lot of people using this. And finally, here is the overview of this, which is basically top of funnel is the YouTube content over then to the YouTube CTA, to the YouTube VSL, VSL link in description, then the YouTube VSL that people watch, the YouTube CTA to the Instagram DMs, or later for scale, you could do a sales page, you could do a book a call, you could do a quiz funnel, free community, webinar, etc. As I discussed, all the other places that you could CTA over here. And so, great, that is tactic number 2, which is the YouTube VSL. Then tactic number 3 is a 3-video product launch. Now, what is this? Fundamentally, this comes from, big credit to this guy, the product formula launch. And now, Iman Gadzi uses this a lot, and a lot of other coaches have used this for YouTube, which is basically over here. You take the, not the foundational ICP sheet, but the foundational sales letter arguments, and once again, I'll explain how to write a full sales letter real soon. But then you write out into 3 different YouTube video scripts your arguments spread out across 1, 2, 3, and 4 different areas. Then in between the 3 videos, like I said, it's the macro is going to be, he put into 4 videos, but I prefer 3. Which is the opportunity first, the transformation that the customer is going to face, then the ownership of the transformation, right? Because one of the biggest and most difficult things for people to buy into is to buy into the owning of the transformation themselves, believing that they could hit 10K a month with dropshipping, believing that they can finally get to their high school body, believing that they can finally find the perfect wife for them. And so you have this macro view that you show them. Then per video, the format that you use inside of it is PSP, which is problem, solve, then problem. So you identify and label, you slap a label to the viewers that's about the opportunity, saying, you guys are broke as fuck, but you solve it for them. But here's the thing, SMA is going to come here and save it for you. And here's a transformation, and then, but then you say this, but here's the thing. You don't know how to do SMA correctly. You know the concept now of SMA, but you don't know how to do it properly. So in the next video, in the next 2 days, I'm going to launch how to make 10K a month actually with SMA. And I'm going to explain to you the transformation that you will experience once you make millions of dollars with SMA. And then you create a new problem after you solved their problem. And so you do this over the course of 3 videos, and the pre-launch of this is 7 to 10 days. Then afterwards, the open cart is 4 to 7 days. And this is when sales will rise up first, and then they'll dip, then they'll rise up. And then the biggest key thing is emails in between. And the trigger here is the principles of influence, which is basically influence. Which is basically making sure that you have authority, or I like to call it status delta. Number 2 is reciprocity. Number 3 is social proof. And number 4 is scarcity, having those principles and triggers throughout your script. And once again, massive credit to this guy right here. Not this guy, not Yod, but
if you want to launch your product or service,
if you guys want to watch where I got this from, then please feel free to watch Jeff Walker's thing. All right, guys. And so examples of people doing this is, once again, Iman Ghazi, just the master of these launches. Oh, wow, he took it down. Crazy. Oh yeah, he took everything down. Basically, he had an agency accelerator and like a bunch of master classes on them. Then he just wiped all of them out. Yeah, but then they will funnel over here basically to this website, and then people could go and buy it. But I guess unfortunately this guy took it down. So just look out for this pattern throughout YouTube, throughout Iman Ghazi's content, and I'm for sure guarantee that Iman Ghazi will do it again. Look for other business coaches or fitness coaches or whatever doing this. And the thing is, a lot of fitness coaches, they don't really do this. And so, dude, money. A lot of relationship coaches, they don't do this. And so if you're able to just basically bring systems that work in one area, and usually the business niche, they're always the best at creating these ideas, right? You then bring that into another niche. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching is what your bank account is going to sound like. All right. And so the overall overview of this is the opportunity video, the YouTube CTA to the next one, the transformation video, then the YouTube CTA to the next one, the ownership and enrollment video. Enrollment as in you're making the CTA now in the link in description to money. Or not to money, to the landing page or to the Instagram DMs, whatever. And then if you're doing it to the Instagram DMs, once again, the master appointment setting script. It almost seems like this little master appointment setting script is just coming out everywhere. Just keeps coming back. And so then we've gone through the YouTube launch tactics. Great. Oh my gosh. Congrats, guys. We went through how to mobilize marketing. And now I'm going to take everything here and give you literally if you have a creator, number 1, what you should do right now. If you don't, then as soon as you create a creator, what you should do immediately as well. Okay? Which is number 1, munch on the lowest hanging fruits. Which is first, if you are not an operator incubator, follow these guides to the best of your ability. Okay? The profile optimization guide shown in this video. And what I mean by profile, or what I meant by the lowest hanging fruit was the profile optimization, because that's real quick, easy to do. All right. And then, but if you are an operator incubator, then just open up the profile optimization guide over here, just click it, boom, and then follow through everything as the tasks. And I'm going to keep continuously updating this as we scale up operator incubator. And yeah, so just follow these step by step exactly. Then number 2 is going to be ramming implementation now. And this is going to be implementing these boys right here. So if you are not an operator incubator, figure out which Instagram and YouTube launch tactic is the best to implement now for you. Right? I'm just going to give you a quick preliminary that for you guys not in the inner circle. It's usually the Instagram beta test and launch and the lukewarm/warm outbound launch first, then you manually type out the copy shown in the video launch. So over here. So what I recommend you guys do if you are not an operator incubator is just get started with this, but then I think you gotta manually type this out because unfortunately we don't give this doc out. It would be just unfair for the people in the program. But here's the thing, if you are an operator incubator, the thing is we'll audit your current creator's situation, and then once, or and then we'll figure out what launch tactic is going to be the best for you at this stage. And then we'll also give you the documents, as I showed over here, to just basically copy and paste the launch tactic, all leading to instant clarity and an immediate launch for you. And so once again, if you're interested in joining us, DM me OI on my Instagram at TimHYoon. It's the first link in the description, just right here. Okay, this is what my Insta looks like, although my face profile might change here soon. Holy, congratulations guys. So we went now through how to mobilize marketing. And now we're going to get to the juiciest, thickest, just dripping with sauce part, the structure sales. Oh my goodness. All right, guys, let's move on to structure sales. I am so excited for this part because you are going to make so much money once you learn how to do this. And I'm going to break it down such easily. So, oh my God, get ready for your bank account to be just stacked with cash. Ready? Here we go. So, before we begin, we have to get down some sales fundamentals. We gotta fix what's in here first, okay? So, how I love to begin explaining this, and you may think, well, whoa, don't explain this. This is not sales. Get the fuck out of here. But remember the Karate Kid, where Master Miyagi or something tells the Karate Kid to wax on, wax off, wax on, wax off. And by the way, I think I've gotten to a special enough part to crack open the last one. Oh my God. Here we go. Let's get started. Once again, with Master Miyagi telling Karate Kid to wax on, wax off, son. And kid's like, nah, what am I doing, man? This shit's stupid. This is so stupid. The Master Miyagi's like, listen, you gotta keep going. There's a reason why you're doing this. And then, at the actual fight, Karate Kid is fighting this other dude. And then Master Miyagi's like, wax on. He's like, and he just blocks the kid. And he's like, what? And the guy's like, Nani? No way. And there's this like anime fight going on, you know? And so this is what this portion is going to be. I'm going to explain some things and you're going to be like, what is going on? But it's just me, Master Miyagi, telling you to wax on, wax off. And you'll soon see why this is so powerful. So how I'm going to do this is by first explaining what beliefs are and how they work. So important. Okay? So here are what beliefs are and how they look inside of us. So this is you. And the next layer of you is your beliefs. And the next layer of you is your thoughts. And the next layer of you is, oopsies, your emotions. And the next layer of you is your environment. Okay? And so what we have here is an interesting epiphany that occurs in the human mind. Basically, have you had this belief before, what you perceive was true or not or whatever, which is that, well, money doesn't grow on trees. Health, I will never be skinny. Girls will always think I'm ugly. To be honest, I say these because a lot of these were beliefs that I previously used to have. And now, let me explain to you then how I broke them, number one, and honestly, what it kind of comes down to with these, because you break things first, because you understand it, then you could break it. Like, I can't break this glass bottle unless I really understand that it's a glass bottle. Then I'm like, oh yeah, I could just throw it on the freaking ground. So let's deeply understand beliefs. See, how how to understand beliefs is by first understanding where they come from. Beliefs come from experiences that happen in our lives that then translate into something that we go, oh, that's now I think, keyword think, or keyword believe, is what is quote, quote, true about the world. Because think about it like this. You come in the world and you have a big box, and that's all you could see. And when you come in the world, you have no clue and no knowledge and nothing. And so your world is very, very black. Black, black, black. And you look at this and you go, how can I make sense of this chaotic universe that I have just been born into? And so then you go, well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to see things throughout my environment. I'm going to have a certain emotion when that thing occurs. Then I'm going to have a thought that occurs when that happens. Then it's going to come into my beliefs. This is the human natural naturing, or natural wiring, right? And so what happened when I previously attained this belief was that, see, my parents grew up in a very not so wealthy area, not so wealthy family. But the thing was, I grew up pretty fine because my dad was a doctor and he made it, but he still kept the poor mindsets, right? The classical, oh, money doesn't grow on trees. Oh, you gotta work super hard, and you gotta work hard, but you can't use leverage. It's just a matter of working, and it's a matter of being very scarce, making sure you scrap up every single last carrot and every single last piece of steak on the plate, making sure you eat every last droplet of that soup, drink every last droplet of that soup. And so when you see from your environment these things, right? Maybe for you, it was your parents being, oh man, I gotta pay this next loan. Oh man, I gotta pay this next car payments. I'm so stressed. And you see this and you perceive it and you feel something about it. You're like, that is a negative. So you got this little red dot right here. And it brings a red thought into your, mind. And then it roots into your belief system. This is when it gets dangerous. All right, because when these bad beliefs come in, then what happens is it's very hard to remove. It becomes very potent and stuck in there. With health, this is one of my things. All of my positive experiences, they came from food. So I would have a lot of environmental experiences of positive food, and my emotions were positive with food. And so then I thought food was good. And then when it came into a belief that every single time I should eat, it's very good, well, it was, I guess, I perceived it as positive, when in reality, it was hiding a little red spots in there. Because why? Well, it was fucking my health. It was making me fat. And by the way, that's how I got fat, right? And when that happens, it becomes very, very painful, and you kind of get a red spot in your black world. See, because you think that your world is starting to get wider and wider, when in reality, instead of getting wider, you just filled it up with more red. And so why this happens, I like to explain, so that's the what, right? That's the what of beliefs. Now, what's the why of beliefs, right? The why is that this occurs because fundamentally, humans you don't really know anything in the world, right? Because we are truth-seeking beings, but the thing is, we also want to know the truth, and yet we also want to protect ourselves from safety, because that's also another core human innate being, right? Always self-protection, survival. That's the fundamental principle, survival. Survival. Holy spelling. Lol. Survival. And so the thing is, we create these beliefs around ourselves and belief systems in our mind to be like, okay, this is true and this is not, and whatever. Because think about it like this, right? How are people so strongly conservative or so strongly liberal? Even though either sides, they're incorrect and correct ideologies of it, right? True and untrue. Well, it's because they linked to that tribe, and fundamentally they take that belief system. But anyway, I think you now get the understanding of beliefs and how they are formed, right? That's the first thing I wanted you to understand, how they're formed, from the environment to the emotions, to the thought, to the belief, and also the fact that some of them can be bad, some of them can be good. But here's the thing. In the context of sales, this is how we will weaponize these beliefs. Because now that we understand how the human mind is working over here, we can use that to our advantage to, guess what? Fundamentally, you just get people to believe certain things and they'll start taking actions, i.e. the actions of putting money in your bank account. And so, that's exactly what sales is. Sales is the practice of transferring your belief in the product to another person's mind. Because fundamentally, let's say you built the best info product, the best school group, the best course for your creator, okay, as a growth operator. Now the thing is, if you believe in your product, correct? Number two, if you truly believe in your product, sorry, guys, it starts with this, right? You know everything about your product because you built it. Number two, if you know everything about it, then if you're an ethical person, then you should believe that it's very good and it helps people, right? And so I guess that starts with you believing that your product is good, right? And then once you believe that your product is good, you then have the belief that product is good. Therefore, you believe product good will help people. Therefore, if you just communicate to the other person in sales through different sales tactics that your product good, then they believe through you bringing experiences to their life that will spike X emotion, that will spike X thought, that will then spike into X belief. Then what will insert into their mind is X belief that they also believe product good. And so once they believe product good, they give you money, which also good. We could even go deeper into it, is that we can use this analogy of a vehicle. I always love using this analogy. So nice, so nice. So let's say we got a car here with some magnetic wheels. I don't even know what science physics tarnation is going on here. But fundamentally, let's say the vehicle is sales. Well, the engine that's driving this vehicle is going to be conviction, okay? Because how do you get people to believe in you? Obviously, the status delta, but number two, the fact that you are very convicted in your speech. When you can tell someone's just so hyper passionate about something. When they're just screaming at you, and they're just, this is it, man, this is the best thing in the world. But you're going, damn, this guy really believing his stuff. And you start questioning even your own beliefs. That's when the buying decision occurs, right? And so then everything else of the car, so the engine is conviction, and then everything else in the car, the windshield, the wheels, the whatever, this is the sales frameworks, this is the tonality, this is the sales script, this is the appointment setting script. So I love to look at this as an analogy. By the way, this leads to the destination, which is Chachinga. And over here is plus sales plus, this would be you. You don't know anything, and you enter into the car of sales, and you go over to the money, okay? Here's the thing. However, though, if at the core, the engine is conviction, right? Then that means that fundamentally, you must have the core belief that you believe that your product for your creator is good. In this case, you're talking about the creator's product. But often, many fall into fake feelings of imposter syndrome and doubt, and they don't believe that their creator's product is good. Okay. And so, what I'm now going to do is I'm going to use this framework to insert a few beliefs for you. And what they're going to do is really, really help you out. Because once I insert these beliefs into you, then you're going to believe that your product is good. All right, which is number one. Often I hear a lot of people going, oh man, I hear info is so bad, I'm just selling air. Guess what? You're here to transform people's lives. I am here to give them a chance at true transformation. So, you're not selling air, first of all. You're selling information that if you have the proper information, and obviously if you're working for a good creator, then they have good sauce, then that means that you are selling them the transformation in their life. So do not fall for this. If you fall for this imposter syndrome of this bad negative feelings, right? It's just your emotions yakking at you. You're just falling for this Goomba in your mind that is yakking from your emotions. This then will lead to you not helping more people. The world will be worse if you stop selling. The world will be better when you start selling. And that is if your product is good. So, once again, make sure that you don't have this devil corrode, enthrall your mind with some BS like this. You're here to transform lives. All right, number 2 is that I hear this. I sell, but I have to make bold claims. Sometimes I don't feel like I can back them up. I feel you. I feel a growth operator. But here's the thing. First of all, this means you care. If you're having this feeling, you care. Sociopaths, think about it, psychopaths, they won't have this feeling. So they don't care. So the fact that you have this feeling, that means you do care. So you're already in the right direction of a good person. Number 2 is this. Realize sales is also about this. Okay? Think about it. There's a boy named Little Jimmy. All right? Here's Little Jimmy. And Little Jimmy, he saw his little doggy here, sick. And Jimmy's like, oh man, doggy's sick. So he goes, doggy's sick. Where's Blue? Okay, doggy's sick. All right. And so he goes to his grandma. He goes to Granny. Here's Granny. She got her curly hair. And he goes, Granny, what do I do? And she gives Jimmy a little pill. Okay? And Granny says, all right, Jimmy, what you're going to do is you're going to give your doggy medicine. Okay? So Jimmy goes, yeah, it's okay, awesome. I'm going to give doggy medicine. So then he goes, take the green pill. He tries to shove it in the freaking dog's mouth. Dog goes, hell no. And so Jimmy's like, what the heck, Grammy? This didn't work. And Granny's like, oh, you stupid Jimmy. What you gotta do is you gotta wrap the medicine in bacon right here. You gotta wrap it like that. You gotta wrap it here and go give it to Doggy, okay? And Jimmy's like, ah. And Doggy goes, that shit bussin'. And then boom, Doggy eats it. And also, what the hell? And also, boom, what happens is the sale is also made. Because here's the thing. Prospects need to eat the bacon first. Prospects are the doggy. They need to eat the bacon first. And then they go into the program. And then once they go into the program, you give them the medicine. You set the expectation straight. It's fine. On the beginning of the sales process, and by the way, this is all depending that you have a good mechanism, that you have a good product to fulfill on actually your promises, okay? And this is how you actually ethically do it. So then in the beginning, you go like this. All right, Mr. Fat Woman, yes, getting jacked is going to be super easy. And you're going to lose all your weight in 30 days, and you're going to be so you're just going to cruise through all of it. And when she goes in the program, obviously, like, it's a, pattern of, or a process of breaking the ice. But to, fat granny, or fat mommy, you go, you know what? Shit's not going to be easy. You knew this. And most of people, they go like, yeah, I know. Like, I know I took the bacon in the beginning. I know. And you tell fatty mommy, you go, it's going to be tough. And you set the right expectations with fatty mommy. and you say there's going to be hard work, whether you're trying to get a new girlfriend, whether you're trying to get a six-pack, whether you're trying to make 10K a month. And then they realize it, and then boom, here's the prospect being now healed. Because they ate the bacon, that's fine, once they came in the marketing. But then the medicine, once again, in accordance to your mechanism actually working, then you can ethically do this. And so this is why, or this is how you mitigate that belief. You're like, oh man, I feel so bad lying and making all these claims. But in reality here, once again, in the beginning, you're here to transform lives. If you are here and once again, your mechanism does work, wouldn't it be unethical for you not to sell the living shit out of your thing so that you can make sure that you transform fatty mommy, beginner at 0K a month, dude who can't get any girls? You'd be doing a disservice, not selling your creator's service. And so you are very, very much doing them a positive thing and adding to the world. And now, number 3 though, you have to deeply understand, even further than this, well, why is it then that I get these beliefs in the first place? Why? Well, oftentimes it's because of this. Now that you've understood beliefs, and you know that they are generated from the environment, and in the environment, there are experiences that occur in the environment, then ask yourself this: what were the experiences that you've had with sales? What were the emotions that you had around them? What were the thoughts when you were being sold in the first place previously? Number 2, then what also, when you had those experiences, how did society's predetermined notions that you did not even adopt, but that since you were born into society that I guess oftentimes fundamentally hates people getting rich because everyone's a NPC matrix brokey out there. How did that infect your mind and your perception of sales? Well, unfortunately, here's the thing. Widely at large, people think lower of salespeople when they come knocking at the front of your door. When they're bugging you, hey, excuse me, sir, at the mall. When they're chasing you down, phone after phone call, text message after text message, email after email. So, the thing is, others think that these activities as a salesperson is annoying. And so then you also began to associate sales as this negative thing. But what do you now know about business that the normies, that the brokies, that the matrix NPCs don't? You clearly understand. There's no other thing in the world that makes you money than helping people, than closing this gap of this current result to desired result. You're like, you physically cannot make money without helping other people. It's not possible. It's not possible. And so, the thing is, if fundamentally business and making cash moolah is about taking people from their current state to their desired state, in the transformation is where that value is created, the money, as we already reiterated. So if you really think about it, sales is this gateway. It's the first step to you helping that person, you closing this gap. Therefore, doesn't it make literally no rational sense to believe in any world that sales is a negative thing? Wow. Boom. Also, think about it like this. Every single time you purchase something, some hot food on a cold, chilly, just skin freezing day, a sweater, stop yourself from that freezing day as well. Think about everything, every little thing that you bought in your life. I can't see, I can see. I'm thirsty, no longer I thirst. I'm hot, let me just turn on that AC. I want better audio quality, let me utilize this useful gadget here. Think about all these things and snap. They were all gone in a single instant. What would happen to you? Think about your house. Think about the bottle of water that you drink. Think about the single bagel you've eaten. Think about everything everywhere all at once being gone. How much worse would your life be? Now realize, all of those things were sold to you. They were positive in your life, and yet you still think sales is negative? Then you are delusional. You are tripping. Okay? So now that we've clearly nailed that point down, there's no damn single reason why you should now think sales is negative. And I could hear like one little other thing for a small section of you guys watching this, which could be, well, what about drug dealers and okay. You guys aren't this irrational. The people watching this don't sound like this. You guys are probably more like, well, what about drug dealers, Tim? What about these bad people selling bad things? And that's why I always wrap everything here with the caveat that your product is very good. Okay? So make sure that your product that you're selling is very good. And no worries if you have no clue how to actually get results for your creators' customers, then I'll literally give you a full guide down here. So don't worry about that. But anyway, in the accordance that your product is a bangin' product, then you are helping people. This is a non-arguable fact. Therefore, now you should not feel a single plink of bad feelings. And despite not having a fully fledged out product here yet, right? Because as I said, everything here comes down to the fact that you do have a good product. But the thing is, a lot of you guys, you might not have a fully fledged out product when you launch. Here's the thing, you eventually will, correct? And so if you have a big vision for this creators company, then you will sell with conviction because your heart, you realize, is very much in it. Your intention here is to help the person, which then leads you to sell hard. In step 1 of sales, beginning with high ticket sales process. Oh my God, guys, I'm going to now make you so much money now that, first of all, the fact that I just rewired these beliefs for you, you literally probably saved like years and years and months. I struggled with this for months and months of pain and suffering of trying to solve these beliefs yourself. I just cracked these for you. Now that these are cracked for you, you will have the ability to now use these to the full extent and the power that you're able to draw from this sales process. So listen very, very closely as I unveil to you how you can just make $10,000 in just seconds with a snap of a finger. Here we go. With the first overview of how overall our entire sales process flow is going to look, which is presented by yours truly, by Myro. So this is the overview, but we're going to get into the nitty-gritty of it. We're going to drag it over here. This is some other stuff for later. But let's look at the macro view here, okay? On average, wow, we got double Myro boards. What's going on? Myroception here. All right. So, since we already have one main Myro, we're just gonna do it like this. Okay. So, like I talked about earlier, we have Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, free community. Maybe your creator doesn't have a YouTube, maybe your creator doesn't have a TikTok, whatever. So be it, doesn't matter. Regardless, probably 99% of you guys that are on watching this video have a creator on Instagram. And so if they are on Instagram, then that means that you can utilize this funnel. You don't even need YouTube, right? Because all these end up just leading back here. So They have Instagram, they have YouTube, they have all these different launch tactics that you can use. As we discussed earlier, the beta test launch, you guys should already know this. If you don't know this, what are you doing? That means you skipped through this part right here. Oh no, go back, watch, very, very important. Watch right here. I think it's here or here or here or somewhere in the YouTube timeline, right? And so fundamentally, like I said, they all funnel down into the MASS, the Master Appointment Setting Script. But even before that, there's the Instagram keyword CTA, right? The CTA, and it funnels into the Appointment Setting Script. Okay. Now what's going to happen is they're going to funnel into a book a call. And by the way, all these things you have no clue if you have no clue what any of these are, then I'm going to show you step by step how to build out everything. So do not worry, please. But first, they're going to funnel into the appointment setting script. Okay, and they're going to funnel into the book a call, to the quiz, then to the VSL. Right, and please make sure you are logging this data on a data application tracker, which once again, I will literally show you all the frameworks on how to create a spreadsheet like that. Then they flow into what's called a pre-call flow. Right? Meaning there are automated flows and there are manual flows, okay? On the automated side, there are going to be emails and SMSs sent 24 hours before, 3 hours before, 5 minutes before, 0 minutes before, okay? On the manual side, you're going to call them 1 hour after the lead is booked. And then also you're going to text them because there is this study that Google did. It's called the 7-4-11 rule, which is 7 hours at 4 touch points. Give me a second. 7-4-11 rule, Google. Okay, there it is. So Google suggests that buyers need 7 hours of interaction across 11 touch points. Oh wow, it's a 7-11-4 rule. 11 touch points at 4 separate locations before they make a purchase. And so what we're doing here is we're just checking these things off. 7 hours. We just spam them with content, right? I talked about this rule earlier. The balloon was filled up. So fundamentally, the people that you're buying, literally ask them, how many hours of my content have you watched? They're probably filled up 7 hours of this balloon, okay? At 4 different touch points. So we're doing over here, if we're doing it right, then we're doing Instagram, YouTube, free community. And they're also doing SMS. And you're doing SMS over here. Even a phone call. We're just increasing it to 5 now. Just spam them. Even if you have TikTok, you have Twitter, like this starts stacking. You just sort of pass this rule. And once you exceed, and this is when you just go crazy. All right, and 11 touch points, meaning 11 different places, so like 11 different texts, 11 different YouTube videos, 11 different TikToks, 11 different Instagram Reels, such of those nature. And then this funnels then into the SMS and WhatsApp. And over there, please personally conversate them. Once again, I'm going to give you a full framework on what to say in the conversations, things like that. And then send them over more content over in the SMS. You're just providing more value before the call. Also, make sure to send them your pre-call VSL, right? This is going to be the longer VSL, or like an hour plus, which I'm going to show you how to make real soon. Plus, you add more content consumed. And then all of this 7-hour rule going on, everything here. And like, you're doing nothing bad here. You're literally just giving them more free value. Like, you're just helping the person more. So I see nothing wrong with this. And then once they show up on the call, and then they flow into here. If they have not showed up on the call, then you follow up, then they funnel back into the call show up. Then you run through with them a sales script. You track the metrics of the sale. Please track the metrics. And we have an entire Google sheet on this for the operator incubator people. And if not, then I'll at least show you how to make it here so you guys can make it. And then this leads over to money. Holy. And so this entire process here, what's going on is there's a lot of components here. And I'm going to show you literally step by step exactly how to build out, how to execute, and how to do it all correctly, and why all of these work with all of these different things. So let's begin with them, starting with the different sales mechanisms that we need to build. Now, all of these root from, all right, no more Myroception. We're going to just go to Notion Myroception. All right, so let's get back to the main thing, which is now how to execute upon this funnel right here. Which is first, this all starts at the foundational sales letter G. Think about it. If you build a house on sand, everything will topple. Rather, if you build a house on a rock, you can build to the skies. Tim Yoon, 2024. And so, what then is the sales letter? See, the sales letter is the fundamental. It is, and even further than this, it is this story. Because the sales letter, the cement block, is built with years and years of history. It's like this iceberg. Shout out to the Growth Operator iceberg video for those of you who watch that. If not, go watch it. I think it's 2 videos before this one, or 2 videos, yeah, before this one. All right, so I'd love to explain it with this story right here. So the sales letter is what people use today. But a lot of people don't know where it came from, the Old Town mystery from where it is. So let me tell you the story of Mr. Sales Letter, okay? So Mr. Sales Letter, back in the day, Mr. Sales Letter made this quote up. He's the originator of this quote. It's that the best sales process is the hidden sales process. Because think about it like this. What is sales? The transference and rewiring of beliefs. How do people get brainwashed? By believing that they're not getting brainwashed. And then once they get brainwashed, they're like, fuck. Because the brain thinks that it came up with the ideas itself. Think about it like this. Let's say some dude ran up to you and he's like, dude, I'm going to sell you something right now. I am just going to go and just freaking rip all your money. So let me begin to start selling. And you're like, what? You think the sales is going to work on you? You think you're going to buy from this dude? Hell no. Rather, if the guy started with asking you questions, and then he was like very charismatic and he started to really care for you, and all of a sudden he's like your now friend, and then he makes his pitch, and you're like, oh, okay, you're like my friend, I'll buy from you, whatever. After like, a few months of knowing each other. Was he ever your friend, or was he just using the principle as old as time from Mr. Sales Letter? That of the best sales process is the hidden sales process. And so now that you know that story, I want to explain to you even deeper how it was implemented back in the day. Because back in the day, the most hidden sales process was that just of the normal Mr. Charlatan chatting it up on the street, saying, hey guys, out here, please buy my snake oil. Ooh, that's where the snake oil salesman term comes from. People did not know that they were getting sold when this dude was out here talking and yapping about his sales or about his snake oil. And then people got sold until people realized. And so it stopped working. But that was until then. Mail, physical mail, came along. Guess where the word sales letter comes from? A literal sales letter. Letter, it's in the word, right? And so then people would open these mails and they would read this long thingy and they'd be like, oh man, it's so insightful. Oh man, it's a pitch. Wait, I just got sold, but my brainwash was washed entirely here. And so fuck, I just got sold. Oh my God. And boom, they buy. Until people now know that they're getting sold on mail. And you know what they do these days? I heard a study where people literally they open their mail in front of a trash can. I don't know if you guys have done this, but they open their mail in front of a trash can. And they see it's an ad immediately, just in the trash. Right? But the thing is, people now knew this. And so where does sales go? Fundamentally, sales goes where attention goes. Especially where the attention is new. Unaware attention that they are getting sold. And so then this moved on to TVs. Back in the day, the old television. My mom had it, like the black and white televisions, 70 years ago, just this black and white thingy. And then people knew all about the ads that were playing on the TV. So now no more getting sold. Then it moved on to the internet, just the web pages, right? The internet. That's a basketball. You know that globe that looks like the electric thing? I think that's what I was trying to draw. Anyway, they get sold on web pages. They read. But guess what? What was written on here is literally the same thing, but it's just 100 years apart. History repeats itself. All right. Then from the internet, now onto email. Same thing. It's just mail, but just online, internet mail. Boom. Read, sold. People still get sold on this email. I mean, all these still work, right? But it's just to what extent does it work? And then finally now, social media ads, right? And then even further than that now, most people, they get, and now that's literally the full explanation, right? Why this growth operating thing is so goddamn powerful. Because you're using this concept that's old as time. The fact that people don't know they're getting sold when they're getting sold watching YouTube, watching, watching social media, watching Instagram. They don't realize that this content is just sales assets. And they're getting freaking brainwashed and they're getting washed. But once again, brainwash is a bad rep to it, but fundamentally, I do believe that if you're selling something good, if you have an amazing transformation to provide to people, then you're washing people with the good sauce, not the bad stuff. Because either way, you're getting brainwashed, but it's about who you decide to get washed by, the good or the bad. And that is for your intelligent brain to decide, right? And so then moving forward with this, with all this being said, we now realize, though, that all of this came back to, obviously, the yapper, but mostly the fact that what the yapper was saying, fundamentally, we could write it out, and even the yappers back then, they would do this. They write their sales arguments down on the sales letter. The fundamental first principle sales letter. And so, these days, too, every single one at the top who is doing this content stuff, they host their arguments still on a freaking letter. Now it's just on a Google Doc or a Notion or whatever. I'm freaking pulling back the curtains here, guys. Listen. And so this is the foundational bedrock for not just your sales, but this bedrock will link, because elements of your fundamental argument, your fundamental sales thesis is going to link to your marketing, is going to link to even building out your product. And it's why I brought it even back up in the market researching phase. I was talking about how, the sales letter, we're going to add all these components, all these questions for the market research into the sales letter. It's why I brought it up in the marketing. It's why I brought it up everywhere. Even the appointment setting script roots from the fundamental sales letter, guys. It's because it's so damn important. And in this next moment over here, I'm going to tactically show you how to write it. And holy shit, man, once you nail this, you're just going to destroy your creator's audience. Like, bro, they're going to be washed with the good stuff, with your amazing product that you're going to build for your creator. And we're going to make a shit ton of money and a shit ton of value for the audience, for the marketplace. And we're going to help a lot of people with this. So I'm very passionate here to help people with capitalism. And so let's get now into that foundational part, how to write this sales letter. Holy guys, dude, I have no words for how much money you're going to make now. All right, so let's go over the framework, which is right here, and then map it to the sales letter that we have over here. And this one is for Operator Incubator. It's not like any hidden sales tactic or anything, to be honest. It's just the best one I've written, so it's just easy to compare it. And so here we go. You start with a nice, bold headline, okay? And I really like how headlines, okay? And moving it from X position, so from point A to point B in small time frame as X mechanism. That's the breakdown of that framework. So then how you would go about showing this is through the breakdown. And so how we would go about showing this is I'm going to show you what I did here and then the first principle breakdown over here. So let's begin with starting the sales letter with talking about at least myself, right? So for you, you would put your creator here. A quick self case study transformation of the creator, right? So for instance, for mine, it was going from being this fat kid all the way to being, or not all the way, but at this point I was a broke university student, right? And so presenting this right here, then afterwards going from that to this nice and fit, and then the results that we were able to get, growth operating, right? And then even further, showing all the physical results there. And so for you, what you would start with in your sales letter is talking about the case study that your creator was able to do and showing visual proof of the before and after. And this is very important. Number one, you're going to sit through and write this entire sales letter for the creator. Here's why. What's going to happen is this sales letter is directly transferred to when you go ahead and shoot or when you have the VSL, or when you have the creator shoot the VSL. And the VSL is part of the macro sales process right here, right? Where you send this VSL over right here. And simultaneously, this core sales letter is what's going to transfer into other areas of your sales pitch, right? And I'll show you how it maps to the other different areas. And so, and you show this before and after situation. And yeah, then let's move on next, the next portion. And by the way, these two, there's a certain reason why these two elements are there in the front. And I'll explain that after I show this part, right? So then it is describing the further of the creator's students' case studies, right? And overall, just fundamentally, right? And this is kind of that explanation. It's increasing the status delta of the creator. Because in the beginning of a sales letter, fundamentally, you need people to listen to you. How do you get people to listen to you as the creator? Well, simply, you remember the doctor analogy, remember the policeman analogy, increase that status delta, flex your badge, put on your lab coat as the doctor. And this is how you do it. Through your own case study that you present, and through the student results case studies that you present. And also over here, you can present other numerical ways that you're able to get results, right? So for instance, here I present my YouTube, and then my Instagram, and then the school group as well. All these different ways that we were able to get results for our students as well. And for you, you would also put that on your creator's case study area, all right? And so then afterwards, so this is all very strategic how it's ordered, right? See, because after you present to the creator's viewers that you are of status, that the creator is of status to be listened to, then you go ahead and talk about who that this letter is for. And so you break down, these are mine. I'm not going through and reading all these different things, but you can just check it out here, right? Mostly describing probably you, who you're watching this, a growth operator in the situation that you're in. And then you talk about, well, who is this not for? And by the way, some frameworks that you guys can use here for the who is this for. It's you. Always start with you. As you can see, everything here is you, right? It's very strategic in a matter like that. Very particular case. You do this because you're talking, the copy is you, as in always facing towards the viewer, the person watching the video. And that sort of copy, it makes it very personal. And therefore the viewer begins to believe that the sales letter was built for them, which if you have your avatar correct, then it is literally built for them. And so you can't really get this precise if you did not do that market research first, if you did not get a precise look at who your prospect is. So this is why that market research part is once again so important. Then you talk about who the sales letter is not for, to discuss unwanted traits that you do not want people in your program to have. So for instance, for me, it'll be, I'm not looking for growth operators that did no research on growth operating at all. I'm not looking for people who are not willing to take any action and think that this is just some sort of get rich quick scheme, because growth operating is not. It's a business. It's hard work. Welcome to business, right? And so you tie these things and you present these things over here, who is this for, who is this not for, to then even further get the prospect to believe that the sales letter is for them. And then even deeper than this, well, I love to present, this is called setting the stage, as I like to call it. As you now have people, you've got their attention, they're listening to you, and you are an expert in their eyes. Now, they also then believe that this expert has built something directly for them. And now, this expert will go ahead and set the stage. What are the trends going out in the market? And so then you present something like this. In my market, in the growth operating space, there's trends like the overall creator economy, where Mr. Beast and Feastables and Logan Paul and Prime, these are multi-billion-dollar companies that were built within years, or years, but then much shorter than the decades and centi-decades that the companies that precede these other companies, like Gatorade versus Prime and Hershey's versus Feastables. They built these over years and years and years, and yet Mr. Beast comes in here and just destroys these people, or can actually be a solid competitor. And so trends like that, trends like everyone being on their phones, and so education is now moving online. Trends like people realizing that at college they are not going to get the education that they want, and so rather they'll get that education somewhere else, especially online. Hence why growth operating and the info business has popped off like this. Even in the school games, presenting and tying this called branding, right? Tying your mechanism and your special thing to other people in the market, like Alex Hormozi, other experts in the market, like Sam Ovens, who also have put all of their eggs in this basket of school.com. And so you present the stage of what is going on in the marketplace, and then these start to tie towards the main arguments that you're making, which you then present in your thesis, which is the key points. And so your thesis is framed in this way. The framework would be achieving X desired result requires X, Y, Z. However, X avatar doesn't have X, Y, Z. X program is the best at solving this problem. And so for mine, it goes, well, achieving 10K, 20K, 30K a month as a growth operator requires consistent, repeatable systems, phenomenal and unique service delivery mechanisms that set you apart from the other growth operators. However, growth operators don't have this laid out by anyone. Operator Incubator is the best at solving this problem. Or, if you're a fitness offer, you'll go, achieving a six-pack requires consistent diets, consistent working out, and consistent hitting the gym. However, beginner people working out, they don't have somebody having them do these workouts. Well, X workout program, Johnny's workout program, is the best at solving this. And so you present it in this light and set the stage now further with the core thesis that you have. Then you move forward with the story of the creator. Now, honestly, kind of already in the beginning, I told the story, so I'm not going to retell it, but this story is here to relate to the audience that the creator was exactly in their seat. Because fundamentally, there are three types of beliefs that you need people to buy into so that they are willing to buy your product, which is, number one, they buy into the mechanism, that growth operating, that veganism, that cold approach with women. That is how they're going to get X desired result. Number two, it's that they then believe that they can also get results from X desired results, that the customer can actually get those results. So you have to get that belief within the customer that they themselves can as well. And then number three is then going to be these two tied, that the product or the creator can actually get them these results. And so the story does the second part, which is that you tell your story to relate it to the customer so that they believe that you were just in their seat. I mean, literally, what did I do in the beginning of this video? I did the same exact thing. Why? Because I wanted you guys to listen and believe that growth operating is possible for you by showing you all the mistakes I made previously too. So then, I was right here, right? So then you would, listen to the systems that I'm presenting in this video, because quite frankly, they are very, very powerful, and I very much want you guys to use them because it's gonna make you so much money. And so this is why you tell that origin story. And a beautiful framework on how you do this is through the hero's journey. And just quickly break down the hero's journey, right? Some individuals start at a certain place. Then you go to meeting a mentor. And so for me, like literally right here, literally a mentor, Abdul Faroqi, right? So then you cross the threshold into new lights. There are trials and failures of, I guess I don't really talk about too many trials and failures here, but I guess the trials and failures for me, I kind of repositioned it. It was a little bit above. All right, where I went through all these different things I did not enjoy with Asian, being forced out of the 9-to-5 life, but then, finding some joy in sneaker reselling, but then in the reality of it, not really doing too well, and then being kind of stupid with it, right? And so that was the trials and failures. Then you learn, though, that from those failures, there are new skills taught. And you go even deeper to the death and rebirth. The new skills bring you the shift in the human. It's the fact that these business skills then built up the fact that I can now move those into growth operating. The content skills then move me into the new realm. There's a new revelation that occurs that, it's that all of these trials and tribulations were for me to bring those into growth operating. And then there's final change, and at 1 mint, you realize that with the new changes comes a new identity, and you succumb to that. So you say, all right, growth operating, it is how it's going to be. I'm going to change as a human through this model. Through getting more jacked, I become a new person. Through getting more women, I become more confident in myself, that I can, succeed with women. And so then you get a reward. You get a gift for all of these successes. And literally, what do I do right here? Actually, I'll just go back to this core story that I told in the beginning. So this core story right here, well, what happens at the end of the story? I present the award that Tim Yoon got, which was the traveling, the lifestyle that they were able to attain. And then you return back to the regular world, which is back to where I am here now at this desk, and you guys are now part of this hero's journey where I am back at work to continue the mission, to begin once again this cycle by improving myself. And in improving myself, how you do that is through making more money, through the numbers that increase. And so, as you can see, the hero's journey, it maps through all these different mediums that the human life goes through, and it's just flawless to map it then and utilize that in your creator's sales letter. So perfect. Now that we have gotten that portion, since we've gone through a long whole journey here, we want to then, once again, reiterate the case study after case study after case study. And I think at this point, it's a perfect time to talk about case studies, as I promised that I would do in this portion of the video. But which is that a lot of people don't believe that case studies are that important. Are you tripping, G? Are you tripping? Okay. Like I said, fundamentally, there's 3 beliefs that the customer needs to buy, right? Number 1, so let's draw my fingers. Number 1, it's that of the mechanism working. It's gonna work for me, the customer, believing that they can do it. Then step 3, well, guess what? The product, or mostly in your case, the product / the creator can get them those results. And so case studies basically utilize and hit all 3 of these things. This is why it's so damn powerful. Because look at this. What happens when a case study is presented? So there's the mechanism. Well, it's showing other people that have made it with growth operating, that have made it with dropshipping, that have made it with whatever way to get X desired result. And so it's showing other people doing it. So check, it proves that the mechanism works. Then people doubt, well, can I do it? Do I believe that I can do it? Here's the thing. If you show people that look, number two, that are in similar stature to the person that you are presenting the case studies to, boom. That's, once again, check on the me side. Because think about it like this. Let's say you're a 14-year-old and you look just like Slavi over here, one of our students, okay? Will you not be like, what? This guy just like me did it? This guy just like me did growth operating, so I believe in growth operating, and I believe that someone like Slavi did it. Well, my name is Jalavi, and I'm just like Slavi, and I'm 14, and I look just like Slavi. Since I'm Jalavi, I can do it too. So then they believe it further too. And then finally, it's because I'm showing that I was able to get Slavi these results, that I was able to get Seth these results, I was able to get Manish over here these results, right? And so what you do is when you then go ahead and show that you as the creator, with your product, you are able to get these results, it also confirms the third side, that the creator can get it for them. This is why case studies are so powerful. Let me nail this in further. Think about it like this. Think about it like this. Let's say you walk into a restaurant. Okay, you're at a restaurant and you walk in. Have you seen at the restaurant, usually at the front, over here at the front desk that they have a nice lady over here, right? And they usually have this wall. And at the wall, let's say this restaurant was a ramen shop that sold this ramen challenge with these massive bowls. And it basically, the offer is it's free if you can finish it all in 1 hour, but you gotta pay if you can't. And the thing is, you see pictures of tons of people doing it and finishing it. Have you seen that? They hold up their bowls, they're like, and they show case studies of all these other people doing it. Look at every single website. Look at all of them. Look at all the e-commerce websites, look at all the freaking service business websites, look at anything. All right, and also think about it like this. In other places, where else have you seen this? You go to a gym, you know what they do? They have what's called a room of case studies. So before they bring you into the actual sales room, what they do is they have you sit in a room with all of case studies all over the wall. And you have the person sit there, and what happens is as they sit there and they look at all the case studies, they find somebody that looks like them. They find somebody that is their age. They find somebody that is in the current state that they were in. And then the transformation picture from them, let's say it's, we're just gonna go back to Fatty Mom Sally, right? Fatty Mom Sally, who's looking at Fatty Mom Pammy, who went from Fatty Pammy to Super Sexy Pammy, right? She sees this and Sammy goes, wow, I'm just like Pammy. And these guys were able to do it. The gyms was able to do it for Pammy. They could definitely do it for Sammy. And so once again, so much more power there. And boom, easy sell, done, check. Even further, at this point, it should be pretty clear for you guys. And so after you further nail in the more case studies, you then go into your process. Now you have to understand that the process is separate to your product, to your mechanism. So let's talk about the process first, right? And the process is, well, kind of breaking it down into 4 or 3 pillars. For instance, for us, with growth operating, it is owning outreaching. It is slamming it with sales. It's reaching radical results and then selecting how you scale. And notice how I named these over here. OO, the alliteration, SS, RRR, SS, right? Just nice and snappy and memorable. All right, so how you kind of get this is by coming over here and let's see. Remember when we were doing that market research stuff, right? And there was that path. Yeah, there was. Remember where was that path? There was this image right here. That path that you would collect that the creator went through. You could see the creator's journey from step 1, step 2, step 3. Remember how the fitness guy, he went from fat to skinny, then from skinny to fat, but then kind of bulky, then from fat to super cut, right? You have and you break down that mechanism in the process portion. And for business, for instance, with BizOps, how I like to break it down is into MSPO, right? For growth operating, the growth operators MSPO would be the outreaching first, then the sales with closing the creator, then service delivering for the creator, and then selecting how you scale, which is operations, to scale to the further maximum. So then you give first a rough overall breakdown of the process, and then you go even deeper into the process, and this is where the washing happens. So let's talk about it, which is basically then even further breaking down pillar by pillar all the little micro details within your process. So I'm not going to go sit here and explain through all of these different things, but what I would show you here is in pillar 1. And I love to start these with verbs, right? Focus, create, build, after. I guess after doesn't really count, but with, decide, right? It brings this really actionable, it kind of moves that sort of language in the copy, it moves the script forward. And so then what you do over here is within the intersection of this, you go and you describe XYZ element kind of your product, but more so in what the steps would be if the growth operator, or if the drop shipper, or if the TikTok CPB beginner, or if the skinny guy, or if the dude who gets no woman, right? If they were starting, what they would step by step, literally hour by hour, month by month, week by week, day by day, need to do, which is in-depth breaking down that process. So kind of showing them that you mapped it out, that you mapped out what they would need to get from point A. It's getting them really to believe that you can get them from point A to point B. And how you would do that is you would literally show them sitting down, step by step, all the steps that it takes. Imagine you map out all these steps for your customer. They're like, wow, you really know not only this first problem, but because once one problem is solved, right, it's the PSP formula. Problem solved, another problem solution, another problem solution, another problem. And so if you map out all the little problems that you know that they are going to face as they step by step move forward in whatever mechanism that they are doing to get to desired result B, then, well, the customer, number one, at this point, they're finding this very, very valuable because they're like, wow, this guy knows it to the T. But number two, it also gets them to have what's called falling down the Barnum curve. It's not really the Barnum curve, it's called curve of stupid, right here. And just the Dunning-Kruger effect is what it's called, right? It sends them down the Dunning-Kruger effect. Because maybe if they're here, maybe if a growth operator is just beginning, they're like, oh my gosh, the only problem I have is that I need to find a creator. That's it. So easy. It's so easy for a dropshipper. All I need is to find a winning product, and then I just print out ads. Like, it's not gonna be a problem. All I need to do is find that correct line to say to the girl, and I'm gonna just get every single girl. I'm gonna have so many girls on me. You know, I just need to find that one workout. I just need to find that one diet. It's gonna be so easy. That looks weird. Workout, diet. And you're like, oh man, we're gonna do it. It's so easy. But if you show them that no, after the frickin' diets, after you find the workout, then you're gonna have to keep consistently doing it. Then you're going to have to fix your sleep. Then you're going to have to start actually increasing your diet plus working out more. And then you're going to have to do blah, blah, and blah, blah to get XYZ result. And so they're like, it's so easy. Oh, it's that hard. oh. And so their confidence goes from stupidly high to then realizing over here that the more that they know, the more wisdom that they have. Because literally here, what are you doing? You're dropping them wisdom, right? You're dropping them sauce. They fall down and they go, wow. Oh, I see how difficult this is. And this is why this is so powerful. Because it reveals, fundamentally, right? Value is created when pain is alleviated. And so pain is alleviated when, first, the customer must know about their pains. They must be pain aware. How do you make them pain aware? By literally showing them all the problems that they're going to face for the next freaking 2, 3, 5, 10 months. And they're like, oh, wow. And so this is how you sell even further, by showing them the process. It's very valuable and it's very ethical to do this because you're literally just showing them the real raw truth. But then it also works as a sales mechanism because they are now aware of this. And so a lot of the sales that I like to do is just a very hyper-logical way to sell, because I just think it's the most ethical way to do it. It's from Charlie Munger. He says, we have a highly ethical morality as entrepreneurs to sell logically, not emotionally, because when you emotionally sell, it's a sort of manipulative tactic, and eventually those people, they just they charge back because they believe that they got manipulated to do so. And yeah, that's what emotional selling is. But if you logically sell, then the customer, you sell in a way where if you want to logically sell, then your product has to be good. And so, that's how you actually become a really good entrepreneur. But anyway, that's a little side tangent to coming back to the main thing, which is after you present, because there's pillar 1, 2, 3, 4, after you present all the micro steps within each pillar, then you talk about the frequently asked questions within each step. Okay? So for instance, what you'll do here is, I think you guys will most relate to this because a lot of you guys are in the growth operating outreach phase. And so let's say you went through all these different things and I escaped you, and I explained to you that as a growth operator, you're going to need to identify your niche and get really the offer down as well as a growth operator. Okay, you're going to have a consistent system that generates leads as a growth operator. You're going to have a consistent system to have the proper outreach, to have the proper initial message, and then afterwards an appointment setting script to close calls with your creators. You're going to have to consistently also provide value to them through content methods, and that's what the fundamental of these are, right? Lead magnets. You send them a Loom or a Miro or personal branding or an outreach, or you send them an outreach with a lead magnet. And fundamentally, all this is just you sending content over to the creator to surpass the 7-hour rule. It's the same thing as you sell the creator as you sell the creator's customers, so you're selling the creator in the same exact way. Just the same thing, you just flip it over. And so this is the process that I discuss within how to do the outreaching to your creator properly. But a lot of people, they may ask, well, what if I don't have my niche clear yet? Well, what if I currently have no leads to outreach to, and I'm struggling to find qualified ones as a growth operator? What if I haven't sent a single outreach message yet? Well, what if I currently have a outreach script? What if I don't want to make a personal brand? And so these are questions, number one, but fundamentally, they're really objections that you would have in the sales call, in the sales process, once you do meet up with your creator students. And so then what you do over here is you answer these before in the sales letter, in the core sales letter. And these, then once the creator shoots the VSL, you basically have a lot of the objections already dealt with before you get onto even the sales call to close the creator students. And so once you're on the call, it's basically like, hey, do you have a credit card? Are you breathing? Do you have air between going into your lungs and your mouth? Okay, so you're a human. Okay, great. Then let's go. Let's buy. And they're like, okay, great. Because everything is already dealt with, right? And so that is that framework. And that FAQ part is very, very important. Making sure that you think of all the little questions that the growth operator or the drop shipper, or the dude who's trying to work out, or the person who's trying to get a father, wife, or husband. You really, really figure it out all here, and as you learn more about the customer through the sales process, through sales calls and whatnot, then you will add further and further to this list of FAQs. All right, and so now that we've got our process down, what we want to do here is simplify the process once again, summarize it for them, because they just went through a whole whirlwind of all these different things, and you literally sent them down crashing into this emotional pit of despair. And so then you want to re-explain it to them, so they're like, okay, I'm here, and you re-explain it to me, and I thought there was a lot more, but then I got it now. Okay, so now I'm starting to see, and they start rising up this area now, because you want to take them down, but then you want to bring them up that journey, right? You don't want to just put them down and keep them there. And so that's what you do over here. You summarize the process. You go pillar 1, summary, pillar 2, summary, pillar 3, summary. And then, now that they have the options and the understanding of they have the process down, they're like, okay, so I am now problem aware. I'm realizing that there's this massive staircase I need to climb. How can I climb this? Well, you predict that by giving them the options on how they can climb the staircase. So first you tell them, well, you could do it yourself, except blah, 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 and then you guys can read it here. I'm not reading this for you, but you can go about showing them and telling them. And basically for me, what I do over here to the growth operators, and once again, this is a very ethical way to sell. It's just breaking it down like, hey, this is what's literally going to happen as a growth operator if you go through this alone. And I know this because I went through this alone when I started too, and until I got my own mentor. And so when you present all these different things, they see very clearly, they're like, oh wow, doing this alone is going to be a lot harder, slower, more expensive, and not as easy. But then you present your solution now here. Or not really your solution, but more so working with the creator, not really presenting the product here yet. See, as you can start to realize, bro, none of this is up until this point. We haven't even talked about the product, right? Because customers don't really care about the product. They don't care about what the vehicle is that gets them to the certain position. They don't care about your school group. They don't care about your cool little trinkets and little systems and whatnot. What they care about is the transformation, the desired results that they're going to achieve. Okay? And so this is why over here, when you talk about your, I guess, kind of product, but more so doing it with the creator, you talk about all the things that you're going to implement, number 1, but number 2, the fact that selling the desired results, selling the benefit. It took me a long time to really get this. You have to sell on the benefit very clearly on why doing it with you is faster, cheaper, better, easier, and now. And so then you explain that over here. Feel free to read it. I am not sitting here reading this for you. All right. And so then once again, you come down here and now you've sent them through once again a whirlwind of emotions and confusions and just a lot of info. And so then you want to, because people, they got goldfish memory these days, right? And so you want to then remind them again, well, again, who is this for? Getting this clear. Who is this for? Okay. So there's a lot fatter over here. Right? But what I did was I consolidated these points and I squeezed them down to kind of just combining them, reworking them, to bring them down over to here. That you are, if you're this, then this is for you. Getting that really nice and clear for them once again. And then now over here, once again, injecting the case studies when they're starting to forget it. Because then they start to forget. And so then you represent these to them once again. But then over here, what is great to do is actually present the case studies in a lot more detail, because you kind of rambled through all of them really fast in the beginning to flash that badge. But now it's more time, because now they've steeped in all the way this far. Their retention level is pretty high, and they're probably planning to stay towards the end. And so then you present to them a more deeper analysis of these case studies. Tell the story. Go in depth of the stories that Manish went through, that ex-fitness student went through, that ex-student who got a lot of women went through, right? And so then you sit over here. First, I love to start with a quote, okay? A quote from the student. Like, think about it like this. When you go on different websites, you'll start seeing this now. I'm literally showing you freaking through the matrix. Because when you go on these websites, you'll see a lot of these websites have ex-customer, 5 stars, quote, this is the best thing ever, blah, blah, blah. And those quotes, it's it works so well because it's using the tactic of it's their words, not mine. Because the business, people don't trust it when the business is yapping about how great they are, but when others are yapping about how great they are, people are like, oh, I'm starting to believe this guy. And so then you put the quotes over here. Like for Manish, he told me, the man, the myth, the legend himself, Tim Yoon, took me from $2,000 to $7,000 per month. Like, number one, that feels good, but number two is great marketing, because he literally said himself. And so then what I like to do is kind of presenting a before and after framework over here. Literally, it's pretty simple. It's just showing, it's just the first principle. It's the same thing just over and over again. It's, I showed mine earlier, right? My before and after. So now you just present Manish's before and after. Manish's, there we go, Manish's before and after, from A to B. Then you do the same thing with Andre. If you're thinking about it, this is what Andre said with me, or Andrew said for me. He said, if you're thinking about it, stop, just work with Tim. Thank you, bro. Thank you, Andre. And so then you show the before, and then you show the after, and same exact principle there. I'm not writing these, feel free to read it yourself, but I would love to show you the framework over here, which is the in-depth case studies, right? And then kind of to add on to here, it'll be the before and after framework. All right, awesome. And so then let's move on to the next portion, which is you talking about just quick and dirty benefits, okay? Because now we're going to start talking about the actual product now, finally, but breaking down components of the product into its features, okay? And so how we're going to do that in the proper way is by first shouting out the quick and dirty benefits that the overarching is, right? Here's the product, and the product fits within. Product is the way to make this path go easier, faster, cheaper, better. And so if the product is that in between, then basically the in between, there's in between steps within the place to get them from point A to point B. And so you then break down within point A to point B, or sorry, within these steps, all the little features that would go into supporting. Think about all these steps, and now it's a big rocky road for the customer to go through. Basically, as the product builder, as the feature builder, what you're doing is at each of these steps, you're going, instead of building this rocky road, you're paving the road for them. You're building a step for them. You're building a step for them. You're building a step for them. Oh my God, that's a great analogy. You're building a step for them. And that is what the product all comes down to. All these steps that are combined together. And so, the thing though is, like I said earlier, the customers are buying, I like to remember this, what's in it for me? I like to follow this framework. WIIFM. What's in it for me? The customers are always thinking from this lens. And it's not anything bad from them. Like, I get it. No problemo. Right? Because I do it too when I'm buying something as well. It's just that humans are always wired to be selfish. Because fundamentally, it's a survival thing. And so they're always thinking, well, what's in it for me? Can I move this thing down, please? All right, there we go. Humans are thinking always, well, what's in it for me? And so when they're thinking about this, the what's in it for me framework ties flawlessly to just talking about freaking benefits. Because when you talk about benefits and the quick and dirty benefits over here about the product, don't talk about the how beautiful your system is with your coaching, how awesome your one-on-ones are, or how awesome your community is. I mean, yeah, your community is awesome, but then don't talk about how in your community there's so many people, there's this commenting feature that you guys can do, and on every weekly call, you also have them post little community things. Like they don't care about this. They don't care about the systems that you have here. It's just that, well, what does this aspect help support in my staircase? What's in it for me? And so then that's why you present and start pitching with the benefits over here. And you just go over that overarching of the product, all the benefits overall over here. But then afterwards, you then go through and break down the features more in depth. And also, this is where you further sell on that benefit, the desired results. So you'll see over here, and this is how you pitch features, guys. You say, before, pain point, plus you agitate the pain. Now, look at this. It's so much better, faster, cheaper, easier. Now, look at this. Don't you guys get it? It's so easy. Look at how much faster, better, cheaper it is. By the way, credit to Nick Cosman for a lot of this stuff. Like, great work from his end, too. figure all this out, right? And so you pitch those features and really shilling hard on the benefits that those features have. So then you go into feature number 2, and you do the same thing. Feature number 3. And by the way, just to help you guys get a good framework for coaching business, over here for me, fundamentally, what this is basically, boom, I'm pitching the onboarding call feature. Then number 2, I'm pitching the 24/7 access to my team feature for Operator Incubator. Number 3, I'm pitching the all the swipe files and the course, basically free courses that we give in our Operator Incubator as well for our students. And then I'm also pitching over here the 7-month all the systems that we built with Go High Level, with Notion, with the snapshots over there, with microsystems, everything like that we just plug and play into the growth operators. Once again, I'm not freaking trying to pitch you. I'm just showing you an example of how you can utilize these features over and then move it to and flip that over to your own info business, right? Or the info business that you're operating for, which is your creator. And so, yeah, that's a way to do it. But then when I'm talking about these features, I'm not saying 24/7 access and how you get to talk to me and you're going to have so much fun and whatever. Like, no, instead you say you're going to talk to me, and that's going to make every single time you're in such a bad area, it's going to make it so much easier, because as soon as you just talk to me, like, boom, all your problems are going to be solved. It's going to fly away. It's going to just instantly disappear. You're not going to worry about it no more. Oh my gosh. It's so much better. It's so much faster, because previously you have to go on YouTube, you have to live for like 5 hours, 10 hours to try to find a solution on some kind of Go High Level stuff. But no, within 2 seconds, I can just boom, tap into all the knowledge that I have, all the knowledge that my team has. And then they're like, wow, oh wow, I could definitely see that there's something in it for me. So you literally show it to them. You show it to them. And so that is how you go ahead and pitch features. And then feel free to read the copy here. Also, what you can do is just copy paste this, then use the frameworks and replace the portions where, if you're in the fitness niche or dating niche or some different type of business niche, then you can type out and re-switch these portions over here. And yeah, then you go into, now that you've talked about the features, you go ahead and stack the offer. This is what's called value stacking. You talk about the features, you talked about the benefits over here, and now you go ahead and you talk about how each feature is X price, is a certain price. And so for me, I talk about how feature 1 is $350. Feature 2 is this much. Feature 3 is this much. And and this is the only way you could actually do this ethically, is by calculating how much these costs are, usually on average. And so for me, I'm like really dropping honest numbers here. An onboarding call, or straight up a full ass consultation that we do for inside Operator Incubator when you first get on. And so then what happens is that sort of thing in the marketplace is usually like $350, $400. But we do it, it's all in the package, it's all in the main price, right? And the 24/7 access, I calculated. You get 5 people in my team. There are 500, usually dollars per mentor. That's like a low underestimate, per month times, or per mentor, times 5, which is around like 2.5K a month that you would need to pay for this. Our cohort totals out around to, it's actually 12 months. It's not 6 months. And so honestly, this is freaking higher. But let's just like theoretically keep it even and still at 15,000. And then people are like, yeah, that number makes sense. Yeah. And so it only works if all these numbers make sense. And I'll talk about this in the VSL part, but as the creator is shooting this VSL, have them show these numbers and be like, guys, make sure I am not overestimating these numbers. Because once again, if you're overestimating, it's unethical, it's not fair, it's freaking lying. But if you're underestimating, giving proper market value, then people are like, yep, makes sense. And so you're logically selling here. And yeah, it's just the best way, most ethical, cleanest way to go about it. And so then afterwards, here's how you really wow the prospects. This is how you blow them off their feet. They just get washed at this point, man. Because you valued all these features. Now what you're going to do is you're going to save some features for the bonus. Because you see over here on the sales letter, you say, oh, and you thought this was it? Because here's the thing. If you act now for this specific cohort, then this is what all these different things that you'll get. You get feature 5, which is 2 personal bonus one-on-one hour, or 2 bonus 1-hour calls with me. You get a roadmap, you get a roadmap feature, which is the Operating Community Network. This is the community that we're launching really soon. And then you get 12-month access to the entire database. Firstly, for me, I'm going to be making it's not going to be hundreds, it's going to be 200, 500. I even know I'm really modeling off of Charlie Morgan's course. I really like the products that they have at Sam Evans' course. I just like to study the best products that are out there, right? And so, however many hours that they have, I'm going to model a similar thing. And so then, you talk about that's going to come in the future. You talk about roadmap feature number 8. You talk about the weekly strategy calls. You talk about whatever feature. These are just some ideas for you guys. Personally, for us, we're implementing, and this is a high ticket situation, right? Weekly strategy sessions. I got this one, credit to Joel Kaplan, because what he would have, and I'm sure he got it from somebody somewhere else, which was a booking link, a calendar, where students can book calls anytime that they want, 24/7 call support. That gets crazy. And so then afterwards, personally for us, we're going to be doing a Dubai or Miami mastermind within the next, I would say this comes 3 to 5 years from now, or maybe 1 to 3 if it goes fast. But I like to set nice, realistic horizons or time horizons. And so usually what I'm discussing over here is that $6,800 is usually what these high ticket programs cost. Then afterwards, what that ascends up to is roughly a $3,000 per month, so $36K a year mastermind. And for those, usually what you need to do from the 6.8K is that $1,000 of that is allocated to having just the access to purchase, have the entrance fee to get into the $3,000 per month mastermind. And so that's how you value saying hey, we're going to have this in the future. The thing is, at part of the portion of the core product that you have, or the current high ticket that you have, the value of that, you're also getting this $1,000 value within that price. And so, and by the way, you can only do these things if you actually are going to build these out. We are actually going to build these out. This is why I can yap about these things and add them in the value. But if you aren't, then you're like an NFT project. You're just lying about the entire roadmap that's coming. And so, yeah, if you really have a strong vision with that creator, feel free to talk about these features. But if not, then at least talk about the features that at least you can see the future of. Because, fundamentally, if you're going to build it out anyway, might as well use it in your marketing or your sales process. And so, yeah, then you go through and then you sum of all of these prices together. I think we already did it over here. Yeah, we summed it up first, the first set of features, but then you double sum it. And now Prosper's like, what the frick? Now I'm starting to see this. Mathematically, you just do the math. It's very logical selling here. This is $49,696 in total. And the customer's like, wow, I can see the value now, numbers wise. And then what you go ahead and do, and then you even add a clarifier here, which is what I love to do. Over here, you say, just be transparent. These are estimates of when you buy these services alone. It would cost you about this much. But since, and then this is where you give the rationale as to why your price is a fraction of this, 10% of this, whatever you say. You say, since we're bundling up all of these things, and since we are hyper-focused on getting the best case studies, at this earlier stage of our company, we can only afford to give all of this at a special price, or at this special price. That's why we can afford this price. And so, with this special price, since we're all bundling it up and only available, this special price is if you do show up on the call. And by the way, fundamentally, this VSL over here is to get people to push them to actually show up on the call, all right? And so this is why your CTA over here is telling them, hey, make sure you show up on the call after you watch this video. And so then they're like, wow, okay, there's a lot of value. This is serious stuff that I'm getting here. I better show up on this call. And then here is when you inject the guarantee. Now, a lot of people I see, a lot of growth operators, a lot of info businesses, they lean so hard on the guarantee that they can't even freaking deliver on. That's a big problem. Because here's the thing. Number one, people come in with the guarantee, they're already wishy-washy. They're already looking to get out. They're already looking for a way out to weasel themselves out to get their money back. But the thing is, if you pitch based on the features, based on the desired result, based on the value that the customer is going to get, then the guarantee is just that cherry on top. It's just that cap on the bottle that you just close that deal right there. Which is over here for us, our personal guarantee is that they will hit 10K a month in the next 6 months. Actually, no, we changed that to 3 months. So it's even better. In the next 3 months, or else you get all of your money back as long as you follow through the step-by-step directions we give you on the roadmap journey. And so you have it nice and clear. And you inject that guarantee right there. That's going to, boom, just nail that close in. And so then afterwards, you go ahead and summarize your full offer over here. You stack everything because once again, people have there's a lot of info going on here. There's a lot of emotions. The customer's like, wow, holy, I need to buy this thing right now. So much value. And then you summarize that once again, and you talk about the guarantee. You talk about how, then you also inject some scarcity in here by discussing right here how the team only has bandwidth for this only small portion of students that we could only bring on for the next 5 to 10-ish people. Now over here, personally for us, yeah, this is a freaking stacked offer, so we actually can only pitch around this many people per month. I think it's around like 15 we're taking per month, right? And so in that spot, you talk about this scarcity if it's real scarcity. If you don't have real scarcity, then honestly here, I guess there'd be other ways to phrase it. You could be saying how we're going to raise the prices at this certain amount because we want to reward the people that took action early. You know, different ways like that to inject the scarcity with ethicality and legitimacy, right? And so that is in summarizing the offer, once again, dropping that price of how much value it is. But then over here, what you're doing is, once again, calling over CTA to make sure that they show up on the call. But then do not talk about your price. Don't talk about your price here because, and I think it's genuinely the best and most ethical way to do it. Because think about it like this. If you talk about your price, customers will just think about your product in terms of the number, the price that it has on it. But no, that's not what's best for them. What's best for them is how valuable this thing is, and if it's actually going to get them the results that they want to, and them believing that, then number two, the price is just, it's like, first, everything has to make sense, and then it's a matter of, all right, here's a certain price, you have a certain amount of money. What is the payment plan that we can to help you out with this price so that we could get you in the door? Because when they start thinking about price and they're like, oh, well, then they're just like, they're thinking about basically trying to get a certain amount of value for a certain amount of price, when in reality, the transformation is fundamentally the transformation that they are going to experience in this info space with knowledge is unparalleled to any sort of price. It's priceless. Therefore, their mathematical equation of trying to equate the price of actually getting to their results is never physically possible. They can't do that. They won't be able to. And so when you start having them calculate on price, then at that point, they're not even trying to climb up the ladder. They're just trying to they're trying to test it out if it works for them and at what price are they going to test it out. And that's just like, that's not even a customer that you really want. And so that is why you don't drop the price, and that's why you drop the price much later. All right. And so once you have summarized your full offer, then you go into FAQ. And this is where a lot of the selling is done. Right? You ask them questions because fundamentally, right, if we copy this to a sales framework, at the end of a sales call, people will have objections. And when they're asking objections, there's literally phrasing questions. And so why not just answer the questions on the core VSL or the core sales letter by talking about, well, what happens if I don't hit 10K a month in 3 months? And they'll go, blah, blah, talk about it, boom, boom, like this. And you have the offer sitting here. you have to remember the offer that you have. Boom, you ask another question. You answer. Boom. You ask another question. Boom, you have the offer here. And so you do this to reiterate to them that the offer is there. And number two, a lot of people, what's going on is they have like one core objection. They have like one or two that they have in their mind, their little doubts. And really, realistically, if you went through all of this right here, they really should not have very many objections. If they did 7-11-4 rule, if they went through that entire bit of, all this content right here, like at this point, they should not have any doubts if you did it all correctly. But there could still be a few little one or two things, right? And so usually what happens is they're watching the sales letter or reading it, and they see the certain question that they have asked, and they go, oh, I'm buying. Like they see the question, it gets answered. They're like, oh yeah, okay, got answered. I'm on the call. I'm just gonna buy. And so that is how powerful this thing is. Like think about it. If you really do all of this, if you really write this entire sales letter, do you not think that your creators' customers will be like, number one, holy, this guy did this much in-depth research on all this different things? They're like, wow, this guy really gets me. This guy is really legit because of all the case studies. This guy knows that this is for me, that this is not for me. This guy knows the trends that's going on in the market. This guy knows all the key points of the growth operating business. This guy has this entire story laid out for me, and I believe that I can do it because he did it. There's more other people that are doing it. How is it not possible? Is it realistically impossible that I can't do it? No, I can very much do it. This guy laid out every single step-by-step that I would need to take without him. Then he talked about all the deeper parts of that. Then he summarized it for me. Then he told me how difficult it's going to be doing it myself. But then I realized now that I need to do it with him or with her. Then he re-clarified this for me. Oh my God, thank you. And then he talked about his case studies even more in detail. Then he talked about the quick and dirty benefits. Then he talked about why his feature, all the different little things. And he talked about how much each feature is going to cost. And then he value stacked all of it. Like, if you do all of these things, bro, there's no freaking way you don't close a 10K cash collected launch. At the minimum 10K. You should do like 50K with this, bro. If he comes to the 10K launch, I'm gonna be like, that's trash. Go come with the 50. I'd be like, that's more like it. There's no way you do not get a massive deal with this. All right, and incredible, guys. We did it. That is us now going through the sales letter framework, and then we're going to go through. Actually, I'm going to quickly jump over to the VSL over here. See, as you can see, what I've done is I have framed or set this up in a way where basically I'm building down from the core, because we're building upwards from the sales letter. Then, because the core sales letter then ties into the VSL and also to the sales script. All right. And so what we're doing here is, that's why I'm building it kind of backwards, but I'm going to quickly jump over to the VSL because that is what is right here. Oops, right here. And so the VSL, just to really quickly go over it, literally just take the sales letter, then have the creator shoot a loom reading it and then presenting it. Like, it's super simple. But I actually want to give you guys a few notes on how you should coach the creator to shoot this VSL. So let me do that really quickly. So have them just tell their story. This should be pretty easy to yap about. People are pretty easy or good at telling stories, especially creators. They're good at telling stories. You talk about the case studies, and make sure you sit there and don't just like skim over these. Go really in depth and be very passionate and excited when the creator is talking about this part. Then, yep, with this part, just read it out, super simple. With this part, have the creator read it out as well. With the trends, same thing, read it out. With the key points, read it out. And by the way, how you'd find trends in your market is by literally just studying your market. And if you're in the market, then you probably have a pretty good gauge of it so far. Yeah, going more in depth in the story, easy. Same thing as the case studies part, in depth into it. All right, and now this part is going to be talking a lot more about just quickly going through the process. So yeah, just read it. Deeper process over here. Yeah, read it through. Read it through. Yeah, nothing too different here. It's just reading it through. Yeah, because if the direct response copy is good, then you should be able to just sit there and read it. Like, you could be a freaking robot and you'll still make sales. You can read it like, so before, remember every time you would get confused, like, bro, if the copies go like, they're washed, they're done. Lights out. And so, yeah, pretty much just read it. There's not much else to do here, to be honest, because if the writing's good, then it becomes simple. Shooting becomes simple. And so just have the creator sit there and shoot it. Great work, guys. And so this, once you shoot this sort of thing, it comes out to like an hour and 30 minutes, and that's fine, because you're getting your customers to literally watch through and fill out more of the 7-hour rule. And so, perfect, great, that's awesome. What better way to do that than to just have that done, the 7-hour rule. Or sorry, through the sales letter. And so, great, now that we have gone over how the sales letter works, the format of it, the framework of it over here, how that maps onto the VSL, just literally have them shoot it. Let me pull up a loom right here, as I have here. Just have the creator shoot it. And then we're now going to talk about how all these concepts in the sales letter then frame over to the sales script. So let's begin. All right, so now let's get into the sales script. All right, so what I like to do is this. Before the call, if you are running 5 minutes late, DM the customer on the creator's account saying this: Yo G, my last call went a little bit over time, so I'm running a bit late. Do you mind if you can still join for the time being, and then wait for like 10 minutes or 5 minutes for me? Thanks, appreciate you. And then on the call, bring them into the room in the right time, and then keep your camera and microphone turned off once they initially join. The little small tactic, it shows nonchalantness, right? With all these little micro things, you want to increase your status delta. And so then you do this to signify the nonchalantness that you have, which will then further increase your status delta in your prospect's mind of you. Now, quick tip here. A lot of people ask, well, do I do the closing as a growth operator? Do I do the, does the creator do the closing as a growth operator? I would say in the beginning, you guys both need to do it. Here's why. If you're trying to really build a big company here, then at the core of it, all the people in the company really need to understand the avatar. And especially when you're beginning, the people that are starting this, they very much need to understand the customer. And so the creator usually has not talked enough to their customers, and so they need to talk to them more. You need to talk to them more. And if we look at the questions portion, literally, as I talked about earlier, right? As I promised, I was going to talk to you guys about this kind of script, and then tell you about how that maps over to your market research. And so I told you that the market research stuff is the same thing as a sales script. And so that's exactly what it is. Basically, on these sales calls as well, the beginning part of it, to be honest, you're doing market research, which is pretty fun and perfect. And so this allows you to hone in, go there, just hit and re-optimize and fix back at your core sales letter. So then you can improve the entire process overall. But that then begins with you needing to understand the avatar. And so I really do recommend that you and the creator both take calls. Just have it so 2 closers instead of go high level. Basically, you can create what's called a round robin system, where 1 call goes to the growth operator, 1 call goes to the creator, 1 call to you, 1 call to the creator, and then it just keeps a nice, good balance going on. And by the way, just so if you want a gauge on this, as a growth operator, I really do recommend that you write this, because this is just a fat assignment, and it really gets you to understand. Honestly, just builds an incredible skill set, especially because probably a lot of you guys are just starting out at this, and you've never written an entire long form copy, and it's just a great experience writing it, as it gives you incredible skill sets in copywriting. And copywriting is one of the main core things as a growth operator that you must do. All right. And so that's the little bits of assignments there, just before I go to the action agenda, and then you guys get confused in terms of here, because that comes in a little bit later. But yeah, all right, let's go back to the main script. So it's either you or the creator. Either way, because they're doing the same thing on the call, which is following the script. So first of all, let me break this belief for you. A lot of people are like, oh, I don't want to use a script. Oh, it's so mean. Oh, it's so bad. Here's the thing, G. Eventually, fundamentally, right? It's make the most amount of money as fast as possible. Then afterwards, sustain for a long period of time as possible. Then also, sustain it for a long period of time as possible. And then also grow the company. That's the goal of any company. Just freaking grow it. Boom. And so if this is the case, then how you grow at scale is at first you have MSP, but then later you have O. What is O? Building systems to support the M, to support the P. I did it backwards. To support the N, to support the S, to support the P. And so if this is all true, then what are those systems? Well, very clearly, one of them is a sales system. What is a system? A system is just a repeatable step-by-step process in which you can get a certain outcome at a consistent basis. And so if all these things are true, and that means with sales as well, we need a consistent, repeatable process, i.e. words, and a step-by-step sentence that you say, that every single time that you repeat, you get the same outcome, which is money. And so if you're scaling with different closers, if you're scaling with appointment setters eventually, do you want it so that you have absolutely no clue how to fix what the frickin' problem is in your business when you have all these multiple closers doing all these different systems and scripts on their own? Or do you want one core Bible that you can then pass off to all of them? And if there's a problem, you realize that's the frickin' Bible. You know what the thing is. It's not the people, it's the system. So this is why you have to follow the system. Freaking please, just sit there, read it, dude. Okay? So literally this is what you do when they come on the call. Hey, can you hear me okay? Hey, can you see me okay? Okay. And if they don't have their microphone on or their camera on, you go with this. Hey, I don't know if your video is working. I can't see you. Right? You pop in that kind of unsure tone here. You do the unsure tone here because if you go in really ecstatic, you go in, oh my gosh, you ready? What do people naturally associate these people as? They're like, oh, this guy's another salesperson. Oh my God. All salesperson, people are always excited. He's just trying to get me to like me, or he's just trying to get me to like him so that I buy from him. That's what the prospects think when you're doing this. Oh my gosh, what's a man? Type of stuff. And so then that's a no-no. So you want to start with that unsure tone. And so then you go, hey, did I get you at a bad time? By the way, all of these questions are very strategic to get slowly more verbal confirmations on people affirming certain beliefs and desires about themselves so that to get them to then act in accordance to what they have said. Okay? This is the entire overarching strategy of this. And so you ask them, did I get you at a bad time first? Because it's easier to say yes than no. And then you say, did I get you at a bad time specifically? Because you're verbally having them confirm here that it is a good time. Because if you say, did I get you at a good time? Then they're going to be like, oh, maybe it's not the best time. But then if you, did I get you at a bad time? And they're like, no. And it's a lot easier to say, to get a no than a yes. A little psychology trick there. And so then you say, okay. And this over here, you ask this question with the intent of this. You say, first, so before we begin, do you have a clean sheet of paper and a pen ready? And you ask this question because it's to make sure that they're in a place to actually take the call. Some people, they get on the call, they don't have their video on, and they're on the freaking car, and they're on the road, they're driving. And if you ask them this question, they're like, oh, no, I'm driving, So better than asking them, hey, is this like the perfect best time for you? Like you're in a super clean place. They're like, I don't know. Like you ask these questions, it's like a surface level thing to get to the core thing. That's why these questions work here. So please, guys, use them. Just, bro, sit there, freaking read the script. You're gonna print money. Please just don't change this. Just sit there and obey everything in this. You'll make so much money. Okay? And if you don't personally, come DM me. Say, freaking, I hate you, man. I hate you. None of this worked. But I guarantee you, I'm not going to get any DMs like that because I know for a fact this all works. Then afterwards, what you do is you get them into what's called results-based thinking. Because here's the thing, right? Once again, the core principle, and this is once again the best ethical way to do this. You want to get people to think in terms of A and B. They're where they are and where they want to be. Not all this bullshit in the middle, and then over here, basically, if they start thinking about this stuff, and they're like, all right, well, what's the price to get here? And then they start thinking about these questions, when in reality, they don't think about the value question, which is the most important one. And so you ask them this, you say, all right, so it looks like you booked an interview over here, or you booked a call over here, or you booked a free consultation over here to get possible help with X mechanism so that you can get to desired results. So with fitness offers, you say like, all right, so it looks like you booked in a call to get some possible help with your body so you can get to the six-pack in the next 3 months, right? All right. And so since I only got about an hour-ish here, then I've got to head off to another interview. Do you mind if we get right into the meat? And so what you do over here is basically, since you are, I already explained this part over here, but over here, you want to increase, once again, with all these little micro aspects of the script, you're increasing your status delta, increased status delta. And so when you say I only got about an hour here, you're setting scarcity. And what is scarcity? What is someone with time scarcity? Fundamentally, those types of people, they are status, high status, they're valuable, their time is valuable. And so you say this, and they're like, oh wow, I gotta really pay attention, I gotta make a decision on this call, and things of that nature. And so then afterwards, they respond, whatever, and you say, cool, so really the first part of this interview is pretty basic. It's more for us to find out what you're currently doing with X mechanism, so how you're doing blank, 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 and the results that's getting you now compared to where you want to be, to see what that gap kind of looks like, just to see if it could actually help you out. Then if I feel like towards the end of the call, everything makes sense, then I'll walk you through what we do. And if you feel like we want to move forward, then I'll tell you how we can do that. All right, does it sound all good and okay with you? So I want to kind of break down the psychology of what I talked about right there, right? So you say words like really, pretty basic, right? Because you want to play down what's going on the call. Because if you go in there and you go, all right, man, so basically what's going to happen is this interview is very stressful and important, and what's going to happen is I'm going to talk about all these different things, and I'm going to get it really straight, and if you're going to, and if this all looks good, then you're going to buy it right now. Like, I'm going to make you freaking just pull out your credit and give me all your money. You're like, whoa, what the hell's going on? Whoa, show. But if you downplay initially, because people, when they come on the call, when they are on a sales call, when they kind of know if it's a sales call, and they're a little resistant, they're like, what's going on here? A little sleazy salesman, he got commission breath. I don't really want to get sold right now. Like, I'm not looking for this. So they have these feelings. But if you downplay it with strategies like, with language, like it's pretty basic. It's a more chill call. It's just kind of to get to know where you're doing, what you're doing. It gets them in this, all right, I'm not here to get attacked. I'm here to do a little tango. I'm here to learn. And then going further into the copy here, you kind of set the frame of what they're currently doing, because this is literally what the next part of the script is going to look like. You're literally doing this, right? You are talking and asking the questions about what they are currently doing versus what they are, where they want to be, and what that gap looks like, to see if you can actually help them. And this is why it's so powerful, because what you're doing here is you're getting them to state A, then you're getting them to state B, then you're telling them, well, towards over here, towards the pitch, you're showing them this. And so literally towards the beginning, you're setting this frame up that they're here, they want to get here, and that you are going to show them what it looks like in between. Beautiful. And so that's why you literally do this. You saw me do it with my hand motions, right? Where you are right now compared to where you want to be, to see what that gap looks like. I love to do these hand motions just to see if it could actually help. And I do these hand motions to demonstrate to them that the gap that they are here to fill, because they won't buy if they think that they don't have a problem. We have to show them that they have a problem, and then show them that they have a place that they want to be, then present to them or show them this gap. And honestly, it's just the best way to do this, because like if you're going to sell them an emotion, then they don't realize this. It's just the most ethical way. Like, I just keep repeating the same thing, but it's a kind way to do it. And so then towards the end of the call, you tell them you're gonna move forward, and you're gonna walk them through the process. And so you just basically give them a rundown of what's gonna go over here. Because we don't wanna, because fundamentally also, right, if we're going to repeat the system consistently over and over and over and over, we wanna also make sure that when we get to scale, that if we're passing this off to a bunch of closers, if we're passing this off to a bunch of salespeople, if you got a inbound sales team, then you wanna make sure that your sales process, your sales flow is efficient. And so if you have closers on here yapping about and talking to the prospects for like 20 minutes about nothing, then that's going to be dollars out of your bank account because your salespeople are not working. They're wasting their time doing a bunch of other stuff. So that's why you want to set this frame really, really fast. All right. So now that the frame is set, you then move on to the questions that you ask the prospect, and they're all very particular and very scientific. And so I'm going to explain why every single question is put in that certain place, and break down all those different areas. So you like to first start with a kind of broad, so prospect, what motivated you to book this interview in the first place? Or book this call in the first place? Or book this consultation in the first place? You like to ask these because it's just a nice open-ending starter, and honestly, they just want to, usually when people get on the call, you ask them some other questions, I've noticed that they just kind of revert to answering the why they got on the call in the first place. So might as well just ask them that if they're going to answer it anyway. And so then you're basically over here in this script now, as I explained. And by the way, this is the same exact thing that you do in the market research call. So I'm now talking about that portion now. So then we'll actually kind of go back to when we were talking about market research, that drawing. All right, so when we were talking about market researching earlier, right? This is current state, this was desired state, so this is state A, this is state B, and then we want to ask them about, well, what were the other ways that you tried to solve this problem? Any other business models in the past? You're getting to know their past, not just state A, but what was like state, I guess, 0, where they were even before trying to be at this, or talking about the stage right now. And it's great to understand these background points because you can use these later in the sales, being like, hey, back then you talked about this. You still want this to continue? So it becomes useful later on. I'll tell you how to do that a little bit later. So then you talk about the wealth and the health and the relationships side, all these different questions that you can ask. Over here, I'm not going to really go too in depth into that. So you say, well, then what was it about this mechanism? So now that you got their background, you then you try to understand now, well, why then is it that you think this new mechanism is the solution? And you ask them this because it's one of the 3 things that they have to buy into. Mechanism, that they can do it, then that the product and the creator can do it for them. And so you're asking them, well, what was it about growth operating? What was it about dropshipping? What was it about the fitness 3 ab system? Now let's go into pinpointing their pain, right? So you ask something like, all right, so in regards to X mechanism, what type of help do you feel like you need to be successful with it? What is it exactly that you're looking for? You're phrasing this in a way where you are asking them, hey, what do you need help with it to get to that success? Rather than doing the opposite of that, which would be, well, what are you failing at? What's your problem? They'd be like, I don't want to answer. But then if you frame it in this way, it's a lot better. And so now, since over here you've broken down their background, you're now getting into their current state, fully analyzing state A to get them to recognize that they have a problem. Label them with the problem in this case. Okay, so then you start asking also, all right, so what's the toughest part about X mechanism right now, in X area, in Y area, in Z area? Furthering, going from the macro with this question to the micro in this question. Then going even deeper, asking them, gotcha. And so what aspect about X area, XYZ area, is the most difficult part? And so you then dig even deeper. So you went macro, even deeper into the portions of the macro, and then you go even tighter. So let me just do a quick little drawing of this. So right here, what you're doing is you're going macro. It's like a funnel, dude. Everything's a funnel out here. So you go really macro. Then you're looking at, all right, well, there's X, Y, Z that you're whining about. All right, what is it about X that you need help with? Okay, so there's X1, X2, X3. So
what is it about X2 that is the most painful for you? Then you get that really nice and clear. And you clarify all the little areas that they have pains with. Because fundamentally, people will not buy from you if they do not believe that they are in state A. You need to show them they're in state A. And they're like, oh shoot, I got a problem. Now I need to buy something to get me to point B. Okay? So then you also ask, I see, gotcha. So then what's the point with you going through all of this X mechanism in the first place? What is it that you really want out of this? And so a lot of people over here, when you're asking X, Y, Z, all these different things, this problem, let's say for growth operators, it would be specifically trying to get their first creator, right? Or with people working out, it is that they're having a really tough time finding the discipline to fix their diet. Or with a dating space, they're having a tough time first figuring out how to improve their Instagram profiles so that they can start attracting a lot of women with their personal brand. And so when they look at the micro problem and they're explaining it to you, there's a deeper reason why they're even just doing all of this in the first place. And so this is where you then start tapping into, I guess the problem, I guess it would look more like this. Because this is the core desire somebody has with like growth operating, fixing it with that, or personal branding, dating, or whatever, right? And they have other things that can fill their desire, whatever. So let's say this is growth operating and this is like drop shipping, different ways that they can fill the desire. But the real core desire from all of these, at the real tip of it, is that what they truly care about is the helping mom, flexing on friends, the buying data car, financial freedom, all these elements. That's the core desire. And so over here, you're digging that core pain point out, because you can only go so much and sell so much on the pain at the surface level. But if you dig deep into why these pains even exist in the first place, then you'll find a lot more in depth into point A. So this is when the conversation starts getting deep, and you ask about, well, what's the real point? And you phrase it in this way, and it doesn't go and be like, all right, so then you're doing this just like trying to save your mom or something, right? Tell me more about that. And they're like, whoa, why are you trying to hop so much, you know? But if you a lot of these asking these questions, the phrasing and the framing of them is in a way where it infers the other person and gives them an opportunity to open up. That is the, principle behind how these are written. And so then you go ahead and you have nicely just strip them naked with all their pains. Now you're going in further and saying, all right, well, because we got their background, we got this state. Now we kind of want to see what they try to use to connect to these previously. Because this state over here is that of, let me clean this up a little bit. Okay, so this state that they were before, this is when you get a gauge of their background. This is the current state and the current pains that they're facing. And you got the surface level pains, the deeper, and then obviously the macro, the deepest. And so since you got all of these pains now, you want to see what sort of ways that they have tried to fill this in the past. And so you ask them, you say, all right, so have you tried any other ways to solve this in the past? Maybe other courses, mentorships, programs, other agencies, other gyms, maybe other dating coaches, maybe other seminars, books, things like that. And you ask them this because you want to see why these didn't work. And this further verbally affirms that they need you. Because, by the way, all of these questions, just to get a macro gauge on all of these, right? We could ask, whatever. But for those of you who don't know, it's that these questions are overall asked because it's utilizing the concept of human consistency, meaning that one monkey human says something to other monkey human. Monkey human, since he said he is that thing or that he believes that thing, he wants to stay consistent with other monkey human. And if he doesn't, then other monkey human's like, oh, what? I thought you said this. And he's like, oh, shoot, oopsies. and he gets sad. It's the principles of integrity. And so if all of these things, if that principle right there is true, then basically what we're doing is in the asking of these questions, we are weaponizing that it's just a pretty basic ethical way, right? Having it so that people, they say things to affirm and confirm that they are here, that they have a problem, confirming that verbally, having them say it, not you. Having them talk about their background, they can't dodge around this one. Having them talk about the past solutions, then asking them, well, gotcha, did they work out for you? I see, why did they not work out? And you ask them these things so that they then further confirm to you that they didn't work out, why they didn't work out. And if, most of the time if they're there, looking for a program, it's because those prior things didn't work out. And a quick framework and a quick tip when you ask these questions and when they say something afterwards. So you ask a question, they speak. That's supposed to be a dude speaking. And then after they speak, then what you would say is you kind of affirm what they said. So kind of repeat it. And people love this, man, because think about it. Let's say you went up to me and you just started talking and saying all these different things. I was like, all right, bro, cool. You'll be like, did this guy listen to me at all? Did this guy say anything? Like, I'm such a big fan. Like, he didn't say anything. Like, Tim just didn't say anything. And so then when that happens, I'll be like, but rather if I sat there and then I repeated back to you all the things that you said, and then I was like, and on top of that, I'll add blah, 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 then you'll feel so heard. Because literally how you have other people confirm that you know what they said is just say it back to them. Simple. And so over here, this is that third part, which is after you ask the question, they say something, they say the thing, then you go ahead and affirm this for them. And it's super powerful here too, because they just talked about affirming their past problems, their past solutions on why they didn't work. If you further affirm that and you go like, does all this sound about right? Then they go, yes, then they just double affirmed it. Now they have to stay with this consistent pattern of them staying consistent with what they said. And so this is why that tactic is so powerful. All right, and so now that you have probed their past solutions and you figured out why they did not work, and you go ahead and ask them and affirm, well, great, you know that growth operating is it right now, you know that the mechanism is it, or you know that dating is it, you know that whatever is it, you have affirmed it over right here, or you ask them, have you tried any other things, what appealed to you, what about Geo, what about whatever appealed to you. Then you go ahead and ask them, well, why is it then that X mechanism will be, why do you think that we can help you solve it? Because it's like slowly building up on the third aspect, because we got one, that the mechanism works, number two, that they think they can do it to an extent, because if they're on the call, then usually they do believe that they can do it. Then number three, it's that affirming the creator or that X program is the way that is going to happen. And so since one was affirmed, two was kind of affirmed back here with them believing in what they said, then three would be affirmed over here, believing that us, that Tim Yoon, or that operator incubator, or that fitness school, whatever, or that barber school, or whatever, is going to be the true solution for them to solve their problems. And so then you ask questions like this. Got you. So then going back to growth operating, going back to X mechanism, what was it about me that made you feel like I would be the right person to help you out with that? So then buy into the creator, buy into the influencer. Okay, and just curious, how many hours of my content have you watched? And so this here you're asking because you want to affirm that they have passed through the 7-hour rule. If not, you can then pre-predict and have the data point in your mind that, okay, this is going to be a little bit more of a resistant sale, versus if they pass through the 7 hours, then you're gonna be like, oh my gosh, this is gonna be butter. And then afterwards you move on to, all right, and why would you rather do this with me than give it a shot yourself? Then this is them verbally affirming that they want to do it with the program. They want to do it with the creator. And so that further affirms that. And then you ask them, all right, and if you were to join us, what would be the main aspects of X program that you'd be looking forward to? The community, the course, the one-on-one access to me, coaching, plug-and-play systems, and by the way, over here, you would fit your features. And so some of these, if you don't have these features, then I would take them out because you'd just be lying. That's not fair. But the thing is here, then you go ahead and ask this question, because this is later in getting from the prospect because now we got that they are bought into you. But then the next one is they need to now buy into the features of you or not you, but the creator, because you're probably a growth operator watching this, of the creator. And also the third part would be the elements of the product, the features. You want the prospect to buy into that. And what better way for them to buy into it than to later on sell them on exactly the main feature that they want. Because usually people come in and they're really only looking for one or two main things. They're really only looking for direct access to the creator. They're really only looking for the course material. They're really only looking for the community. There's like one main thing, and the few other things is just like, all right, bonus, whatever, I don't really mind. But if you're really, for them, if they were to take away everything, they would still pay around 80 to 90% of the price. That's how buying decisions work. And so if that is the case, then what you do here is you ask them, what would you like in particular about XYZ feature? And they'll usually list it out to you. And then now you have your main case and point for you selling mainly on that when we get to the feature pitching part, which we'll get to in a little bit. All right, and so then you ask this, and now you've had them verbally affirm all of the elements of why, how many hours that they've already watched, why they'd rather do it with you as the creator or your program as a growth operator, and what sort of elements that they'll be looking for in the program. And so then afterwards, now that we've gotten everything in between, now we're going to go over to getting a good understanding of their goal, point B. So then you ask them, okay, and if we were to help you out, what sort of goal would you be looking for with X mechanism? They'll say, oh, 10K a month. Oh, I'm trying to get a six-pack in the next few months. Oh, I'm trying to get my summer body up again. Oh, I'm trying to fix my relationship with my wife in these aspects. And so you get that affirmed as well. Then you ask, well, and if you were to achieve these goals, what sort of impact would that make in your business and day-to-day life? So basically now what you're doing is you're getting point B at the surface level. All of these things is just asking these questions in the chronological order of the surface level downwards. So at point B, and once again, this is another funnel, we've understood just the surface level goal X. Now you dig down deeper, and usually goals, as we broke down over here, they have these, I would say second, third order consequences, or in this case, it'll be benefits to them, second or third order benefits. And so then you get a gauge of what those benefits would look like for the prospect. Have them really envision it, have them verbally speak it to you. So then you ask them, all right, so what is your goal, surface level? Then what sort of impact will that have on your personal life, on your business life? Business life would be more so for BizOp offers than if you were to ask more so with fitness. You'd be like, what would it impact you on your work life, in your dating life? How would that look? How would it, I guess obviously a dating offer, how would that look in your personal life? Because that's the main thing that you're selling. But also a dating offer could be, how would that look like with your friends? How would that look like even in your business life? The fact that you have all these women around you. How would that look like in your fitness life, where your mental health is a lot better now because you have the joy of all these women around you? And so then you get the second order consequences or second order benefits of these main thing. And by the way, second order, third order basically just means this is going to happen. What is the second order? What's the next order that's going to happen from that? And in this case, it would be the second order benefit. What's the next benefit that achieving 10K a month or achieving whatever surface level goal is going to truly get you? Then you ask, well, gotcha. What about the impact in terms of, so for wealth, you ask them in particular. Now, basically at this point, you're kind of implementing, remember back at school where you get this A, B, C, D, multiple choice for tests. And so here, oftentimes people, if they're a little sales resistant, maybe if they kind of know about, because a lot of these people, now customers are very sophisticated, at the minimum, they do know the difference between problem and goal and how that's why you ask these questions. And so they'll just give you like really surface level questions. But if you give them like a good ABCD, then they're like, oh man, this guy actually knows me. This guy is giving me all these options, making it easy for me. And he's like, oh, I didn't even think about that. And so then they'll start asking about, they'll start talking about these portions when you give them these prompts to talk about. And so then we got to this next level. And basically, we're just doing the same exact thing. We're breaking it down to even deeper components over here. By saying, well, gotcha, what sort of impact would that have on you for wealth offers in terms of the house that you could buy, the car that you could buy? And you ask these questions more to people that have expressed that their main desire with their goal is more materialistic. And how you would identify these goals is through the hierarchy of needs. And so that would then go into, first, fundamentally, humans are always trying to get to survival. Then it would be usually status. And so this is the next level. Then it goes over to freedom. And then after freedom, it goes into, I guess, like transcendence, but more so others, improvement of self, things like these. Because once all of your desires are hit, then there's the only way to go up is to improve yourself or to improve for others. And so if you look at this hierarchy of needs, this is kind of how it maps out. And so then you go, all right, so what sort of status would that help out for you? How would that help your family, friends? And this one is asked to some people that come on and they're really, really poor. And usually for them, a lot of why they're doing business or whatever is literally just to get their family out of a horrible situation. And so kind of you put that first because that's the furthest part in the Maslow's hierarchy. This one would more so tie into status. How would that affect your doubters, haters? They're like, I want to show that I can do it. And this one ties to freedom. How could you live? Maybe traveling, leaving university. And you could also look, how would that knowledge lead to making you feel? And so this one is tapping into the self-improvement of, because a lot of, I'll tell you kind of what avatars lie in which sort of desire pool. So usually the ones that are here for survival, they're like the broker ones, really poor, dead broke, maybe from a foreign country, and they just don't got the money, and they're really here and trying to make this business work or business model or whatever sort of opportunity that you're selling, because they're just so broke, trying to help their family, trying to help themselves, and trying to get into a better place and situation. Status comes down to those kids who usually have a good family background, they have a stable background, but maybe their parents are more materialistic, maybe is that they're younger and so they don't realize and they haven't been so introspective. It's more for surface level people who don't think as deep. And you'll find freedom with those who do also have those wealthier parents. But number two, it's that in terms of their freedom, in terms of their level of thinking, they think a little bit more. They're a little bit more overthinking. And so therefore, the overthinking has probably led them to a realm of philosophy. And thinking through the realm of philosophy, they have come to the conclusion that freedom is a desire that they choose to have. So then this comes over here. And then sort of the self-transcendence portion is those people that are really, really looking for sort of this level of learning. Once again, in the higher income parents' space, but then they're very much looking for the desires of improving themselves because they had all these needs filled for them since they were a child. And so that is how all of these sort of map over to the needs and why these questions are asked. So pretty much, if you ask these questions, you can't really miss anything in sort of the desires that they have. And this is why I have these. I literally sat down and I thought about what sort of questions would it serve to hit all of these portions of the hierarchy of needs. And it was like, boom, that's where I came up with these. So you're welcome. And then for health offers, you look into same exact thing, but then you just map it onto different sort of phrasings of questions. So then you'd say, how would you, for really fat people, I guess it would go into, how would it save you from diseases in the future? And this comes down to survival. Maybe really fat avatars that come in trying to fix their body because they realize that they're screwed. Maybe some, I've even seen some interesting offers where it's more so based on the diet and the systems that the health coach provides. And so a lot of the people that come in, the avatars will be like 50 and 60, and they're struggling with heart disease or blood disease and things like that. And so the info product would help those people out. And so then that really digs into the survival element. Then this one would go into the health aspect of status. Now, how would being in your high school weight make you feel again compared to how other people perceive you? And so then they'll talk about that, talk about the status level. Then you next talk about, well, how would you be able to prove the people that didn't believe you? And obviously status, whatever, and how would that feel? All of these kind of tied to status. These are more status questions. How much more focused would you be? Right, and so this one kind of ties, I guess, into wealth, more so freedom. So then you could probably pop this here, because something like this, some sort of this question would be offers that basically are a fitness coach that targets entrepreneurs. I've seen this very, very massive. It's a lot of coaches that do this. Fitness coach, productivity coaches for entrepreneurs, optimization coaches, things like that. And so those individuals, you would ask questions about focus and whatnot, because then these hierarchy of needs, they tie into the fact that you can make more money. So then ultimately you're kind of asking wealth questions at this point, but then you just tie it to health. And then kind of higher up the ladder is freedom would kind of go into, well, how much more would you be able to have? Would you have time to do other things when you can consistently stay focused and concentrated? All right, I'm kind of just tying in the productivity space here too. Productivity coaches with the health, because fundamentally a lot of what these productivity coaches do is they optimize the entrepreneur's health to get them more productive. And so then you ask questions like these, which ultimately they tie into, well, how much more time freedom, and then later on you could even tie these questions into the fact that, well, if you make more money, if you are more productive, then don't you think that you could be a lot more have more time to learn? Don't you think that you can continue your mission with your business by being more and more working hard towards others, towards your core goal? And so with relationships, same exact thing. Well, how good do you think, this kind of comes down to the survival aspect, not really survival, but more so the limbic system. Because fundamentally the limbic system connects to the survival, and limbic system basically just means your monkey instincts. And then also over here, it comes down to sex. And so then you talk about, well, with relationships and getting it so that you have a lot of women on you, getting it so that your wife is in more love with you, how much would your sex life improve through that? How much stronger of a family unit will you be once you show up together at family gatherings, playing on status, the group of families? How much more of happy children would you have, playing on status again here, because this is like comparing your family to other families. And even so, more so the freedom of, I guess then a follow-up question to this would be, or this one would be, since you have happy children, how much more time would you save? How much more money would you be able to make? And this was relationship coaches or just overall family coaches that target entrepreneurs. I've seen that offer as well. And you'd ask something also like how much or how you would feel as a girl's or just blowing up your phone. That really ties into freedom, status, survival, and I guess freedom of options as well of women. And so really digging in here. And as you can see, a lot of these questions dig into more of these levels of the hierarchy of needs because not very many people have achieved over here. Because think about it, in order to achieve the fact that you pursue your work for the sake of learning, you pursue XYZ for the sake of learning, and your pursuit of helping others, all these things come when your money's good, your freedom is good, and you are confident in yourself and a lot of these things. And a lot of people, they're not here to fix others' problems first when they got to fix their own problems first too. And so this is why you don't really see many people having these desires. And so therefore, I targeted the questions to what sort of desires I would assume that your avatars or the creators' avatars that you're operating for would have. All right, so I hope those are very, very helpful. And now let's move on to further digging into those where you ask a question like this. Well, got it. If you're able to make those things happen, what sort of impact will that have on you personally? How would that make you feel? So then now what you've done here is you've taken them down this funnel of questions. And by the way, this entire sales script is kind of like a funnel, digging them deeper and deeper and deeper, Joe. So just want to show you that analogy there. And so then you gotten their surface level goal, you've gotten their the more deeper goals, and then finally you go even deeper into, well, how would achieving these things hit you emotionally? Because you've gotten the what. Now you want to get the kind of why and how. How would that make you feel? That's why you ask the question feel. And whenever you use the word feel, it always ties to emotion. And so that's why I utilize that word. And so then you go ahead and re-pinpoint their pain, asking things like this, because you've taken them on this nice high road, and now you want to straggle them down. And by the way, just to be clear, a lot of avatars that are more logical and not emotional, this will not work on them, or it won't work as great of an extent to when the avatar is a little bit more emotional, a little bit less intelligent. I've seen that this work better. So keep in mind that if you're seeing that the avatar is pretty intelligent to who you're talking to, they're very logical and they're really sales resistant, then basically when you ask this question, they'll be like, what? Why just like switching up the conversation out of nowhere? But for those that are more emotional, this works super effectively because you've gotten them now to this point. We'll actually move this over here. So we'll move this up into the high feeling that you've gotten them. See, if the avatar is emotional, this is why I said they got to be emotional. If the avatar is emotional, they will go down. And by the way, when I say avatar, I'm talking about the customers of the creator, this type of person that you're on a sales call with. And so you've taken them on this high roller coaster feeling. And if they're emotional, they'll be blinded by the fact that this question just entirely deviates from the main logic of the conversation. And so they'll ignore it and they'll shoot them right back down to this emotional pain and desperation. They'll literally, physically, metaphysically feel the gap, which is you showing them this. So that's why this is such a powerful question to ask at this point. Because when you ask, gotcha, I guess then on the flip side of that, have you thought about what things will look like if you don't change? And they go, whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, man, when I don't change, then, oh my gosh, this and this and this and this. Because then, since they're in this emotional state already of, oh my gosh, this and this and this can be so amazing and so whatnot. Well, gotcha. If on the flip side then, have you thought about what it would look like if you don't change? Oh, well, this and this and this is going to happen. And oh my goodness. And so then they physically feel this gap and holy, it's just lights out at this point, man. They're just so ready to buy at this point. And then you further dig into the pain, in particular to the pain of what it would feel like if they do not take action, if they don't put effort into changing themselves. And so then you ask, well, is this something that you're willing to settle for? And they go, oh man, no, and no, and no, and no, and no. Why not? They dig deeper. Oh, because of this, and because of this, and because of this. And you go, got you. Okay. And so at this point now, they feel this everything here. They've gotten they see this gap, they feel it themselves, they have deeply explained their goals. And so now you've just dissected flawlessly point A, point B, and their buy-in that you are the solution to their gap, to bridge their gap. And so then at this point now, you still got to qualify them to see if they're even fit to close this gap themselves. And this is now more so, like I said, it's 3 buy-ins: the mechanism, themselves, and you and the program. And so when we tie back to themselves, this is where you get them to qualify these different things. You ask them, well, gotcha, and given everything I said today, I think this is something we can potentially help you out with. But in order, and this is kind of, at this point now, you also fit these questions in particular here because they see this, they want this now. They freaking are looking to buy at this point. They're ready, bro. But the thing is, you now have to put a little bit of resistance because people want to work for the deal. People, when you automatically go, all right, and so since you're in this much pain, all right, let's go buy it. Let's go, ready? They're like, whoa, and they, like think about it like this. Have you ever been have you ever seen somebody be so pushy when they're trying to sell you something? Or have you seen a girlfriend that's so clingy? Right? When they're super clingy like that, when the girlfriend is clingy like that, or girlfriend or boyfriend, you see that, oh my gosh, they're like throwing themselves at me. When a girl's like throwing themselves at you, right? Or a guy is throwing themselves at you. You just don't want that. You'd rather have the scarcity. This is why the concept of scarcity works so well. And so you're doing this level of scarcity here too, because they've opened themselves up so much, and now you're like, hold on. I now need to qualify you, boy. And they're like, oh, okay, fine. All right, let me sell myself even more. So at this point, they're just basically yakking about how they deserve to be in the program, that they need to join this. So then now they're selling themselves. This is when things just go haywire, and you just chill back, and they're just yapping on. And as they're yapping, you're making money. So you basically have them do the work. You're outsourcing at this point. It's crazy. And so you ask them questions like, all right, so given everything, I said that this is potentially something I could help you out with. We would require, though, a blank hour time investment per week. Do you feel like this is something that you can do at this point? And they go, yes, of course. All right, and do you feel like you're in the right mental headspace to commit to something like this? Yes, of course. And also, and make sure, please, because this is the squirmy question. They're like, oh. But it's a question that is necessary because once again, your thing is not free, it's paid. And so then you ask them. And so for me to understand how to get you from point A to point B, I really got to understand point A first. So with that being said, how much do you have saved up right now to invest in yourself today to achieve X results within X time frame? And so in particular here, when you just ask them, all right, so how much money do you got right now? Let me know. What's the cash money? Show me your bank account. Number one, people already, it's societally difficult to get people to yak about their numbers, to yak about their finances. And so I get this. I understand why people get resistant to this, which is no problem. Number two, even on the deeper surface level, avatars are very intelligent now. Oftentimes, they now know that you're asking this question because you're trying to see how much money they have, so so that you can take a good portion of it. And if they don't rather talk about how much money that they have, then they are trying to see if they could get a better deal. And so over here, I kind of tell you how to entirely blast through and deal with that instead. But instead, when they're thinking these things, they'll talk about a smaller number. And so if you tie it to, first of all, with this validation, or this will more so be a confirmation. Okay, there's some sort of word, I don't remember. But when you tie it to a qualification, right? Qualifying why you need to say it. And then afterwards, you talk about the desired results that they will achieve once they do invest. Then these two frames sandwiched in between the tough question, it gets them to go, okay, I'm going to answer this honestly. That's the copywriting sort of principles that are going on there. And so then this is how you get the number out of their mouth. And so now you've gone through this entire thing. They're basically selling themselves at this point, and you've qualified that they have cash and they're ready to move forward. And now this is where you move forward with your pitch. And people will just have no clue how to actually do this correctly. So I'm going to break it down step by step by step. And there's a very, very particular way that we do this. So let's get into it. Okay? So you start, now that they've revealed everything, you start with a hook. Because people want to buy, they don't want to be sold to. It's a beautiful quote that I love. And if that is true, then what you've done here is they're now in a state of buying. They're in a state of intent to purchase because they've talked about how much they need this, they talk about their pain points, they talk about their goals. And so now when you talk about kind of your product and what you have, you need to talk about it in the context of, once again, what's in it for them. And so in terms of why they need to buy, not sell it to them. And yeah, there's just a lot of principles that we're going to get into, so get ready for this. So how I like to do it is, people know that they're just starting to get pitched now. And so you want to start with the hook. I like to bring a lot of my YouTube principles over to here. And so kind of this portion over here would be your title. And so you go, all right, so essentially Avatar, this is how we get you X result fast. So are you ready to learn this? And they go, oh, okay. You set them up, you set the stage again now for a pitch. For you to have the permission to now start talking about your thing. And so then, now what you do here, it's very, very interesting. You actually go ahead through, and then you kind of do something very, very similar to the sales letter. And by the way, here's a little step-by-step on how you would open the sales or pitch sales letter. This is what I call the pitch sales letter. This, I'll show you how it looks. I'll show you then how to make it. And yeah, but if you've already done the sales letter and written the sales letter at this point, then you're in luck, because this is basically just that, but just a shortened version of it. That's why I make the sales letter first, because all of this roots back from the sales letter. But anyway, going back to the portion where you're pitching the sales letter, over here you'd open Google Meets on one side, or Zoom or whatever you're using. Then I would put the sales letter over here whilst still having your sales script open. And by the way, make sure you have your sales script open on the side, because you want to make sure that you follow it. But anyway, let's go to the pitch sales letter. So then you have the headline, same exact thing that you talked about over here. And then you go over here, and guess what? What are you doing? You're talking about all the case studies. You talk about all the case studies here. And this is me then going further in on as to why you need to use case studies. So let me talk about this further, just so that you're very convicted on this aspect, okay? Because here's the thing, bro. Yes, you think you are smart, and I know you are, and already you know all this business selling stuff. And so you think, all right, ain't no way case studies work. Because this is the belief I had with case studies. Because when case studies would come on my face, I wouldn't know what they were. I knew that they were case studies because I was a marketer. I was in YouTube before, and I just understood this. But think about it like this. Let's say you just went through 7 hours of the creator's content at 4 different platforms on 11 different touch points. Okay? And you went through a full appointment setting script, which I'm going to show later on. You went through an entire 1.5 hour VSL that we showed over here. Then you finally got on a call with the creator that you're looking up to, or with you as a growth operator, who I'll show you in the pre-call flow how to position yourself as basically the business partner of the growth of the creator. And then you just got all of your emotions riled up from all the qualification questions at the start. Do you really think this avatar is then going to see case studies, and then from the oh my gosh, to the suddenly snap into their business brain and be like, they are using case studies. That's a sales tactic. No! At this point, they've jumped through so many different hula hoops of gymnastics for you that they are ready to be sold. They're looking here, they're in buying intent. They want to be sold. They just need help making that decision for them. So you're literally just helping them at this point. So at this point, instead of you not you're not selling them here. You are here to help them buy. I literally read my mind. And better than that, they want to buy from people that they believe that will make whatever they have work, which is done. That belief is transferred through case studies, shoving 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10 case studies up their face. And so even further, why do case studies work? So then, think about it like this, because fundamentally at this point, these prospect wants to buy, but they want to believe. We already talked about this. Hence, they want to see other people succeed in the program, things like this. So you want to show them so much case studies to the point that where they feel like they would think that they're just stupid, saying that they think it wouldn't work for them if it's worked for so many different other people. On top of this, we already went for the restaurant example. We've already done the gym example. And then you do it with sales at a doctor's office, right? I didn't even talk about this part, right? When you walk into a doctor's office, then they have all the case studies, especially, actually I already talked about this, right? The doctor with the plastic surgery, then you go through and you see that, oh wow, he got results for this person, this person, this person, this person. I'm like, wow, he can make me super hot. Results for me too. And so, just trying to show you guys case studies. They work. Please use them. So the point of this stuff is it works, so you better use it. I just read my mind consistently, huh? And so guess what? We're going to look at the core sales letter framework here. And we are going to try and open up this one. It's going to be more helpful. All right. And so we're going to look at this case study or this sales letter right here. And guess what? Look at how similar these are. Because this sales letter is just a shortened version of this. And now, yes, I know that you're thinking, well, didn't people just watch through this entire VSL? With these, they already consume that VSL over here. And then they show up to the call. And then you run the sales script on them. But the thing is, yeah, you may be thinking, all right, they already watched the VSL. Bro, first of all, it's an hour and a half. They probably were like eating or they're just like messing around while they're watching. They didn't get the full retention of it. Number two, you can fill up the 7-hour rule. So yes, this filled up further in the 7-hour rule, but this is doing it further. And so you just repeat the same things again here, but then you kind of switch it up a little bit. And then they just think it's brand new, number one. And number two, they're going, okay, since you're reaffirming these things, because there's a principle in management where employees need to hear something 7 times before they know that it's important, before they know that it's true. So then same exact thing, when you reaffirm your claims inside of the script as well, and you're doing it in person, live now, they're like, oh wow, this guy actually stands with his word. And so this is why it's very powerful, repeating these stories, repeating everything over here. And so then, here's the 2 contingencies. If the creator is on the sales call and they're performing, by the way, please, do not have you and the creator together on the call. Do not double team your prospect. Please, just have it so that's you or the creator. And why is because if there's 2 people on the call, prospects, once again, it's a logical sale that they want to go through. They want to logically buy. They don't want to emotionally buy. And so, if they have 2 people against 1, basic human psychology says, I'm getting double teamed. I am getting emotionally manipulated because there's a 2-to-1 bias is what it's called. Because now I think that I bought just because it was 2 people peer pressuring me. Whereas if it's one-on-one, then it's a decision that they made themselves versus to 1 person. And so this is why you don't do 2 people, you rather do 1 person. But anyway, then we go back to the creator's story. And so that's why I said, if it's either you, the creator on the call, then the creator presents their story. If it's you, the growth operator, or the closer, eventually if you scale to that, then it's that person being on the call. All right, and so then let's move forward to the creators and X program's origin story. So then you talk about the original states that they were in, the achievements, and the downfall. So this is literally me breaking down over here my story on how I told this. So yes, the hero's journey, but of course there's a little bit more tactical ways to do it. So let's look back at my story. So the before, after, and I'm going to talk about this part in particular. All right, so our origin story. Basically what we're doing here is a lot of the story, what you want to get people to do is you want them to know that they're working with winners. You want them to know that they're working with experts. And so if you tell your story over here, and you want to inject all the achievements that you've had, obviously talking about the downfalls, which I did over here, in terms of, well, talking about these downfalls to get the other person on the other end to relate to how you were in the similar position, or you were the creator, or whatever, you guys were in the similar position. But also, when you are talking about this area, it's good to talk about your wins. So what good school did you go to? That's why I talked about the good schools. That's why I talked about the achievements I got with the SAT. That's why I talked about UCLA, because it further affirms to the other person that they want to see that they're working with winners. And so if they see that the winners won before, and now I won in growth operating, and if you think about another context, you can maybe talk about, if you're like a business fitness coach, then you could talk about, well, how you won before in business, and then you brought your experience even further into fitness coaching, and you won and got results for others in fitness coaching. They're like, wow, this guy consistently wins because winners want to work with winners. Simple. There's a quote that goes like this. I really like it. It goes, the grasses and the trees don't hang around in the same place, although they came from the same place. And taking that mindset into mind, a lot of these avatars, they have that mindset in their brain where they want to work with winners. It's just a basic human nature. You want to join the tribe that has the best leader. And so this is why you talk about your achievements earlier. And then you talk about your downfalls, how, for me, I kind of positioned it over here, where I was, actually no, for me, it was positioned right here. I super hated school. That was my downfall. It was the worst moment. Oh man. And then what happens is, at this point of deep depth pain, you found X mechanism, you found growth operating, you found veganism, you found whatever. And this led you to, with health, did you have a transformation? Did you fix it yourself, your relationship? With wealth, did you find some sort of business model? And then through X mechanism, that is what achieved you to this point. And you go through where you are. And so here's an example. I literally already broke it down over here. And so we don't need to re-go through that. But you do the same exact thing if you're a closer with the closer story. Very important. So then you talk about same exact concept, but then you just flip it around for the growth operator. Or sorry, for the closer. And so here's a quick contingency. If you are the growth operator and you're playing the role of the closer, then instead of option B, go ahead and instead of option A, tell your story instead. Option B. So people want to, I already talked about this, people want to work with winners, and many times, oh yes, and there's another point here. Many times at the end of the sale, especially if you are the growth operator or closer closing the deal, what happens is that at the end of the sale, people know the creator story. But if they don't know your story, they're gonna be credit cards in their hands, sweaty, shaking palms, and all of a sudden they're gonna remember, wait, I don't even know this dude's background. Who the frick is this guy? Why should I trust him? And then boom, trust broken. And so in the last second, this often prevents the sale from moving forward. So to prevent this from happening later down in the line, because in the beginning, what they're called as obstacles, later on, after you drop the price, then it's an objection. So in order to move the objection and move it over here to the obstacle, you tell your story first. Beautiful. And so the same thing, original state, achievements, downfall, how, as a growth operator, what I would like to do is this, or what I would like you to do is this. Rather, what I would do is I would talk about how the mechanism that the creator is selling helped you as well. Because usually a lot of these growth operators, maybe you as a growth operator, you probably went to a creator who you liked first, or what that mechanism worked for. And so if you, especially I see a lot, right? A lot of these younger guys who are more jacked, who are then working for fitness creators or growth operating for fitness creators. And people that tried a lot of different business models, working for a business model or biz op creator. And so then what you want to do over here is you want to talk about how fitness or business or overall relate that story to them, how that got you as a growth operator, you as a closer to the next point. And they're like, wow, so this worked for this guy too. It's kind of a live case study as you're telling the story. So it doubles down as a case study and live story dealing with this objection that you would get later. And then you talk about how through X mechanism it helped you achieve this, further affirming that you are a winner. And so incredible. Now that you have told the story, and by the way, when you're sitting here, how you're doing this live would be something like this. Like literally, you would just do exactly what you did in the video sales letter over here, and just in your presentation voice. An example of this, I'll talk about it because I'm the creator in this context. I would talk about how, oh man, so back in the day, for me, man, I started with Asian parents, Korean, you know how it is. They want you to be a doctor, they want you to go through the 9-to-5 path, but I hated it, man. So since 14, I did this. And kind of what I did in the intro of this video was literally this, telling my story. And so when I told you that story, literally just watch that again and copy how I do it there. All right. So now that we've gotten the story down, we want to talk about your thesis. Now let's get it clear. Yes, I think I talk about it here, so I'm just gonna say this. I'm not going to repeat myself. So the why here is the avatar must buy into the thesis, not your product, not anything, but the thesis first. Meaning the step-by-step they would take without your program, without your product. Because here's the thing, once they buy into the step-by-step, the thesis that you provide to them, then and only then they're willing to buy what you have, your product, in order to speed up that thesis. Because here's the thing, people can get fit themselves. People can fix the relationship themselves. People can do it. And also people can go and cook an entire meal themselves. I can technically build this entire MacBook myself. I can technically build this entire house myself. So people don't do things or buy things because they don't believe that they can do it themselves. It's because they believe that buying it from somebody else is going to make it a lot faster, cheaper, easier, and better, and it'll get it to them now. And so first they have to buy in the fact of what it would look like if they did it themselves. And this is why you talk about the thesis. And so think about it like this. Here's an analogy, right? Would you be interested in picking between economy, business, or first-class flight to Russia if you had a chronic fear of flights and therefore you never wanted to get on a flight in the first place? Because here's the thing, no matter how much Russia Airlines is trying to sell you economy or business or trying to upsell you to first class, if you never bought into the step-by-step path, which is the flight, and rather you're like, no, I'm just going to take a boat. I'm always going to take a boat. I'm too dead afraid of flights. So if you never bought into the flight in the first place, pitching the features of how you get free champagne when you get on the first class flight, when you get cushy seats that turn into a lying bed in first class, pitching those features of the seat will not matter. So hopefully that nails in the point why this thesis part is so very important. And so then you ask, well, how do I do this? Well, literally, how you do this is by just future pacing. I like the frame. Let's play it out. You do that for the avatar, and you give them entire path on how they would do it if they were to do it themselves. And you say, at this point, for them, it becomes very, very helpful for them because you're literally just dropping them sauce. You're giving them an exact step-by-step on what they should do. And so, number one, it becomes they build a lot of reciprocity here. It's just sauce for them. And number two, they also become a lot more problem aware. And so it's the same exact principle. Guess what? It's the same exact thing that you're doing over here in the process. So you're doing that over here in the sales, pitch sales letter. Then and as you can see, feel free to compare this to this. We're cutting out a lot of different areas to keep it concise to what the most important points of the sales system is. And so then let's move on to the feature stacking. This is very, very important as well. So you go through and you're doing the same exact thing as when you talk about the features with the portion over here. Where you pitch the features, you say, this feature, it's going to get you this benefit. This feature, it's going to get you this benefit. And you're doing this all across, and you ask them, well, why? Because since now the prospect is bought into the thesis, the second mechanism, as I call it, because the first mechanism is the thesis, is the process. And the second one is that they are bought into the step-by-step on how you would go about helping them with your features. So then they can take this current process and skyrocket it to be much faster, cheaper, easier, and better. And so then you talk about how you do this. And so here is an example of this. You do feature, then you do benefit, feature, then leads to benefit. And by the way, talk about the feature a little bit. You have to hammer in the benefits instead. But then quick few points here just for you guys to know. Just quickly mention, oh my gosh, I just keep reading my mind. Just quickly mention the feature, then hammer on the benefits. This is how you know I know this shit, man. Because I forget the script that I wrote, and I literally just talk about it off the cuff. But then anyway, going even further, because here's the thing, right? Here's a great analogy to nail this home. People don't care about the material the first class seat is made of. People don't care about the champagne. People don't care about the other stuff. If they don't care about the feeling, in particular the benefit, the feeling that they get when they're served the caviar while they're lounging out on the chair. They care about what the likes that they're going to get on their Instagram, the comments, the likes, once they post pictures of themselves in first class. That's what they care about. And so keep those in mind. And therefore, if this is all true, because you agree with everything I just said right there, right? Sorry. You agree with everything I just said right there, right? And so then you would now be like, oh man, I really have to sell on the benefits. And so then let's move forward to the features framework on how this would look. If you're doing high ticket, and if you're using the sales process, you most likely are, then I would recommend you guys utilizing this sort of framework for your high ticket. So talk about the onboarding, the roadmap you're going to give them, the plug and play systems and guides you're going to give them, the this and this and this, and I'm not reading this, but this is like basically the overarching feature set of what a maxed out program would look like. The CCCS, course, community, coaching, and then, so it's coaching, this is also coaching eventually, course, community, course, coaching, systems, and coaching. So basically, fundamentally, all these just boil down to CCCS, but then you make it nice and thick like this and voluptuous so that people think it's a lot of different things, when in reality, fundamentally, it's just four of the same thing, CCCS. And then, of course, you go towards with the low ticket. Usually in the low ticket, you just talk about course, C, and S. You just take everything nice and fat here and you boil it down just to its most minimum viables for a lower ticket, because, I mean, obviously you're charging less, so you're doing less for the people. And so, yeah, that is kind of what goes on. And here is an example, and literally it's the same exact thing that I have over here. So I will show you it right now. Okay, so this is a little bit different actually. So over here, this is separately written. So I'll just give you a look at it on how we do it on our end. And this is for Operator Incubator. I'm not reading all this to you, but this is me showing like all the Slack messages that we have with our customers. This is like 5 students, and this is how much we yak to them because a lot of people, like, they need help, and so we're really helping them out here, giving them all the material, all the sauce. Yeah, it's actually doesn't even load. Holy. So yeah, that shows that, because like it's also presenting your features, but then also talking about the benefits, and then most importantly, showing that the features and the benefits do exist. Because if they don't believe that the feature exists without showing them like this, then they're like, oh, I don't know. And there's another feature that I have where we just give all these materials in all these swipe files, like 76K of courses in the program. And yeah, and we present all these other things, and then this is me kind of feature pacing for a company, showing what's going to happen in 6 to 8 months, 3 to 6 months, whatever. Talking about the network that they're going to get, the weekly strategy calls, the database with all the course material, and all the systems they're going to get, etc. And so great, now that you have showed up all your features, showed up all your benefits, you're now going to stack the value with all these, saying summarize the feature, summarize the benefit, market value price, summarize the feature, summarize the benefit, market value price. Think about it like this. Have you ever seen this on Amazon? This price, cancel it out, but this price. Grocery stores. Instead of this price, instead of, what does it say? Instead of, I think it was 4, what's that math on this? 560, it was 560 before. It says half price, guys, and now it's 280. Has this to this. Or not just these two, but literally millions of places where you can have something to buy. They use the same exact tactic. And well, why do they do it? because it works, and it's called price anchoring. Where you have someone validate something at a certain price, it's anchored there. They say, this makes sense. This is actually the price that I'm going to pay. Then you reveal the actual true price and they go, oh my God, that's a steal. That's a steal. And so that's why you make them buy. And once again, this is only ethical if these prices are actually true in accordance to the market. And so this is what I do over here. I did in the sales letter too, but then you just kind of repeat that same exact thing. This is why it's so easy. You do this one core thing, you just copy it right over to here. You do the same thing here with the feature, with talking about it, and then price. Feature, talking about it, price. Feature, benefit, price. And you stack it all over here. I just mass open these for you guys. Boom. And then I'm not going to open those, but then you stack the entire value. So for us personally, we've done the math, very straightforward. It's around 50K of value that we provide. It's basically a car that you're getting here. And that's not even a regular car. It's like a Tesla car. And so basically I'm giving a Tesla car in my program in value. And so all this, and then you inject that guarantee at the end. Because once again, you don't want people to wishy-washy and lean on the guarantee. You want good buyers. You want people ready to really put the work in. And so then you back it up with the guarantee, take cash in the next 3 months, or else you get all of your money back. And so, if we do this sort of pitch letter, do you really think that if you do this here, then you repeat this here once again, that people are going to not think that your thing is valuable? Do you think people are going to be like, I don't really want this? Bro, they just watched 7 hours at 4 touch points at 4 areas at 11 different touch points. They just been watched to the maximum with this before the call, and then this repeating it again, getting that further firm on the sales script. And you pitch them like crazy. Do you really think that they are going to leave at this point? Realistically, dude, if you don't close at the minimum half of your deals, or pretty much all of them, like, dude, I don't know what you're doing, because the system works. It's that's a matter of you getting better at sales, which no problem. I'll teach you how to get overall better at sales as well. But man, oh man, if you do not nail this, then I don't know what to say, man. If you don't make $1 million with this, like, what will? So this is all to say, since you're smart, since you're the type of person that will make this work, because I know you're that type of smart person. You're welcome. I just made you $1 million. All right. So then after you say these things in between, I actually forgot. Yeah, so then going even back further, earlier too, instead of talking about even before your thesis, right, the core thesis over here, or sorry, you talk about your thesis, then afterwards, in between each of these portions, what I want you to do is this. You say, thesis, blah, blah. All right, so how do you feel about the thesis right now, prospect? What do you think, on a scale of like 1 to 10, 1 being like totally trash, get this out of my face, or 10 being just absolutely awesome, beautiful, and just a no-brainer, I'm gonna go forward with this today, right now, this second. On that scale, what do you feel like it is? And I'll give a gauge consistently, having them themselves reaffirm that what you are talking about here is, what you're talking about here is how you're going to do it and how you're going to smash it for them. And just having that clarity, having them affirm that they believe that this is it. So if they say, they're saying it, it's like, your words, not mine. And then at that point, like, lights out. They're done. And so you do that with the thesis, you do that with the features as well. So how do you feel about the features on a scale of 1 to 10 being 1, trash, absolutely no, get this out of my face, or 10 being this absolutely flawless, smooth, and perfect thing that you're going to take action on today, right now? Dude, 10 out of 10. Dude, 8 out of 10. Okay, what makes you feel like it's an 8 out of 10? What prevents it from getting to that 10? Well, because of this. Oh, got you. Objection handle, obstacle handle, and done. You don't have to deal with that later on, and just deal with it right now. All right. So that's what I'm talking about here. So on top of that 1 to 10 affirmation, so in between you ask them things like, well, what specifically do you like about the solution? How do you see yourself using it? What was it about this feature that made you say, oh my gosh, this is it? what do you like specifically about this feature? What would you like changed up a little bit? And once again, when you're pitching these features, please pitch more in particular to what the prospect already said earlier in this part of the script over here. What they said that they are looking for. Right here. No. Right here. What are the main aspects that you'll be looking for in the program? The community, the course. If they talk about the community, talk about how great your community is and how that's the main feature, that's the main thing that you focus on. Even though it really isn't, it's the bacon that you're giving them, okay? On top of this, the course as well, the one-on-one, if they're looking more for that, then say that that's the main feature, that's the main thing that you guys do, that's your bread and butter. Then the prospect is going to go, okay, I see, so this is built for me, selling particularly to what they want, okay? And then afterwards, what you do is once that pitch is nice and over, making sure to fit those in between, then you move over to the close. So basically now you've gotten through pretty much everything. You've gotten through where they currently are, where they believing that they want this in between part, believing that they talked about their goals and what they want, and they realize now that they are in the situation where they need to take action for something. And so you say these lines to close the deal. You say, all right, so well, if it is a 10 out of 10 process, I think the only thing left for me now to do is to walk you through what the next steps would look like, right? And so they go, correct. And then you walk them through. And so this is basically what you're doing is you created this entire map of everything that they're going to do now. All there's is a payment. What you're doing is you're skipping forward to what's going to happen after. It's now an assumed close. Basically, when you tell them what's going to happen afterwards, first of all, you don't get the question of them asking, well, what's going to happen after? What's going to go on after this? And you already say that for them to give them that nice peace of mind, to give them the nice clarity, right? And this is called future pacing. And how you do this is by saying, well, cool. So essentially, now what we're going to do is we're going to process that fee to join the program. So then having that as an affirmed close, because they said it's a 10 out of 10. If it's a 10 out of 10, if they got money, then at this point, like you don't even ask them for the close. You say, we're going to process the fee because you're already bought in, right? And then what I'll do is I'll just walk you through. Once all that is taken care of, we'll immediately onboard you. We'll give you the onboarding form. We'll give you access to X communication channel. For us, we do we do Slack, soon to school. And some other people, they do school, they do Go High Level, communities, whatnot. And afterward, you say, then we're going to give you the first initial material plus the plug and play system that you're going to need to get started immediately to get to that 10K a month, to get to getting super jacked, to get to whatever. And then afterwards, every single time that you have a doubt or anything like that, just send me and my team a quick little text message on that communication channel, and we'll start moving nice and smoothly and swiftly towards the X desired result. Does that all sound awesome? Good? And they go, yes. And then afterwards, you say, all right, awesome. So the last part will be for me to be talking about the investments. So does that all sound good? And you skip over to over here, which basically you say this. So then, since for the next cohort, and you only do this if you're on a cohort basis. Personally, for us, we're on a cohort basis. And so this is, rational and logical for us, right? So we go, so for the next cohort, the investment is going to be this. So you now further price anchored at $50,000 or whatever thousand. Then you drop down and you say, yes, this is value though, right? This is how much value you're getting, but this is the actual price for the next cohort. So they go, wow, that's a lot. They're going to start getting sticker shock. So you get another, and by the way, if you did everything correctly, then they don't get sticker shock. Sticker shock basically means, shocked at the sticker price. And so at this point then, there's the top price, and then you got the original price, which price anchors over here. And then you say, but here's the thing. Since because of X reasoning, for the final X spots, so you're injecting scarcity here, we're bringing that investment all the way down to just X price. And you pause there, and look at fucking camera, look certain. This is rock solid certainty here. Okay? I don't say anything. Put the alpha male sigma face on. And then once the prospect breaks the silence, then that is when you go ahead and reiterate the trust even more. And so, yeah, just a few other quick notes here. Would be basically, like you understand psychology, 2 price anchors basically, and then the next price. So this is why this is so powerful. This just works. And then what I mean by reiterate the trust is, at this point, I would say something is going to look like, okay, I got to think about it. And then ask them why they got to think about it. Kind of at this point now, it's a almost free flow for you. So asking them questions, having them affirm the past, and then also just getting a accurate gauge on what exactly the objections at this point are. Because to be honest, if you did all this correctly, I mean, what are they going to ask about? Like, honestly, if this happened to me, I probably wouldn't have questions. I'd be like, yeah, like you literally, I've seen this. Literally people sit there, they're like they try to think of a question and they can't, because you just dealt with everything. Because what's going on when they're doing this? Because you'll see, you say the price and they just go, and by the way, this is buying face when they go like this. This is buying face. So they're gonna go like this. They're gonna go, and they're gonna start thinking. And what's going on in their mind is basically they're gonna try to look for any ouncelet of doubt that they have to fight off that price. So they're gonna be thinking, and then they're gonna try to think of something, but then they go, oh wait, that was already answered. They're gonna try to think of another thing, and they're gonna, oh wait, that was answered. And it's gonna like happen 5 different times in their brain until they're like, I have nothing else. And this is why this is so powerful, because you did all of that above here, all of that in the 7 hours, all of that in the sales letter, in the hour sales letter, then all of that even further in the pitch sales letter. It's lights out, G. They're done. Eliminated. Pentakill. For those of you guys who know what pentakill means, then shout out. But anyway, at this point though, you know, some of the more overthinking people, they may have a lot more. So that's fine, no worries. What we're going to do with them now is ask them first, say, hey, what exactly is this thing? Deal with it. Jump over the obstacle. Then, once you're going to go for the pitch again, this is what you do. Go back to your case studies. Because at this point, once again, people have goldfish memories. It's tough. It's tough to get them to remember everything. So you go back and then what you do is you reiterate the case studies over here in the pitch sales letter. You pull this up again, you whip this out, and you go, oh yeah, by the way, just so you remember, this person got this result in this state, this time frame. This person got this result in this time frame. This person got this result in this time frame. Oops. This. And so then they're going, okay, I remember this. I remember why I have all these doubts, or I remember that why I trust these guys. Okay, hold on. All right, you're right. Chill. And then you go, so then just want to make sure. You remember that this is gonna happen. You remember that this part's gonna happen. You remember that this action part's gonna happen. So you remember that this part's gonna happen. This part. And so does all that make sense to you? Do you see how if you follow these steps, that you too can get the result as well? And so then you go, come on, what do you say? If you do business with us, I promise that we'll create fantastic impact. So should we get started? So you dealt with, so this is what's called looping. Basically, after the price is said, you are creating, you have, basically what you have is, you have like a bunch of cards to play. This is how you actually close. Because if you say your first price, and then they have like 25 objections, and you're like, then you have like no clue what to do after that happens. But how you prevent this is by having cards to play. So the first card that you do is just the reiteration of these things in case they forgot. And so then you go for the reclose. At this point, let's say they have not, bought in, then you go for the next loop. The next loop is a bunch of different tactics on objection handling. Personally, for me, what I've been very powerful and good at is breaking beliefs for other people. Just because I have a really good understanding of that stuff. And so when people usually have a doubt when they have a question, it's just a limiting belief or something that they have. And so what you go ahead and do is there are different ways that you can do this. Oftentimes they say, wow, I don't have time. All right, and so I hear this one a lot, okay? It's the macro seasonal. That's true. So they say, now isn't a good time. I'm too busy. So you say something like this. Well, that's what I found with the best students.
that they do it when it's the best case studies that I have. Because the thing is, the best time to solve something is when you're busy. Because when life gets easier, it's just a breeze. Everything's easy. But if you solve something when life is easy, and the second it gets hard, you fall off. You fall off. And so that's the last thing I would want to do for you, because it's got to be sustainable, right? And so even if life is tough, this is the best time to do it, because then it'll be maintainable for the rest of your life. And so they go, yeah, you're right. So where do you think we should go from here? I like to do that closing line. I also like, so how does all that sound? Fair enough? All right, so the next one is the micro. Hour by hour, I don't have the time in the day. And in order to get these straight, you have to first identify what that core objection is. And so this is a different core objection to this one. Overall, they believe that they don't have time. Then they go into the more micro and they say, I don't believe that I have the time in the day. Then what you like to do here is when you deal with objections, there's two ways that you can deal with it. It's a short story or an analogy. And so when you go about things here, you say things like, so they say, I don't have the minute by minutes time of the day. Okay? You say, you know what? I totally understand. When I used to say this to my mom all the time too, about how I didn't have time to my homework, how I didn't have time to get in shape, etc., etc. The thing is, one day she was so sick and tired of me bitching and complaining, so she grabbed my phone out of my hand when I was scrolling through social media and looked at the amount of hours per day I was on my phone, and she's like, bruh, you spend like 3.5 hours on social media every day. I guess I found you some time. Doesn't that story sound familiar? You ask them this, and they go, yeah, you're right. And also you say this, all right, so also, do you think that there's anyone else on earth who has less time than you who's been able to make this happen? Yeah, you're right. So do you really think that this is a time thing or a priorities thing? Priorities. Can you see this? Because at the end of the day, everybody has the same 24 hours, and Elon Musk is out there building and running 4 multi-billion-dollar companies. Do you really think you don't have time to just start one, or just get fit, or just find a wife? And the thing is, really, if you feel like you don't have time, but the thing is, everybody has the same amount of time. They got the same 24 hours. So the first thing that we're going to do in our program is cut out 90% of the BS that's not working for you, so you gain all that time back. So it's going to be a net positive anyway. Yeah, you're right. Because have you seen anyone else be able to make this work and be successful? And to go ahead and make growth operating or fitness or whatever work? Yeah, you're right. All right, which means it's possible for you too, because it's possible for them. So that's why you need the right tools to make that happen. And that's what we're here for. That's what blank company is here for. So they go, damn, everything's been just blasted. They're like, I got no, you right, G, you right. So they also say the win-then fallacy often. So I go like this. They say, I'll invest in this program / growth operating when I have more money, or when X, then I'll start. So you go, bro, I totally understand where you're coming from. It kept me stuck for months. Don't worry. I was a silly pants too. So you're calling yourself a silly pants, not them. And by the way, like, honestly, I just robbed these from Alex Ramosi. So, but I just don't think that you guys will go ahead if I put the video here and you're going to watch it. So that's why I'm like sitting here telling you guys these two. I'm not like trying to do some bad plagiarism here. All credit to them. But anyway, you say, don't worry, I was a silly pants too. But one day when I found the win-then fallacy, it goes like this. Do you say, when I'm healed, then I'll go to the hospital? When I'm in shape, then I'll start going to the gym? And also, when I'm rich, then I'll get into investing, into getting rich? It doesn't make sense, right? Yeah, you're right. Right, because you've got to get the order correct. You go to the hospital to get healed. You go to the gym to get in shape. You invest into getting rich to get rich. Because as they say, you got to spend money to make money. So does it all make sense? Yeah, you're right. Great. So how does it sound? Shall we get started? Fair enough? So good. All right. And so now these are more value-based questions. So when they say, I can't afford it, you say this. I say, that's a lot. You're like, oh yeah, it's a lot of money for you, right? They're like, oh shit. So a lot of what you're doing here is you're agreeing with them. You agree with them, then you say that the same exact fact that you agree with them, you then take their point of logic, and they go this way, you take their same agreements and you go this way. And you make this sound more right, logically. And this will be just crushed and they'll come over here. Should have drew that out, but who minds? So here's your main thing. Here's theirs. You agree. You say, I agree, but this, not this. And they go, so this is the macro seasonal. Sorry, not macro seasonal, but they say they can't afford it. So you go, all right, so that is a lot of money for you, right? They go, yeah. Well, awesome, because that's actually what I'm more concerned about when somebody says it's not a lot of money, because for them, when it's not a lot of money for them, because here's the thing, I don't think they're gonna care much about it if they don't think it's a lot of money. All my best testimonials and my best case studies came from people that it was a lot of money for them, because the thing is, if it's a lot of money, then doesn't that mean you're gonna try hella hard? So they go, yeah, you're right. And you go, cool. So then you're the last person who should be worried about getting results from this, because this means a ton to you. You're gonna put all the work in, right? They go, yeah, you're right, okay. And also on top of that, would you believe me if I said that if it was 1/10 the price, that it was going to do all the things that I promised? And so selling upon the feature set and basically over here, you're getting them to further and further affirm that they believe in the product, that they believe in your system. Here's another amazing one. So they say, nah, you're right. Yeah. I do agree that if it wasn't that expensive, then I would think that, wouldn't do all these things. And so you go, right, exactly. And so the other thing is, right, and so with Andre, who we helped scale to 18K at launch, and this is just an example of what we do, right, in growth operating. At just 14 years old, or Manish, we snapped our fingers, and he's now to $7,000 a month at just 19 consistently. See, the program is designed to help you make money and land creators on your first day to a week. Because Andre and Manish, and most of the clients, as we help out, can really only afford the first payment and then not make the rest of the weekly payments. So I have to be able to help you guys out and make money and land creators ASAP, so when they can afford then the rest as well. So really, I can't win unless I help you win first. Once you win, then I win. Does that make sense? And they go, yeah, you're right. And you say, great. And then you say, great, so we should get started, right? And they go, damn, I can't say no to this guy now. And once again, as you can see, the pattern with all of these is just making nice, clear, and logical cases. You're not lying here. You're not doing anything weird. You're not like emotionally selling them. Be like, I want this for you, man. I feel you. And they're like, what the fuck? No, you're making all very good and logical cases. Further, they said, what? And now there's the case of you saying, well, why it's not that expensive. So there's like kind of the inverse of that, but then leading all it to the same thing. So you make another point here. You say, well, it's not that expensive because, and you lead to the same conclusion, like that. And so you go like this. Well, here's the thing. And also, just to make sure, if you were truly able to hit 10K per month in 3 months with growth operating, or with X mechanism, or with Y mechanism, then would it be worth it? They go, yeah. Okay, so the issue is whether or not the program is expensive, but that you don't believe that it can happen for you. So just to make that clear, is that right? And this is now getting to the deeper objection. A lot of objections, how they work is they have a surface level knee-jerk answer. Then you dig deeper, they're like, all right, man. To be honest, when you get that, to be honest, that's when you know that the real thing is coming out. And oftentimes even deeper than that, you might get all right, to be really honest, and then you get even deeper. So this is getting to that deeper point. And just kind of pulling it out of them. So they go, yeah, you're right. It's just because I don't believe that's going to work. So then you go like this. So then it's not really about it being expensive. It's about you extrapolating. And this one comes from avatars that usually have been ripped before, that have been scammed, that had a bad fitness program, that went to a bad gym, that went to a bad relationship coach, that had a relationship therapist coach that ruined their life, things like this. And so you then go like this, because it's not that they don't believe in your thing. So don't get offended that your product is not good enough, because your product is good enough. It's just that it's a more so problem and a belief system about the avatar. And so you say, all right, so it's the fact that you are extrapolating your past experience, your past
gurus that you got scammed from the past coaching businesses, whatever, or the past solution that you tried and that didn't work for you under this present scenario, which then makes it seem, or which makes sense. Oh yeah, so then you say, all right, so you're bringing all these things to this current scenario, which, yeah, you're right, it makes sense. So you affirm that, you say, don't worry, you're making a logical decision here. But you say this, but would you let one bad decision burn you twice? They go, oh, what do you mean? No. And you go, right, because I get it. You had something happen to you in the past. It didn't work. Maybe you tried multiple things and it just didn't work. So the only thing worse than having the things that did not work is letting that bad experience burn you twice. Once when it didn't happen, and the second times when it prevents you from making the right decision. And so they go, you're right, man, you're right. And so there's also another beautiful objection handle. They say, yeah, you're right, man. And you say, because think about it like this. Have you ever dated anyone and they've broken your heart? And they go, yeah, actually, yeah. And you go, well, after they did break your heart, did you ever say, I shall date no one anymore? No more people. Only dolphins. Only pigs. Would that make any sense, bro? And they go, no, yeah, you're right. Right. But to be real with you, that's kind of what you're doing right now. You're saying it's physically impossible for you to hit 10K a month with growth operating, with dropshipping, for you to finally get fit? And they go, no, yeah, you're right. Because here's the thing. Well, then, do you think it's possible if there's just the right girl or right guy out there who's a fit for you? If there's the right program fit out there for you, then you will be able to hit X desired results. And they go, yeah. As they say, so great. So then shall we get started? And boom, brain rewired. And now they believe in themselves. Now you're pushing them, or not pushing them, sorry, pulling them towards making the correct decision that's going to be the best for them. And so, man, oh man, oh man, with these men, it's gone. It's gone time. It's gone time, and the credit cards will be flying to you. Now, let's then get into the next looping tactics. And these are then fitted below because you want to first get rid of any sort of, like basically zero objections. Have it zero objections, and it's just now a matter of pricing. So you want to get the doubts out of the way because we don't want any sort of doubt around what they have to affect how they make their pricing decision. Because ultimately, if they have a certain doubt, basically, let's say your product is $10,000 or $20,000. Let's say, okay, we'll just do 10,000 because it's an easier measurement, right? If they have a doubt, if they have a little objection, that's going to go down to $9,000 worth of confidence, 8,000, 5,000, 4,000. And so then, if you try to close them on this 4,000 amount of confidence, what's going to happen is they're going to pay not be able to pay the 10,000, and they're just going to try to get to the 4,000. But if it's a matter of, okay, I have $10,000 confidence, I know that this shit is worth 10K, like for sure. Then what you do is now it's a matter of, okay, how much do they physically, literally have and they can actually afford? Then you give them a payment plan to have that optimized. It's a payment process for that. And so this is where loop 3 to 6 comes in. Where you say, let's say you went through all of these things and they say no. Okay? And so looping is this concept where basically every single time that they have some sort of now financial doubt, right? They just physically cannot afford it. Then you have cards that you can play in those areas to make it so that you still maintain status delta whilst you drop the price down. Because think about it like this. Think about it like this. Why do I keep saying think about it like that? Think about it like this. Think about it like this, guys. Let's say if I came to you, or let's say if some salesperson came to you and they're like, dude, this is $10,000, this is all worth $10,000. You just make the claim, yap, like crazy. And they just go, yeah, that's about right, but I just have like $5,000. Then all of a sudden you're like, okay, fine, it's $5,000 now, you could take it. You're just like, what? What kind of value switch up did you do all of a sudden? And then the salesperson who is claiming all these things, basically when they make that action, their words do not align with what they
with what they are saying. Or sorry, what they're doing. So what they're doing, their words don't align with that. And so then what happens is the prospect loses trust and therefore loses status delta. And therefore the salesperson loses status delta. Think about it like this. Oh my God, what do I keep saying like that? Think about it like this. See, think about it like this. If the doctor also did the same thing, where he was like, take this pill, take this pill, take this pill, and that's what's gonna happen. And you go, no, I don't want this one. He's like, okay, fine, don't take that one, don't take that one. You're just like, what? And he just starts losing his status delta, his trust that you thought you had with him, but in reality, you're like, is this guy legit or not? And so then what you need to have are back pockets, excuses to drop the price and to make it still seem logical why you're doing that, whilst you are dropping the price. And this is the ethical way to do it. Because if you just drop your price out of nowhere, it just makes no sense with other customers as well. So the first loop is this, and I guess technically there's loop 3 now, but the first financial loop would look something like this. You say, all right, I totally understand. Most of our customers said the same exact thing. Here's what we do to shorten our sales cycles and streamline the buying process. Okay, here we offer an incentive-based pricing if you can make the commitment today. We did the math and we found that we save around blank dollars going back and forth which is worth a lot more. So basically what you're doing is you're saying, hey, listen, me following up on you, me doing all these text messages, that's gonna waste me more money. So you say this. So instead of X price, what I can do is if you commit today, we could pass those savings off to you. And what we could do is provide you an investment plan of X amount plus X weekly payments of X dollars. And you say, usually we don't do this for other people, but we can provide you this. And then you say again, and with that, once again, you get this, which will take you to this result. And so, does that all sound fair? Name? How does that sound? Fair enough? And so then they go, oh, okay, I see. So since it's because of this excuse, he can drop the price. And you go, all right, that makes sense. That makes sense. And often another one that I see is, let's say your product is like a few $1,000s, then they go, oh man, I only have this much amount. Like I'm willing to go this much. And you could also close, there's a great closing line, which is basically, all right, so if we do move forward, or sorry, you flip it. So you go, if we can do that price for you right now, are you willing to move forward right away? And they go, yes, I'm sure I'm down. And that's how you get the confirmed payment plan. Because here's the thing, bro, you're going to provide them value once they're in the program anyway. So the main important thing is that you're going to need to collect the money first, because you already know if your product is good, they're going to pay the rest of the money. That's just how it goes. And we do this because also with our company, like we're confident that we're going to provide all the value. And so if that is all true, then, or since that is all true, then the main thing is to just get them through the door. And so this is why you take that certain amount of payment. And then in between, if they still say no to this, there's usually just core objections that they have. Still this core little thing here. And this rarely happens. This usually happens just with overthinking, more doubting ICPs, and totally fine, totally fine. There are those people out there, and so you just deal with those people that way. And the next loop, here's another great one. So you say, I got you. So we've had tons of customers be just as careful like this is you. We totally get it. You're a good customer. We get it. And so you kind of sidestep. It's like when you're boxing, right? You throw a punch and then you just like sidestep it. And instead of like blocking it and be like, no, and you crush their fist. You just like sidestep. Or instead of taking the punch. So say taking the punch would look something like, you go, oh yeah, you're totally right. I'm so sorry. Like, let me drop the price for you more. And you just start losing status delta. But if you say it like this, then you're not agreeing with them, but you're not disagreeing with them either. So that it creates this nice balance of a sidestep. So you say, all right, so instead of the original plan of this, here's what we can do for you. So you reiterate the previous plan and you go like this. So we got to hit our numbers for this month. So if you can give us 3 referrals to friends, and at this point, it could be like 1 referral and then you move it up to 3 as you lower the price. That's another good tactic. And so you say to 3 friends, so 3 referrals to 3 friends to our program, that would love to join you in getting X result, then,
within the first month, then what we can do for you is this new payment plan with this monthly payment. And so then I go, okay, fair enough. So then you make that excuse. It makes sense, right? Because what's going to happen is when they give you the referrals, then you are going to be making money off them. And even on top of this, what you can do is give them an incentive for referrals. So you say, give us 3 referrals, we'll actually give you a 10% commission on these people, the entire revenue that we make from these people, or 25%, or however much high you can go. And then they say, okay, this makes sense. All right. So the next loop goes, basically, I mean, just read it over here, but the main thing, I just want to get to the main meat, which is basically if you give us 3 referrals, and also if you give us a case study by the end of today, then we can do this. That's another one. So case studies, just have them shoot a video, and they're like, okay, that makes sense. And then finally, okay, and this is a super powerful one, okay? So by the way, these are not really, I put them loop 5, 6, 7, 8, but you can kind of do these out of order. They're not really in much of a particular order. So here's another strategy that you can do. Basically, you go like this. In the beginning of this, at this point, they're probably going too far. And so you go, wow, you're a funny one, aren't you? You're a funny one. And by the way, make sure that every single time you drop down, you're kind of showing a bit of uncomfortability, because people want to work for the deal. You know, like think about it. When you go to a yard sale, or when you're at some sort of night market and you're haggling, and you're trying to get the best price, people want to know that they got the best price. And so you do that sort of haggling situation. That's number one. Number two, also the thing is though, that when you're doing this, people have a tough time when you do all these things for the person, that they're like, oh, okay, this guy just did all these things for me. Like, I feel bad that, he's going this far for me. Man, I gotta take action now. And so then you do that. And by the way, if the customer tries to make you an offer, don't take it. Because that puts status delta and strength in their mind. Always close, I would say, on your side of the terms. So if they say something, then you go, all right, if that is the case, then can we move forward right now? So then you having the last straw. But anyway, then going back to this, you say something like this. So you go, all right, it's okay. You see, actually, the other students over there, and by the way, another intelligent strategy that you can do here is you could inject case studies in between here. So this is what I'm doing, right? So all right, no problem, because here's the thing, one of our students earlier did the same exact thing. He closed on this portion, and he actually got crazy results because he was thinking about it a little bit, but then the fact that he was thinking about it, he showed that he wanted to really put the work in, and he got X desired results in X time frame. So it's all good, don't worry. A lot of our top students do this. But here's the thing. So then, instead of original plan, here's what we can do for you. Like I said, we got to hit our numbers in the next month. So if you could give those 3 referrals, the case study, and then also the other 2 referrals, then on top of this, here's what we can do for you. We'll give you an entirely refundable, risk-free deposit. Here's how it works. So this offer that we gave you earlier, so right now at this point, this happens after you give a few offers, okay? So you've given an incredible offer. They're like, oh my God, I want to lock this in, but I'm not sure how I can. You do this. So this offer, this offer is only available on this call. But the thing is, what we could do is we could extend this offer being available to the next few weeks, for the next 7 days, if you put down a X dollar deposit, an unrefundable deposit, a refundable, not risk-free deposit, and then we're gonna set a cool-off period of 7 days for this. So you say, this deposits in the next 7 days you can get back. We'll give it back to you. And so here's how it works. The deposit, if we get the commitment today, we can lock in this incentive-based pricing and the terms, and we'll set off the cool-off period for the 7 days. If for any reason you change your mind within this next 7 days, you can get the full refund and on your deposit, and we can part ways, no harm, no foul. If, however, you would like to move forward after the cool-off period, all we need to do is execute the contract and get you immediately started. This way, we can make sure that all decision makers are on board and you feel comfortable working with us.
So this works if maybe there's a kid who has a few dollars, like a $500 or like $1,000, and they pay the $500, or sorry, they only have $500 right now, but they want to go ask their parents and try to convince them to get some more money. Or if you're selling to B2B, like a really fat team on a high level deal. And then what you could do here is you could talk about how, all right, so a lot of these people with big teams, right, they doubt or they want to get their entire team on board to this stuff. So you have them deposit the 500, then for the next 7 days, they're persuading their team and they have the entire team then onboarded together. And so this is why you then go forward with this pitch. So you say, so what do you say? Do you want to give this a shot? There's no risk since you get to experience the results before you commit to anything. It's just a matter of collecting your simple information, walking through the onboarding process, and then walking through the onboarding process. What do you say? And so after you collect this payment, then you say you give them the trial, the onboarding process to get them in. And now at this point, you've basically pulled the entire carpet under them. There's literally no risk because you say this. People love this language. You do a thumbs up, thumbs down call. You say, all right, so it's a thumbs up, thumbs down call in the next 7 days. And on that call, if it's an absolute no, refund immediately. We're off. No more. You don't have to talk to us. Don't even call me. Don't worry. But if we're gonna move forward on that call, then we're gonna smash it. Okay. And so this is how you collect the payments. Because here's the thing: an opt out is always better than an opt in. Because it's always easier to go forward with the actions that they already took in. It's a less resistance. Then canceling it is just like how software businesses or Netflix, what do? They give you the free trial. It's the opt-in for free. Then it continues you naturally. And so you get the card in for free. And you get to try the product. And then there's a lot more resistance afterwards to opt out. And so that's a super ingenious, basically no risk tactic. So pretty much what I gave you here today, if they have dollars, you will take their dollars. There's no freaking way that you don't take their dollars. Look, this is literally risk-free. There's no risk on the customer. And so this is how you smash these closes. Okay? And so just to get a wide overarching framework of this, you deflect, then you increase your status delta by talking about your case studies, your guarantee, and then some sort of statement that builds trust. Then you give an explanation as to why you're doing this loop. Then you give your reasoning. So it's the CER framework, claim, evidence, reasoning, that you probably learned in school. And then you drop down, taking it from the current pricing down to, or then with the payment plan that you have right now. And some other tactics to influence around this is to reiterate your case studies. All right, probing questions, following up with the cost rationale, explaining. There's the explanation part, explaining why you're willing to put the price down to this. The three referrals plus case studies, all these different tactics. Basically what I'm doing here is I'm giving you kind of like a pantry of things that you can mix into your own looping process. You can obviously copy these, but these won't directly work maybe in your offer, right? And so I'm just giving you little components that you can put together into your own dish, as per se. So then we move forward to the current pricing dropdown. So then you could do, these are the different ways that you could do this. So main pricing, the most amount of money that they have or something that they're comfortable willing to invest, then the weekly payments. Max amount that they have, then monthly payment. So having that payment wider. Then smaller amount that they have, and then monthly payments, and then X, and this is the last drop down, the 7-day refundable deposit plus the monthly payment plan afterwards. And then for the payment plan, price down dropping. There's basically weekly payments, monthly payments. So then once this occurs, once you get this result, then you have to pay this much. Once you get this result, then we'll be on a revenue share basis, whatever. Things of that nature. Once you get your 6-pack, then you pay this much. Once you then finally start losing 5 pounds, then you get this result. And so, yeah, I mean, dude, think about it. You do this, do you really, really, really think that you're not going to get a close? Like, this legit makes no sense that you don't get a close. Oh my gosh, you guys are so lucky. I wish I knew this at whatever age you're watching this. All right, so once a prospect says yes, you now affirm their decision. You affirm that they made a great decision. So you say, all right, great. I'm so excited to start working with you. Congratulations, you made an incredible decision today. Very smart of you. This will change your life. So here, I'll send over this payment link and let's get you started.
and then have all your payment links over here. So Stripe, all the different possibilities that you can have, all the different Wise, all the different payment plans that you got. Freaking Wise, PayPal, Zelle, Venmo, Cash App, Apple Pay, all these different things. And then whilst, this is when you do it. And by the way, when you say something like this, you also say this. So I'll send over the payment link. Let's get you started. And in the meantime, I'll get the onboarding form, and then I'll get everything ready for us. I'll bring the contract over, and then I'll send you over the link to sign the contract as well. And they go, okay, now they feel good. Because here's what a scammer would do, right? They say, give me a car right now, I'm gonna go, like, hurry up. But then a logical, like actual business, they would be like, here, you do this now, and now you're literally starting to emulate and begin working together, right? And so then, this is also when, whilst they're filling out the form, you're going to now eventually work together. They are now your customer, and so you're going and asking them, like, all right, so where are you from now? How's school life? Because in the beginning, we are not building rapport. That's the old way to sell. You don't build rapport anymore. You don't try to get them to like you, because people now know that the salesperson is just trying to get them to like them, so trying to get the other person to like him so that they can close. But the thing is, these days, people now sell on status delta. But now that they're already customers, this is when you start building that friendly relationship, the rapport. You ask them, so where are you from? How's school like? How's it with the ladies? How's it with the guys? And then this is when you build the other elements of, I would say, health wealth relationships. So for instance, if you're on a wealth offer, so if you're make money online, BizOp, whatever, then you talk about, well, how's it with the other side? So you talk about wealth. Now you're going to talk about relationships and health. So you're like, all right, how's your diet going? How's at the gym, bro? How you getting with the girls, things like that. And then if it's with relationships, then you talk about the other stuff. So how's money right now? I mean, okay, that's a little bit too in-depth, but like, how's work? What do you do for work? And then relationships, and then fitness, and like, how's it at the gym? And if you're fitness, then you talk about the other two elements. So then you talk about relationships. So you talk about, hey, how's it with the how do you feel as you're gonna go get more girls with this new body right now? Yeah. Money, what's your job, bro? And so then you mix these other parts up together, so you actually build and nurture a relationship. And fundamentally, there's just human connection is just pretty simple stuff. And so then afterwards, what I like to do is kind of like a pre-onboarding, like a mini boat, as you can see. So you send over the onboarding link, you have them fill it out, and you say, go, but for this one, fill it out before or after this call, okay? It's gonna take some time. But here's what I'm going to do. Then you affirm the decision that they made by immediately dropping them sauce, immediately providing them value. So then you provide X course material over here. So you send it over to them, and then you get to sell to them why they need to watch it before the onboarding call. Then you drop more sauce. You got like, hey, I only got about 5 minutes here. Let me go ahead and provide you with some value. Do you have any questions? Do you have any concerns? And then you just answer those away, and you help them out. And so then afterwards, you say, cool, any questions or comments? No? All right, and you hang up the call. And dude, you did it. You have now just made a $1,000, $10,000 PIF, whatever, and you're slowly on your way to the 10K, 15K launch, 30K launch, whatever. Like, tell me, look at this. Tell me you're not going to close a deal with this. Tell me. You close one deal with this today, okay? Let's say it's a growth offer, you collect like 10 calls to your creators. You close one deal. You close one. Let's say that deal is $1,000. Like, that's not even that much. $1,000 is a little tiny amount, okay? $1,000, you take 30% of that. I made you at least, like, this is the lowest minimum, $300 right now. For the past few minutes you watch this, you just made $300. And this is the lowest minimum. Like, holy, you're welcome. You are welcome. And so now that we went over that script, the sales script, we're now going to go into the appointment setting script, which is this part of the funnel. So remember, I said the mass is super duper important. All of them funnel over to here, the master appointment setting script. And so I did this backwards once again because all of these root from the core, and the appointment setting script is just a more watered down version of the sales script, but watered down in a good way. So let me explain. All right, so how it goes is like this. Creators prospects appointment setting script template. Here we go. So pre-script, before we go into the script, this is what I mean.
in the info industry, this is usually called the setting script. So in order to sound smart, please have the right terminology. And congratulations, since you watched already that market research segment earlier, remember I said how it's literally just like appointment setting? Well, guess what? Because it freaking is. Because there's appointment setting for market research calls, now there's just appointment setting for a sales call. It's the same exact thing. And so then what that means is that you already learned how to do this. Great. So now you're already pretty good at this. You have a good base. Now you're just going to build more on top of it. Congratulations. And so, because here's the thing. What I showed you in the market research part earlier, over this stuff, this flow, this conversation flow, is exactly what you do to book an appointment for market research. Now, there's tons of principles from appointment setting that are the same thing, but at the root, it's used, yes, and at the root, you see it as this. So this is like the analogy that I like to pull up. See it as a trailer to the movie, and the movie is the sales call. Okay, then the appointment setting script is like the trailer, but at the core, the footage of the movie does not change, because appointment setting and sales is the same first principle. It's just influence. And so then if we look at the first principle, which is influence, then let's dig through the different types and principles of influence that we have here, which is reciprocity, providing value in the appointment setting process; scarcity, showing that the program is very scarce in the appointment setting process; authority, establishing status delta; consistency, asking them questions where they say something and they now must attain consistent to what they said; liking, the fact that if they like you and you rhythm up in the appointment setting script or in the setting process, then they're going to like you; and a consensus, that you guys are both part of the same tribe, that you guys both are agreeing with the same principles and philosophies. And so during the appointment setting script, make sure to follow these principles in your text, which we'll leave the script down below. And yeah, which we'll weave into the script down below. And for the setting process, I would do it first yourself as a growth operator if you're a totally beginner. But at some point it does get tedious. And so here's some sort of setting compensation that I would use for your appointment setters, which is 2% commission of the entire deal. So let's say the entire PIF paid in full is like $1,000. Then at 2% of that, what would that be? $20? 1,000 times 0.2. Oops, sorry, 0.02. 20, yep, 20. And so then you have it at 0 to 5 deals closed. You gotta do deals closed here, or you could increase these numbers to 0 to 10 and then do calls booked. But then you would have to do it so that the calls or the qualification process is really nice and solid. But yeah, it's just a matter of kind of decision here. Test which one works best for you. For us personally, we have seen the deals booked work so far better, but at the moment we are also testing calls booked with different offers. So yeah, test one that works for you. So you can do the deals or the calls. All right, so then let's move forward to, here's the thing. You get X bonus if we hit X goal, X revenue goal by X date. So just having it so that the entire team is moving towards the same direction, that we're looking to increase the revenue. All right, and so then now let's get into the actual juicy, glucy part. Alrighty, and so going into the main script, you started with this. So it actually starts with what is called, and I discussed earlier, cold / lukewarm / warm outbound setting, which we presented over here as one of the launch strategies. But then fundamentally, even this one also goes down into, I guess that was not really a warm outbound setting, but it's more so this one in particular. So here's what I mean by this. What I mean by this is that basically people that have already hit you up before, you're hitting them back up again. Or sorry, more precisely, the creator's DMs. They hit up the creator. And so what you're doing here is you follow up with them from the past, just simple. And so here, what I've done is I've basically combined this portion, which is over here, which would be the message 1 plus 2. And by the way, when I say message 1, I'm saying the exact same thing of the message 1 when you do outreaching for your creator, just the first message that you send. And so it's the same principle, guys. It's just that you bring it to the creator. All this thing is the same. So the fact that you already, when I talked about message 1 and you knew what that was, that's great. That means you already know it as well. So good work. So then, the first one that you talk about is
asking about if they're even doing the mechanism. So a lot of what this script is built up based upon is the slow qualification of things that would require to be, I guess, qualified from the customer. And so the customer must first be doing the mechanism. And so how is working out going on? How is business going on? How is, or X business like dropshipping, growth operating, whatever, how is trying to get your relationship together going on? If they're not actively trying to fix the problem, then might as well sell to a donkey. There's no point. There's no point in selling to these people. And so then you have to get that first affirmed. We are kind of what, I guess the mathematical term on this would be, you are taking a certain thing that they're doing, and that being independent, then you're slowly building upon the independent variable by saying there's 1, then 2 must occur because 2 depends on 1, then 3 depends on 2, then 4 depends on 3, and so you want to get it in this consecutive order. All right, it's for y'all math nerds out there. If you're not, then don't worry about it. And so then afterwards, you ask them questions around. Okay, so that's one element, because over here you're asking them for people that followed up previously not followed up, but previously DM'd the creator. And the other ways that you can lead generate, and at this point, fundamentally, you're lead generating. Other ways you can lead generate is if the viewer, if they followed or commented or liked one of the creator's posts that shows interest. And so you then ask them, hey, you did X action. Thank you. By the way, are you doing X mechanism, or how is X mechanism going? To further, once again, all of these lead back to the mechanism, if they're doing it or not, because that's the main dependency that we have over here. Then the next one is, hey, if you did a power offer on your DMs saying that you had some sort of lead magnet, or sorry, if you powered offered on your story saying that you had some sort of lead magnet, that's number 1. Number 2 is saying that you had some sort of lead magnet on your comments. So these are different ways that you can do that. Or comments as in a post that you have on Instagram. And then you comment CTA. Comment CTA over here, and the comment they send over X keyword, and then you say, hey, appreciate you, here's your lead magnet, hope you liked it. By the way, how's X mechanism going? Once again, funneling back down to there. If you have a free community, this is what I'm super excited by, because I basically just thought of all this stuff myself. Over here, school specific, but if you just have a free community like Discord, etc., then you can do this tactic too, which is basically people on the top of your school leaderboards. These are the people that, are super engaged with you. And personally for us, she's in the mentorship, like he's in the mentorship. These are people that are very much engaged with the creator and would love to join in on the ride. So that's another one. People who drop value posts in the sauce portion. If they're dropping value, for us personally, we have our little different tabs. Then they're also showing that they're very interested and engaged. So that's another part. If they're asking questions, then once again, showing engagement. If they post in the wins channel, then you know that if they're posting wins, especially on growth operating, then you're like, oh wow, this guy's growth operating. So incredible. We're gonna set this guy up. And people further who voted, well, how many clients do you have? And they talk about it there. And that's also another individual that we can hit up. And so all this comes down to the fact that you're hitting up people that already are expressing interest. It's what's called, right, it's called permission marketing, where they're already giving you permission and showing that they're engaged. They're just like, hey, literally, I'm out here, hit me up. You know, like when a girl, when you're walking by and she smiles at you, like open face, she's giving you permission for you to go talk to her. It's the same exact thing here. They're giving you permission, and you as a creator, or you as a growth operator who is using the creator's Instagram account, you go hit them up. So that's one aspect. And then the second message that you can do over here is something like this for school. So this is message 1 plus 2. For these people, what you would do is first, when you have, so let me just show you this. We're going to be implementing this very, very soon. I just haven't had the time to do it. But over here, so every single people that come into my school group, there's an automated message that you can do. So you go over to here, settings, and if you guys are inside of school, then you probably do know this, which is an auto DM new members on, and then there's the copy that you could have in here. Here's the thing.
This is genius. And I haven't seen this anywhere. I just came up with this myself. And we're going to be implementing it real soon. We'll tell you how it goes. Or something like this. Hey, thanks for joining. By the way, I have X lead magnet that I'll send you over if you DM me X keyword on my Instagram and you link your creator's Instagram. Over here, like that's a solid conversion rate. At least 10% is going to go over and then DM the keyword on Instagram. From there, you have an auto ManyChat or auto GHL automation that sends them over the lead magnet. Then you send them right into the appointment setting script. Like boom, bro. So basically everyone that joins here, it's an automated funnel that just funnels them right into Instagram. Super powerful. That's one tactic you could do. Another one is if they have their Instagram on their profile. So for instance, maybe this guy does Nikita. Great. So a lot of people have their Instagram over here. You just see it, hit them up, message them, and then brrr, and then DM them out. That's another way you could do it. I say, hey, saw you in the community. How's X mechanism going? See, the thing though is, some of these guys, they don't. Let's see if Aryan does. Right, they don't have their Instagram on their profile. And so what you could do for these people is you go over, click chat, and you could DM them. It seems like we already talked about something. And then you hit them up saying, hey, appreciate you. If you DM me X keyword on Instagram, then I'll send you over something, another lead magnet. And on Instagram, once they DM you, then you have an auto DM for that keyword saying, hey, appreciate you, here's a lead magnet, check it out. And by the way, move them right to the script, which is going to be over here. Hey, what's your goal with X mechanism? So boom, so many ways, so many like, these are, and by the way, I'm showing you ways to literally automate this. You could go to bed, wake up, and you have leads in your pipeline. Are you kidding me? You're welcome, man. You're welcome. And so that is how you would first generate these leads and people that are interested in buying your product. So all right, that's one. And now then going into using the message one plus number two, over then into the actual main script. Now, all of these, you'll see how I made this was all of these top messaging things, they funnel into the same conversation to keep it all super simple, to keep it repeatable, to keep it at a scalable pace. Because fundamentally, when you system build, you want to keep things simple so that at scale, things don't break. There's not many components to break. And so then let's move over. And this is it, guys. This is the MASS, the Master Appointment Setting Script. You're welcome. So when it comes down to, remember how I said all of these things are ways you could lead generate? All right, so let's pull this up here. Dude, you must be very excited. I've been hyping this up the whole video. So all these ways are good to get the lukewarm outbound launch, methods to lead generate, the beta test launch where you post the power offer on the story and you have X keyword. This is also X keyword usually. Lead magnet, literally X keyword. It's the same thing, X keyword. Like all these are the same thing. And they all funnel down into the main script. And this is it. This is that main script. So first you ask, got you, bro. So what's your goal with X mechanism? And you do this. First of all, you don't want to ask what their problems are because they're going to be like, what the frick, man? But then when they say, what's your goal? Then they get a lot more. They're willing to yap about it. And so first you ask them what their goal is. Then, awesome, you say, what's the toughest part about hitting that North Star? Then they'll show this. So immediately when you go right into it, you just go into desired results, pain, boom. So you take them up and down. And so you're already revealing this gap from the first bit of the conversation. Then you go, gotcha. And are you looking for a mentor to close this gap for you or program or whatever? And so you do this. It's just the fastest way to qualify people. It's just the simplest, easiest, just boom, right away, right? Do you have a problem? Do you have a goal? Do you have a problem? Are you trying to solve it? Like simple. That's all it comes down to when we're selling. And so if they're not here, then you just toss them out. If they are, then you move on. So you say, great. So I'm opening a program for X avatar really soon to get desired results. Are you interested? And by the way, you ask, are you looking for a mentor to help out with this? Not saying like, hey, do you want to be a mentor by me? But like, are you just roughly looking out for a mentor? And by the way, this Instagram DM script, as the growth operator, in the beginning, please do this for maybe like, bro, it's not that hard. Like it takes a week. You could book like freaking calls fast, dude. It'll take maybe like a week, 2 weeks. And then you gotta learn this stuff when you begin. And you get to understand the avatar so much better when you go in there and you do the appointment setting script as well. It's the understanding of the avatar at even the appointment setting level. So you need to understand the avatar and their mental framework or their mental thoughts at this level, at this level, at this level, at this level, at all these different levels. And so then at least in the appointment setting level, you will get it. And then afterwards,
feel free to pass this off to an appointment setter. And how you go ahead and hire appointment setters, I'll talk about that in a little bit. Okay, so go from B, then over to A. And ask them, hey, are you looking for a mentor to solve this problem? They say yes. Then you go, all right, awesome. Will this interest you at all? That I'm starting a program, and you're texting as the creator. By the way, this is the creator DMing. This is not you. Like you DM through the creator's Instagram account. Hopefully that's like very set and clear. All right, and then so you say, awesome. So you say this, but then now basically what you're doing is you're now pushing. So you pulled them to say, I want this, but then you push them away again. Because once again, you don't want to look needy. We already explained that entire concept in the sales process or sales script area. And so then you say, I'm gonna ask you some questions though to qualify. Is that fine? They say, okay. So you're qualifying for finances immediately because it's the main thing that you want to figure out. So what do you do for work? Instead of asking like, hey, how much money do you make right now? They're like, whoa, hold on, chill. You see like, what do you do for work? And that's a better way to get that rough gauge. They say blah, 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 and you say, gotcha. And I love adding the just ballpark. Okay, you say this, gotcha. And how much do you make from that? Just ballpark. And they go, oh, roughly. And I've seen just ballpark work so powerfully because people, when you ask them super bluntly, they're like hesitant. But then when you do the just ballpark, it chills out their emotions and stress. And so honestly, I've seen people answer like very honestly with the just ballpark. They don't even give a good estimate. They just give like the direct number, just because they feel so open and more relaxed about it. And then if they have no job, they just move on to the next question and say, gotcha, on a scale of 1 to 10, how committed are you with this, with X mechanism? Do you have other jobs, priorities, whatever? So basically over at the appointment setting level, remember over here, because over here we really got in depth into the pain and the let's go with the questions. So over here, it's the pain, everything, all little steps between the A to B and the staircase, right? But over here, what you're doing is in the appointment setting level, you're really speeding through this A and B, and then if you're looking for a mentor, and then you're really speeding through the qualification questions as well. So basically, the appointment setting script is just a speed run of the main sales script. And the sales script is kind of like a speed run of the sales letter. So it all just builds on top of each other. This is how you actually sell, boys. This is the magic epiphany that people don't know. They think it's all disconnected. They think it's all weird mumbo jumbo. No, it's all simple. It's all the same thing. It's just that you distill it down upwards. It's like the science experiment where you slowly drip down things. All right. Anyway, and so you ask them this, and then you make sure that you're like, hey, this is not free. Just confirm. This requires an investment. And it's not free. Is that okay with you? Just get the clear. Because once again, you want to get people qualified who are willing to take action and willing to pay on the call. These are going to be the best prospects anyway. And so if they have an objection, or if they don't have an objection to it, then you say, sounds good. It sounds like you're a fit. I'm going to book you in here. Then you send over the link, and then you, I'll show you how the funnel looks for when they book a link. But towards the main end of that booking, what you then show them is a VSL. That VSL that we talked about over here, where the creator's just going to whip out this sales letter and just yak for like an hour and a half. And yeah, then you say, all right, great, saw you booked. Make sure also to watch this video. Then you resend them the VSL link. Resend them the VSL link. And then afterwards you say, see you soon. Cool, got you. Gonna see you real soon. And so that is what that appointment setting script looks like. You're welcome, guys. And yeah, now you're kind of probably confused about this portion, right? Well, what kind of link do we send them? What does it look like? Whatever. And so that's exactly why I'm going to talk about it right here. But before that, I want to discuss to you about this, okay? So this is the most stripped down sales process in accordance to, if you're a cracked ass copywriter, then you could smash this out. And especially for salespeople too, you probably are good at writing. And so this is probably the most minimum viable way that you guys can do it. But other elements that you could eventually add, other sales mechanisms. I just want to show you these so that you're aware of them in the upcoming future to see what else you could add. What you could do is you could add a marketing VSL. VSL number 1 is what it's called as well. Because a current VSL is basically, this one is more of a sales focused VSL. This framework that I gave you here is very powerful, and it takes people from like the top to the bottom. But a marketing VSL is usually even further than that. You'll see a marketing VSL is something that is maybe 10 minutes, 20 minutes. It's a short, more high energy, more high edited video, more selling on the desire and emotions and things like that. And then that funnels into this more deeper VSL. Now,
what I did was I told you guys not to really make this marketing VSL, or I didn't really give you a full guide on it yet, because the thing is, right now at this point, I'm trying to give you, once again, what's the goal? The fastest way to make the most amount of money and sustain for a longest period of time. But first, I need to get you to the fastest amount of money, or a lot of money fast. And how you get a lot of money fast is by just doing the most stripped down, minimum viable, most simplest things for now. And the simplest thing that you could do is just make the sales VSL, because that's the most actually needle moving, powerful part. The marketing VSL, it's like a little extra bonus that you add on later. That's why I recommend you do the longer VSL first. All right, so on top of this, what I did here was, for the actual sales script, I made instead of a pitch deck, I just made it into a pitch piece of paper, or like a pitch sales letter. Right here. And I did this because, to be completely honest, I did not want you guys to waste your time building out this entire sales pitch deck. And I know people waste a lot of time on this because they just thought like making it pretty, adding all these designs and whatnot. Are we here to be artists, or are we here to make cash? We're here to make cash. And so if you go ahead and make this like whole big pitch VSL or pitch deck, then it just becomes really complicated. That's why I do recommend people start with this one first. But eventually, once you get this system really nailed down, then you can scale up to then making a nice solidified pitch deck that basically just has the same exact copy writing over here, but then it's just transferred onto a Google slide with better pictures and whatnot. But once again, please don't worry about these, because you will overcomplicate the process for yourself. Now, I literally gave you the same exact, or the exact things that you need to do right now. So yeah. Just do these ones. Don't worry about these ones for now. But in the future, look out for it. Once you guys all become advanced, I'm trying to move the entire growth operating space like one at a time. And so now that I've moved you guys from here to here through this video, then once you guys are here, then I'll move you guys here to here all over again, talking about the marketing VSL and all these different things and whatnot. We straight up moving entire markets out here. We're shifting the whole game. All right. And so now that we've talked about this sort of portion over here, we're now going to talk about the technical side, how to actually build these funnels that I discussed over here in this appointment setting script. And so a lot of what's going on here is basically everything funnels into the appointment setting script and then over into the book a call funnel. And so this is the next part that we're going to be looking at now, right here. So the fundamentals of this is that the book a call funnel has to have enough friction to qualify people. However, buttery is smooth enough to get the qualified people to slide through and make it across the other side. And so for now, what we're just going to do is really simple, what we call a book a call into a quiz funnel, then into a confirm the call, and then into a VSL number 2, or the only VSL that we really have at this point. And then later on, you could worry about all these more complicated ones. And this is the main one that I see really working these days, which is just ads into opt-in, into a VSL, into a quiz, into a calendar, into a confirm call, then to a VSL number 2. But don't stress us right now for this. Don't worry about it. And also, just a quick disclaimer here. I know a lot of people are like now excited about webinars and things like these days. Here's why it makes literally no sense to do a webinar when you start. You need to deeply understand the avatar that you're facing. And you'd have to listen to every single sales argument and sales objection and all the little things that they talk about, then to create something more at scale like a webinar. And so when you're beginning, especially for you who are watching this, you probably have not even started launching a creator yet, albeit as a growth operator, let's say you have launched a creator, then you're moving to another creator, you're in a new market now. You're in a new creator, you're in a new creator's audience, like researching the new audience, and yeah, just once again, a new market. And so since that is true, it would make literally no sense to think that you know everything about that market and not talk to the market and then just create a webinar that you shove in their face, assuming that you know everything about them. Because what is the concept of the webinar? You sit there and you don't listen to them and you yak at them for hours and hours and hours. Sorry, not hours and hours, but like 2 or 3 hours, whatever, and you deal with the objections that you think that they would have. Here's the thing, how are you gonna know those objections and those questions if you never talk to them? This is why you start with a sales process like this, a manual one-on-one sales process, because you're able to hear those objections, you're able to deal with them, and then you're able to check it out through. And so this is why I would say, for now, don't worry about a webinar. The number 2 side, I know people talk about low ticket, I'll talk about it down here, but I have my opinions on it. So
Actually, it's not really opinion, it's more based on logical facts and first principles. And so I'll discuss exactly what you should do when we get to that point. But what I do want to show you now is the book a call situation that we have. All right, here it is. So this is exactly step-by-step what I would have you do. Okay, so here we have our personal book a call for our interview. And the thing is over here, what you would do after you run through this script with the appointment setting thing is you send them over this link to this book a call. And at this point, usually what these funnels will do is you have an opt-in and then a quiz and whatnot because you don't have that appointment setting process. But since we're using the social funnel, and what I mean by social funnel is just like Instagram from YouTube, organic situations, you have a lot of already reciprocity and a lot of the 7-4-11 rule pass through, or the 7-11-4 rule pass through. And so that means that you don't need to do as much content shoving in their face. This is why you can just jump right to the book a call. But however, in the book call, once they press a few buttons, they tinker over here. For us, we have like a few tinkerings going on. And then you send them over to the form. And this is really where I want to talk about, and I think is going to be super duper valuable for you, because you can see what the exact question that we ask and how you should map that over to the question that you ask your avatars. So first, we ask them, hey, you're applying for the interview to... And by the way, we have ours as an interview because it literally is. It's actually an interview. Because towards the beginning of the part, we're literally asking you if you're qualified or not. If you're not qualified, we freaking kick the people off the call. But if they are, then we move on towards the next part of the process. So it makes sense to call it an interview. It's not this lying or unethical, like messed up thing. It's just literally what it is. Excuse me. And so anyway, then moving forwards, you are applying for an interview here to look for a desired result. So having them further, it's the same principle, the consistency principle. We're just implementing all these tactics of influence and weaving them through all the entire sales process, right? And one of those principles over here is in applying that right here. You know what I'm gonna do this. All right, so I decided to bring this to Miro to draw on this. Let's go. So, right, once again, you have having them affirm that they need you, that they need to buy, and that they're here to achieve X result. Okay, so then first name, last name, obviously just fundamentals, lead collection, info collection. Make sure they have their Instagram link. I just have it easier here because for Instagram link, why do that? Is because once you're on the Google Calendar, then you could see the leads information right here, and just right away, you just click on their Instagram. So you could go right to the DM. It's just not complicated like this. This is why I love to do that. So make sure to have them put their link, and also their phone number right here. And then, and then have them label their current biggest struggle. So once again, it's just consistently pushing through the A and the B. So you made them affirm B, now you're doing A. So even in this form, you're basically doing that appointment setting process, but then just doing it, or all those processes of current desired result or current result to desired result in this script or in this question asking process. Then you do it for operator incubator only has 5 more spots. Why should we pick you? You do this because you want them to talk about how they really, really, really need your thing. Like, for instance, you see the people that they answer like a really short little thing on there. That means they're not really looking to be too committed. But if they're right, like their whole life story, their whole paragraph, and they really want to get picked. And so that's another good way to qualify if the people are here to really buy or not. Do you have any sources of income? So in this, you ask these questions in this sequence to get them to slowly answer into actually talking about their finances. So this is what you do. So first you say, do you have any source of income? And since they want to keep consistent with the fact that they do have income, like they're not going to lie here. So then they put yes. It's like slow little levels of commitment. And so they ask, what are your sources of income? And they're going to talk about it here. Then they said both of these things. They're obviously going to drop the right number here. Usually, if they're more sales resistant, if they are an ICP that's a little bit more advanced, they'll like literally lie here. Not good, man. We're just trying to help you out, right? And so if we're trying to help you out, then they'll put like the lowest number possible so that they can look up super poor, so they don't need to pay a lot for your program. But if your program is truly worth it, then you want to know how much they actually have. So you can be like, hey, we're going to give this custom XYZ package for you because you have this amount of price. And so you want to give them the more value. Because how I think about it is like, you're going to charge them the most. The more you charge them, the more you're going to help them, the more value you're going to provide them if your product is truly good. And so this is why we have this over here. What is currently your current monthly income? You ask it like that. And you have how much you have to invest right away. And you ask these questions right here, like that. Once again, it's just elements of the sales script. Bringing it up to the questions asking. And then for here, you say either me, so either creator, ex-creator, or some of his teammates. Don't put like salespeople. Obviously not. Put like CSMs or other. For me, I have my biz partner. Will is also taking the calls, and so then you put biz partner over here, who's even better at growth operating, to take one of the interviews, and you say just understand, because so there's no confusions if the actual creator doesn't come up with a call. For you, you'll put like ex creator or his biz partner, and then you as a growth operator. Biz partners, I've seen the best be that be the best. Positioning to have. And you say it's not free, it's a 4-figure investment, and you say I understand, and then boom, submit, and then book now. And so these are the questions and the psychological explanations behind all of them, and the way that they're ordered is also very tactical. Actually, I didn't talk about that. I want to talk about that. So the ordering of this, it's all nice in compartments. So this is confirming the goal, why they're here. Then it's just basic logical info, lead collection, then problem. It literally follows the sales script as well, or employment setting script as well. Because what's your goal? So what's point B? What's point A? And then, well, why should you be getting in? So they're talking about this portion here. So the bridge, BR, and they say, and this is all about money, income, and then this is about qualifying things. And by the way, this is over here because oftentimes they come on and they just want to talk to the creator. But if they already answer all this, they're like, oh my gosh, fine, it's fine. I understand. They're like, all right, I don't need to talk to the creator, whatever. And you say, this, like if you put this in the front, then they'll be like, whoa, I'm not going to book right now. But then they went through all this entire thing and they realized that this can be very valuable because they sold themselves here. And so they're willing to put I understand here. And then this is just simple, legal stuff with SMS and whatnot. You just book. And so even in the ordering of these and how they're sequenced, please do it in this order because there's a very tactical psychology behind how it's even ordered as well. So great. Then you send them over from here over to here, which is basically, there's a quick tip I have for you guys. You have them make sure that they book or keep the calendar, or sorry, keep the call onto their calendar, move it onto their calendar. And so you tell them to go over to their preferred email application and then to press add to calendar like that. And you have them funnel over to this, your VSL or the free training. I mean, I guess it's a VSL, but it's a VSL, but then it also like serves as a free training because I'm dropping a lot of sauce in here. And so like people think VSLs are bad, like, oh my gosh, such a bad thing to sell people, but it's like, it's not. If you're providing value, it's literally just helping people. So it is a free training. I have like, so people are like, it's a free training. Like, no, bro, we're here to help. So awesome. All right. So then there's what that looks like. Great for you. And now we're going to move over to the pre-call flow. So this is also very, 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 very important. Book call done. Okay. All right, so pre-call flow, what is it, why is it, and how do we do it? So what is it first? Let me first go over to the macro board so that you can see it. The pre-call flow is this portion right here and this portion right here. So pre-call flow, as you can see, from here to here. Basically, the pre-call flow, what you're doing here, is this. Now, you must actually, once the prospect books, you have to get them to show up on the call with all these tactics presented on the Miro board over here. Pre-call flow is basically a series of automated messages and also manual messages that initiate on the prospect to nurture them even more before the call. and further to make sure that they show up on the call. So there are two objectives. It's to increase the closing rate, and also it's to increase the show up rate. And so here is why it is important. Because if we increase the show up rate and if we increase the close up rate, we make more money. And close rate is basically, so there's two data points, show up rate, and I'll show you how to track all these data points over here. Oops, no, over here, tracking. So do not fret. But show up rate is basically the amount of people that book over the amount of people that actually show up. So like total booked calls. And you have to, please track these, please. I'll explain why. Show up rate over there, and then close rate. So this is show up rate. And then sit over here. And then number, whoa, not yellow. And then number, that's the wrong color too. What the heck? Oh, it's because of the highlighter. Got you. All right, so total, now calls taken, this is what it is, you have to take them. Then over close rate. So how many of them have you closed? Actually, I don't want to be close rate, it'll be just closed. Deals closed, and that's close rate. So you got to measure these, because once you get these straight, once you get these metrics straight, then you will know what the problem is. Because here's the thing, people don't track metrics. Actually, no, I'll explain that later on. So I will put that over to Tim when he explains it over here. But the call show up guide, or how you get them to actually show up, is through the pre-call flow. So there are two different ways, or two different categories of this. It's the automated work and the manual work. With the automated stuff, with emails and SMS, there's an automation over here. I'll show it to you. And if you guys are in the program, then you guys get this in the snapshot. Once that snapshot comes out really soon. But basically, the email and the SMS, you send it 24 hours, 3 hours before, 5 minutes before, and 0 minutes before. And yeah, if you're on Calendly already, you should probably know this. But you just now do it inside of high level to make sure you track all the metrics, and also so that you can customize the email to your best ability. So how this automation looks inside high level is that the appointment is set over to interview calendars, and then the email, a confirmation email is sent to the prospect over here, and then in this confirmation email, send them more content. So see this, and by the way, other growth operators we see on the call, they're really struggling for the outreach, so I made sure to watch this video right here. So once again, you are confirming the call, which will increase show up rate, reminds them of that, and also you send them more content to increase the close rate, because the more content you're adding to the 7 hours, if you get 8, 9, 10, 12, 20 hours, how clapped are the prospects going to be when they come on the call? Like, they are ready to buy. They are there to freaking take action because they've watched so much content. And so you want to get that number even higher. Even if they stay for 7 hours, you're like, I don't care. You're going even higher. And so that's why you put more content in their face. And you come over to the confirmation SMS, looks like this, and then you add a tag over here in high level saying the appointment has been booked. Then you create an opportunity inside of the opportunities pipeline in the call booked portion. I think I'll show the opportunities pipeline and everything over here, so do not fret about that. Yep, go high level opportunities tracking. But yeah, so then you add that opportunity over there. Then what we do personally is we track it into our sheet, every single point of data, and I'll show you how that tracking all would look over here. And once again, then we get an internal notification over to our emails setting this, and the full form submission here is what all that looks like. And then we send a notification over to Slack saying a call has been booked. So we'll show you what it looks like in Slack right now. So every single time somebody books a call, what happens is there's the date that the call was booked, or sorry, the date when the call is going to be, the closer that we have, Will, my best partner, they're closing these people, the lead, there's an Instagram of the lead, there's the phone number, there's the email, and then all the other different data points over here. Looks like this guy has some good money. Awesome. We're gonna help him out a lot. Great, and so we have all this going on here. And then afterwards, 24 hours before the appointment, you send another notification saying in 24 hours email, you send this, hey, just a quick reminder, 24 hours. Ideally here, we're going to start implementing this more. We're going to put even more and more content and write better copy on these emails just to get people to consume the sauce before the call. Just like literally the 7-hour rule, it's literally just giving more presents and gifts and all these different things to the prospect. Like literally the sales process is just kind of like providing more value, providing more, because like fundamentally when they come into the product, then you provide them more value, and that's how you get higher LTV, but then, or LTV is lifetime value, but then in the sales process, you just do that more. And so business is just about fundamentally helping and helping more. And so, yeah, that's why I like business. But anyway, then 3 hours before the call, then you send them an email like this, then you send them an SMS reminder like this, and then you wait 5 minutes before the call. You send them more, you bug them real hard. Make sure they show up on the call, because you're here to help them out. And then, boom, they show up on the call like that. Because here's the thing, man, I get it. People, these days, there's social media, there's TikTok, Instagram, you know, they got their grandma dying, they got their goldfish's funeral, they got, you know, they got a lot of stuff to do. And so it's fine, I understand. That's why we gotta bug them real hard to make sure that they show up on the call. And during this time, right, so all of these stuff, this is to increase show up rate. But the thing is, now we want to increase close rate with the manual side, right? By doing this. See, here's the thing, 1 hour before the call, or also on the morning of the call, this is what I want you to do. In order for you to have them that they make sure that they show up, number one, they also watch the VSL and they consume more extra content. All right, so what you want to then do is 1 hour after they have booked the call, first give them a call up like this, all right, and go like this. Hey, excuse me, is this name? Awesome, man. So were you able to get a chance to watch that free training video? Oh, okay, awesome, you were able to? Great, thank you so much. Yeah, so basically on top of that free training, do you mind, I saw over on the application that you said, and you were talking about X points, pain points, X pain point, X pain point. And so I was wondering if I could send you over this video from the creator to see if that would help you out. Would that help you out? Oh, gotcha, okay, cool. Yeah? All right, no problem. I'm gonna send it over right to this number, okay? And just so you remember, my name is blank, your name, Growth Operator, and I'm X Creator's business partner, okay? So just wanna make sure that we're straight on this, and I will be talking to you on the call, okay? All right, cool. Thank you so much. I'll see you soon. Yep. And so that's 1 hour after the call is booked. You do that, and there are the 3 elements that you are implementing into this manual call process, which would be numero uno. Let's drag this guy over here. Boom. So point 1, self-intro, saying that you are the growth operator. Point 2, VSL consumption, question mark. 3, more content send. These are the 3 main points why you want to do this call. And then afterwards, you go ahead and send them an SMS or a WhatsApp text manually. I know it's a pain in the ass, but here's the thing. When you start, you have to do the unscalable. This is how you make the real money. Don't try to create a bunch of systems and all these things and be concerned about scalability right now if you don't even have money coming in. At first, you want to create honestly, these systems and processes that may not be possible at scale, like consistently manually dialing. But for now, it does work. It does increase show up rate. Think about it. If you were called up by Jeff Bezos every single time that you bought something from Amazon, do you think that you'll be a lot more likely to buy more from Amazon? Number 1. Number 2, do you think if Elon Musk, every single time that you were going to buy a Tesla, Elon Musk personally called you and he gave you a bunch of sauce on why the car is super good and he sold you on the car, do you think that your close rate or your willingness to buy freaking Teslas will go higher? Yeah, probably. And so this is kind of what you're doing in this situation. Now later on, how this would scale is when you add more closers and the closers do the actual calling. But for now, don't worry about it. Okay, so then you go over through the text and basically you send them over, hey, appreciate that we
that you were able to pick up there. Gonna notice that you had this pain point once again. So let's say if we're doing it for SMA, an SMA coach, an agency coach, right? Then you go, hey, notice that as an agency that you were struggling with outreach right there. So I made this video, or the creator made this video, entirely free guide on outreach. Do you mind if I send it over to you? It's like right here, boom, and you send it over. And then it gets people to consume more content, increase. That's a 7-hour rule. And then when you send these videos, the other principle that I would do is sell. So this is call, and then the SMS. What I would do is you have to sell why they need to watch the video. Okay? So how you would sell this is by saying, number one, that this is going to make the call go super smooth and that they could go right into talking about the meat with the creator or you as the growth operator, number one. Number two, sell to them that this call is going to drop them a lot of, this video that they watch is going to drop them a lot of sauce and it's going to get them to desired result. And so basically now, instead of selling the product, you're selling the consumption of the video. And so you go, I know you're here, you have this pain point. This is the goal that you want to achieve, and this is all the results that you're going to get if you watch this video. This video is going to fill that out, fill that gap for you. And so then they go, wow, and they go ahead and watch that video. And so, just send over more sauce, and then how? Send it over. And so then through Instagram, towards the end of the, or towards when you are about to get on a call with them, like maybe 5 minutes before, you give them a little text over on Instagram saying, hey, is there any way that you can, or just confirm our call is in X hours, we're good still for then? And they go, yep. And so right now what you're doing here is you're hitting multiple touch points. That's one phone call, is one touch point. Remember, we need 4 touch points. 1, 2, 3. We did Instagram, we did YouTube, Instagram, maybe even a free community, TikTok, Twitter, when it goes really far, LinkedIn. And like, bro, are they not gonna buy? Like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? And so that is the pre-call flow there. All right. And then let's move on towards the tracking process. So the sales tracking process would look in terms of 2 elements. Inside of the Go High Level tracking system, which is basically inside High Level, can't really show it for you guys because this is actually our lead, but I'll just show it to you roughly live like this with this kind of blurred out. So as you can see, it's like a Kanban board. I don't know if you guys have ever used this inside of Notion or inside of other softwares, but basically this board is where, can I change colors please? There we go. And so there's this board with these different sections. And basically, you take each lead, and inside of Go High Level, you could create this. And it's really simple. I'm just looking up how to create opportunity trackings inside of Go High Level. And you can take these leads over here, and as every single time that they are interest shown, then you put them over here. Then you move them over to the call booked, and basically it's just a drag and drop. You go like this, click, and that's it. Super simple. You drag and drop over here, drag and drop over here as they move towards further in the pipeline. So it makes it really nice and convenient to track. All right, and so then now let's move on to the sales tracking sheet. And guys, please, please, please track your metrics. Now, I want to discuss this matter of tracking metrics and how people perceive it and how you now need to perceive it. Okay, so people go, who cares, numbers, I'm not a number person, I'm not this, I'm not that, I don't really care about this too much. But the thing is, when you realize in business, you realize that fundamentally as an entrepreneur, the main skill set that you need is decision making. And how you create accurate and precise decisions is through the fact that you know and can look at your business at a high level view and see all the metrics and the objective numbers that are occurring in the business to then figure out and identify the problem, then afterwards actually create good decisions from there. And so since that all is true, you realize that, well, decisions are very, very, very vitally important. And so if they're metrics are very vitally important to make those decisions. And so if all those are very, very important, then won't we want to very, very much and very, very precisely track all the data? Think about it like Google and Facebook and how they always make sure to track their data. I think I talked about this in the earlier part of the video. But
yeah, so now that you guys get the point of why data is very important, I'll show you what you need to track and how detailed our little sheet is here. By the way, if you are an operator incubator, then we are building this out so that you can just have this template plug and play really, really fast. So don't be concerned about this. And so we'll show you how it kind of looks. Basically, when the lead submits their form inside of Go High Level, there is an automation that sends it, and I'll actually show you this automation. Oh, I literally was showing it to you guys earlier. All right, and so as I said, when the data comes in, all of these different things go ahead and are transferred over to the Google Sheet. And inside of Go High Level, you're basically able to create an entire automation that automatically fills out things inside of Google Sheets. So it's super duper helpful. And so what happens is the date comes in, the sales date comes in, and the full name comes in, then a submitted date comes in. So when the form was submitted, then the lead's email, the lead's phone number, the lead's Instagram, the lead's if they're looking to grow. So basically all of these kind of tie back into the form, the questions that we asked inside of our funnel. So let's open our book a call funnel again, and we'll look at this form. And so it was first name, last name, email. All of these just get naturally transferred over to here. Well, why you? And then we have the portion where they're talking about why they want it to be this, their biggest struggles, and you get to see linked over to this. What is any source of income, current monthly income, cash available, rep assigned. And so this, basically for you, what you would have is you would have the creator, and then you have you as the growth operator for when the calls come in. And then for calls completed, you put yes or no. So basically over here, this auto tracks over to this macro sales report sheet. And there's a lot of complicated like equations and whatnot going on in here. But basically, I'll just show you kind of how it works. Remember, the key things that we want to measure is, where'd it go? The show up rate, there it is. The show up rate and the close rate. And so what this does is first, this number, the call completed, will tie to basically, well, how many calls did actually show up? So what's going on here is this calculator, it calculates the equation. So this is the equation that occurs right here. And basically, it's the number of calls scheduled. This number is pulled out from this fact that all of these, so for instance, let's say it's January, and then it goes to February. Then let's say these from here to here, it went from January. So that was 16 calls. Then in January, there'll be 16 calls scheduled. Then for the calls completed, that would then go into show up rate. And so these are the amount of calls that actually came out and showed up. And so then it would put 14 over, let's say, 12 of these showed up. Then you have a 12 over 14, or what is that? 12 over 14, or 85.7% show up rate. Like that. And so then that is what this sort of thing will do. Then was the pitch made? So this is in measurement to how on that sales script, as I already showed you. Over here, sales script template. Over here, because over here, basically, it's towards the beginning of the call, it's kind of like an interview. And so if the individual is not qualified from the interview, usually the appointment setting process is really good at qualifying that. But let's say they're not, and there's some random person came on the call, then you would have pitched them, right? And so then you like to put yes or no here. And this basically measures this metric. It's not as important of a metric, but it measures the qualified percentage metric. And why I just say it's not that important is because with the appointment setting process and with the VSL and with the content, that all should be taken care of for you. Then it goes down to the closes, so number of closes that happened, and then what was the pitch to close rate, meaning just how many were closed and then how many were actually pitched. Then that would calculate the close rate. And so then this would be pitch to close rate versus call to close rate. So we're actually calculating two different things here. How many calls were taken, total calls, over the closed, and then pitched to actually closed. So it's two different metrics. So basically this one will be a higher rate and this one will be a little bit lower because there are overall more total calls and there will be less pitches. And so if this is lower, this will be higher, and yeah, things like that. It gets a little complicated there, but basically, for the people that are into math, then they will understand these. But if not, then all I want you to do is go ahead and copy these equations over here. So this is just like that, 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 and these are just spread downwards, and this is the average of here, and all these are just average equations. And so, yeah, hopefully that really, really helps out. And so then after the pitch happens, here we put on notes about the pricing / the pitch, right? So what was the actual price that you pitched? Because in the beginning of an info business, oftentimes you might run into some price discrimination, right? Where you're pitching slightly different prices and things like that. And so then you would put the notes there. And more precisely so, what would happen is maybe you have one set price, like $1,000. Then at the $1,000, and some people, like I said, right, through the looping process, you go, hey, you give me 500, you give me 100. Then you put those notes over here. Now, what I also like to do is that on every single call, please do this, guys, please Fathom login, Fathom AI note taker. Okay, go over to fathom.video. I guess for me, it shows all the calls that I already had, but please go to fathom.ai and download this Google Chrome extension right here, and then take your calls through Google Meets. I would recommend Google Meets over Zoom just because you could open it right here in the browser. And then what I'll do is please make sure to record all of your calls, and then you have it right here so that later when you start reviewing, because number one, here are the benefits of this. Number one, market research, crazy amount of knowledge that you can consistently get. There's a quote that goes like, every single problem in your business can be solved by you talking to your customers. And so since that is true, if you literally log every single time you talk to your customer, I mean, how much of a win is that? Number two, the fact that you can keep all these here. Eventually, once you do scale over to closers and setters, what you can do is you have all the training material already ready, because the closers can just go through and watch all the calls that had fat PIFs meaning pay in full, and then they'll be like, oh, this is actually how you close, this is how you do it the right way, this is the right prospect. And so then this metric ties over to the cash collected in terms of tying it to if the close actually did occur or not. And then the cash collected actual amount, the total deal amount. So cash collected would be, all right, here, let's say the total price of your product is $1,000. Then cash collected, let's say you collected $300, then you put $300 here and then $1,000 over here. Then you put financial notes, as in what are some extra elements about the, sort of situation that occurred. So I guess this kind of ends up being redundant of the sales call notes and the financial notes, but more so in the sales calls notes. Let me reiterate that. On the sales calls notes, basically you talk more about what kind of happened on the call, and especially when you have closers, then you could have them sort of reflect on these notes. Versus with the financial notes, what you could have going on here is, all right, so this person paid 100, but then in the next 2 weeks, we promise to pay another 2,000. So you have all those different ways that the payment would occur. All right, so for the next task, basically what goes on here is you need to go through and add in little notes about what needs to happen with this lead next. So for instance, if you need to follow up with them further, then you would kind of pop that in there. If you need to do, if you didn't end up closing, but then the lead talked about how in December or whatever, when they have money, then they're willing to start. And so then you would pop that in there as well to make sure to follow up in December. And then finally, is the task yes done or not? So you put like yes and then no over here, or you could just do a checkbox that you could add through Google Sheets. If you don't know how to do that, then look that up, how to create checkboxes instead of Google Sheets. And then it's as in yes or no, was a task completed, and when is the date that the task must be completed. Oops. So these will be kind of ordered this way. When is the date that the task would need to be completed? So let's say hit it up in December. Then you put over here 12/1/24 to put it as December
All right, and so as you can see, look at how damn detailed this is. This is crazy, right? But if you have it in this nice area, then what happens is, number one, at scale, the closers have it super simple. Number two, you can literally track for your creator how much money you're making them. So the creator can see it. They're like, oh wow, okay, I can definitely see that you're putting the work in here. And all these, once again, I'll explain the metrics here. When these measure over, and these will be the same thing, but per rep, per closer. And when I say rep, I mean sales rep. That's what it's called in the info space, if you guys did not know that terminology. But yeah, so then that would map over to here, and now simply over here is just the payments, and there's a way to automate this with Zapier, from Stripe over to Zapier over to Google Sheets. If you don't know how to do that, then look up how to automate. On YouTube, you would look up something like how to automate tracking payments from Stripe to Google Sheets through Zapier. Like super simple, and you'll be able to figure it out. But then dates on here, you put something like the dates that the payment came in would come in here, the client name, and so who that client was, what the payment processor here was. So over here we talked about how in the sales script there is payment collection, boom. So there's Stripe, there's Wise, there's PayPal, Zelle, Venmo, and so you want to track where that payment came through. And then the location, you want to track that because Stripe, they have basically different fees for different areas. So in the US, they only charge I think Stripe, let me look this up. So Stripe fees in US versus international. And basically what happens is that for pricing and fees for Stripe, what's here? There we go. So with Stripe on default for US transaction is 2.9% plus 30% transaction fee. But there's an international extra 1% fee, currency conversion transaction. And so make sure you have that over here, where basically in the equations, I don't think it's really here right now, but usually what would happen is you put the equation of US versus international, and you have these tags over here. And so over here, basically you put some notes on how the finances went. Then over here, you put the deposit collected, as in if it was like $100 or whatever. And then over here, the equation for this would be something like this. Basically, what it would look like is it calculates taking into account the location that the payment was taken in and the deposit amounts, and then it spits out something here. Then deposit after fees looks like this, accounts receivables looks like this, and contract price, that's just the total name. Accounts receivable basically will automatically calculate, this equation will auto do it, but basically what it means is that how much more cash do we need to collect. So if your total price was 1,000 and the deposit collected was 100, then over here it will calculate that you need to collect $900 more. With the deposit after fees, it would be what is this price after this amount is taken out, and so then that would be over here, and the total contract price would be the total 1,000 over here. So once again, all nice and detailed and automated like this. Here I'll show you the equations again. Feel free to, if you want to build this yourself, that's fine. But if not, then we give this out in Operator Incubator. And then afterwards, this is literally live data of our software expenses right now. If you want to see what softwares I use, then you can take a look right here. But the thing is, basically over here, it's just simple stuff. It's just tracking the expenses that you have. Is it software? Is it payroll? Us paying employees? Is it ads? Is it contractors, affiliates? And then the amounts as well. I took out my employee fees because we didn't want to show that, but we showed you the software ones. And finally, onboarding data over here. Basically, these are all the different types of questions we ask. I'll show you how to do an onboarding and create an onboarding form later, but this will be a rough gauge and gist of that. And then automatically, instead of a high level as well, we have an automation that sends over everything, all this data points over to the sheet right here. And so this is the master tracker, basically literally tracking everything in sales, everything over here, everything in payments, everything in expenses, and everything on onboarding. So I do recommend that you guys use this when you guys begin. And if not, if you're an operator incubator, then you could have it. If not, then good luck making that. But anyway, so now to overall recap the entire sales process that we have going on here, just to give you that final look at it. So just to recap everything, we went over these. This is where the top of funnel comes in. Gone over all these launch strategies.
Then just to give you guys the high level view, they all funnel down into the Instagram keyword CTA, then over to the, as you can see, I kind of did these all backwards, but the master appointment setting course, then into the book a call funnel, which is right here, then over into the pre-call flow, which would be over here, then to automations with the emails and SMS being sent, notification over 24 hours, 3 hours, 5 minutes, whatever, over to the manual phone call. That SMS, the entire guide is over here. Then over into the core VSL, which we talked about how to make over here and right over here. Then they show up on the call. Then afterwards, what's going to happen is if they don't show up, then you have follow-up automation sequences. This is a little bit more advanced, so I didn't really show that here today. And then finally, the sales script is right here. And then you track it with the metrics tracker and the financial tracker. I put it in two different ones because you first start with this one. This tracker, and then it's sent over here to this payments tracker because you got to put both of these in manually, and that is where that is where money is made. Okay, congratulations, you have learned everything here. I'm very, 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 very proud of you. And now we're going to go into low ticket, how to do a low ticket sales process. So now with a low ticket sales process, first, what is it? So a low ticket sales process is building a system that mostly runs automatically. It's very relational to e-commerce sales. So if you guys come from the dropshipping space and trying to get into growth operating or the e-commerce space, then this is why. And a lot of products that you can do this with is with the school community, is with an ebook, is with a Discord community, XPDF, whatever, things like that. And so why the low ticket is so extremely powerful is because A, if your creator is looking for a low maintenance, borderline passive income business that they can just snap on ads and just post content and you let the systems just print the money for you, then this is for you, for low ticket. B, if you're a creator who wants to get into a large lead list of validated buyers, if you're a creator who wants to get large lead list of validated buyers. Oh, okay. And the next portion for who this is for is if you're a creator who wants to get a large lead list of validated buyers where he or she then plans to upsell them into a higher ticket product. This is also where low ticket is very, very powerful. And so how you do it is through a lead magnet opt-ins, through a lot of different tactics, like where you send emails out, and then you send out a VSL including, so you send out an email, then from the email, there is a VSL inside of it, and then there's a second product upsell bump from there. Oftentimes with posts, what you could do, and oftentimes what you could do in the post after these initial marketing tactics is to do email sequence follow-ups, SMS follow-ups, and more content. Posting more content follow-ups. And so the first principle, the fundamentals of them consuming content, right? Them sending them content with emails and with following up with SMS and whatnot. All of these principles do still stay the same. It's just that, well, fundamentally, you're just providing a cheaper product. Yeah, exactly. So it's the same as high ticket sales, but being that the prospect, you're leading down the prospect into a chain of obedience, the same exact thing, until they eventually do go ahead and buy. So who is this for? It's usually creators, I would recommend, with larger followings and lower paying audience, okay? Or for creators who want to make more passive income. And so where to learn this kind of stuff is from the e-commerce world. I would go ahead and watch a lot of dropshipping podcasts. I would watch a lot of raw dropshipping creators who just sit there and yap at the camera. I guess you could count me as a raw growth operating creator, right? Because I just sit here and I yap for a long time. And so you look for somebody similar, like to me, but then in the dropshipping space. All right, and you could also learn from the software world, where from a lot of micro SaaS founders, they sell like more cheaper, low ticket products. So you'll find all the tactics that they use in their emails. However, here's the thing. As I said above, what is the objective? Is to make your client the most amount of money possible in the shortest amount of money or time as possible, whilst that amount of money sustains for a longer period of time. Therefore, if this is true, then easily the number it just makes more sense with the numbers with high ticket, because you close 2 deals at $5,000 or 5 deals at 2K or 10 deals at 1K. These all hit 10K cash collected. It's just way simpler with a step-by-step high-ticket sales process explained above. I literally gave you that entire thing right? Then to close $1,010 purchases, $425 purchases, or even $100 purchases, to struggle bug your way all the way up to the $10,000 cash collected with the low ticket sales process that I explained above. And so therefore, to keep you guys focused, I didn't go too in depth very much with the low ticket stuff. But here's the thing, like I said, I'm moving markets here, right? After I move you guys all the way to knowing high ticket, and I see a good amount of you guys coming out and showing me that you have 10K cash collected bags that you've made for your creators, then I'll go ahead and post around maybe 5, I don't even know how long it's gonna be, a course on going super in depth into how to nail low ticket. So either way, don't really worry. But what I would say here is try to convince yourself, or trying to convince the creator to move into high ticket, number one. Number two, if you really got to go through low ticket, then what I would recommend is to add it to a high ticket. So what I mean by this is you run high ticket, then if the people are not, closing on the higher ticket, then you downsell them into a low ticket. But yeah, don't worry either way, more sauce on low ticket coming soon. I just didn't really have enough time to build that entire thing out because I thought that the high ticket portion would be a lot more valuable for you guys. And so then, what is the step-by-step action agenda to merge all of these? Dude, we went through so much. Like, if you made it this far, man, oh man, congratulations. Because number one, you have the attention span to focus this long. Number two, those who can focus this long will be rewarded. Will be rewarded for the amount of money that you can make with all of these tactics. And so since you learned through all those different things, now I'm going to reward you with step-by-step exactly what you should do now. And so first, you must decide whether you're doing a low ticket or high ticket. If you're doing low ticket, just wait for my 3 to 6 hour plus course on low ticket and decide to then switch to high ticket for now, man. I would say try to persuade your creator into high ticket. Let me just give you a few small tactics, just a few quick side quests here. Side quests on kind of why the creator, because oftentimes what I see with you growth operators, and I went through this problem too, is that you can't persuade the creator to do high ticket because number one, they're too, I don't know if the word is lazy, but they don't want to put in the full effort to deliver on an expensive product. Number two, they believe that charging more is bad and that they want to charge less so that you put it, so that's number one. Number two, so that you have it, more chilled out with, or not chilled out, but the fact that with number one, number two, since it's cheaper, lower price, then you can give your customers a better deal or something like that. Are you tripping, G? So let's go with the first one. So the first one is this. They go, oh man, it's too hard to fulfill on high ticket. Here is the thing. As a creator, the fact of the matter is you are incredibly valuable, number one. And this is, I'm speaking in the sense of what you should say to the creator as a growth operator. So you say, you're very valuable. And so the fact is, it is not already people paying more for you and access to you. That is very, very expensive. So do not undervalue yourself. And so therefore, because this is what you're thinking, right? You need to do a lot of things for high ticket. And therefore it's too hard. But the thing is, if you realize, because then why are they saying that though? It's because they don't think that they are valuable enough, so they have to overcompensate to add a lot of other things. Of course, you could add other things to the product, and I'll discuss how to do that over here. But the thing is, if already you have to realize that the access to you as a creator, you're very, very valuable. And so then you'll realize that you could do a little bit less stuff, which means, because they're just overthinking how difficult it's going to be. And over here, I show you tactics on how you can do this at leverage, at scale, where the creator doesn't have to waste their time, months and months and months on, coaching calls. And so then if you say, all right, it's not that hard, and if you're super valuable and you don't need to, give as much as you think, and they're like, oh, okay, I understand that I'm more valuable, and so then it won't be as hard. So that's kind of dealt with. I want to charge a cheap price so I can give them a good deal or whatnot. Here's the thing. What are we selling on? We're selling on the transformation, the result, the desired finish line that the customers will get when they sign onto the program. And so if you're here basically trying to sell at a cheap price, if the transformation can actually physically occur,
And if the creator and the info product is able to actually get the customer the result, then the transformation is priceless. Getting from 0 to 10K a month, getting from fat to fit, getting from no bitches to bitches. This is a very priceless transformation. And so if that is true, then what price do you put on a transformation like that? Not much. And so technically, if you charge less, then what's going on is you are basically saying that I don't really believe that I could get my customers a transformation, and that I'm not going to try as hard. Because when you start charging a lot more, then you start trying to actually get the freaking customer the transformation. You put the damn effort in. And that's why you trying to help people, because fundamentally, people want to charge less because they want to help people. You're actually hurting them by charging them less, because that means you're not going to eventually do the work. And so therefore, later on, they're not going to do the work either. And so if you send this portion right here that I talked about to the creator, and they'll be like, oh man, you're right. And so this would usually persuade them to move into high ticket. All right. And so now that most likely, hopefully the guys are watching here, you guys are going to go into high ticket, then this is what you do. You smash out the sales letter first. So if you are an operator incubator, then just go ahead. It's super easy. It's going to take like 2 hours. Make a copy of these right here. And then using the framework plus the already written example of the foundational sales letter, go ahead and write out one for your creator. Should be pretty simple because you have the frameworks. If you're not an operator incubator, it's going to take like 8-ish hours. So to the best of your ability of what was shown in this video, take the framework and then manually type it out for your own sales letter. It's just not really fair, if we give the people not in the program, the stuff. And so if you want to then join the program, then DM me OI if you want to join our founders. DM me OI on Instagram at Tim H. Yoon. First link in description, and I'll see if you'll be a good fit to join over there. All right, and so then after step 2, then you move on to step 3, which is send out the sales letter. Send out the sales letter to the creator to then shoot the VSL with it. Then number 4 would be appointment set using the sales script. So if an operator incubator, copy these over here. You can get access entirely free to all of these right here. And then basically, yeah, you're done. Your work is pretty much done. Then just add them a little bit for creator's avatar and you're good. All right, and if you're not an operating incubator, then you're gonna have a little bit more time. It's gonna take like, instead of 2 hours, like maybe 12, 14, who knows how long, hours for the best of your ability to go ahead and rewrite out what was shown in there with the appointment setting script and the sales script, and then manually then afterwards edit it yourself. By the way, if you're an operating incubator, then we do have a call where we go ahead and re-optimize these scripts for you in accordance to your creator's avatar. And so, yeah, it honestly might take even shorter than 2 hours. And so, yeah, once again, if you want to join, then DM me OI on Instagram. And then the technical setup side, if you are an operator incubator, then it should be really quick. You just go ahead and make a copy of the go high level snapshot for the book call landing page that I showed over, let's see, this one over here. We're going to give you a snapshot for this. Once it is fully built out, that should be really soon. And then the pre-call flow automations that will all be passed off to you too, as well as that Google Sheet. Dude, that Google Sheet took so freaking damn long for us to make, but literally in 30 minutes you just get plug and played. If not, yeah, this part's gonna take pretty long if you're not an operating incubator. Go ahead and with the snapshot, you're gonna take like 3 to 5 hours to learn Go High Level, then also like 4 to 5 hours to build those automations, build the landing page, the book a call funnel, and then also take the Google Sheets. It's gonna take like 5 to 6 hours probably to learn and make. Might take even longer. And so yeah, if you want to join, then join. DM me on operating incubator. Just so much faster, cheaper, easier, better. All right, and then finally, at this point now, please, you can now basically launch. Don't wait for some backflip gymnastics sort of launch thing. Just go ahead and launch right away. Right, because if you have a creator at this point, technically you can begin this launch right here. So I'm gonna show it to you right now. You go over here, you go from Instagram, and then sure, a little bit of YouTube, but then mainly go into Instagram. Just do the beta test launch with that Instagram story saying, hey guys, DM me, whatever, I'm gonna launch real soon, beta, blah, blah, blah. And then you send them over, because you have the Instagram keyword CTA. Instagram keyword CTA over in the offer, power offer on the Instagram story, then send them right to the appointment setting script. And since you're an operating incubator, you should be able to get this real soon. or I mean, you'll have it if you're an operating incubator already. And then from there, you funnel into over here, the VSL, and the creator at this point, since they've written it and they have speak to the VSL, you will have that ready done, and you send them right into the sales script. And since you're an operating incubator, that'll be really fast to go through this. And if you're not, then what are you doing? Come on, bro. And then yeah, bro, that's immediately money. So basically, what's going on here is literally within today, if you had these systems, you just go to your creator, if you do have a creator, and just like make the money day one. Day one. Like, are you kidding me? So if you do have a creator, go ahead and just implement these today, right now. And yeah, it's just gonna be so easy and so fast. And so if you don't have a creator, then just continue on watching the video so that you can learn more about how to prime out the product. So once again, if you're interested in joining Operator Incubator, DM me OI on Instagram at TimHYoon, or the first link in the description, and I'll see if you'll be a good fit to join, okay? It's such a no-brainer at this point. Like, you could literally get this instantly launch and just make a frick ton of cash in 2 seconds. And think about it like this, guys. Let's say you do all these things, especially if you're an operating incubator, so it's super freaking easy to just plug and play all these systems. How much goddamn money are you going to make in like 2 seconds? It's so easy. Oh my goodness. Great, guys. So now let's move on to priming the product. So transitioning from over here, now that we've gone through the overarching funnel, onboarding the creator, we have built a banging irresistible offer. We have deeply researched our market. We have prepped all of our marketing and have our sales process ready to launch. Let's now get into how you should prepare your product in the most optimal, balanced way to keep students happy, whilst not going overboard and building uselessly massive products that you find out nobody wanted anyways. And so what is that balance? This is how we create the product. Well, here is how we perceive it. Because even before we find that balance, we first have to figure out what exactly are the elements that make an ideal product in the creator education business. Well, as I mentioned earlier, it's the CCCS model, is the coaching, course, community, or systems. And so in each CCCS, it is a whole discipline in itself. As I showed you with sales or just marketing, or think of just coaching and just community and just courses and just systems as having all of that. So you saw how fat, all the different little portions I talked about in just sales. That's just what the C in coaching looks like. Being a perfect flawless coach. That's how fat that is. With community, that's how fat it is as well. Courses, systems. And so realize that the best way on how you learn all these different elements is to look at the biggest companies in the world. My favorite place to steal. It's called Stealing Like an Artist, right? And that is from the tech world. That's why we're called Operator Incubator, because in the tech space, these starting places with entrepreneurs, they're called, and founders, they're called incubators. But anyway, here's the thing though, when we do look at the tech space, what they come up with is first called a MVP, or a minimum viable product, to get just that strike balance for happy customers with not too much effort yet. Then after the customers are coming in, then you go and reiterate the product. It's a cycle, it's a cyclical process. You start with the marketing. The creator has already done that, check. And you go into doubling down on sales. Now you built the sales process, check. Now you go build a quick minimum viable product, check. Then you go market it again. But then now you kind of fly outwards. You're flying this way into M squared, into sales squared. And you go into product squared. Then you cycle even outwards into marketing cubed. Then you go into sales cubed. And you go into product cubed. This is the cycle of business. You must continue and continue on the cycle. It starts here and it ends here. You go like this. Whee! All right, awesome. And so that's what that looks like. And so as you continue on this process, we have to realize though that we are mainly focused on the high ticket element here. So therefore, this is the fulfillment path for high ticket program. Here's the framework.
on the first onboarding call with the students, you discuss how the program will go. You set the expectations straight, and you give them access to the community, the course, and paint the roadmap picture for them. Just a quick tip here, make sure to do the onboarding call a little bit after the main sales calls, as what happens is emotions are very high after the sales calls. They have just purchased, and now when they get onto the onboarding, and if you bring them right away in, they're like, what the frick? And sometimes like they get over emotional and they look through the things and they don't really look at it properly, and they suddenly just churn out of nowhere. When in reality, you let it settle for them for the next few days, and they are more chilled out once they actually come onto the onboarding. So then afterwards, you present to them a roadmap, right? You paint the first month, the second month, the third month, exactly step by step what the students need to do. And how you do this is through building a Notion step-by-step board, a Miro board, or ClickUp Kanban board, things of that nature. Then in terms of the community, you do this inside of a school, Discord, or even Go High Level communities. You can create communities inside of Go High Level. To be honest though, for the best, honestly, I would just go with school for now. It's just the simplest and easiest to learn. And so why? Because here's the thing, when you create a community, it creates engagement between all customers. Therefore, there is higher LTV because they will stay longer, and there's they'll stay longer, they'll churn less because there's more emotional tie to each other. Number two, it increases continuous confidence in your product program. As if you as the creator, or if you as a growth operator who's operating for the creator, if you guys are confident enough to let all of your customers engage together, as you know that your product is good enough, then you know that you can connect them and they won't band together and they won't poo-poo on you. And so if you're willing to put them in a community together, then basically you're saying, guys, everything's open here. You guys could talk to each other. You guys could shit on me. You guys could compliment me, whatever. And they're like, oh, wow, this guy is confident enough to put us in a community. And I like that. And also community, another good reason of this is because in a community, it's the only thing that as you start adding more people into it, it kind of increases the value as everyone together I get to collaborate, bring new ideas together. And so versus like other products, right? You keep adding customers to it, it degrades the service. So for instance, like an agency, you keep adding, and at that point, people are like, bro, the service is getting worse. You're like, my bad. But then a community, as you add more people, since you guys can congregate and share more ideas, it becomes very, very powerful there. And so how you do this is through a lot of tactical concepts. For me personally, I love to bring my concepts of community building from video game spaces and how they gamify things to keep people motivated to basically engage into this fake world, entirely useless. And so some tactics around this are to reward people. So framework on this would be, here, you do X, Y, Z in X time frame, and you're going to get X reward. And so for instance, some people, my boy Sue, in his coaching program for other coaches, he basically has a group where the highest MRR gets a MX Master Mouse. They get a watch, I think it was like a Rolex or something, and they get an iPad. And then for the school games, literally in the word, they built the community around making it for the highest MRR. It's school games, literally the word games. And so people are being flown out to Vegas to have a day with Alex Hormozi. And so that right there, those are some examples of how they're building community and building community through rewards. And then some other ideas to this would be in the wealth side, you could do the highest MRR equals one free one-on-one call, it's a tongue twister, with the main creator, plus a $500 reimbursement on the program. Or in health, you could have the person who has the skinniest weight to get sent a free treadmill to freaking go put more work on. Or the relationship, guy who increases his body count. I forgot I wrote this. The most, they get sent free admission to a live mastermind. In terms of the connections, this is also another way that you can build a community, right? What you can do is you can intentionally connect people with the community to each other that you believe will have a good personality fit. And so you create systems to do this consistently. And so some ideas around how you would execute this are having accountability partners, having mini cohorts, do group calls to improve together, right? Raising up one of the top members in the community to be a manager. So for instance, an example of this is Sam Ovens bringing up Andrew Kirby as the manager inside the school games because he noticed that Andrew Kirby was really engaging a lot inside of school. And so where you would further learn about this is through learning from churches, cults, video games, communities, other video game communities, or Discord communities outside of info. So just for the sake of being there, the community exists, right? Under entertainment influencers, under, other some areas, even in the gamification, right, from other tech companies. So some people, or some, how Uber, right, incentivizes their drivers, and credit card rewards programs as well. Those are good places to study how their systems work and learn from. And anywhere they have a strong, passionate group of people that aren't just there because they bought a program. And so, yeah, that's how you would learn community and things like that. I know it's not the most in-depth, but at this point right now, I don't want to talk too much into this because to be honest, for you guys, you don't really need it. Right now, you're here to make sales, and I'll explain that down over here. But in terms of the course building, this is an entire discipline on its own. And I know this because freaking you just watched me yak for 9 hours on this course, okay? And so I definitely got a few things to say around here. So how you would do this, this is the personal framework that I built with courses. Feel free to steal it. Is basically, I guess I like to call it the infinite zoom tactic to teach things. So how you would do this is, and this is how you create, this is like the framework for how I create my course material, right? On the macro perspective, initially start with a transition. So let's look at this guy right here. So if you look at this course right here, this is basically what you watched today, okay? On the real macro, what we're doing is service delivery. And then if we zoom really much deeper into there, the next layer to that would be, or just imagine that these are a bunch of rings. The next layer to that would be the oil blueprint, operator incubator launch blueprint. Then within that would be all the micro components there. So what I talked about, let's see here. All right, I'm gonna just do it off of memory. So it was in terms of the onboarding, it was something in between here. It was onboarding, offer, murder market research, marketing, sales, and now the product side. And so now we broke it down into these principles. Now basically what's going on here is then you have other layers in between here. So you go in here, and then from each transition to the next concept, that's the transition there. Then, well, what is it? Because this how, and you teach fundamentally, right? What is the point of a course? It's to knowledge transfer, right? As you can see today, I have transferred a lot of what's in my brain about this growth operating stuff into your brain. And so, in the same exact way, with courses, you're doing the same thing. And so how you would go about doing that is by then studying how the other person on the other end of the screen would learn. And that's in how you study how people learn. And so how people learn is first they need to know what the thing is. Then they need to know why that thing is important. And then they need to have the certain beliefs as to for that they can believe that they can learn it, or other beliefs around that. But fundamentally, I guess the why kind of ties to the beliefs, right? Why they believe that they need to learn it. Boop. And then how to learn it, how to tactically go about learning it. And then usually what happens is within the how, there are a few other micro concepts that need to be learned inside of that main concept. And so then you go ahead and break down, and this is why it's the infinite zoom. Because once you go from macro concept to micro concept, then now there's the new micro concept, it just repeats again. You know those, it's like those, right? It's like, have you seen those videos on Instagram or wherever, on TikTok, where there's this house. Holy, what is this house? So there's this house, right? And then you could zoom in, and there's like a guy working here. He's like working. And he's working on building another house. Uh-oh, things are starting to get trippy. And you zoom in, and there's a little mini guy working on another house in there. And you zoom in further, and then it just keeps going and going and going. And this guy, you notice that this house was being worked on by somebody else. Oh my God, houseception. And then, but then this guy's in a house too.
It just keeps going and going. So you zoom out and you zoom in and you zoom in and you zoom in. It just keeps going forever, right? And so this is what this concept kind of teaching is. You have to realize that concepts are infinite. They can go as macro and as micro as you want. And so then that's exactly what this is, because you present the macro concept and you go into the micro concepts, and you repeat this format with transition. Well, what is micro concept 1? Why is it important? How do you do it? And there can be even more step-by-steps with micro concept number 1, step 1. And usually at this point it ends here, where there's like, now you broke it down to a certain point, and now you could just talk about the different steps that occur and the examples of it, and then the overview. And so instead of doing this intangibly, I'm going to show you literally how I did it today to you guys. So over here, I talked about how this service delivery, then operator incubator, then I broke it down into all these components. Then let's go into the sales, because that was the best one today. So there's sales. Then we go even deeper. Then inside of sales, we broke it down to more components, which is the high ticket versus low ticket. Then inside of high ticket, it broke down even more. And I went to the sales letter. And I broke down step by step exactly how you do the sales letter. And then within the sales letter, I broke it down even more with an example and then a framework. And I broke it down even more. And then I showed in the example all the little micro concepts within the example, all the little micro concepts within the framework. And I did it also with the sales script. And I did it with the appointment setting script. And I did it with the book a call. And I did it with the pre-call flow. And I did it with the sales process tracking. And I showed everything, example steps, all these different micro concepts. And so I zoomed in super hard and talked about this portion. Then I zoomed out later on towards the end, and I showed you that, all right, so this is now high ticket, and let's zoom back into the low ticket. And I talk about here, boom, 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 boom. And you zoom out again, you say, that was sales. And you zoom out again, you say, all right, now that we did sales, let's go into product. And you zoom in again, and now I'm talking about product to you guys. Wow. And so as you can see, this entire process, this is called the process of abstraction, the discipline of learning how to teach. And so, when you become really effective, this is how you actually get results. Like, you guys are here, and some of you guys watched my 5-hour course a long time ago, and now the results are just freaking flying into school group, right? In my school group. Let me just show you guys here. In my school group over here. Over in the win section, just people like, just got my first call. Let's go, first call. Money, got my first creator. Free discovery call. Guarush made 28K, right? All these different things that are happening, because fundamentally, this doesn't happen unless people learn from what you're doing. And this is why when you listen to me, I hear this a lot. People are like, wow, things are so freaking clear. You're just really good at breaking things down. It's because I have this framework to break things down. And so now I literally gave you guys how you can now teach. And so this, feel free to implement it with your creator and have them become a better teacher. And then basically what will happen is if they create an actually genuinely good product, then that will increase LTV over time, as customers are like, wow, this is a freaking banging product. Increase LTV equals overall revenue increase, and overall revenue increase equals more money. Number 2, if customers get more and more results from your program, your brand grows. And when your brand grows, that's the invisible hand picking your company up and moving you upwards through word of mouth. Whereas the invisible hand will push you down when your product sucks. And so this is why Iman Ghazi has to freaking market. No hate to him, right? I know there's some mutuals, but like, no hate, but like, he's like, product is not that good. Versus like Charlie Morgan, I respect him because his product is really good. Sam Evans, his product is really good. And so they're moved upwards by that invisible hand. And that's why they're able to get to such high revenue numbers. But yeah, hopefully that helped you out. And yeah. And so in between here, it's the same thing as sales. I like to bring in the analogies and short stories when I'm teaching. And so you'll notice that a lot of the times when I'm teaching things, I use examples like this to zoom in and zoom out to make things tangible. It's like what Jesus did, right? When Jesus came to the people, he taught with parables. He was able to teach things in a way where he explained concepts of the seed of the, let's say there's a rock here and then the seed coming in, and it's not falling in the right ground. It was in a bad environment, versus the seed, when it came into a nice dirt area, then it grew to a nice tree. Like Jesus was telling this parable over in is it the apostles? Or wherever, there's like the Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, the stories of, Jesus.
first coming in. And so, yeah, when he told that in the Bible, people were like, wow, they're just mind blown. Because they understood, they were finally able to understand these very tough concepts. And so you'll notice the best synthesizers, the best teachers, like Alex Ramosi, Hamza is really good too. Who else is really good? Sam Ovens, really good teacher as well. All these best top gurus, like Tony Robbins, I guess Jordan Peterson, Elon Musk, all these best great articulators. They're good at the skill set of just whipping out these analogies out of nowhere. And so you'll notice that I do that a lot too over here. I should stop jerking myself off. But you get the point, guys, right? And so that's what I use. Analogies and also short stories telling little quick examples. Like even in here, I think I do it today, right? I'm literally going to do it over here. So get ready for the short story coming up soon. But then, where overall though, fundamentally, I like to bring a lot of concepts from sales. Oh, I literally read my mind once again. And how the best teachers, right? This is another one. I like to think back to the best teachers from my school because I was in a very academic background. And so the teachers there, they're really good. And so I think back to those people. I also study from other courses. Like I like to look at the best products, the info products out there, like Charlie Morgan's course, the 7 Months course, whatever. Even Alex Ramosi's, the $100 million offers course, the $100 million lease course, and how they teach those things. And also I love to bring from hiring and managerial philosophies and the managers who are really good at this. Because fundamentally, managers need to teach people consistently. And so this also builds your skill set of knowledge transfer and teaching. And so this is where you would go ahead and improve on these things. But I would say for you as a growth operator watching this, I would just say, learn this eventually, because here's the thing. You are probably going to run an offer in your future. That is the natural trajectory. That's higher leverage when you stop growth operating and you own your own offer. And so when you do own your own offer, you want to have a good product, right? Because of all the benefits that I talked about earlier that you get from the invisible hand lifting you up, of the number of, positive word of mouth, things like that. And so all of those things only come to you if you create a good product. And how you create a good product is through being a good educator. And even further than this, if you want to become a top-level entrepreneur, then the top-level entrepreneurs are the best teachers because they need to stay managing. And at the top, entrepreneurs consistently, they're just managing a lot of people because that's the point of leverage, the level of education. Human management. Anyway, if you don't know about leverage, then I talk about it in some other video, so don't worry about that for now. But then let's move on to coaching. Now, how do you do the coaching? By the way, you'll notice that I do the CCCS function here. So coaching, how you do this is through one-on-one or group, and how is fundamentally it's the same exact teaching framework that you use above. Also, I love to study how humans learn. And I think I already talked about this, right? Here we go. So this, I did not talk about this yet, okay? Because this lies more into the coaching aspect. So with coaching overall, what I mean by this is going through a step-by-step process on knowing how the human would learn, which is obviously the what, why, blah, blah, but then also learning or understanding a little bit more deeply than that, how they learn. And so how humans learn is this. They first need to believe why they're learning something is important. And because think about this. Think about it like this. Let's say you go over and, okay, you know what? Do you remember when you were driving today, any of the license plate that you saw? Name one right now. You can't. Do you remember one of the people when you're walking through the street today? The clothes that they're wearing, and in particular, like the shirt and the pants. It's like pretty simple. Just tell me 2 pieces of clothing. I can barely remember it, right? And that's because the brain is very good at filtering out information, like license plates, like just random ass people's clothes, that it deems as unimportant. And so if the brain deems things as unimportant, it will filter it out. And if that is true, then fundamentally, in order for you to get people to learn things, you have to convince them that it is important to learn. And so how you would do this persuasion of making them realize that it's important to learn is by
showing them the entire scaffolding of the certain areas where they need to learn things, and then you fill those in deeper. Like, what did I even do in the beginning of this video? I did the same exact thing to you guys. What I did was I sat here and I told you the entire scaffolding of what we're going to learn today, of the mobilized marketing, the structure sales, the prime product, the full action agenda, and I talked about all the little micro portions of what I was going to talk about today. And so then you realize that, oh wow, there's a lot to learn, might as well buckle up. And number two, that since you know all these things, where they fall into the big picture, once I talk about them, you're like, I see how this falls under here, and you go deeper into the pit of knowledge, then you go over here. And now, at this point, if you guys made it this far, congratulations, first of all. Great retention you have, or great attention span you have, and you're at this point now, and so you have really deeply gone through and learned all of those things. But the thing is, if you didn't know that this scaffolding was going to happen, and I just went right into marketing, and it's like sales or whatever, and you'd be like, what the fuck? Like, where am I supposed to fit it in my knowledge, or in my base of knowledge? But what I did was I created this area for you. I created this base. Think about this. Let's say you go through and you build a building, and you just like put one brick here, and you try to throw up a brick over here, you try to throw up a brick, well, gravity's gonna freaking clap it, you know? If you are trying to build a building, and you just start pouring cement on the floor, and you just hope that it just starts gargling up. Instead, no, how do people build buildings? You put pipes there, down, so you set a base, and then you put the pipes like this, pipes like this, pipes like this, and then you fill in each portion with cement until the entire building is built up. This is how you do engineering. Engineering 101, guys. So, this would be civic engineering. And so, if you're able to build these buildings in this way, by filling in these little portions, then this is a rule in the world of building. This is the first principle, that you need that scaffolding. And so this is why you first, when you're coaching people, you sit there and you explain the entire scaffolding of what you're going to teach first. Then number one, you introduce the first concept. Then you sell why. Now we're following the what, why framework, why that concept needs to be learned. Then you tactically talk about the scaffolding of that concept. So you say what, why, here are the other new scaffoldings of that concept, and you say, and you go into the other portions of it. So you go what, why, how, and then you bring all these into an example, and then you demonstrate the concepts being acted upon live. And so what I mean by this is, when I was coaching you guys earlier, literally about the sales letter, what did I do? I said, well, what is the sales letter? Here are some examples of it. And then when I opened these sales letters, I sold you, kind of what I did was earlier, I sold you on why that you need to learn it, because it's going to make you so much cash money. And then I explained it down here, and over here, what I'm doing is I'm showing the what in these little portions. I'm talking about where, and I talk about why each part is important. Then I talk about how to tactically do it, and then I'm doing it live as an example. So kind of it's not a very rigid format of the fact that you have to do it exactly in this order, exactly this way. But what I'm doing is you are aware of these components existing in somebody learning, of you noticing that there's a what, there's a why, there's a how, and then there is an example, and you mix all these up together to at least have it for each sort of concept that you are teaching. And so then at the end of the day, you still are able to check off on all the what, why, how, and examples, and then the overarching what, and then also overarching all the concepts that exist. And then you go through and you're able to teach things incredibly well. And then that is how you actually generate results for people. And so, awesome. Now that you have learned how to coach, now let's talk about the systems. And so literally, what am I doing here? What, why, how, right? So what are the systems? Pre-built plug and play processes and technology that X avatar can use to instantly speed up something that they would have previously needed to spend time building. And so what did I do? Let me just show you tangible examples of this. Today, literally, this is part of my program, right? This is, I'm literally doing this, guys. So you know this shit works. When I talk about, come over here, I'm showing you literally the systems that I built for you guys. And so I'm saving you guys time with an operator incubator. And so why this is very important is because it's literally how you get people. Because what do people always want? Faster, cheaper, better, easier. And so these you use in your marketing, you say about it, but then actually how you do it in the product, you actually deliver on the promises you made. You actually make it easier, faster, cheaper, and better for other people. And so how you would do that is by, well, making things and using technology to make things easier, faster, better, cheaper. Like, think about it. Why am I using Miro? Because fundamentally, Miro doesn't do marketing. Miro doesn't do marketing. What they do is they build a freaking good product, especially in the software space, and then now I use it. Why? Because it's so much easier than getting a physical whiteboard over here and drawing on it. It's so much faster because I don't need to erase things. I could do just, boop, done, erased. Was that not faster? Literally faster. It's so much cheaper because I don't need to buy a physical whiteboard. I don't need to buy a bunch of markers, throw them away, buy more markers, throw them away. It's so much easier, faster, cheaper, and better because of all these things combined. And what are some other notes I could do? Better because, the whiteboard doesn't get, dirty and whatnot. And all these different things. And so then, how was this created though? It was created through tech, through automations, through technology overall. And so then you do the same exact thing in your program, high-ticket program, by building technology, by building systems that will allow your customers to experience something in a better, faster, cheaper, easier way. And so with wealth, think about it like a drop shipping coach. Well, could you build out a full done-for-you store built out for others, for an agency coach? Could you build a full outreach system entirely built out for the agency owners, for an Amazon FBA coach? Could your product and your product listings be could you create like a full guide on the best practices for your product and your product listings? For a health coach, could you build out an entire nutrition plan calculator for an entire workout plan application with full guide plus tracker in it? With a relationship coach, could you build out a full personal branding playbook with photography templates, with Instagram, bio, profile picture templates, post, copy, all done for you templates? Or could you build out a full Tinder profile optimized for you? This is how you actually create the value, man, for the high ticket programs. For us personally, everything that you saw today, technically this is part of technology. I just made all these different things easier for people. That, what is it called? That spreadsheet that I showed earlier. Where did it go? Yeah, this one. Like this technology, we basically just built this entire thing for the growth operators so they don't need to worry about this. At this point now, it just kind of gets into software, right? Borderline software. And so, that's why I love bringing things from software, because they don't even market, they just provide value to people. And so, once again, where you bring concepts to these, looks like I just keep reading my mind, is from the tech world. As they're masters at making systems that then just sell usernames and passwords afterwards. And so you bring also from the agency world, right? Agency world, they create services and they provide what services they provide. Then you can, So from the agency world, what you could do, what you could do is you could steal from the agency world where they provide certain services and instead you can just do them for your customers. So for instance, for us growth operators, or for the growth operators, as we scale on forward, what we're going to add is also kind of doing the outreach for them and trying to get a system running from that. And so a lot of agencies, as I've seen out there too, even in my group, even my free community right now, a lot of growth operators are growth agencies that help other growth operators, they have offers where they're trying to get leads and customers and creators for other growth operators. And so what you could do is basically take those agencies, like part of that, just then bring it into a feature in your macro company, and then just boom, phase out the competition and take their part of the pie. I'm just playing, but you get my point, right? And so different ways that you can provide value overall. But here's the thing. Remember, I promised you that I was going to tell you a story. All right, here it is. However, all of these tips, keep in mind, they are great. But quite controversially, you must realize that this is all for later. Because let me tell you a story about Shanila. Okay, so Shanila, she is a growth operator, and she went to Jacob, a fitness creator. So here's Shanila. So here is Shanila. And she went to Jacob, the fitness creator. Here is Jacob. And so she goes to Jacob, and they instantly click. Okay? That they were going to build the best fitness program in the world.
So Jacob kept making random fitness content to get views for the next 6 months, whilst Shanila built out this entire fitness app. Tons of course material for Jacob to shoot. And also an entire community with all these gamification systems in there. It sounds great. Every single curriculum for every single coaching call, she made all of them. So then finally, they plan to launch and expect everyone to know how incredible their product is. So Shanila only tells Jacob to make one Instagram story post right into the checkout page for $1,000 because Shanila knows that her product is way too amazing. She knows that she's going to get instant sales. And they launch. And they don't get a single sale. They panic. So then after multiple days, they finally chop down the price and they get 1 to 2 sales. They get super ecstatic, but when they start to realize and they get on the first coaching call, for some reason the 2 customers just start complaining, saying that they are more overweight side, but the program was entirely built to take on a more skinny to fit approach, not an overweight to fit approach. The 2 customers leave, nothing happens, and after Shanila and Jacob wasted 6 months of building, they realize that they built something no one wanted. Oh man. But there's Skylar. Skylar, she has hair like this. Here is Skylar. Skylar, who growth operates for Rashid. Here's Rashid with his hair like this. He's a little bit skinnier, but he drop ships. He got the Shopify money. That's a Shopify logo. They know that all the top companies, and they study especially the tech companies, and they study how fast they explode with their bootstrap strategies. And the one thing in common that they find between them is they all find first what is called product market fit. Then they build a product. And so Skylar, even though many may think it's controversial, Skylar actually goes right into building out Tim Yoon's oil blueprints sales process. Thank you, Skylar. So she builds this out, and she builds a sales process out for Rashid. She then goes immediately to Rashid's IGDMs. She books with the hottest leads in there. Then she closes 4 students instantly. Already even better than Shanila and Skylar. Or sorry, Shanila and this is supposed to be Jacob after just 2 days. Then afterwards, when Rashid, previously just a tiny bit of course material that he made, plus the fact that the customers, when Skylar was selling them, mainly they just wanted the one-on-one access with Rashid, she sold mostly on that, with that promise. But Skylar and Rashid, they got big dreams for the program. And so Skylar, she schedules a call with the 4 students. And she drills them with questions that, number one, figure out deeply what they need to do with their dropshipping students. So here are the students, the 4 students, and Shanila drills them. She goes, "What the frick do you need, boys? What do you need?" And so then afterwards, and then she figures out, number one, that they're deeply, what she realizes is that with dropshipping, I see. So, number one, she realizes deeply, in terms of the business side of the dropshipping part, what they really need. And number 2, she asks, well, what is really mentally holding them back? And number 3, she finds out how they could be solved. She thinks in the perspective of the customers. And so she thinks, okay, well, maybe I could build a course for this, maybe I could build a community for this, or coaching for this. And then, as she scales up her sales systems to continue selling more people into the program for more data, to figure out how to fulfill, she also then begins to build out the product based on what the customers actually said they wanted, and not just assuming what the customers wanted from her perspective, rather from the perspectives of the customers, and actually creating something they want. Skylar, great work, Skylar. And so the moral of this is, please tell me you'll be a Skylar, not a Shanila. And realize that the product isn't where you need to focus right now. Don't worry, you're not a scammer. You're actually just the opposite. You're genuinely trying to help people more by building what they actually want rather than building something that they don't. So be a Skylar, not a Shanila. All right. Awesome. And so now, what is the full action plan that you must take? All right, guys, and finally now it is time to come to the full action agenda on how you're going to go ahead and accomplish all of these things. So it really comes down to 3 simple phases here. Phase 1, you reset the foundations that you currently have with your creator. By number 1, with you recognizing now how integral the foundational pieces, such as the creator's offer and the market research is, please go ahead and go back to your creator with all of these findings, and honestly just send them this video right here, and have him or her also watch through this entire course so that you guys can both have conviction on these systems too. Then number 2, then once you guys have onboarded with realizing that the current business is built on sand, and that you now have to go over there and move the business onto a solid cement brick that I've shown you today of that market research process, of that offer process, moving your business to solidification. Then you'll now go ahead and go through and redo market research in the first week, okay? By first launching the mass data method, number 1, then number 2, implementing the murder market research call funnel to book in and take on those market research calls. Right over here. Please, please, please do this. Then afterwards, number 3, then go on those calls and you'll take notes on the avatar, which you will then transfer over to your offer template as shown earlier. This is going to take around a day. It is really not that much to set up from this sand to the foundations over here. All right. And so now that you have the foundation nice and solidified, you can then move on to phase 2, which is going to be first proving product market fit. Okay, because 1, now that the foundations are reset, you can go ahead and begin to set the back-end infrastructures for a launch, starting with actually writing your sales letter first, as it is the root thesis that will inform every other part of your funnel from the marketing to the sales. And this will take around 3 days to build it out from scratch. Once again, if you're an operator incubator, then we'll give you this entire framework on how to do it. Then afterwards, for number 2, once the sales letter is built, from there, I will create the sales letter. Or from there, I would create the sales letter. I'm talking about it for my contacts if I were to do this, right? Then the setting script. Then, with this minimum viable material, go literally right away into combining these into the Instagram warm outbound beta launch. As I was discussing earlier, that minimum viable launch system. All you do is you just go right here, boom, we got the, once again, it starts from the sales letter, and so you write that out. Then we got the sales script done, check. We got the appointment setting script done, check. And if you are an operator incubator, then this should be really, really fast because we literally just give you the templates for all of these. And then, boom, go right away to the warm outbound plus beta test launch. Just go right away. Just go, boom, make the money. And this is how you find product market fit the fastest. Testing to make money for you and your creator. Get the tangible results right away, G. Straight away, and you'll be able to find the most minimum viable system ready in this case. And so this is how you make money fast. Within 1 week, you could get to a close. You could get to $1,000 close. Think about it like that. Then for the phase 3 is setting up these systems and then launching. Because here, see, once the product market fit, and product market fit, by the way, occurs once a single sale, physical money, like actually money is transferred, once that is made, that's when product market fit or creator market fit is attained. Okay, when that occurs, then you have proven. Oh, I literally read my mind once again. Once that cash is made, or there is the signed contract and very clear, deep interest from your prospects. And this, they're saying it's not interest, it's demand. They're willing to buy. Oh my God. Then what I'll do is I'll go ahead here and then manually yourself build out the rest of the sales system in order for you to go ahead and build out this rest of the thing, right? So learning go high level overall.
building that book a call funnel, building the pre-call flow funnel, building the sales process tracking sheet. And the pre-call that I was discussing, right, is over. Oh my God, okay, I'm not scrolling back up there. Because for some reason, maybe the air quality is bad up there. But I just getting glabbed. All right, so building that pre-call flow, all right? Once you're in an operating career, you're just getting this all for free. But building all of these different things, guys, right? And then afterwards, once the process is ready, re-prepare the the reels for the marketing launch. So what I would do is I would go ahead and start building out this thing. Bro, this freaking lead magnet thing, it takes like 2 days. Just quickly write it out, smash it out, it's done. Easy copy. Then once you get the people in the door, then afterwards, that's when you go ahead, right? Because you sold through here, you sold through here, you sold through here, and then you, boom, made the money, and now you've basically accomplished, so you went, because marketing was already done, right? So then you did sales and you fulfilled. Then afterwards, you're doing marketing squared over here by going ahead and launching with the now more updated marketing with a 5-day lead magnet launch, which is really fast. And so then you go right into marketing squared, and then afterwards, once you get people in the door, then fulfill for them, go into, once again, sales squared, because now the sales process is optimated, new word, guys, and then you go into product squared by fulfilling for them. And so here, there's a few little things here. Yeah, this is just me showing all different ways that you can, right? So just again, showing the minimum viable funnel over here to here. And the visual side of this, yep, I already showed all this. And then the tech side will be, and at this point, just feel free to use Calendly. Don't really worry about Go High Level too much. Later on, as you scale further, then you can pay the $297 for Go High Level. And if you're an operating incubator, then we actually just give you a free account, so you don't have to worry about it. But so here are the two options on how you can do this, right? Number one, do it yourself, okay? Maybe you will succeed with a launch. Like, I don't doubt you. You're probably really smart, really freaking strong-willed person. You could probably do it alone. But the thing is, once again, is it 5 months or 5 years that you want to take with this, right? Because maybe you will succeed with a launch, but you'll have tons of little hiccups and mess-ups along the way. It will also be very expensive because you're paying for Go High Level yourself the months that you're going to waste there. And it will be a very time expensive through all the nuances that I didn't really have time to explain to you today, because I'm trying to give you the big macro view, and I'm also speaking to a big audience here, right, of you guys watching this. And so I can't give you the very nuanced tips. And then you'll make mistake after mistake, and then it'll lead to a lot of failure and a lot of pain, right? You could maybe outsource this to an agency or hire somebody to do this, right? But the thing is, agencies and employees, they're incentivized for their benefit. Agencies will do the minimum amount of work, minimum viable work. And so you feel like you just got what you paid for. So you as a growth operator, let's say you hire an agency, right? There's you as a growth operator, and there's the creator. And then let's say you bring on an agency or some sort of other employees, right, hiring to do it for you. So these guys, they'll just do the minimum viable work so that you feel like you got a good deal. But in reality, it's the feeling. It's not really actually logically what you did, what you got, what you need, what you deserve. And so then when you really look at the systems that the agency or the hiring or the employee that you hire, that they built out, there'll be holes everywhere. Hires will also not put in the work, and this will just leak you money whilst just wasting your time. The opposite of faster, cheaper, better, easier. Slower and more expensive. And so this leads you all the way to spending money on hiring an agency or employee to do this for you, and with it not working, well, you just got robbed 3 to 4 months of time. Or you can just use this guide right here and this YouTube video, which is, a good idea. But the thing is, sure, that'll work to an extent. But even though I genuinely put my freaking heart and soul into this, you see this part? Like, at this point now, it's probably like 9 hours of content, dude. I freaking sat here and I yapped to you guys for like 9 hours. And I try to make this as in-depth as possible. Here's the thing, I can only go as in-depth with the nuanced topics and depending on more nuanced things and with dependencies in accordance to the case-by-case situation for everybody. Once it gets to the individual with their specific case, one general YouTube video like this, it can't really do it for you. This then leads to yes, a free but a ridiculous amount of time wasted watching through this video, sitting there to try to figure out all the other videos that I was talking about that I linked to in this video, because I can't go over everything, all right? And so then yes, maybe you do succeed with the launch, but it'll take you like 6 to 12 months and all the hiccups that you go throughout that way. And so option 2 is what you do with us, Opera Incubator, where if you now realize this path to the $10,000 launch with your creator, but you wish that there was some sort of better, faster, cheaper, easier way to get it done. You're currently still trying to sign your first creator, and you see the vision of this system. You see what I explained to you today, all these cool thing-a-ling-is. Where is it? Right here. All these cool things that you're like, very clearly, you now know that it's going to work. Okay? So you want to learn in depth all the nuances, finally, so you can attain that, finally, you made it. Pat on the back from your friends, family, and loved ones. You now have a creator signed, and you have this hazy sort of view from what to do from this video. But like a construction company, to a thick, overgrown, just forest, to then pave down a laser straight, smooth path. You're looking for someone who's gone down that path, who's paved that laser smooth path for you. And you're looking for that somebody to build it out for you. So you could get to the high status and movie star-like life of your dreams. Wherever you're at, you want that back tour. You want that shortcut to all of this. And if you're not any of these, then just do it yourself, that's fine. But if any of these describers described you right now, and if it resonated with you, then maybe this is something for you. Maybe Operator Incubator is something for you. Because here's the thing. You will be able to make $10,000 with growth operating within the next 3 to 6 months. You will have a lubed up slide with all those systems just plug and played, built and released into your growth operating business that I just talked about today. You can finally get rid of stress, anxiety, and fear around what to do with your creator. And you'll feel truly proud and clear on the fact that you're able to finally make the internet money that you dreamed of. And so here are the 3 phases if it goes a plan with us. And so phase 1 is that we reset the foundations, where previously though, you would have to manually write out all the full market research guides. Then in the darkness alone, you have to try to implement all those tactics yourself, and you have to pull out some sort of half-baked offer without the years of pattern recognition of what a true good offer looks like from our side. Instead, just this document right here, the murder market research, just go through it. Instead, with the overload the offer, document and the entire guidance with us there, we plug these straight into you. That sounds a little weird, but you get my point. And also, you get the most in-depth Reset the Foundations program from this portion and me and my team with our years of experience personally making sure the market research is then and flawless and it's transferred into a money printing offer. Because you can do the market research, but then if you don't have the offer building skill set, you're clapped. And so then leading to what would have taken you weeks to figure this out, rather we'll just blast you right through with a click of our fingertips, which is the Reset the Foundations program alone that I talk about here. And in the Operate Incubator program, you get this entire Reset the Foundations program, plus us being there 24/7 access, consistently being there for you. And this alone is worth 3.8K. Realistically, dude. Let me know, by the way, if I'm pulling out some weird-ass numbers from my ass, okay? Phase 2, where proof product market fit, but actually not really. Because here's the thing. Because previously, you would have to written out this entire sales letter blind. You'd have to Instagram launch all these different tactics blind. You gotta write all this out for your creator. Oh my God. You gotta go over here, and then you gotta write this whole appointment setting script. Oh my God, you really wanna do this? Oh my God, you're gonna write this entire sales script situation over here. Like, no, it's a pain in the ass. And so then what you're gonna have to do previously is after manually building all of those things out, once then they are, since they're just templates and frameworks, right? Okay, so feel free, go steal these, write it out yourself. I don't care, I showed you everything here today, right? The thing though, is that these are just templates and frameworks. But in accordance to the market research that you're not even sure that you did properly, you'll have to then try to figure out the sales messaging for your avatar, leading to a half-baked, inexperienced sales letter. Then a half-baked, inexperienced launch tactic, appointment setting script, sales script, and plus you'll need to use Calendly.
Or if you don't have, or if you have some money, then maybe you could go ahead and pay for Go High Level yourself. But the thing is, sure, steal it, I don't care. But these are not as specific that will get you the real results, because here, sure, this launch, you're gonna make 10K, easy. Are you gonna make 50K, 100K? No. See, but that's what we can do if you have the systems properly in place. This is why we can do like 48K launches, as you saw earlier in the intro, with all our case studies with Tran and is UGC and whatnot. And so yeah, feel free, but the in-depth nuances, the 24/7 access is where you really make the changes to that, not just 10K, but like the explosion type of launches, okay? Or here's the thing, you can simply not just have all of those docs plugged and played for you, but on top of that, the more in-depth, nuanced training material that on YouTube, it will just be boring and we'll get bad retention, and so that's why I don't post those things. But in the program, we will explain all the nuanced portions, but also with a 24/7 hands-on access to me and continuous calls whenever you need them to get a very clearly through to speed swiftly through the product market fit stage, and instead, to be honest, just skip entirely, because we can already figure out if the market is good for you or not, because that's what we do over here. On top of this, we will have a Go High Level account, this is going to be built out soon, that will give you unlimited, oh no, this part is built out. We have a Go High Level account that basically we can just give out unlimited sub accounts, so it doesn't matter if you need to go buy Go High Level yourself, because it comes out of like, yeah, instead of the stepping stone of Calendly, right, and then you going to the $297 Go High Level, $297 a month Go High Level yourself, we just freaking give that to you, $297 for free. And then you'll go right into building the software that you already will get on anyway. So it's like, you can sit there, you could just click around, just like build it all right. Or we could save you $297 and then also on top of that, build out all the snapshots ourselves. So, you know, once again, so this product market fit training program plus all these systems and softwares and whatnot, it'll just so much easier, so much faster. Don't you get it? 6.8K, okay? It's the worth of that is already 6.8K. Phase number 3, where we set up these systems and then launch. Because previously, you would then have to manually write out and build out all of this booker call funnel stuff. Holy, all of this pre-call below stuff. Holy, all of this sales price tracking sheet. Remember when I showed you this document or this spreadsheet and how all those complicated metrics looked very mathematically scary and complicated? And all the other Go systems and processes, because I didn't show all of them here today, because this video would probably not be able to post on YouTube if I did. All these different systems that we have in terms of Go High Level, plus we have like more like 80 to 120 plus of these, okay? Plus then, you have a lack of clarity to figure out which one of these to just build anyway. You just get all overwhelmed with everything that I showed you today. Just overall have absolutely no idea what to do. Rather, with us, there's something called a Go High Level snapshot, okay? Where pretty much we have our pre-built out automations, landing pages, setting processes, calendars, etc. that we've built over the past 7 months. For 2,500 plus hours, we slaved our teenage years at these to build it, and then we just go and click, just like a Google share link, you just plug it right into your company. And then afterwards, we handhold you for 24/7 every single time that you need help, that you need a call to hop on, that you need the systems tweaked up flawlessly and smoothly for your creator. So it's basically like you have a superstar in the Mario game. You're just like, the star, the yellow thingy in the Mario game. It's like to finally have you achieve the $10,000 to $35,000 launch with your creator. Well, when you take 30% of that, that's $3,000 all the way up to 10.5K cash right in your bank account, ready to do whatever you so may please. The Oil Blueprint launch system, this thing alone, easily worth, with all that done for your systems, $10,500. And phase 0? What? Because not to mention, for those of you who are watching this, you may still be trying to sign a creator, where before you'd be confused as hell with what exact outreach method to send, how to find the best leads to outreach to, how to get clients on autopilot like this. See, we have an entire Close Your Creator program as well that's worth over 2.2K. And so here's the game plan. Here's what we're going to do. If we look at this, at phase 0, close your creator program, over 2.2K in value. Phase 1, reset the foundations program, over 3.8K in value. The product market fit program, over 6.8K in value. The oil blueprint launch program, over 10.5K in value. In total, $23,300. And all of this is packed around with a guarantee that you will hit $10,000 per month in the next 3 months with growth operating, or else all of your money will be given back to you. But here is the thing. Since this is such a hands-on premium experience, you saw it, look at how in-depth it is. Our team only has a certain enough bandwidth to take on a certain amount of clients, what we like to call founders per month, into our operator incubator. So every month we're only opening up 15 spots. So whenever you're watching this, if it's towards the beginning of the month, you're lucky, congratulations. But if it's towards the end of the month, then there may not be so many spots open. So here's the thing, to take advantage of this opportunity, DM me, once again, same thing, OI, on my Instagram, and I'll tell you how many spots we got and if you qualify or not. But also, in the meantime, that I am responding to you as you send me this. I'll be taking some time to respond to you, right? Go over and join the free school community of Objectively. We are the best and most active group of growth operators in the space. There, I'll give you access to this main document. You know, all this, you get it. You do get it. But the thing is, you don't get all the other plug and play specific systems like all of these ones right here, because it'll be a little unfair for the people in the program. And so then once you do join Operating Incubator though, because I know you'll DM me this on Instagram, then once you do go ahead and DM me and then you join up with us, then you could have the main document with all those other plug and play systems. So once again, DM me OI on my Instagram at TimHYoon or in the description, and I'll see if we can fit you into one of the 15 spots for this month. But overall, man, holy congratulations, brother or sister. If you finished up to this point, you are incredible. And I will be seeing you in my Instagram DMs after you DM me OI. See you there.